And I'm live. I am live for the next 12 hours. Wow, okay, 12 hours. Let's see, we need to invite send out here. Some people in here to hang out with us for a bit. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm just going to be live for about 7 to 7, 12 hours. Got some exciting things planned. I'm going to do a Bookstore Tour once I get some more people in here. Yeah, gonna be fun. Excuse me. But yeah, so 100 episodes in a year and a half, 212 subscribers. It's pretty good. Yeah, we got someone.
Yo,
How's it going?
what's going on, bro? How you doing?
Doing good? What about you? What are you up to?
Fucking chilling, man. I'm just getting overwhelmed. Look, I'm redoing the basement. It's driving me nuts. So much work, dude.
Sounds like
What are you up to?
Not much. Just got some whiskey, some Coke. Gonna drink a little bit. Maybe play some video games later. Maybe read some Aquinas to the audience. You know, simple stuff. Have some fun.
Nice.
Yeah. Gonna try to do a bookshelf tour later. Show off all the stuff on the bookshelf.
Oh man, dude, my whole bookshelf is like under wraps, man. It's like I can't like show. Can I show? How do I switch this camera around?
I have no clue. I've never went on my phone before.
Oh, dude, like all the walls are painted, but the man cave is in bad shape, dude.
I spent the day getting my room cleaned up because I don't know if I do the books. I want to put the camera. So I got to make sure the room was like, you know, presentable to people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you currently read anything fun or listen to anything cool or learn anything new?
I mean, I was talking about it last night. The last thing I listened to that was cool was Pete's last episode, The Great Replacement Theory.
I started today. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm enjoying it so far.
Bro, it was really good. And then, look, what's right next to me, actually? Freaking Scott Hahn.
Nice. I'm looking forward to doing that one. It's gonna be fun.
And
that's a good one.
Old Faithful.
Probably the second best Hopper book.
Right. Oh man, I love this book. Great. I refer to this book all the time. It's like always close to me. It's like the go-to, you know.
That's what I do with Lew Walkwood Against the Left. I keep that book.
Man, that's another great book, man.
I love it. It's so easy to read. It's so short, but it's every single point.
Let me see if I could find it.
Every point that is made in that book is solid. You know.
I have that bad boy right here.
That's a great one.
Another great book, man. Those like two books, like Hoppe and Rockwell, like I don't even know what I would do if I haven't like been introduced to them. You know, like I don't even know if I would consider myself like a libertarian, anarchist. You know, I'm not sure. Yeah. They're just like the way they like put things was mind blowing to me.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Lew Walker, I'd probably still be the not left, not right libertarian type, right in the middle. But Lew Walker really still like, hey, the left is like way more evil than the right, and it's just like that book and what's it called? Suicide of West by Burnham. Those two books are just like the best books on the left. Like you read those books, you understand the left and why they're evil. Not in the Bible. You read the Bible and understand the left too.
Of course. Bro, you know what? It was weird. Like I was finally got back into like podcasts and everything like that, and I heard the episode of Pete and Jared,
Mm,
and that like made me commit to like reading books and like getting like way deeper into that stuff. Like I was
yeah.
like, I mean, like I had been introduced by like Ron Paul, but I mean that was like took it to the next level.
Yeah, Zayd is amazing. I've had my pocket a few times. I absolutely talking to that guy. He knows his stuff, and he is like, besides maybe Andrew from Popular Liberty, one of the most right wing people I met. Like, he is just
Dude,
he's great.
Andrew's great too.
Yeah,
Andrew's great too. Dude, like that anti-tax plan. I would love to see that put into practice.
same. I'm really hoping he goes to Florida and not Texas, because I'm in Florida and I don't want to. I just want to move houses and not states.
I hear
Wherever
you.
he first, that's where I'm moving to.
I hear you, dude. I'm like, I'm moving eventually, but I'm not sure when. Probably like a few years out, but I know I'm leaving New York. Like, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm gonna get the tripod set up for that Bookstore Tour. Okay. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is gotta move the tripod over. But no, man, I've been going through First Society by Scott Hahn, and I cannot wait to talk about that book, because that is a fun book.
Yeah. I love the book. I read like the first 4 chapters when I was in Florida. Remember when I got engaged, I was reading that
Yeah.
book.
Nice.
And you were like, "Oh, you have to read this." And I was like, "Of course, it's like the perfect thing to read right now." And then I got home, I listened to the audiobook. You know what? I really want to like I want to highlight. I don't want to be unprepared. That's like my biggest fear is to like go on a podcast and like be totally unprepared.
Yeah. Excuse me. No, that was like his example is he points out how Marriage is the first house is really great, but I think he's really great about it's like a minor point he makes about how the family is like an alternative to the state, and how it is the only institution that can be relied upon, and the state doesn't really like that. I think that's a really great point. If he was a more libertarian or analog, I think he'd be making that point even better, because he's more of a Christian conservative, but he still makes the point enough that I can build off of it. This is why I really enjoy the book.
Of course, it was great. I mean, was he the one that said like the correct order is God, King, man, husband? I'm not sure. Dude, I have to. I'm like I'm listening to so much stuff lately. I'm like all over the place.
Same.
But that order made sense to me.
Yeah. That's good. It reminds me of that quote from what's his name, Sir Robert Fillmore and Patriarcha. Is his book arguing for the divine right of kings? Why does liberalism is getting its stride, democracy becoming mainstream? And he the first line of the book is the first kings were the patriarchs of the family.
Of course,
And it's
that's
just like
absolutely true.
from there on, it's just fire. The whole book is just insane.
Of
I
course,
love
I mean,
it.
if you follow like the logical conclusion, it really just becomes like the patriarch with like the lowest time preference just becomes the king.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like he who shows like best judgment over a long period of time is bound to dominate like the people, and not dominate like in like a tyranny way. I mean, like just lead like by good example. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people confuse like leadership with tyranny, and I don't think that's right.
That's what a lot of anarchists just hate all forms of authority, and they see anything as authority. It's like, well, that must be tyranny, because you can't be in power because power corrupts. I get so mad with some Christian libertarians are like, power corrupts absolutely. Also, our God is all powerful. It's like there's a bit of contradiction there, buddy.
I totally agree. I just, you know what, like when I like think of like basically even cultures just before the French Revolution, like the way they were like inspired because they had like metaphysics in their politics, like it completely changes like the people's outlook on life. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, like if you look at like the media, the TV, the news, like it's all negative, like nihilistic, like everyone's complaining. Like I feel like if like it was more like a right wing oriented society and we had like metaphysics in our politics, like people would have like a more positive outlook because we'd be looking for like, like heaven, and we want to be like better people, and it would inspire us. Like, like this lifetime is like kind of like a proving ground. We want to do great things.
Yeah.
And I think I think we're missing that.
Absolutely. I'm just sending the invite to a few more groups so we can get. I got a mix of people from all over. I have friends who want to hop in who are like time zones or like in Europe, and so I'm trying to make sure everybody gets their links set in because I don't want to be like 2:00 in the morning still going, and someone's like I can't get in. I got to reset the invite or something. But, no, it's gonna be a fun night. I figured out how to stream video games. I downloaded Star Wars Squadron. This is a first person X-wing game pretty much, and I hooked up my flight stick, and so I'm gonna be doing like some flight simulator Star Wars stuff. That's gonna be a lot of fun later. Oh, I lost him. Oh, well, I mentioned Star Wars and he dips. What's sad? Yeah. If anyone has any questions or anything you want to talk about, just post them in the comment section. I'll happily answer them. And
shit,
he's back.
dude.
There we go.
No, I dropped. I was trying to change my camera around because I wanted to show you like what's going on in the man cave. When I did it, it like refreshed the page. But look how sad this is, dude. All my stuff.
That's a lot of stuff.
All my stuff. Like, oh shit, here's another good one. You got to get this book for the morning. Very good.
I use where I put it. Where I put it. I can't. Hold on. I can't currently find it, but I use a I have an adoration prayer book I use, but I can't find it.
Dude, I can't find anything. That's why I'm like afraid to like even go live. Like all my stuff is everywhere right now. It's a disaster. But it'll be worth it. This is low time preference put into practice, man. It's like it's kicking my ass doing all this work with one person.
Yeah. But I once I eventually get my own place, I want to get a man cave set up. But right now, all I got is the room, and so I try to just make it throw myself into it. But would love to eventually get a man cave set up.
So the next process is this corner back over here is going to be like where my desk and my bookshelf is. It's going to be like the library, and then over here I'm putting a wall right here. If you can see, like right where this pole is to the wall is going to be a new wall. And then this is gonna be like a little mini living room area.
Nice.
So it's a lot more work, but it's gonna be worth it, man. Like right now, it's like a dingy basement. It's tough. Yeah.
Once you're done, I'm sure it'll look great. It'll be have a little room set for TV. Have a little library of books. It'll be great.
Yeah.
But. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so I got four people watching. That's awesome.
Dude.
Let's see. So how's the engagement going? You guys have wedding stuff figured out yet, or? Actually,
I'm about to hop in the shower in a little bit. We're going on a date.
Nice.
In a little bit, Friday night, man.
It's Friday night.
Gotta keep her happy, man. I love her so much, and
awesome.
You know what I mean. Awesome. So, gotta keep her happy.
Yeah, I got a friend. My best friend just got engaged a few months ago, and he's ecstatic about it. And the wedding's gonna be in April of next year, and so it's gonna be it's gonna be a fun time. He's basically they want to get there on a nice big ceremony, but also how his insurance is set up as his job. He's just close to this elopement for the insurance purposes of his job, and then having the ceremony in April. Which I can't say I fault the guy. Get on the insurance, probably a good thing.
Well, yeah, and there's a different source of benefits to getting married quick. It depends. Like it's like so difficult once the state gets involved.
Yeah.
It kind of like messes up everything, really.
Yeah. Kato, what up, man?
What's up?
How you doing?
Yo.
Real good. Hang on. Let me change because it's connected to my phone and I don't want to. I want my headphones. Hang on.
All good. We got the Catholic Boys chat in here tonight. Let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
Man, that chat has been so much fun. I am loving that chat.
Oh, yeah. It's fire. It's great.
Dude, I've learned so much stuff just from being around like so many smart people. I'm not even I'm
Same.
not the smartest guy in the world, but I've just learned, I absorb stuff from you guys.
It's great.
It's great. We got LB, we got Popular Liberty, we got Zon, Spirits of Ronin, we got Caleb, we got Belkov. I mean, there's like some ridiculously smart paper status.
Some
like
heavy hitters in there.
Some great people. It's great, and the fact that we all like, the amount of memes or tweets that are sent to the chat. I mean, it's great. I love it. I love that people want to consider a tweet in there, and everyone's like this tweet. Let's wait here with this guy. Like, I like that. It's great. But yeah, Kayla, you figure out your headset yet?
Figure it out now. I'll be right back.
All good.
Dude, I'm trying to prop this thing up right now. I don't know where to put this thing up. I'm so disoriented right now because my whole setup's screwed up. This is fucking annoying.
There you go. And I got this bad boy to work.
There we go. Yeah. Gonna be it's okay. What about you? You been reading anything interesting or working on anything cool or listening to any fun stuff?
Oh man, I don't know. This week has been so crazy that I haven't been able to. I didn't actually do any reading lately because of work.
Yeah.
Other than work stuff. But that's boring.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my job, we do it most every day. We get fucking drive like an hour to the work site. So I'm like an hour there, an hour back. I get to read a book or some audiobook or something.
Oh yeah, that can be real good if you got that much time to just watch or listen to a book or read an actual book.
Yeah.
Like my commute to work, it's so short. It only takes me like 15 minutes, and I ride a bicycle to work because I don't have a car. I'm that kind of loser, so it's only 15 minutes. By the time if I start listening to a book, by the time I get there, I'm just like, it's around the time I get into the zone, and when I get there, it's over.
Yeah. Last week, good.
Have you ever thought about getting one of those scooters? I'll show you mine.
I've actually thought about getting one of those. Let me see if it's like the one I'm thinking.
I'll show you mine right now. This is I take the train to the city, and then I ride the scooter to the job site. Let me see.
Oh, I think.
Weed whacker. I don't know if you can see the scooter right there.
Yeah, I think I lost you.
Oh, no. You lost me because I'm in the garage. Shit.
Yeah, that may have been it.
Put out.
He put his phone down. He's frozen again.
No, I put my phone down. If you can still hear me.
I can hear
you. Yeah.
I'll bring it out. So.
Oh, those are that's what I was thinking. Those are so cool.
So it goes 22 miles an hour. I mean, dude, it's actually you have to kind of be safe. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of dangerous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People. I mean, I'm in the city, so people drive like assholes. But
oh yeah.
You gotta be safe.
I've actually lost a bunch of weight since I started riding a bike to work.
Nice.
Oh, so that's probably better.
Yeah, I drive I ride I want to say 40 miles a week, maybe a bit more.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anybody else watch the What Is the Woman documentary from Matt Walsh yet?
Oh, I really want to. I was gonna. I'm planning on doing this the weekend.
I saw a clip on YouTube. I saw a clip on YouTube with some pediatrician. It was wild.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. I saw that.
Oh my god!
The one I saw was insane because he was like, "What is a woman?" The thing was what he used. It was insulting or transphobic. The truth is transphobic because it was not a truth. I'm like, this is the result of relativism, and this.
That
was insane.
Whose truth is the truth is relative? I'm like,
Dude, she
Bro,
said like Santa Claus was like real. Like it was bizarre. If like the same clip, he was like trying to say like how like a 4-year-old like believes in Santa Claus and how you can't go like by their word like because they're living in a fantasy basically.
Yeah.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
I'm
wild.
the fact that it's like a serious documentary to ask what is a woman, and like a lot of people like hate on Matt Walsh because all he does is like troll and mock people. But this dude
Uh-huh.
flew to Africa just to troll leftists. I mean,
Yeah, right.
respect the game.
That's
I mean, that's
a
baller.
commitment. That's commitment as far as I'm concerned.
It's I've been he's like Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson, like the only two mainstream people I really listen to nowadays.
Oh, I really like Tucker. I think Tucker is secretly very red pilled.
Yeah.
I think he's in the know.
He had Yarvin on. He's pretty.
He had Yarvin
pretty
on. I
know.
was gonna say
He had Yarvin, yeah.
on. That's saying a lot.
Yeah, he had Yarvin on, and he's had like Raw Egg Nationalist on. So if he had Raw Egg Nationalist, I'm sure he's aware of BAP and and the people in the broader distant right.
Yeah. I would love one day. Hopefully, we're gonna get either Owen McIntyre or Pete Quinones on with Tucker. That'd be
Dude,
Oh,
either
100%.
one of those guys.
100%.
Oh,
I wouldn't be
man.
surprised.
great.
Oron is going on. He was on Tim Pool. I could not believe that Oron was on Tim Pool.
I tried to watch it because I really like Owen, but I can't tolerate Tim Pool.
I can't do
Tim wouldn't let him
Pool.
talk. Tim wouldn't let him
He's the
talk.
worst.
Like if he would have gone off for a little bit, it would have been great. But like he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Like
Here's the
Tim
deal.
just like speaks the whole time.
Here's the deal I set up, okay? I posted on Twitter. I'm trying to get people on board. Y'all all promote the hell out of me and get me on Tim Pool. I steal
That
every
would be great,
conversation.
too.
I steal every conversation of DMT. I know nothing about DMT. I just steal all the DMT. And at the very end, and he goes, "What can people find you? What are your plugs?" I say, "Here's some hair plugs," and I walk out the room.
Tim needs that. I Tim is such a weird guy.
Yeah.
Because
He loves bringing up that Mox quote about guns. That's all he does. It's like, well, Mox was for gun get control, and it's like no one cares. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and Tim Pool. The thing about Tim Pool is that he's so clickbaity and so exaggerated about everything. Every single title of everything he does is like, "Oh, it's the end of the world. Oh, it's the end of the world." Like,
Civil War.
come on, dude.
I can't. I try when Pete Quinones was on. Like, the only time I fully listened to one episode was when Pete Quinones was on, or if I'm really high, I can watch Tim Pool. That's about it. And,
I used to watch Tim Pool every single day. Like, at one point, I would just leave him in the background, and I was already and it wasn't was more than a year ago, but I would just like watch whatever he was doing because he was the only person putting consistent stuff daily. But even then, when I watched him regularly, I was annoyed by his style.
That Samus dude. Samus is pretty great. Like I really like Freedom Tune Samus.
Seamus is good.
He's good. He is.
You know, he mentions Hopper sometimes. And it's like, yeah, I'm down. Make a Hopper on Tim Pool. Let's go.
You know what?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty cool that he even had Seamus on. You know, like compared to like Ian, the other guy, like they're like polar opposites.
Ian is so annoying,
dude. He's like
I like
ridiculous.
Ian. I like Ian because I can laugh at him and laugh with him. And he's fun. He's fun to watch, but I don't think I could ever actually talk to the guy. Like if I had to talk to Ian, I wouldn't know what to do.
I wouldn't have a beer with Ian. I wouldn't have a beer with Ian. And generally, I judge people based on whether I would have a beer with him. And I wouldn't have a beer with Ian.
He gets so annoying.
I actually liked Tim's like his old boyfriend better, like that the model guy. What's his name? I forgot his name. Adam.
Oh no, the guy that got kicked off, right?
Yeah, the guy that
he went too far for Trump or something. I forget what the beef was.
Like he got red pilled very quickly, and he wasn't a dummy, and he got apparently yeah. The one that I really, really dislike, that I used to like as well, is Luke Rutkowski, because he's such a
Oh.
fucking lolbird. He's like,
Yeah.
He's
Dude, being a Lolbert almost feels like a grift.
it
Like,
kind of
it's-
is. It kind of is.
It has to be a grift. Like, how could you be that, like, pig-headed? After a certain point, like, how could you stay in the same place like
Yeah, after 2000, the last 2 years,
yeah.
that? It's bizarre. I
it's-
don't understand.
like
It's got to be.
I
It's
used
either a
to
grift
think
or it's
that,
pure ideological thinking.
yeah, I used to think that, okay, after, I used to think it was before 2000, after 2016, because a lot of people got very red pill in 16, but after 2020, there's no excuse. There's literally zero excuse, because I can give some leeway. I can understand not being red pilled after 2016. Okay, that's fine, whatever. But after 2020, there's no excuse that you shouldn't be red pilled on literally everything.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's. Well, I have a neoliberal friend who's very blue pilled, but he's like lately we're talking to him about politics and stuff. He's much more. He's still liberal, relativist, all that kind of nonsense. But he's like, everyone in the state's probably a pedophile, and they should all die. I'm like, okay, I can accept that. I can work with that.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like, yeah,
I mean,
trans people are women. I'm like, okay, as long as you think the pedophiles should die, I could care less.
yeah, I think
Oh my God.
that's as long as there's some consensus that pedos are bad and you should not even entertain humanizing pedos. I think that's a common ground that
We're gonna be getting into
as much disagreement there is.
I was just gonna say, dude, I just had a whole big to do with fucking Ace over this topic.
About pedos?
Let me preface this real quick. I've had Ace on the show. I like Ace. We have our major disagreements, but when I want to know what the principled ideological anarchist position is, I will talk to Ace. I think Ace on others' philosophy is really like his stuff about Camus is great. I think other things are great. I think he's too stuck in his own ideology to actually be effective.
Well, his head's up his ass. It's obvious.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's more like it's a Rothbard's ass, but like 70s Rothbard.
So like the bad Rothbard. Like it's just crazy.
70s
Like
Rothbard, yeah.
It's just like, dude, just say it. Like if you're gonna have the nap, just say like, whatever. I didn't want to get into it again because it's fucking annoying. But
yeah.
I was just trying to make one point that like he just couldn't say it, and that was like driving me nuts. So whatever, I'm over it.
What up, Ace Oppie? How you doing?
What's up?
Hey.
Yo.
What up?
Not much.
gang's
Going
all
for
here.
doing a 12-hour live stream tonight. So
That sounds fun. I'll probably be with you. I'm doing work.
Nice.
Happy to have you. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot some video games, do a Bookstore Tour. I'll probably do a Bookstore Tour probably about 30 minutes.
I am trying to figure out how to not sound like a tin can and try to connect my headphones.
Good luck.
I had some trouble with my mic and my headphones and my equipment as well.
Yeah, I accidentally, whenever I plug in my headphones, it asks me about like what options I want to enable. And I accidentally clicked the "Don't show me again" option, and I realized it didn't turn on the mic option. So, ripperoni.
If you want to stream, you can go to settings down in the bottom, and click audio option. It brings up a list of microphone options.
I know I need to enable it from the computer side, not just from the software.
Oh, good luck with figuring that out.
Wee woo.
I'm not a computer guy. It's amazing I can run a website or have the stream work at all. Like I am shit with computers.
I learned a lot about hardware just from trying to shop around for the computer I'm on right now, like to get the best hardware I can for the money. That's when I realized. That's when I realized that Macs were overpriced pieces of shit because you could buy the same hardware for like $600.
Yeah, the Macs suck. I have a friend who's an IT guy, so I gave him $1,000. Like, hey, here's $1,000. Build me a PC that works, and then he bought a bunch of parts, and I got to build it. It was still a lot of fun. First game I downloaded on this new PC was Doom, the original 64-bit original Doom.
Money well spent.
Yeah, this epic giant PC play all the newest games. Like, what are you gonna play first? I'm like, Doom. He's like, the new one? Like, no. And I saw him just put the headset on and play the original Doom. And he's like, you're
now
wasting
we can
the
play
hardware.
the real games.
Oh, dude, I built a whole PC to make a Counter-Strike movie of like my clan, like back in the day, like 1.6.
Nice.
Bro, I had like it was hooked up, like the video card was sick, the processor was sick, just so I could like go back in all their demos at their demo time when they made like a good clip and like capture it and put it into a movie in Vegas. Like, dude, I lived for that stuff, man. That was so much fun, that era.
It was a good time. It was a good time.
Excuse me.
Excuse.
Yeah, but I think tonight the game people want me to play is Bioshock, which I have Bioshock and I've played it before, but I hate anything scary. And
It's
again,
not scary.
not scary, but
No.
it's just scary enough that I'm like, I don't want to deal with this.
It's apparently
Bioshock
Iron Man's
is
whip train.
fun, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's very and it
But that's why people want me
has
to play it.
it has one of my favorite sentences in any media, which is like aesthetics is a moral imperative or something like that. Let me check. I think it's aesthetic is a moral imperative. Aesthetics is a moral imperative.
That's a loud ass keyboard. Respect.
Yes. Aesthetics are a moral imperative. That's what it is. And that's my ideology.
I get a great Belkov has a great article on aesthetics and art, and he really red pilled me on like the importance of aesthetics and that and how what the aesthetics are besides just like an aesthetic look or something. He's great. He's got me reading Roger Scruton on aesthetics and stuff, and Scruton is just
nice.
incredible.
Well, yeah. I think that aesthetics precede ethics, and like all the morality and everything literally comes after aesthetics. Beauty is the foundation of everything. Like I have a whole thing about beauty and how God plays into it. It's a whole thing.
Respect. Yeah, we're gonna eventually cover suicide arrest. Sexual. No, I've already covered that. What's it called? Sexual Desire by Roger Scruton. That's the one. I've already covered suicide arrest.
One.
Yeah, I have a 3-part episode of Suicide Arrest.
Roger Scruton he's a real one. He's a real one.
He's great.
He is.
I'm trying to get through that book, but it's so academic-y. Like he'll just put a poem and then not like he'll translate the poem himself, or somebody just want him to translate the scene in post like Latin, and he'll just move on from like not even translating the Latin. So I get my phone out, like Google and look up the Latin translation, and understand what he's saying. Very high level academic-y. I'm zoning it, but it's a hassle to read sometimes.
It is very highbrow. That it is.
Yeah. Now the keyboard is respect to the keyboard because I love a loud keyboard. Like my friend when he's buying the keyboard, he's an engineering type. He spent like 6 months researching keyboards, and he found this like new company only has like a prototype out, it has all these cool features. So he like bought the first edition, and I'm over here like I googled what one has the loudest spacebar key, and I bought that one. So I wanted a loud keyboard.
Yeah, I've always had kind of loud keyboards. Like my old keyboard would always wake my ex up. She would always complain. Like she'd go to sleep, and I would stay up playing video games or whatever, or writing. And she would always wake up, can you please type softer? It's too loud. And like, girl, if I'm not typing loud, it means I'm not typing. It's like it's not real typing if it's not loud. Women just don't understand some things.
Yeah. I think I've only had 4 women on this podcast. So dubs for me. Only that I had on the 4th one is my mom. Apparently, she didn't watch my show, but she went through my history of my videos, and I was like, I see a lot of episodes, but you don't have any women on your podcast. So I'm like, do I have to? Do I have to have women on the podcast?
There's just not enough women in this space that we're at.
Yeah.
You know, there's like who? There's like Alex Casciuto. There's Amy Therese.
Yeah. There's Mac from what's her name?
There's Mac. Yeah, there's Mac.
I know her so she's great. We don't vibe on Twitter, but we vibe on the podcast.
Yeah. Mac is good. Who else?
We got a question from the audience.
Yeah.
Pan. How do you say that? Pan. Pentino? I don't know. Is academic aids an answer when he says culture is downstream from law? I have always been told the opposite at LPMC circles. Yeah, the culture whole debate on like what's downstream from politics, downstream from law, is it downstream is like where culture stems from is a very complicated issue. I know who was it? He was killed. He was Breitbart. Yeah, Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture, but then some people say
no. I agree with academic agent that culture is downstream from power. I think the elites shape culture much more than the other way around.
I'm much more into that camp as well now. The more I think about it, I got this new book, Populist Delusion, which has been a really fun read.
Oh, that's it. I really need to get it. I still haven't got it because I'm traveling soon and I don't want to have to get a book, not read it, and have to wait 2 weeks to be able to read it.
Yeah, I feel you. And once you get it, you and Boca, you Boca and myself to do a live stream on it. It'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot of people in my circles I want to actually like watch Academic Agent. It's like you two, me. I think Andrew might watch a few Academic Agent videos.
I really like Academic Agent. He's real good.
He's great.
Were you following him when he did the Carlisle Day?
No, I did not. I know who Carlisle
was. Oh, that was so good.
I do have French Revolution by Carlisle.
That's a great one. That's a great one. The one from Carlisle that I have here is on heroes and hero worship, and I forgot the name. I completely forgot the name. Yeah, I got a couple of Carlisle books.
Yeah, he's fun. He's fun to read. I've been doing Carlisle.
He's great.
Yeah. Honestly, anytime Curtis Young recommends someone to read, I'm like, this is the guy I got to read right now. So Carlisle, and then Sir Robert Fillmore's Patriarcha, which is just a phenomenal book.
Oh, I need to get Patriarcha.
Oh, it's so dude. The first line of that book is the first kings were the patriarchs of the family, and it just gets better from there.
Ooh.
He's great. I mean, the argument for divine right of kings, and it's in that time period he was in was like very, against the grain. He's impressive.
Mm-hmm. It was based. It was textbook based.
Yeah.
So let's see. I got on heroes and hero worship and the Latter Day pamphlets. Those are the two Carlisle books I got.
He's great.
I do have Patriarcha. It's in my to buy list. Oh, okay. So here's the last book I read. I'm in front of my bookshelf. The last book I read was Gothic Violence by Mike Ma.
Any good?
It's a real good read. I'm not gonna talk too much about it, but there's a disclaimer right when you start reading the book, like on the first page. And here's the disclaimer. Legal disclaimer. The story, all names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this story are fictitious. No identification with actual persons living or deceased, blah, blah, blah. The usual. But here's the second paragraph, which is very cool. The author does not intend to cite a revolution or the overthrow of the United States government. The author does not condone the use of force, violence, or weapons, improvised or otherwise. Kindly stop adding him to terror databases and watch lists. The following is a work of fiction.
Respect. I gotta read that. What's it called?
Gothic Violence.
Gothic Violence. Okay, I'm adding to the list. Yeah. I think my favorite like disclaimer in a book, or maybe a disclaimer, but kind of like a introduction like that, is in the first page of Kaczynski's completed works is an apology. He says, "I'm sorry for the disorganized nature of this book. My victims," and he puts victims in quotation mark, objected to the writing and publication of this book. And the fact that he like apologizes for the book, but not to the victims, and puts victims in quotation mark. But not to the victims. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, Ted is a character.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy I'd love to read. He's honestly, I'll read Kaczynski and Nick Land in the same day, and I'm just like drawn all over the place. You must turn to the woods. You must advance technology. It's both at the same time. It's fun to read them both.
It's beautiful. actually, like how you're gonna fry your brain that much.
Yeah.
Like, did you see the video that had the what's that? Oh my gosh, I don't remember. Have you seen the video of Meltdown? Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah,
share it
Meltdown
on.
by Nick Land. I have watched that. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna stream it.
Oh, that shit!
Let's watch.
Like
Let's
that
watch it.
shit. If you partake in narcotics and watch that shit,
Yeah, I did. I got really high and then watched it. And I was just like, "What the fuck?"
yeah, that's gonna fry your brain, bro.
Yeah, let's watch it. Let's watch it. I'm gonna stream it to the people here. What is like? I don't know what the host saying because it's 26 minutes long. I might do that later, like middle of the night when no one else is on the stream. But I just let's say
Yeah,
the screen real quick.
that shit is bananas. That's to say the least.
Full screen, and now
There it is.
there we go.
Yeah, if I still partook, I'd never be able to watch this.
He's not talking it. Here it is.
The story goes like this. Certain chapters by technical capital singularity. Concentration, allocation, and oceanic navigation. Lock into commoditization takeoff. Logistically accelerating techno-economic interactivity. Rumble social order and auto-sophisticating machine learning. As markets learn to manufacture intelligence, politics modernizes, upgrades paranoia, and tries to get a grip.
What a video!
What a fucking video! That's a
All right,
fucking
guys. Does anybody? Do you own Feng Nom? Hold on.
Phenomena.
Yeah. I just
Yeah,
got this book, and
it's on my wish list too.
I find the page here. My favorite page in this book. Is you can find it. Like it gets crazier and crazier as it goes on.
It does. It
It's a
accelerates.
binary code. Just throw the binary code into it. I love it.
It's very postmodern.
Yeah. So someone
I mean-
described I went to TikTok and I looked up Nick Land to see if I can find Nick Land TikToks. And one of my favorite ones was Nick Land was a communist who took too much acid and became a fascist.
I think that's not inaccurate. That's
It's
not inaccurate.
It's kind of like, I mean, you're not wrong. It is just not the full picture, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's not inaccurate. Have you seen this channel on YouTube called Unism?
No.
It has a vaporwave version of Ted Kaczynski's manifesto.
Oh, dude, if you can send me a link to that, I would love to watch it.
Yeah, and it has like narrations of Yarvin's content, and it has a lot of good content in that sphere. It has Kaczynski, it has Yarvin, and it has some, and they combine like narration with aesthetics, and
Was it?
it's a real. Let me see if I can find the video and I'll send it. I'll DM it to you, and it's really cool. It's Unis, I think. Yeah, Unism.
Okay, so I find it here.
Twitter. Okay. There you go. Like the vaporwave edition of Industrial Society is really cool. It also has the clear pale, and it has a bunch of very well produced video content.
I'm just looking at some of these things here, and it's kind of a esoteric. It's very let's see if I find a good one here. They have a white boy summer video.
Oh yeah, they do. They do. I had forgotten about that.
Let's see here. Goy Miro. Wow, they got some Savo Zizek who I've tried watching him and I can't get past the voice. But I'm sure people say the same thing about me.
Zizek is terrible. I hate Zizek. And
I will say his video explaining when he got the inward pass is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
visual audiobooks.
Yeah, they do audiobooks, but their narration, unlike Skeptical Waves, which I'm a big fan of Skeptical Waves.
I love Skeptical Waves.
But those are narrated by an actual person instead of an AI or a text to voice. So it's very cool.
Oh yeah, have you ever seen this commercial? It's a pastor who says if we got this many people in the sign up join the church, well, I'll get the church logo tattooed on my arm, and he gets it tattooed on stage, and it's just like, what is this? What is this nonsense?
Oh, I saw that. It was so weird.
Cringe. Okay, here we go.
Is that like the book of Ecclesiastes?
Might be a visual audiobook from
the units.
Ecclesiastes. Yeah, this is Ecclesiastes. Visual audiobooks of Ecclesiastes.
The vanity of life. The words of the preacher, the son of David.
Holy shit, this is cool. Holy fucking
definitely
shit,
fun to watch.
this is cool.
Ryan's back. What up, Ryan?
Yo.
Hey.
Going good.
Sorry, guys. I'm about to go out for dinner soon. I'm just going to hop back in real quick.
Nice. You go to a nice restaurant or go to like McDonald's or something?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, but while I'm at Baltimore, we only got like a few restaurants that are good. There's like a good pizza place that makes like the best calzones. And then we have a good like seafood place that has like crab mac and cheese and has a crab cake on a burger, and they call it the Krabby Patty from SpongeBob. It's pretty good.
Wait, where are you in Florida?
Central Florida, Polk County.
All right, is that like close to
Yeah,
Orlando?
I forgot you're so near me.
You in Florida?
Oh yeah, I'm in Lake County.
Dude, we gotta meet up sometime.
I know.
We gotta hang out. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm in Florida all the time, but not like not Central Florida so much. I'm by like Delray Beach and Jupiter.
Okay. I know some people in Jupiter.
Yeah. Dude, the food's good in Florida. It's just, I mean, you can't get like, I mean, I'm from New York, so like, I'm not gonna say like you guys have good pizza or bagels, but a lot of the food is really good.
There's a lot of good food here.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I'm in Florida, I get the mahi. That's like my go-to. But besides that, it's pretty solid.
There's a restaurant just down the street from me that has some killer mahi.
Yo, based hopping, fucking. I feel like you're another guy that catches a lot of shit. I fucking took a strong stance today, and I'm getting fucked. But
what do you mean I get a lot of shit from who?
Like you'd have like you have like some like very like based opinions, and you catch a lot of flack for it from like lolberts. Like,
well, sure, like what? I haven't had caught shit in a while.
Yeah,
mostly
not in a
because
while.
I just get blocked by the people that give me shit.
I haven't seen you catch shit in a while. I guess because everyone's blocked you, but.
No,
yeah.
like I don't know, dude. Like I try my best to be a level-headed person, but more and more I just roll my eyes and just throw my full phone against the wall.
Yeah,
honestly,
that's probably the best course of action.
I don't know.
I do it most of the time, but every once in a while I see it take so stupid. I'm just like, you know what? I got nothing to do the next few hours. I'll spend time arguing with this idiot.
Also, libertarian Twitter is just annoying me more
I
and
just
more.
don't
I'm like,
engage.
I'm genuinely considering just leaving because I'm not about it right now. I'm kind of.
Nah, you know what it is? Like, I wasn't even trying to take that far of like but he's just so fucking annoying with the quote tweets, bro. Like, he's like, shut the fuck up. Like, I keep getting notifications, like whatever. I said what I said, and you're gonna keep fucking going. Like, it is just fucking annoying, bro.
I only had one like major disagreement when we were discussing. Oh my gosh, what's one of the cases where? I forgot her name, was shot by the cop, and she was
Taylor.
Yeah. The whole thing where he said that she was on the bed, and I was just correcting a factual thing that he got wrong because she was in the hallway hiding behind the boyfriend, and as the cops fired, she was shot in the crossfire. Like, his point was like, oh, it doesn't matter. He was killed by the cops. So like, no, it matters if you're going to charge the cops. There's a difference between being caught in the crossfire due to negligence and going inside the room and shooting a girl. You know, like the factual matters of the case actually make a difference.
Yeah. Like I would say, regardless, the no-knock raids are ridiculous, and that's what happened. But yeah, the actual matter do make a difference.
I'm not a big fan of the no-knock raids either. I think that's bullshit. It's just like it's like a recipe for disaster. Recipe for disaster.
And especially in plain clothes. Like, they were in plain clothes in a no-knock raid. It's not like
was it the no-knock raid though? From what I've seen, correct me if I'm wrong, with some case facts that they did actually announce themselves.
I believe they announced themselves, but it was a no-knock raid warrant, and they did announce themselves as cops. But if you have the opportunity to no-knock raid and you announce it as cops, but you're in plain clothes, I could say I'm a cop. So I don't fault the victims for being like, hey, people in regular clothes are at my door screaming police. I can't trust that.
Sure, but also it comes like to the matters of the case, because those kind of things matter when it comes to sentencing.
After they do matter, but I think it makes it, regardless of the sentencing, I think we make a moral claim, not a legal claim, that what was done was morally wrong. Or at least stupid, based on the parts of yelling police in plain clothes.
Dude, it's just like, oh my god, dude! Like, fucking Jose blocked me, dude. Like, that's so crazy. I'm like, all right,
for what?
Man, Agawist are lawbooks, okay? Agawist are lawbooks. I'm saying it here.
I don't know. Dude, that's like crazy. I was like, okay, like I kind of thought he was cool. Like, I don't really talk to him that much, but like, and then he's like, I'm gonna block you. Like, okay, dude. I guess.
But like, for what? What did you say?
Oh, he was saying, go ahead.
Dude, I said that fucking according to Ace's understanding of the NAP, pedophiles can be good libertarians. And it's true. So I don't understand what the fuck the problem is.
I actually disagree with that.
Well, the definition of a pedophile is someone that's sexually attracted to children.
It's
I think in Ace's mind, it's someone who acts upon it.
Yeah, well, that's what he's trying to say, but that's not what the definition is. So
yeah,
if we're gonna argue semantics, then whatever. But he's like trying to say like, oh, libertines are like, you could be like a good libertarian and also a libertine. I'm like, no, you can't, because if you take it to its logical conclusion, then you have to include pedophiles in it.
So
and I don't buy that.
I will agree with you on this point, but I do think the definition of pedophilia is wrong. I don't think you should classify someone based on an actualized potential. And so it's when they have the potentiality and the attracted to something, if they're not acting on it, I mean, everyone has their potentialities that they're attracted to. They were not acting, they don't act on it. I don't think we should classify people based on potentialities.
Yeah,
so I don't like the definition by saying that, but your point is based on the definition, so it is fail. I just think the definition is an incorrect definition of pedophilia.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, my definition is even if you're having those feelings, you should be flown out into the middle of the fucking Atlantic Ocean, and I don't give a fuck.
If you get a chubby for a child, you should just be killed. That's
I can agree.
I'm going with the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Banish the Atlantic Ocean.
I would say millstone around the neck. I think that's a good one.
But
if there was treatment possible, should they be allowed to receive it?
I would say yeah. If we had proof of a successful treatment that actually worked, I would be in favor of that. I haven't seen any evidence of successful treatment so far.
Well, I'm not saying there is, but I don't think that just having that attraction should immediately warrant that you get killed. Like, it is a sickness, and if there's a way to treat it,
I think that
unless there's treatment, but I don't think it's a sickness. I don't
think it's a worse killing, but I do think it's worse distancing. So if you have a covenant community and you know someone has these attractions, I think that the possibility of risk is high enough to warrant excommunication from the covenant community.
Well,
I don't think it's enough to...
Dude, well, I think my whole understanding of anarchism is through like a right-wing lens where like I don't think it'd be a free-for-all fucking party. Like, I think there'd be covenant communities, and I think that like most covenant communities would not allow that type of behavior. Regardless, like there's no state, but like no one's gonna put up with that shit in a respectable covenant community. That's absurd.
If it wants to be sustainable, it needs to have extremely high standards, much higher standards than even the most snooty country club you can think of.
Well, that was my point with Ace when he said good for them on Ryan's post about most basic libertarians just want to smoke pot and be hookers, and he said good for them, and I explained to him that hey, no, once sex work is morally wrong, and it's not conducive for a society that wants to maintain liberty.
No, it
But like, dude, I don't even entertain the idea that an anarchist private law society would just be a free for all. It makes no sense. That's not real. It's not real life. Like that would never happen.
From Ace's perspective, and the same, I've had these conversations with Dylan before, is that they don't care about the cultural fabric of the society they live in. They care only about that. They care about a baseline liberty, and then whatever propagates from that, they're okay with.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're both technically living in a Capistan in our heads, but like I genuinely think that like one could actually work, whereas one is just like a complete fantasy. Like that would never work.
Well, no, one is closer to the functioning society now than the other. And the fact that we do have communities and we do have churches,
of course.
But what? Sorry,
I'm about to kick all of you out at 8 because I got a guy coming in for a one-on-one interview at 8. I want to actually have to clip that out because the only day it was free was Friday, so he's coming at 8. I'm going to clip out just his interview later for a separate episode. I got
Sounds good.
Kick off you at 8, but so you still got like 2 more minutes, and we can wait till he pops in. But
that's all right. I got a date.
Yeah.
I take my fiance out.
Ooh, nice.
And you're all free to hop back in. You're all free to hop back in later because I'm doing this till 7 o'clock in the morning.
Just give a shout.
You guys are doing 12 out. I'll be in later tonight then.
Nice.
I'll come back.
Yeah.
But I gotta take her out. It was a long week, dude. It's been so hot out on the job site. I've been like,
dude, this week in Florida heat this week has been kicking my ass. It's been so hot this week. Like I don't sunburn. I don't normally sunburn. And this week my face was just burnt. It doesn't normally happen.
Bro, even with the rain earlier this week, and it was still terrible.
Oh, it's so humid out there. Man. It was the worst.
But anyway, I'm gonna split, guys. I'm interested to like talk later because like that whole thing, like I can't believe I understand the pushback from like the Lolberts, whatever, but this is like blowing my fucking mind, dude. Like I don't understand the pushback because like I just don't get. I literally don't get it. I literally can't comprehend it.
The biggest problem with Ace nowadays is that he has a huge follower. That everyone who follows him saying, "Oh, if I make a good point, he'll follow me back," and they want Ace's follow. And so you have all these other people hopping in who aren't worth engaging with.
They're simping for him.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but I genuinely think he's kind of a clown. Like I like to go back and forth with him, but like I don't take his opinion. But like with like a guy like Jose, like that bugged me out. Like the whole Ace thing, I don't give a fuck about Ace, whatever. But like the fact that like I thought he was like kind of like a normal guy that like likes like Dave Smith and shit. Is part of that whole crew. For that to happen, I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like that's crazy to me. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So whatever. I don't give. It's not that big. It's not gonna ruin my fucking night. But it just like I genuinely don't understand the level of like how people can be such lolberts. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go out on this date, guys. Have a good night. I'll catch you guys later.
All right. Have fun.
Thank you.
Behave.
Yeah. Hope he got that part.
He's not gonna behave. Oh shit.
He's in New York. He's gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm going through this like list of people on that YouTube channel you sent me. These videos are awesome. I'm gonna have to check these out later.
It's great. It's great. Their vaporwave version of industrial society of the manifesto is 10 out of 10. His like the mold book content is 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Like right when I first discovered Moldbug, well, a while after I discovered Moldbug, I discovered their videos and I'm like, oh, this is so good. Like for some time, I preferred them to Skeptical Waves because right when Moldbug started posting Gray Mirror, which was supposed to be a book when it was still supposed to be a book.
Yeah.
They
That book's
were
never coming out.
Yeah, they were posting as if it were like they were every new post they would make a video, and Skeptical Waves would do the same thing. But theirs, I like their production value and everything else about them much better than I did with Skeptical Waves.
Yeah.
I switched to Skeptical Waves because there was no way around it.
Yeah, I like Skeptical Waves because he's like a regular audiobook. I appreciate it. I would say it kind of threw me off the heavy voice is the same, but I got used to it. But
I really got used to it after a while.
He has leftism and liberty acquired by Caden. So it's like I gotta listen to that guy. That's the only audiobooks available for those books.
It has everything. It's really good. I really like the work he's doing. And when academic agent was doing, like, for instance, when he did Carlisle Day, all the quote unquote required readings for Carlisle Day were posted there. So
I respect that about him. It's the whole crew, man. Ryan Turnipseed, Radical Liberation, Academic Agent, Secular Waves, Solomon, the whole like crew over there doing their own thing, like their own community. I respect it.
Yeah, that gang is really cool. Yeah, they're really cool. Yeah, I like him.
I've had Ryan on the show, and I love talking to that guy. He is wicked smart.
Yeah,
he's great.
And it's crazy how that goes, huh?
Yeah.
And what's the crazy? I'm sorry.
I gotta respond to this guy in the comments section quick. If you want to see my takes on Curtis Yarvin and if he's being watered down or that kind of stuff, I have an episode here I recorded with 2-Bit Jason and Carlos of Los Libertinos on Curtis Yarvin, Friend or Fed. We go into depths about Curtis Yarvin being watered down or becoming mainstream and the effects it's going to have. And so if you want to see more about that kind of conversation, that take, I highly recommend watching that video. I might say it on 2-Bit podcast.
I actually think I can give my opinion. I think like being exposed to Yarvin has its diminishing returns of the shock value and like how much it changes your worldview. I think people becoming milk toast is kind of just you getting acclimated to them. Like for me, like Michael Malice is pretty milk toast now, but that's just because I'm used to him.
Yeah, I think
I'm used to his antics, so like nothing shocks me really anymore.
Yeah,
I see those things kind of like from a kind of music perspective because that's kind of the world I came from, and it's kind of like when you're like 12 and you listen to Slipknot for the first time. And you think, oh my God, this is the heaviest shit I've listened to in my entire life. And then when you're 18 and you're listening to heavy shit that is like appalling, you think that Slipknot now, this is not too heavy. This is like mainstream. It's the same.
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I'm whole point about when the biggest problem with Yarvin, if he goes mainstream, he's being pushed by Peter Thiel. He's being pushed by people. He's going to eventually end up on Rogan, probably. He's on Tucker Carlson. The big question for me is will he become? How do I put this? On the podcast about before Jordan Peterson started his own podcast, he was kind of guy behind the mainstream right. The people were using his talking point. People were talking about him. People were using his points in the conversation, and he wasn't a forefront person. He was behind the scenes person. But when he started his own podcast, he became a forefront person. I've noticed he was a lot less interesting then. Will Yarvin become a behind the scenes person, people whose ideas are circulated and used, or he become a forefront person who was this kind of boy?
I don't think he's going to be a forefront person.
Exactly, and that's my take as well.
I don't think he's not. I mean, he's well spoken, but he's difficult to follow in an interview.
Yeah, so but those two things contradict each other.
Yeah.
To be well spoken and to have people have it hard to follow, those two things contradict each other. Like once you get used to his speech pattern, you can follow along. But
my problem is he catches a wave. He'll catch a wave when it's just like, oh, I get what you're saying. But in the moment that sentence ends, he goes, yeah, and then he just starts stuttering again. So it's like, you
have to be fully engaged. If you like drift away for 2 seconds and then you catch back up, you're absolutely lost.
Like,
Yeah.
if I can stick to Nick Land for like 30 minutes, I'll understand what he's saying. But if I try to do anything else and listen to Nick Land or read or anything, I have to like Nick Land. I have to sit down and okay, I'm going to watch Nick Land for 30 minutes now. I can't do anything else but listen to Nick Land. He's like
They're not palatable for people who are not autistic or who don't have at least some traits of autism.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't think he'll ever become mainstream. He'll become mainstream if someone like Tucker Carlson or someone more charismatic starts making the content and the concepts in a more palatable way. But I don't think he's ever gonna be in the forefront.
What part of his message can grasp onto a mainstream audience?
I think it's stuff about the elites. I think that'll become. I think it's not really his stuff about the elites, but his way of talking about the elites. I think.
I also think that the framing of progressivism as a form of mainline Protestantism. I think that's probably something that people can understand because it's not. People are already talking about how progressives are a cult or how social justice is a cult or whatever. To make the switch from cult to religion, and I think it's much better to treat it as an actual religion, especially if someone willing to do some lawfare starts treating progressivism as a de facto religion, and that the separation of church and state applies to them.
Yeah, I think that's the point. His what's it called? An open-minded progressive, and he makes this point about Harvard is basically a church. I think that's something that I use a lot. I think that's true and palatable. I think that's
completely accurate.
Yeah.
Like one thing that when he talks about the cathedral being something synoptical, it became very clear to me recently, not recently, but some time ago, because I went to church here and mass was in English and everything. And then for some reason I decided to watch church again, but from a Brazilian priest I like. And it clicked to me because what's going to be the gospel for that mass is going to be the same in both countries. And I was thinking of the homilies. The homilies were synoptical, like Moldbug talks about the cathedral. They were different, but they were coming from the same spirit, from the same framework. And you see that a lot within progressivism. They're independent, they're coming from different perspectives, they're coming from not different perspectives, but they're coming from different places, but they're saying the same thing with different words. And I was like, holy shit, I knew that I didn't know. I knew that, like, in theory, it wasn't something that, I know that's how it is, but I could clearly see it manifesting itself in reality, exemplified by something that I believe in and that I know that it's true. But in the case of the libs, it's so fake and it's so preposterous.
Wasn't that what's his name? Marcel Abreu, Archbishop Marcel Abreu. His point about why all the mass should be done in English or be done in Latin is because it makes it harder to subvert something when everyone is stuck to doing it the exact same way. And so it's his point about why all masters should be done in English. What we see about him, I think he's correct on the point that all masters should be done. But if they were all done the same way, it makes it harder for subversion to take place.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing that it's also that's something that I've been thinking a lot about is that because I'm from a bilingual background, and like earlier this year, my mom came to visit and we went to church, and the mass was in English, and she had to download an app to be able to follow mass, to know what was going on, because she needed an app with the translations in Portuguese. But if it were in Latin, it didn't matter where we were. The mass would be the exact same without any change, at least the liturgy, not the homily, at the very least.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do the bookstore tour before the guest gets in here, so I'm gonna have to. keep
Okay,
y'all out for a
let's
bit.
do this.
Okay, so I made the camera over here.
Is that the new shelf you put together recently?
Yeah, I got a new bookshelf.
Oh, cool.
Let me switch my mic around so y'all can hear me.
Is that from IKEA?
Walmart.
I have the
Okay.
same one, but a 3-shelfer.
I got that free stuff over here from other books. Not really books, more like comic books. I keep the comic books on that one.
Actually, I didn't put the back on because now I can disassemble it if I move anywhere. It's much
Nice.
easier to get in like in the car when it's just stacks of wood.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, I had to switch the mic to the headset. Okay, I'm gonna move this camera here.
Oh, I need to get one of those lights to put on my ceiling too. That looks cool.
Okay. Trying to make sure I get. Not really only the top precepts matter, so I'm not gonna try to position it too perfectly. Okay, there we go. Let me just put the tweet to the bookstore tour in a bit, because I know I have several friends who specifically want to see that part. Copy link to tweet. Okay, bookstore tour, and let me just make the time. So I'm gonna clip this part out later for hour 10 minutes in. Okay, bookstore tour. Let me just throw some of these books back on the shelf here so that so currently the bookshelf isn't organized because I just put them all back up and I haven't had time to organize the bookshelf. But starting here, we got Liberty and Equality, Sounds in Our Times by Fidel.
Based.
Patrick Newman's book, Cronyism, Liberty versus Power. This is a great
Nice.
one. Mist of National Defense by Harper. That I first found out about Le Den and his Monarchy and War piece, which is a must-read. Let's see, we got Economy and Society History by Harper, The Bitcoin Standard, Death to the West by Buchanan, After Liberalism by Gottfried, The Great Purge by Gottfried, Multiculturalism by Gottfried, Samuel
Holy
Francis'
shit.
gigantic book.
Leviathan.
Let me actually put this camera up a little bit to get my face in here. There we go. Leviathan's Enemies. This is a
That's a great book. I really want to. I read the PDF and it's real good.
Nice. My favorite book, Suicide Arrest by James Burnham. I listened to this on Audible and immediately bought the hard copy. I was like, no, I gotta read it too, because this is my favorite book. I love that one. There we go. Degrees of Knowledge by Jacques Maritain. Great book on epistemology from a specific standpoint. And I get my Fraser section. You got 3 Fraser books. Scholastic Metaphysics, A Contemporary Introduction, 5 Proofs for the Existence of God, and then The Last Superstition. All great, all must read if you're at all scholastic or Catholic minded. City of God by Augustine. We got Epistemological Problems of Economics. This is my second favorite Mises book. I'm an epistemology nerd, and so anything on epistemology, I love it. And so the Epistemological Problems of Economics is a phenomenal book. And we got The True History of the American Revolution by George Sidney Fisher.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. We got let me try to get this back in here. Let's see here. We got the Fideo. I was going to say it by Plato. This is a little quick Plato work. I have several books that have 2 copies of it. They completed works of things. The Biblical Way of Playing the Mass by Father Timothy.
Nice.
Jesus, this is a great one. Jesus Among Other Gods by Ravi Zacharias. He compares how Jesus fits in among other Indian, other religious figures. That's a good one.
That's cool.
Got my Tolstoy books. Kingdom of God Was in You, Confession by Tolstoy, Natural Law by Spooner, Case for Gold by Ron Paul.
That's a good one. That's a classic.
Where Is That in the Bible by Patrick Madrid. It's basically just it's all the Catholic views on things, and it's where's that in the Bible so you can prove it biblically. So I hold to a material sufficiency instead of a part and part view. So I believe everything the church teaches can be found in Scripture and expand upon in Scripture because it's another source of authority. And so I really am a fan of that book.
Mm-hmm.
Inaugural Primal by Conkin. The first major book I read, I probably was more serious, not fiction, was Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Great book. I'm a fan of Frankl. Let's see, we got A Father Who Keeps His Promises, Scott Hahn's book on covenant theology throughout the Bible.
Nice.
That's a fun one. Theory of Money and Credit by Mises. I when it comes to economics, I'm like monetary series, my shit. I love monetary series, monetary stuff like that. So that was a fun one to read. The Canterbury Classic, Sun Tzu, Art of War. This is a fun one. That was an Eastern philosophy. It's got a bunch of Eastern stuff in here. It's great artwork in the middle. Huge fan of that one. I got that one in Chicago when I was visiting.
Mm-hmm.
The first Aquinas book I got on law, morality, and politics. It's this kind of Aquinas is talk on different topics. So those categories. To Live by Yu Hall, a phenomenal fiction book. I recommend everybody read this one. This is a great one. It's like a Greek tragedy. You start crying and you start laughing because you don't know what else to do. It's really good. A Good Man is Hard to Find by Flannery O'Connor. Been really getting into Flannery O'Connor recently. I'm obsessed. He's phenomenal.
Oh, I got it in my backpack.
Nice.
What's it called? I got one by her. I don't remember the name. Shit, but she's real good. Yeah, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a fan. We got Economics of One Lesson by Hazlitt. This was the biggest red pill I think about one of the first red pills. We got Imperium by Yaki.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, that one's gonna get this video taken. That one's gonna come up in when the feds investigate me. That's gonna be brought up. Thomas Carlyle, French Revolution, a history. Sexual Desires by Roger Scruton. Bill Carver and I are gonna eventually cover this book because it's great. The Divine Comedy by Dante. I have 2 copies of Divine Comedy based on translations. So definitely, this is the one I've never finished it, but it's one of those books that I picked up and gone through a few times, started a few times. It's fun. Faith Seeking Freedom: The Libertarian Christian Institute's Guide to Christian Libertarianism. I disagree with a lot of it, but they would have won the. Let's see, the 4th episode I ever did was just them. I had Carrie Baldwin and Doug Stewart on. I was super happy they agreed to come on. That was such a new podcaster. Vices Are Not Crimes by Lysander Spooner. I don't think I agree with this one. I mean, I somewhat agree with that one still. Then I got my Ayn Rand collection. I have Virtue of Selflessness, Romantic Manifesto, Philosophy Who Needs It, The New Intellectuals, and The Fountainhead. The Iliad by Homer.
Base.
Now I got pocket editions of Man, Economy, and State and of Human Action. Definitely, I've tried to get through Man, Economy, and State. I just can't do it, but I can get through Human. I've read most of Human Action. That's a good one. Do Something Beautiful for God. This is a gift from my church on Mother Teresa. A lot of these books came from my church. When I became Catholic and they found out I like to read, they gave me access to the library and just let me read as much as I wanted to read.
Yeah. When I got confirmed, I got a couple of books as well.
Nice. The Political Writings of St. Augustine. This is a fun one. Augustine is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Pocket Book of Verses. This is a gift of a friend of mine who does poetry. Pocket book. I've never read it, but it's an older copy of poetry. Mr. Robin Barons, Confucius and the Analytics, The Life of Teresa of Jesus, the autobiography by Teresa Avila. I don't know if they say that. St. Francis of Assisi. Yeah. Look on him. Really fun one.
Is that Chesterton's?
No, it's a different one. This is a really fun one. Concadia. I met the author, and this is actually the first book that an author ever sent me for the podcast. He wanted to come on and do it. He's eventually come on. I'm just a really slow reader. So he sent me a copy of his book in the mail, so I got to have him on. So it's the goal of this podcast was I wanted to have authors send me their new book so I don't have to buy them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these feel great. Natural Law by Zach Maritain. Hail Holy Queen by Scott Hahn. This book is amazing. And then my favorite Maritain book, The Tree Reformers. Lucifer, Descartes, and Rousseau.
I've
He
never
draws the
heard of
intellectual line between those three and blames Lucifer. He blames Rousseau for all Rousseau's problems on Descartes, all Descartes' problems on Lucifer, and Lucifer he blames on everything. And so it's really good. Now I got over here Socrates Meets Jesus and The Best Things in Life. Peter Kreeft wrote 2 Socratic dialogues on Socrates coming alive in modern day and meeting people. This one's really fun, but this one is great because he meets a guy who's an engineer who doesn't like philosophy. He's like, so he has to explain to him why philosophy isn't a department or why philosophy isn't a job. It's a way of looking at things. We discovered Jesus, the invitation by Matthew Kelly. Another gift from the church. Rome Sweet Home by Scott Hahn.
Oh, Rome Sweet Home is
So
fantastic.
good. Like, I love Scott Hahn. I have a lot. I don't have all his books. He's only wrote like 63, but I have a lot of his. The Autobiography of Andrew Jackson from 1767 to 1821. This is the book that Joe Bishop and Patrick Newman told me to read after talking to him about Andrew Jackson. Politically Incorrect Guide to the Civil War. Oh, this is a fun one. Son Leal is a new author on Facebook, not on Twitter. He wrote Consent is Morality. Basically, it's a philosophical book on consent being the basis for morality. I heard it on Facebook. He plugged his book on Michael Malice and Tom Woods episode through a super chat. And I'm like, oh, I can do a book club podcast and have one authors. And that's why I got the idea to do the podcast.
Oh, that's cool.
My favorite Rothbard book, probably. The History of Money and Banking in the United States. I love it. Okay, these are the fun ones. I'm actually going to come back closer for this one. These are my autograph books. Okay, so I have a Ben Shapiro book, How to Show America in 3 Easy Steps. It is autographed. I have Equal is Unfair, which is also signed by Yaron Brook.
Nice.
A Sean Hannity book. This is the first book, my first political book, because I was a huge Sean Hannity fan when I was younger, like 8. And so I got this, it was at the campground, it was like leave a book, take a book, and I just stole it. I found out later it was signed by Sean Hannity, which was kind of fun. And then my most prized book, Ethics of Liberty by Ray Rothbard, signed. So I love
By Rothbard?
Yeah, I have a signed Rothbard book.
Oh, that's cool.
I actually didn't know it was when I bought it. I bought it used online, and I opened it up, and I just saw it was autographed. And I was like, is this legit? And I asked on Twitter a few people at Business Institute, and they're like, it looks legit to me. And so I was like,
that's cool.
Go. Study Guide for Human Action by Bob Murphy. I Heard God Laugh by Matthew Kelly. Oh, this is a great one. Theology of the Body by Christopher West. Theology of the Body is super interesting. I love reading about it, and he is an incredible person. Let's see. We got Bad Religion by Ross Duart. That was the first time I ever heard, like, first Catholic book I ever bought. And I was kind of like impressed. I was like, okay, Catholicism isn't really stupid, I guess. Because I was uber Protestant. And then, so that was definitely a fun one to read. We got Letter to a Suffering Church by Bishop Barron. That was a gift. We got St. John de Matthew on the Divine Images. This was a fun one to read because he opens up with an apology, basically saying, "Dear God, please help me be nice to these people." It's so awesome. He has to at the beginning, he asks God to help him be nice. It's incredible. The Wisdom of Fulton Scene. We got Notes from the Underground by Dostoevsky. Oh, this is a great one. Puritan Empire: A Catholic Perspective on American History. That's a good read. That's a fun one. And then we got, let's see here, Continental Achievements: Roman Catholicism in the United States of America. Education, Free and Compulsory by Rothbard, probably my second favorite Rothbard book. The Philosophical Origins of Austrian Economics by David Gordon. And I got Aristocracy, Monarchy to Democracy by Harper. Anti-Politics by Sal Mayweather, Gay Libertarian Rights, New Libertarian Manifesto, Austrian Macroeconomics. Oh, this was the first anarchy book I ever bought. Anarchy and Christianity by Jacques Ellul. Yeah, the first half of this book is incredible because he argues for biblical anarchy pretty much, and there's a lot of really great stuff in here. But the second half of the book basically argues for socialism. So not great, but his stuff on technology and his technological civilization book technological society book is really good. My favorite fictional book, Leo Tolstoy's Death of Ivan Ilyich. This book, I couldn't sleep when I finished it. I was just like, I need to get my life in order. Because Tolstoy has that effect. Ooh, hard copy of Syrian History of Mises. This one. I think this one is slept on. Of all the Mises books, this one gets slept on the most. I feel like it's really good and not talked about enough. Put these 4 out here. Okay, they have Uncrowned Him, Marcel Levesque's book on liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
History of Education in the United States by Knock, John Locke's 2 treatises on government, and then Academic Agents' Populist Delusion. Then we got Fanged Pneuma, have you said, by Nick Land, Christianity for Modern Pagans by Kreeft. That's a really good book. Christopher Paolini's Brissinger, the third book in the Aragon series. In the Beginning, this is Pope Benedict, by the time he was Cardinal Ratzinger's book on Genesis, and his homilies he gave on Genesis. That's a really fun one. Molly Tarn's Approaches to God. That's a good one. I'll get these books back in here. My four more my Scott Hahn books. Got Covenant Communion. This is a good one. Decline and Fall of Sacred Scripture. This book he argues about how bringing the Bible out of the church and the academia basically destroyed the way people should read the Bible, and he goes after medical criticisms, and it's really good.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah, I have the full on. It's a popular book of scholarly work, which I have somewhere over here. So I'll show it off when I get to it, and it's really good. And then Angels and Saints, and then The Lamb's Supper, which is a book of Revelations and the Mass, which is a really fun one. Bunch of sort of books, bunch of pamphlets, pretty much. Let's see here, pamphlet-wise. Social Democracy by Harper. Trying to get this camera angle right here. There we go. Okay, well, that's just cooking now. Hold on. There we go. Minute the Road Leads to Socialism. Anatomy of the State by my first Red Pill. Natural Relief in the State. On Human Life, Human Vitae by Pope John Paul. Nations by Consent. Minute the Road Leads to Socialism. Liberty and Property in the Economic Calculation Form of Socialism. Economic Science, the Austrian Method. The Law by Bastiat, which this is a phenomenal. I love Bastiat.
Bastiat's so good.
I
need to reread him. I haven't. He what?
Yep, apparently he was Catholic. Well, I'm making
an
article about him, and when he makes an argument for why liberalism is properly understood as an opposed to Catholicism, he lists famous Catholic liberals like Bastiat.
That's cool.
Why Catholic Bibles are bigger, and then the Protestant Dilemma. 1984 by George Orwell. He's back in here. I got The Biggest Lie in the History of Christianity. My favorite Mises Institute published book is Against the Left by Lee Rockwell. I'm actually read that later in the live stream. That's just a great one. The Federalist, the Anti-Federalist Papers, my sixth figurine. Roast of Nations. This is a good book on Aquinas. It's all of Aquinas starts on love and ecstasy. And I'm a huge fan for like philosophy of love and stuff. My favorite philosophy book is probably Symposium by Plato. So that's a good one. Here's a good. Modern Biblical Criticism is a tool of statecraft from 1700 to 1900s by Scott Hahn. He argues for how how people would use the Bible to justify political means. This is
that's
really
cool.
Good. Yeah. My hero, Thomas De Lorenzo's book, Problem of Socialism. It's Confessions of St. Augustine. I have a really cool copy of Confessions of St. Augustine. It's tiny.
I got my copy of Confessions at a thrift store near my place, and it's so cool. I'm gonna show you a picture later.
Nice. I have the complete Lord of the Rings collection on one book. That's a fun one. I'm trying to get through that again, but I really have a hard time reading Tolkien because I'm not smart. A crucifix, obviously. Okay, here we go. Right. Left and the Right, The Left, the Right, and the State by Rockwell. Politicizing the Bible from, this is a good one. Politicizing the Bible, Roots of Historical Criticism and the Secularization of Scripture, 1300 to 1700. This is part one as a book by Hahn. It is I think it's a must read for any Catholic monarchist type. It's a must read.
Mm-hmm.
All 5 volumes of Conceding Liberty by Mary Rothbard. Volume 1 and 2 of the Complete Works of Aristotle. All 3 of the Austro-Libertarian books by David Gordon. The Complete Works of Plato. The Divine Comedy by Dante. Books 1 through 6, Commentary of Metaphysics by Aquinas. Then the Summa Theologica Supplementum, questions 1 to 68 and 69 to 99, which is the opening, the first one, about how pride is the root of all sin, is ridiculously good. Socrates. Then we have Democracy, the God That Failed, Theory of Social Capitalism, Economics and Ethics of Private Property, The Great Fiction, History of Man, Libertarian Manifesto, Anatomy of the Crass, What Social Animals Owe to Each Other by Soda Witzman, Failures of New Economics by Henry Hazlitt, Human Action, Marxism Unmasked. Mises is a great job on this one by talking about Marxism. It's almost as good as socialism, but in sort of the read. Interventionism and Economic Analysis, The Austrian Theory of Trade Cycle and other essays, Anti-Capitalistic Mentality, Omnipotent Government, On Manipulation of Money and Credit, The Church Confronts Modernity by Tom Woods. I think this was his first book, I believe. It was his thesis for his PhD. The Church in the Market by Tom Woods, Choice by Bob Murphy, The Aggressive Era by Rothbard, Ethics of Liberty, Egalitarian Vote Against Nature, Chaos Theory, F.A. Hayek Road to Serfdom. This is a good one. Hughesmont's Ethics of Money Production. That's a really good one. Scott Hahn's Fool's Errand, Enough Already. Coming to Palestine, Sarah Whitman's book on Palestine. That's a good one. Patriarchal by Sir Robert Fillmore. That's the opening line of that book is incredible. And then my favorite Mises book, probably, besides Syrian History, The Tie. It's Socialism. I love socialism. This book here is incredible. I mean,
It's great.
He spells it out so well in that book. Then we got Aristotle Among Other Platonists by Lloyd P. Garrison, where he argues Aristotle is basically a Platonist. And I actually agree with him. I think Aristotle and Plato aren't that far apart, really. From a metaphysical standpoint, I think there's lots of similarities. The Anarchist Handbook, The Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, Ordinary Men by Christopher R. Downey, Fyodor Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, Screwtape Letters, Maccabees, Don't Let People Who Take the Stuffed, George Will, Statecraft is So Craft. This is one of my examples of why I fucking hate George Will. I despise George Will as a passion. Of all the like conservative ink type people, all people point to Buckley as the worst though. George Will fucking sucks. I hate him with a passion. The Drama of Salvation of Jimmy Akin, that is probably the best book on Catholic view for salvation. Funny, so I went to the debate between what's his name? John Mackey and your own book on how to run businesses, hosted by the what's the group? Gene Epstein hosted the Soho Forum debates. And you all book selling his books for $20 a copy, and John Mackey is out for free. Which is just hilarious. Like, this is a law-libertarian, like clean, eco-friendly guy giving his books for free, and the objective is charging $20 a copy. I thought that was absolutely hilarious. Rollback by Thomas Woods, Notification by Tom Woods, The Real Lincoln, one of my favorite De Lorenzo books. This is a book I read through my history. Like, De Lorenzo is incredible. Catechism of the Catholic Church, The Irrepressible Rothbard, Catechism of the Council of Trent, Taxation of Slavery by Watts, he's an Australian guy, Atlas Shrugged, David the Great, Alongside Night, Rough Cut Men, and then How Catholicism Built Western Civilization, Kermit, a bunch of what do they call it? Lamplighter books. They're fun. America's God and Country, a book of quotes from American Founding Fathers, The Power of Myths, Anti-Oedipus by Deleuze. Tried to read that 100 times. I cannot get past fucking machine.
Yeah, Deleuze is a chore.
I want to read him because I feel like I should really understand land, but I can't suffer Deleuze.
Deleuze is I think Deleuze is worse than Land. Land is much more palatable. Finnegan's Wake is more palatable than Deleuze.
Patriotism of the United States. Oh, Donald Trump's book, Crippled America. This is the book he wrote for his campaign. Basically, every chapter is like, Social Security, it's broken, I can fix it. Everyone thought an idiot, but I can fix it. And he never explains how he fix it. He just moves on. Technological Society by Kaczynski. I'm actually getting the Trump Kaczynski book in the mail from Top Lobster. And I'm going to put the Crippled America book by Trump on this end and the Kaczynski book on this end. And it had the hat in the middle. So I hope my background will just be... Reclaiming the American Right by what's his name? Raimondo, great guy.
Jason Raimondo.
The Complete Collection of Narnia by C.S. Lewis. When I went to my confirmation, became from the Catholic Church, they were giving out Bibles because everyone was like super young, so they gave out the comic book action Bible. What? And so while I was 23 years old, confirming the character, they gave me a comic book Bible because everyone else was like a kid. I was like the oldest guy getting confirmed. It was hilarious.
That's funny.
My first Catholic Bible, I read Tobit. The moment I got, I read Tobit. I loved it. And my atheist friend for Christmas got me a gigantic Bible with artwork forced throughout it. So it have like art pages in the book, which makes it fun. Okay, last set. Here we go. The Giver. Orson Scott Card, Speaker for the Dead, The Born Identity, Star Wars, Heir to the Empire by Timothy Zahn, George R. R. Martin's Game of Thrones, Story of the World 1 and 2, and then a bunch of Rick Riordan books from like The Dark Prophecy, Mark of Athena, Sword of Summer, Blood of Olympus, Hero's Journey, Battle of the Labyrinth, Lightning Thief, Hunger Games, and then William Shakespeare's version of Star Wars when they all speak Shakespearean. And yeah, that's I think that's all of it. Nope, and the comic books. So I'm not going to go through all the comic books because I don't want to. Yeah, that's the book shelf.
That's a respectable collection.
What was that? I thought I couldn't hear you from
That's a respectable collection.
No, thank you. Yeah, it's taken me 2 years.
Now, here's a key question: how much did you spend on it? Because a
Uh,
lot of those look like new, fresh copies.
Yeah, they are. I'm on Amazon.
Yeah, see, I can't do that. I don't personally wouldn't do that. All my books are from secondhand and like thrift bookstores. Like,
well, there's not a lot of good used bookstores where I'm at, and so my options are limited. So I normally do I do thrift books online, Amazon, and Music Institute.
I don't
So I buy
know.
most of them.
That looks like you probably dropped close to $1,000 on that.
Over $1,000 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I make enough money that I can afford to spend on things I like. So I'm not Anglo. I'm very like, I'm saving money. That's ridiculous. I have to spend it. I'm much more like a Latin person.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, but yep. There's a lot of I haven't read all of them. I've read probably over half of them. But I think it's better to have books that you have a bookshelf that I think it's better to have instead of any completed bookshelf. It's nice to have books that you haven't finished. If you finish the book, you can immediately pick up another one and start reading it. A lot of these for my writing, I bought a lot of these for sites. So I just wanted to make sure I could quote it better and instead of having like Google or find a PDF online. I think, I'll just buy the book and I'll cite it later in my writing, which I really do a lot. I mean, I cite against the left like in my tweets the most. I mean, I cite this book a lot. So I think it's worth having. If Yalvin books were actually paperbacks, I'd probably buy most of his. But since they're mostly all digital,
I'm pretty sure there's one. I remember seeing it on Amazon. Let me double check because I remember. Oh, they're only Kindle editions. Yeah, never mind.
You can print PDFs. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I print it out of my library.
Yeah.
Like I print out entire books by double siding and printing them in quadrants.
I put in that PDF before, but I prefer this. If I'm gonna, it's not really for reading it. I can read just fine PDF. So for me, it's like I want it on the shelf. Like if I really like it, I want it on the shelf for like come in wait kind of thing. And this is not gonna look great as a PDF copy like that. So I normally just make do reading online. I mean, when I include Audiobooks, I have 147 books on Audible. So it's not technically all the books I own. But
see, I have so much stuff to read for school that I have such a backlog of books I want to actually read.
Yeah, I'm currently not.
Yeah, my backlog is pretty massive.
Yeah, I'm starting school back in January, but I have to find. I think I have to find a new place to go because I don't know if I'm actually allowed back to my previous college.
Why is that?
I have to. It's a long. I blew off a meeting with the dean after the cops investigated me.
Oh, okay. That's okay. You don't have to go into that. Yeah. No, just for me, like I'm in a master's program, and like the workload is like reading 400-ish pages a week and like writing about it, and it's like I just
what you got in your master's on?
Public policy and administration.
Nice.
Yeah, hopefully I want to work in education policy. I think that's I think if we're talking about like long-term issues that are most important, it's education, like 100%.
100% agree, man. Like I education is like number one important thing to understand, and like understand how it works, where's good education, how to make it work effectively is like super important. And I talk to people that have like political ideologies, but they don't account for how education would work or how education would operate under their political systems. I just can't talk to people. Education is super important and it really matters.
Well, it's just like if I'm really, really scared of indoctrination in public schools, and I feel like we have like maybe one or two generations left before it's like irreversible.
Yeah,
and like if we're talking like in the liberty sphere, we can talk about taxes, we can talk about war, we can talk about all of this stuff. Like that's great, but education, that is the issue that's going to determine everything else because it's going to shape how people view the world.
yeah.
I think like just long term, it's not even debatable. Like this is the issue.
I 100% agree. Yeah, it's actually why I've been really happy to see people go to like the student council, and not student council. What's the term I'm looking for here? The school board, going to the school board.
School board meetings.
It's happy to see people actually take an interest in KO, and seeing the increase in homeschooling has been happy. But we still have to make sure you have a good education system set up to preserve and educate the next generation, because that's where they get you. That's where people empower, educate the next generation. I mean, the schools are built on a present model of propaganda. I mean, it's no question. School is like super important, and making education is done. Well, actually, why I love Knox's book, Theory of Education, and Rothbard's book, Education Free and Compulsory. I think the history of education and education free and compulsory traces all back to Lucifer and Calvin, wanting the states to start public schools as opposed to the church wanting all the schools is like really interesting.
Yeah, I remember reading that book.
It's a good one. It's very short too.
For me, it's like critical pedagogy and things like that. That stuff is scary. I have like a whole backlog of books I want to read. I'm basically
like Paulo Freire.
Yeah, like basically I looked at New Discourse's reading list and I'm like, all right then, let's go for it. Yeah, no, it's scary. It's very scary. And how what's the word? How covert they're able to be about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's scary. It's scary. It really is.
I mean, like my idea, I don't know how practical it is. Like, if you can do it, but like, I remember James Lindsay talked about how Henry Giroux's like fame, like thing he's famous for was putting critical educators into schools. So I'm like, is there a way that you can kind of identify who those professors and what those schools are, and then any teacher that is credentialed by the schools, you can say, hey, parents, this teacher that your parents are going to has this credential, and within the curriculum of that school that they got their credential from, this is what they're reading. And then like go through the background of like what they're actually teaching them. So like that can kind of like, if you have those schools where they get those credentials, it's kind of a heuristic where like if a teacher comes from there, you can almost guarantee like that's the lens they're going to teach the children from,
Yeah.
I just don't know how you get that information,
David just in Democracy on Twitter just released the first chapter of his book on the Hopian.org, and now I'm trying to get him to come on for a book club. Anyway, I got a guy hopping on at 9 for an interview. He said
I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go out for a run now that it's a bit cooler outside.
Nice. I think I'm gonna just stream some video games. So then, I'm gonna stream a little bit.
Yeah, whenever the interview is over and I'm back, I'll hop back on.
Yeah, I'll hop back in too.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good.
All right. Take care.
Okay. See you guys.
See you.
Let me see if I can get me to send this tweet real quick. Okay, guys, let's play some video games. Let me just move this screen over to here. You know what? Yeah, you keep that screen here, and then I get my game up here. Sale screen. If anybody has any questions for the chat or anything you want to ask me, go right ahead in the top of the chat and ask questions. You got three people watching. Hop in, chill out, ask questions. I'm an open book. I'll probably be rambling about some political theory or whatever I've been reading recently about something while we play. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. Let's see if we got any comments here. Oh, good evening, Hagfest. What up, Sammy? You always atheism would be fair to his right wing. I don't know if I agree with that one. I think you could be right, Mark Yangan, that Hopper atheism is a downside because he doesn't particularly talking about corporate monarchies as opposed to like traditional monarchy. He completely ignores and lacks the spiritual element that comes with a monarch being a leader of its people. And so I think he has this problem, but I don't think its atheism would really cause this downfall. Get this game working here. Do I pray to a saint? Yes, I do. I pray to all the saints in heaven, but specifically, I have a patron saint of Saint Aquinas. He's the reason I also became Catholic. Well, that is true. So I pray to Saint Aquinas. I pray with Saint Aquinas. I pray to him to pray with me. I say the Aquinas student prayer almost daily. He's my patron saint. I ask him for help a lot. Especially when I read Aquinas, I sit down like, okay, Aquinas, can you pray with me that I will understand what you're saying, and then I'll continue to read his work because he's incredible, but he is sometimes hard to read. Okay, let's do this. Normally I play this game in VR, but I'm not putting the headset on while I'm streaming as well. But let's do this. Got the fight stick hooked up. Let's go. You can drift in space. It's really fun. Let's that was a close one. Yeah. Let's see here. So lately I've been reading a lot of Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land and Aquinas. I'm really trying to get my metaphysics stuff sorted out and get my Catholic philosophy side of things taken care of before I head into politics. I think for me, your religion to take precedence over your political theory and to influence it more than anything else. And so I'm really trying to make sure I get a handle on what my church teaches and what the proper view of reality is through a Thomistic lens. And so I'm really trying to read more of that, but I'm also trying to read more stuff on, particularly just in the right side of things. Oh, I'm dead. Like, I considered myself a populist for a while, but after reading more of Populist Illusion by AA, I don't know if I necessarily would call myself a populist or even agree if it's a winning strategy. I don't know if it could work. But no game audio. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. I don't know how I would fix that, honestly. Let me try. Oh, I know what it is. Let's see if that works. Fixes it. You hear it now? Tinto, let me know if you hear it now. Yeah, this sip is really slow. I don't normally use it, but it does a lot of damage, and so I'm trying to just get close enough to hit them. Ooh, close one. You guys hearing the game audio yet? Like, I don't know if it's working or not. Continue. If you can, anyone listening, if you hear game audio, let me know. Nothing coming true. I don't say that, man. I don't know how to. Let me check my settings on this thing, maybe. Audio. Yeah, I don't. Let me try something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. That's not. I'm not a tech guy. I don't know how to fix it. It's not playing the same. Just playing Star Wars music, really. Yeah, I'd probably give me copyright claims anyway, so I don't know if I should play that anyway. You know. Ooh, that was a little shitty on my part. There we got one. Ooh, he's slow. Shit, I am bad at this game. Oh, thank you, Brian. Yeah, I'm super happy to have 100 episodes. It's huge. I love it. You know, I'm just getting started. I'm gonna keep going, keep doing more. It's gonna be great. Got a lot of good stuff in the works. A lot of great work coming out. It's gonna be with this and the Austin Tones website, on the other work. It's a lot happening. I can't wait. So it's all to y'all. So to y'all. I am really bad at this game, y'all. I cannot fly worth a shit. Would never make it in Top Gun. Yeah. Mm. Let's try again, y'all. Shields are down. Let's see if I can take this spot out here. Hey, Sam's here. Meet us, meet us after this game real quick, Sam. Nope. Meet us, stop sharing screen.
Your phone stuff out real quick.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
No, 1 second.
Okay. Guys, good news. I just booked Zayd from End Democracy on Twitter. He's going to be he's releasing a chapter of his book on the Hopin website, which is definitely going to go check out. And he's going to come on after each chapter is released with a book club on it. So that's going to be really fun. He's a really smart guy. Love talking to him, and I can't wait to read his book. And I can't wait to really talk to him about his book. It's going to be great. Let me try to see if I can fix this camera here now. It's like super crooked from the Bookstore Tour. I do. Made it 2 hours, guys. 10 more hours to go. Let's do this. Popping my first Red Bull. I got 5 of these for tonight. And we lost Sam. Well, it's back to be me again. He'll hop in any minute. He'll hop in once he gets to figure it out. Yeah. I think later tonight I'm going to do some live reading, maybe either Against the Left by Rockwell or of some Aquinas work. Let me know in the chat what I'm going to do before I read first. Or if you have any book you see back even the Bookstore Tour you want me to do a little bit of live reading on, let me know and I'll grab the book and we'll read a little bit live. Except for Yaki. I'm not going to read Yaki live. That might get me in trouble. Gotta avoid doing that one live. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of good fun through podcasting on Twitter. It's been a lot of fun. Let's finish off the whiskey here. Not a good sign, guys. We're 2 hours in and I've run out of whiskey. What am I going to do? Go get more. I can't go get more. No. I went to bed last night around 12. And I slept from 12 to 10. Then I took a nap from 12 to 4. And so I've kind of been off and on napping throughout the day. But I got 5 Red Bulls with me, so I can definitely stay awake for this. I mean, I got a lot of stuff to do too. I mean, I got streaming. I got people living time top, but I got Gold Guy from Ireland. What was that? Hopping in the morning stream. It's gonna be great. I got people all over the country, all over the world hopping in. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And we got Sam back. Let's go. Sam is back. Sam, how you doing?
Great. How's it going?
It's going good. It's weird. It's like dark outside, pitch black. It's like 9 o'clock when you're over here in the sun having a good time.
Yeah. It's great out. Beautiful.
Nice. Down here in Florida, man, every day is miserable. It's just hot.
Really?
Yeah, it's so fucking hot. Anyway,
So I went to Reno for the convention and everything. I was pretty excited to be like hot and not Minnesota weather. It was just like 50s, 60s, and over here it was like 80s. So I was kind of disappointed, but
Sam, go ahead and tell me a little bit about yourself. You know, who are you? What do you do? Introduce yourself a little bit.
my name's Sam, and for like a living, I do door-to-door sales, and I'm a co-host with David Brady on his Friday podcast, The Road to Providence.
Speak of the devil, he literally just went live.
Nice. Well, all of you watching us are going to have a whole lot more fun than watching him, that's for sure.
I mean, we're just better. I mean, the show is your co-host. You make the show.
Yep. But and then I also started my own podcast, which I'm trying to get the kinks worked out of and everything. It's called the Black Flag Podcast. The best part is the name, and we're working to improve it and make it cool. So
Nice. I heard Dave Smith watches it.
yeah, he watched it. Did a terrible. I hosted a debate about the Mises Caucus, and I think I probably did a terrible job. But
Yeah,
at least Dave Smith watched it.
Nice. I posted one debate. I'm not going to do it again.
Really?
I hated it. It was just, you know what Kevin Cassidy is, that neocon loser.
No, I don't.
Okay, well he's a 20-something-year-old neocon out of Canada. So just cringe all around. He streams Fortnite in a suit and talks about why I have to invade the Middle East again.
He streams Fortnite in a suit.
And then talks about invading the Middle East. Yeah, he's terrible. And he was going to do a live stream reacting and trying to attack Scott Horton for his debate with Bill Kristol. And so I tweeted out, I'm going to do a counter live stream making fun of your dumbass. And then I had on Keith Knight from Don't Tread on Me, and I had on Aston Birdie. And then he was like, well, why don't you debate me then? I was like, fine, we'll fucking debate you. And I'm like, no, I don't want to debate him. He's too stupid. I don't want to deal with this. But then they set it up, and I was just roped into hosting a debate, and it went to shit. And for some odd reason, they all talked over each other, and I would mute someone, and they would just unmute themselves. And so I couldn't maintain any at one point, I literally did this number.
Nice.
I just left. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I never published it. It was live once. I deleted it, took it down. It's not on it. It was such a shit show. I'm not ever doing that again.
Well, that's kind of the thing too. Is I'm used to in sales where you just let people talk themselves out, and eventually they'll come around to your perspective and stuff like that. And I think that just kind of kicked in a little bit. And so, but like they did the same debate on Dan Schmott's podcast, and he had a bell, and he never even used it, but just the threat of a bell shut him up. So
yeah,
I don't know. It was kind of productive just to have him talk everything out. I think a little bit.
Who was the debaters?
It was Hody, Daniel 3 Biblical Anarchy.
I love Daniel. He's coming on later. Hopefully.
Nice. And then myself, and then Derek Thompson, or as we refer to him as Chatterbox.
Nice. So you're pretty LPMC mainline anarchist type guy. Is that correct?
Yep, I'm a Beltway libertarian.
I mean, you're about to be. It's Mises Caucus winning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you and I probably have our disagreements on sayings. We probably disagree on different tactics for my new set of sayings.
Possibly.
Yeah. But I know I met you when you were on. Let's see. Daniel hosted a Biblical Free Anarchy Tower of Babel saying, and you were almost mid in. And then I also went to you again on David said. So we keep bumping into it on podcasts. I'm like, I actually gotta have this guy on finally.
Yeah.
I met him enough times to actually talk to him.
Where'd you get the idea to do a 12-hour podcast? And what hour is this for you?
This is 2 hours and 5.
2 hours
I have
and 5?
10 hours more to go. So it started as two things. I tweeted out for 100th episode, what should I do? And the poll, everyone ignored the poll and just commented what they wanted me to do anyway. And so the answer was Bookstore Tour, long stream, hangout call. I'm like, I'll do all three. And I found out Time on Earth does a 10-hour Halloween special. And I'm like, if I go for 12, I've gone on for longer than Time on Earth has. And so I wanted to have the longest podcast in the community. And so I decided 12 hours it is.
I thought maybe I gave you the idea because I tweeted out something about doing a 24-hour podcast. And people were just commenting, why?
That'd be insane.
It'd be fun, though. And I was going to do like, yeah, I'm still kicking it around. Like, do like a charity type thing or something and see what.
That could be fun.
I mean, you get enough big names, 24 hours, and it could work. Or it could just fail miserably. And then I'd be stuck being up for 24 hours. Yeah.
My saving grace is I figured out how to stream video games. And so I'm just going to be streaming video games and probably doing some live readings of Aquinas later. When I get really bored, I'll down Red Bull and I'll read some Aquinas to the audience.
There's like a 3-hour video of just Ron Paul, a compilation of Ron Paul speeches that I could probably plug in there at some point.
Nice.
Grab a 3-hour nap.
Nice. Yeah, my biggest worry is like when I need dinner, because I didn't eat much today because I slept all day. So like when I get hungry, I'm gonna have to like move the stream to my phone and go downstairs and throw a pizza in the oven.
Oh yeah.
So, have to get that out. But so how's it become an anarchist? What was your anarchist story here? I always love how people kind of get to this more dissident, radical side of things.
Ooh, let's see. Okay, it started out with Ben Shapiro, listening to him, and then kind of became a little bit of a Trumper, and then realized, well, someone said to me, like, I don't think, I was big into, like, the one man, one woman thing, and then someone said, well, I don't think the government should have any say in marriage, and it's like, that's a fair point that I've never heard before, and it made sense to me, and so he was a libertarian, so I just went on Facebook and followed a bunch of libertarian pages, followed a bunch of, like, memes, and realized, like, they made a lot of sense. And
your mic is cutting a few times. That's like bubbling up and cutting a little bit. I don't know if you have any settings you can do, but I feel like I just let you know in case you want to.
Let's see. Is it good now or it's still cutting? I can unplug my mic. Maybe that'd work.
How's that?
That works.
Except now I can't hear you. Let me change the settings quick. iPhone microphone. Can you hear me? Yes, you can.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you.
Okay. Let me know when you got it working. And we lost them. Sorry guys, technical difficulty abounds. Normally I do we'll look at the details before we go live, but now we're already live, I can't really work out these kinks on air. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me better?
Yes, I can.
Oh,
there we go.
Probably should have disconnected from the Wi-Fi. Maybe that's it.
But so you found libertarians on Facebook. But now he's frozen. There we go.
This is going to be a 2 hours of connectivity and typical podcast stuff. But yeah, then I got listened to. Well, I started reading like FEE, Foundation for Economic Education, and then found the Words and Numbers podcast and kind of got really into them. That was the first podcast I ever really got into, and then wandered into the Mises Caucus Facebook group because they were arguing about intellectual property, and I wanted in on that. And then found Dave Smith and Tom Woods and all of them from there. So
nice. I ended up
kind of a reverse order of finding like a lot of people are in the Mises Caucus because Tom Woods or Dave Smith brought them in, but I kind of went reverse.
I kind of skipped the whole Lawbert phase. I went from like neocon conservative type to straight to anarchist. Like I found who like within a month of finding out who Joe Jorgensen was, I found out who Tom Woods was, and was just done from there. Like, well, Tom Woods, he gets it, and that's something that bandwagon.
Yeah, I think I gave Joe Jorgensen a little too much credit. I voted for him and stuff, but
yeah, I voted for, but I don't care. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. The election was rigged, so it wouldn't have mattered who you voted for.
Right. I just figured I was voting libertarian and maybe promoting that party a little bit, even if I didn't like her so much. But
Yeah. So you're in the Mises Caucus, and you guys just had a big victory. You guys took over the party. Congratulations.
thanks.
So what's next? What is the next step?
Well, that's we got about 3 to 5 years to find out if libertarianism is marketable at all, and that's pretty much the next thing to do. We're changing messaging out of LP National. Hopefully start getting a lot of people to run local, and just hoping to start a movement and continue the movement, continue the Ron Paul movement, and hopefully it just explodes.
Well, I am a critic of the LPMC. I would love to. Excuse me. Well, I do criticize the LPMC. I love all the people who work over there. I love all of them. They're all great, and I hope you all succeed. I mean, if y'all succeed, I'd love to be wrong, but so I'm hoping.
Yeah, I think there's I don't agree with a lot of like the post-libertarian stuff, but I mean, I do understand like the black pill perspective of like it can't be done and stuff like that. It's like, well, I could see that. I don't know that it's possible. We'll just have to see.
I don't know if it's black pilled. I think it's I think most of the critiques I've heard that I think are more legitimate is the it's like the LPMC success rides on the success of people signing on to it and people agreeing with it. And it's like a populist strategy. And I'm kind of been disillusioned with the idea of populism being successful for anything more than short-term burst of effects. I think it doesn't last. Populism fails long-term. Everyone can work short-term. But I think if you can make short-term gains locally, that would last longer than it would federally. So I think the localism strategy of LPMC can work. I think anything past local falls down to that is populism. By saying locally, you guys have great success because you have the ability to go in places that aren't strictly red, like the purple states or the the benefit of being libertarian. The LPMC is in the middle of things, and you go to blue states and vote when you get blue people, and go to red states and get red people. So it has the capacity to be a bigger campaign, a bigger house for populism. But I think once it gets past the local phase, it gets into more federal stuff, populism kind of loses its ability to be functional.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. You have to start local in order to get anything state or anything like that done. And so you need, no matter what, you're going to need a populist movement. Because, I mean, even like me, like I was very tempted to run for city council. And I just, I got 3 little kids, a wife, a job. I couldn't quite pull it off. But it's like stuff like that. It's not exactly something I would ever want to do. Like, I don't care about local policy and whether or not we're building a water tower. That's all boring stuff. But if you have a populist movement and people are really motivated to do stuff like that, and enough people are motivated to do stuff like that, that can really kick things off.
Yeah, that could. Okay. I think I had a point I was going to say. Like, I've considered running for a student body, like not student body. I always get confused. I've been drinking a little bit tonight. Oh my God, what's it called?
You're not going to
School
make
board.
it if you're drinking already.
Well, I've already went out, and so I'm nothing but sober enough from here. I went out. I filled up the flask, and I've already went out. Sadly, but I've considered running for school body. The what's the word here for it?
Student Senate?
No. God, it's gonna bug me. I'm moving past it. Whoever's in charge of schools in the local area, the school board. That's the term. School board. There you go. Because I think I would like to be. So I like to be a part of school board, so I can make a list of books that are required reading.
Yep.
Because I think that would be the because number one book going on that list, Against the Left, Blue Walk. So that book in there for sure. That book was that book. There were just lines in that book that would make a LGBTQ teacher's head explode. So,
I'm gonna try plugging in one more time just because you're kind of hard to hear.
No problem.
For you to talk while I figure this out.
Yeah. So, can you still hear me while I'm playing Michael? Can you not hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay.
I might have to exit and come back.
All good. Take your time. We got 10 hours left in the stream, so. Yeah, Sam's a good guy, guys. Sam is a good guy. We don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I enjoy talking to Sam. He's also a very friendly dude, and so he's great. And he's back.
Yeah, hopefully this works because you're
Hey, there we go. You don't have to
you're hard
bump
to
it.
hear
It's
on
great.
that tiny speaker.
It's all good. Yeah. So David, you're on David's podcast with David Brady of what's it called? Road to Providence.
Yep.
It's a good show. I've been on it. My problem with David. My only problem is that I keep seeing he's interviewed Ace Arcus. I'm like, when does it drop? He's like, in the summer. I'm like, I pay for the Patreon to get early access to these things, and I'm still having to wait till summertime. What's the point of paying?
This is the time where I casually bring up that he's Jewish.
Oh, okay. It all makes sense now. It's all clicked into place. I need an early light cycle, David Brady.
Dude, that guy is going places. I'm really excited. I was pretty happy when he asked me to be his co-host. When he first started off with his podcast, he sent me like a video of him doing his podcast, and I was just like, I'm not gonna respond to this because I don't want to tell you how bad it was. But now it's just like, holy cow, this guy, he's brilliant. So.
Oh yeah, I've been on the show. He's a smart guy for how young he is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I want to get him on eventually. I want to get both of you on eventually, but I think I'm going to do you, then I'll do him, and have you both back on again. I love having you guys. Love talking to you guys.
Yeah.
I think
we'll have to have you on the Black Flag podcast too. So
come on, man. I love going on people's podcasts because I don't have to do any work.
Right.
I just get to drop it. There's no reading a book. There's no prepping. I just get to drop in and go. This is what I think, and I don't have to prep for it. I love it.
That's the best for sure. Especially when it's last minute, so you have the excuse of, well, I didn't prepare anything. I just showed up here, and
I love it. It's great. That's why I love going on. I was on Jose. This is actually when I first heard David. I was on Jose's stream.
Oh, okay.
Doing the live reading of the Agorist Primal, and so that was a fun time. But back to your show. So who is let me see if you have any people I recognize. Cause I'm subscribed, but I don't check regularly. So who are some guests that you've had on your show?
My favorite was definitely Fat Dave. He's the best. I mean, that guy's he's a real comedian, even though he doesn't do stand-up or anything like that. He's kind of makes the Tower Power Hour podcast, in my opinion. I mean, they got a lot of pretty heavy hitters, but he definitely makes the show in a lot of ways.
I met him at the Tom Woods event.
Nice. I was hoping I'd meet like literally everyone at Reno, but I met quite a few people, so I'm not disappointed. Met Toad.
Toad. I didn't meet Toad, but I did see Toad. Like I was walking into the place, I didn't see anybody recognize him. Like, I hope I'm in the right building. And Toad walked out the elevator. I'm like, I'm in the right spot. There's Toad.
Did you think he was shorter than you thought too?
I knew he was short, just from like the physiology, but I didn't expect him to be that short.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I first saw Michael Mallister, he walked by me when I was at the bar, and I'm just like, wow. That's one small dude.
Yeah, I did kind of figure out how short Michael Malice is just because I saw him sitting in a backup view of him sitting in a chair versus the guy at the other side of the table. I'm like, wow, this guy's a midget. Tom Woods was very short as well. I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. And then people like Reed Coverdale, who I kind of thought would be like taller than me, were like the same height, and he did look a lot more homeless in real life. Clint looked basically exactly the way I imagined.
Yeah, Clint has that persona. When I saw him in person, I was like, "That's Clint." He looked exactly how I would imagine him look. So when I was walking through the event, and I'm walking down the street, and I'm walking next to Reed, and Reed stopped and goes, "Catholic Libertarian, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, we cover there." And it was actually fun to have recognized him, and he recognized me. I was like, "Oh, this is cool. We both know of each other in a way. This is fun."
Yeah. Then Ron Paul also looked exactly the way I thought he would. Who else did I meet? There's one other person. Oh, I met Will Bell. He's a great dude. Probably had the most fun with that guy.
Will and I blocked each other for a bit. we had a little. What was the atheist guy who was on the Capitalist Communion with Reed and Jacob, right?
Right.
Yeah, we blocked and unblocked, and I think we're cool now. We don't like. I don't talk to him about the deal so much, but we have very different views on things. So,
I've somehow managed to be just relevant enough to block one person.
I'll tell you, I'll block you, man. What's his name? Jared from End Democracy. That guy has blocked more people than the population of Greenland.
Wow.
Like it's insane. I respect it. So, like, what's the goal with your podcast? I know most people like, what was the idea for the podcast? Where did it go with the podcast? Let's talk about the podcast for a bit.
So the original idea was to have one during the week where it was just interviews because I know too many interesting people and I just want to talk to them and we might as well record it kind of thing. And then during the weekend, I wanted to just do like basically comedy, like Tower Power Hour type stuff. So that was kind of the general idea. We've like the one with Fat Dave, I thought went pretty good, and the one pre-Fat Dave where we were just hanging out went pretty good. But some of the other ones, like I've been working on getting like better mental focus and like working out and stuff like that. But sometimes at the end of the day, I'm just like zonked.
Yeah.
And so like we'll just be having a great conversation. I'll say we're going live, and we'll go live, and we'll just kind of all sit there like waiting for me to lead it. I'm just like, I'm kind of out of it right now.
Yeah, dude.
So it's definitely like a little bit of a learning curve. Like I gotta have questions prepared for when stuff goes stagnant and stuff like that.
I've run into that problem when I don't have like a list of questions prepped, an outline to follow. One of my favorite examples of like forgetting I'm in a podcast kind of thing like that is I had Scott Horton on for an episode on Star Wars.
Nice.
And we talked about the prequels. Like he just went off. Like he would just go off on like everything about the prequels and the parallels to like the actual wars of American history. And it was insane. And he finished the sentence, and I was like, when he just stared at me for a minute, I'm like, why is he stopping? I didn't hit pause. I'm interviewing Scott. Let me actually ask questions. I just forget I was interviewing him and not just listening to a podcast Scott was on because he can just keep going. And so it was a lot of fun. But yeah,
I've always wanted to interview Scott Horton and get him to not just ramble. Because I feel like everyone kind of does that where they just kind of let him go, except for Dave Smith. He kind of does it more of a give or take. But it'd be fun to just be like, let's make this for dummies. How did this happen? Kind of thing. I'm
thought about doing that because I have his books and still haven't done for a book club. I thought about doing the Explaining Me Like I'm 5. I have a series I do Explaining Me Like I'm 5, and I answer any topic and has them do a very basic, bare bones explanation of something that we build from there. And I'm thinking about email him, hey, I'll let her on for Explaining Me Like I'm 5, anti-war. We just start with the basics of like the Afghan war, and we just build slowly up from there. We go very basic, bare bones. For 5-year-old kind of explanation, we just build up till we get to the end point where it's like, all the play characters, all the players in it. But
yeah, that'd be really cool to just have an entire show for like 7-year-olds.
That's just so normally, dude. I have my target demographic is 10-year-olds, but I'm gonna get there.
There you go.
I was gonna ask you. Oh, excuse me. So,
dead air. What are we gonna do?
I don't know, bullshit for something. I mean, I've only been going for 2 hours and 30 minutes. It's gonna be some more dead air happening, but let's talk about the Mises Caucus for a bit. So, locally, I don't know anything about the politics of Minnesota, but like, what is the makeup? Is it like Republican leaning, Democrat leaning? Like, what's the political climate like of Minnesota?
So we're kind of a purple state, I would say. We're 2020. We're kind of considered a swing state, so we got a lot more because we almost went red in 2016. So yeah, if you go to the cities, obviously it's all blue, but if you go to anything rural, it's red. So we're balanced out almost, but historically we've always been blue.
Because I'm terrible at geography. Let me just look up the location of Minnesota.
Basically, we got the Twin Cities in the southern east of Minnesota, and that's
okay. I see.
The only thing with high population. Everything else is very rural.
So, given that you're on the northern border, is that correct?
Nope, I'm on the southern border, so I'm
southern border, yeah.
Southern dead center, basically.
Okay. Do you get access to good seeds from Wisconsin? Like, you guys are close to Wisconsin. All my family's from Wisconsin, and they occasionally bring back seeds, and I just gotta know if I move to Minnesota, am I gonna be close enough to get the good seeds from Wisconsin?
Good seeds? What do you mean seeds?
Seeds. Cheese. CHESE. How do you spell cheese? Hold on. My speech impediment and my slurs fuck with me now. I can't spell shit. CHESE. Cheese. Like stuff comes post pizza.
Cheese?
Okay. Yes, thank you. Sorry, with my
No
speech
worries.
impediment, and being a little tipsy and slowing, it makes it really hard for me to say like certain words. They just don't work.
Yeah, I mean, we probably can get good cheese. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm 2 hours from Wisconsin, so.
Okay, as long as it's works. I've had cheese from there. It's very it's like salty and delicious, and so I don't ever get any of that stuff in Florida because it's like opposite ends of the fucking country. But I actually consider flying up to Wisconsin just for like buying cheese because I love
feel
it.
like you could order it.
I could probably order it, but I'd rather just fly up there and visit family.
There you go.
Get
Yeah.
food. I think all the family up is actually dead. Now that I think about it, I haven't checked. I need to look into that. So we have kind of a swing state, more purple leaning. Is there any? I know the LPMC works locally. What are the? Do they have like outlines of what you guys would do? What kind of message do you put in a red state? What kind of message do you put in a blue state? Like, what is it's the same message always, or do you guys modify the message based on location?
So we just took over completely the Minnesota state, and there's not a lot going there. So we're trying to figure everything out right now. But historically, our messaging's just been sharing memes and interesting things, and yeah, that's kind of the department I'm hopefully going to be taking over and helping out and growing. So yeah, we got to figure all that out and maybe start a committee and brainstorm that. So
nice, a committee for memes. I love it.
Not just memes, yeah, just everything messaging, populating our blog. It's historically, like, we'll get someone to do social media and all of that stuff, and they'll quit 6 months later. So it's just an in and out type of thing.
Let's talk anarchism. So do you like when it comes to anarchism for you? Do you fall in like the ANCAP category? Are you more anarchist without label, like Michael Malice type? Like, what brand of anarchism do you subscribe to?
Isn't Michael Malice an ANCAP?
No, he's never called himself that. He basically argues like an ANCAP, but he refrains from using any particular label of anarchism.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of hard to decide which word to use, because if I'm talking, like, do I say libertarian? Do I say anarchist? Do I say ANCAP? Because if I say ANCAP, well, that's way too nerdy. No one knows what that means. If I say anarchist, it's like, wow, some crazy left guy. And if you say libertarian, it's like a lowbert. So, I mean, you're kind of screwed anyway. But I do like that Michael Malice is bringing back just anarchism, and I prefer anarchism over calling it ANCAP just because it's less nerdy and more just.
Yeah. Me personally, whenever I mask my politics, if I actually want to engage with someone, I'll say I'm just a right-wing person. But if I don't want to engage, I just say I want Amazon and the Catholic Church to one civilization. And they normally just leave me alone from there. They're just like, okay, I'm not engaged with this guy. He's crazy.
I think if someone asked me, I'd say I'm a right-wing anarchist, just because that makes you think right-wing anarchist. What could that possibly mean? I don't know. I think that could almost work, because it's like, I'm a complete anarchist, but I believe in property rights and personal responsibility and stuff like that. So and order.
Order, absolutely. I mean, I think that's how I define right and left. Order versus chaos. But when you became an anarchist, did you get into reading anarchism stuff like that, or are you more of a podcast listener for anarchism stuff?
More of a podcast listener of anarchism stuff. So yeah, a lot of Michael Malice, some Tom Woods. Well, basically, even though Words and Numbers is more Lobert, blue pill type, like, the principles you learn in there all lead you to anarchism anyway. Yeah. Like, every once in a while they'd pull back on something they would teach you about, and it's like, wait a second, you just said the market provides this. Why do we need the government for this all of a sudden? It didn't really make sense. So. Yeah.
Well, there's somebody I was talking to, and we were going to set up a debate on immigration. Was it you or was it somebody else? I can't remember if it was someone else. Might have been me. Yeah, I have not prepared for that, but no, me neither. We could talk about it. I don't. If we're going to do debate, I like to prep for that. But I know that's one of the issues that kind of like, right wing or left wing anarchism. The borders thing really is like across the spectrum. There are left wing anarchists who are pro borders. There are right wing anarchists who are pro borders, and it's like it seems to breach the gap between a non left wing right wing issue.
Yeah, it is that is one of the things I did struggle with like the Mises Caucus, even though they don't believe in one or the other. Like they got people on both sides. I was still like, closed borders, what? Like this can't be a libertarian position. But yeah, and like that's even more divisive to me than like abortion. I don't know, but
abortion to me is it's easier to have a stance on that one because it's either right or it's wrong, and then it's easy to go from there. But immigration, there's so many variables in immigration. It's hard to have it's very difficult to come to a hardline stance on immigration because of how many variables there are in immigration. With abortion, it's either murder or it's not. And so because of how complicated immigration issue is, it's very difficult to have a hardline stance on it.
True. Yeah, I'm pro-life, but
yeah, me too. Well, I run out of questions. Excuse me.
So what's your position on immigration then? Let's pick a never-ending topic.
My view on any political issue stems from like where we are at currently. Like we're talking like covenant communities, I'm anti-immigration. We're talking like specifically state level, I'm anti-Democrats importing voters into specific areas. I'm talking like federal immigration, I'm fine with importing. I'm fine with like mass immigration federally to like certain states that didn't destabilize that state. And so like from a social standpoint, I could accept some immigration. From a like security standpoint, for like preserving certain cultural standpoints or voting demographics, I'm against it. So it varies. Like there's so many variables. I don't have a hardline stance. I can really, like issue by issue, I can say this reason I'd be pro, this reason why I'd be against. And so I don't have a hardline stance on it because there's just too many variables to really create a tried and true anti or pro immigration view for me.
Yeah, that's kind of
kind of a cop out, but
yeah, it's kind of like if you controlled everything, what would you have versus like, I don't know, like more principle based. But I mean, I do kind of get that as well. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that like a lot of sort of the right wing perspective is like we got to protect culture and all this, and it's like protect it. I mean, that's the same as like protectionism with like trade and stuff. It's like that's not how it works. Like culture grows when you allow different cultures to mingle and everything, in my opinion.
I think
if I'm exposed to a different culture, I take what I like and I leave what I don't like.
The question becomes, is culture involves heritage and involves people preserving or
continuing to take
part. Culture involves people and inheritance. Excuse me. And if you have people and certain like attitudes about how things are done, and if you have a overpopulation of one side who is of a different culture, it begins to overshadow and overtake a current culture. And you have to have a culture that's conducted through liberty or preserves the rights and preserves the goals and the rights of people who were there first. And so it becomes a kind of an issue like, okay, in a big city hub, you have a multiculturalism type setup. You have a big city hub. If you have a small neighborhood that's all, Christian-like, and they all vote similarly, they all have similar laws. Yeah, we want the Ten Commandments in school, we want the Bible in school. But you have an influx of, say, Islamic people who didn't want the Quran taught in school. We didn't even now have a cultural war going on locally about what religion to be the dominant religious force of this organization. And so I think it becomes a problem if you have I think locally, very small wise, you would have issues. In bigger cities or nationally, I don't really care because I think the design country is a melting pot. We're going to have multiple cultures. But I think the problem becomes a city has a right to preserve the culture of its own people.
Sure. I don't think it's possible to preserve culture. I think, you're basically picking a culture. I do think that it is interesting to think like, well, big cities, they're the worst for freedom. And you could say, well, it's because they're just a giant melting pot. I think there's maybe something to that. Maybe it's just the fact that, like in smaller towns, everyone knows each other. They know where their food is coming from. They know what work is and everything like that. Whereas in the city, you're doing such a minuscule task, and you're basically everything's getting given to you for that. You're kind of disconnected from reality a little bit.
Have you read Paul Gottfried's Multiculturalism?
No, I have not.
Have you read anything about Paul? Okay, I would say a fantastic book on multiculturalism and the politics of guilt with a secular theocracy. He spells out how we have a therapeutic state that takes people's complaints and offers to fix them, and that's how the government continues to grow. And it imports people as a multiculturalism that can use it and pick cultures that are winners and losers to then grow state power. It's a phenomenal book. I highly recommend it. Of course, I recommend anything by Paul Gottfried. He's someone, even like beltway libertarians and basic libertarians, to be reading someone of his caliber, his history, and his views. If you don't fully agree with him, there's definitely enough there to incorporate into your existing ideology. He was the guy, actually, Paul Gottfried was the kind of person who really started peaking notice this whole web experience was reading Gottfried. And so you don't have to go as far as Pete has. I haven't because I haven't finished Yaki. But I think Gottfried is definitely someone. He's also on Tom Woods still a lot, and Tom Woods and Gottfried are very friendly and have a lot of back and forth. So I think he's definitely someone more Mises people should be reading as well because he's absolutely incredible.
Which book specifically? Or I know you're going to tell me to read all of them. Does he have good lectures? I like lectures.
He actually does have a few good lectures at the Mises Institute. He's got a few lectures there, so he's great. He's actually the things people call him a libertarian. He's like, I'm not a libertarian, but because I hate to say it, people call me a libertarian. So I would write, my favorite one by his is Multiculturalism, Politics of Guilt.
Okay.
A great one. On Audible, he has a compilation of essays called Vanity and Tradition. And it's on different people's views of how the neocons pushed out the actual conservative and took over the right. The always neocons are leftists, which I think is correct, and how they took over the right. So it's a really great book on that. And he has this great book, The Great Purge, how basically Buckley and National Review canceled all the good conservatives and pushed them out of the organization. So it was only the beltway loser types. So definitely, his lectures are great. His podcasts with Tom Woods are phenomenal. And his own podcast is actually really good as well. And his books are really incredible. So he's definitely someone I think more libertarians to be reading.
Nice. I'll definitely check him out.
Yeah. I believe he gave... excuse me. He's given lectures at the Property and Freedom Society with Hans Hermann Hoppe. He considers Hoppe a friend, and so he's he understands anarcho-capitalism, so he doesn't making stupid arguments against it.
I've wanted to listen to more of Hoppe's lectures, but I find his accent hard to listen to personally.
Yeah, his books are really good though, man. I mean, excuse me, his lectures are great. I think his what one was it? The one on Hayek being a socialist, pretty much, was a really good one. He argues that Hayek was a socialist and goes after Hayek and Friedman for like an hour and a half. It's
Oh, I bet that's great. I listened to Rothbard go after Friedman on one of his lectures. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, you listen to that and you're like, wow, Friedman's complete statist. But to everyone else in the world, he was basically libertarian.
I'm missing this text real quick to Cody. Cody, if you can hear me, because I know you're in the chat box, I'm conducting an interview right now with Sam. We're going to wrap this interview up probably in like 20 minutes. If you want to hop back in after that interview is done, feel free to. So I'm going to clip this later to be its own separate podcast episode. So I got to have this, kind of closed off.
Nice.
But yeah, this has to be your podcast. This interview will be the 101 episode. So that'd be fun.
Wow.
What you say? No, Friedman's terrible.
His free to choose stuff was pretty good, like his educational stuff. Some of his debates were pretty good.
The best stuff was Friedman. It was because he had Thomas Sowell next to him. Like I have a firm view that Thomas Sowell is a salary times better than Friedman, and he's definitely someone that should be consumed. He's incredible. I mean,
what's his kid's name too?
David Friedman.
Yeah, David Friedman's pretty good too. I've heard.
Yeah. I mean, he called his dad a socialist at one point, which was solid.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he was at he was at some libertarian anarchist event, and a random guy went up to him and asked him for an interview. And he's just like, "Sure," and he just stands there ready for the interview. And he was like, "Okay." Question. He's like, "What's your dad? What's he do with your dad? Like, he was a good man. He was a good father, kind of a socialist." And it's just, so he's. I'm not a big fan of utilitarianism, but I think he makes decent arguments for a utilitarian view of anarchy. But he's, if you want to read his stuff, it's in the Anarchist Handbook, which is another good book.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many good people to read. And once you kind of take that first red pill, the doors open up to all these dissident people you have to read now. Like Rothbard, Hoppe, Gottfried, Yarvin, Yaki, Land. All these people just kind of pop up and be like, I need to read all of this and study all of this now.
What was your biggest takeaway from Yarvin?
Understanding power and understanding the elites better. He really builds on James Burnham's view of the man's view of the elites, and I think his a point he makes in an open-led, open-minded progressive, where he says obviously church and state is separated. Church and state is a good thing. We have to have a
Can you
separation.
speak slower? Sorry, say that again.
No problem. In his book, open-led, open-minded progressives, he talks about how it has to be a separation of church and state. And the first two chapters, he explains why this is a good thing, why it has to happen. And he defines a church as an organization that has beliefs and views that hold to religiously and that influence politics. And by the third chapter, he goes, but under this definition, Harvard is a religion, and the progressives are a religion. And he then like turns it on his head and he goes, hey, you can't actually have separation in church and state. It doesn't exist. You're always going to have an intellectual class that has its own religion and its own political ideology that's going to control things. And so that web pill, and then his stuff, Pat's work, his political theory of how corporate monarchies would function, basically is a better explanation of Harper's covenant communities. Also really good. And his line about Cthulhu, Cthulhu always swims to the left. It's how the governments always go left wing. And so it's a lot of great stuff in Yarvin that I can't recommend enough.
So what do you think of like Nazi Germany? Do you think they went left? I know they're. And then we'll also ask what the difference is between left and right. I'll ask.
Okay. So culturally, the Nazis were very right wing. Politically, they were left wing.
Right.
And it's a great book by. Hold on. I don't want to butcher his name, and it's Italian, so I'm just going to check my history here so I can find it real quick. It's not loading. Yeah, they had a very right wing culture, and they had a very left wing policies, which is a kind of a weird thing. But once you get into the history of it, all kind of makes sense how it happened. And the failure of the how to put this. It's lower. Let me get the name of the guy who wrote the book I was talking about. Where'd it go? I didn't save it. Damn it! I didn't save it. Crap. After Nazi Germany failed, there was an Italian fascist who came out and argued for why it failed, and he argues for a better understanding of what fascism is and actually defines fascism. I cannot remember his name. Julius something, I think. But yeah, once you take a first red pill on Nazi Germany and how it actually operated, you begin to understand. I don't know anything about it, and then you're like, I don't know anything about everything I've been told about this is propaganda. After the Nuremberg trials, it basically became illegal to be right wing, and they actually something Goffrey talks about a lot is how the left and the U.S. governments figured out how to control people through the effects of the laws that were set up in Germany after World War II. And how all of that set up and how it basically is a secular society, progressive state, and all the ideas of cancel culture originate from how the governments in Germany after the Nazis operate. So it's again great book.
Nice, but I guess going back to my question, well, do you think like the Nazis? What do you think was left wing? You said they were culturally right wing, but they were left wing in their authoritarianism.
No, and in their socialism and in their that kind of stuff. So they were left wing in that, but it was a weird blend because they had a very right wing culture and they pushed right wing aesthetics and they pushed right wing views of like masculinity and all these things that would be conducive to a good society. But then they mixed it with a weird view of like how the states would operate in a leftist lens. And so,
well, do you think it's kind of like neocons, where it's like we took this beautiful thing of I want to fight and die for my country and protect my country, and we're so strong, we got to be that big heavy stick, and then they just turned it into we're going to go bomb people in the Middle East?
No, I don't think it was that. I think for the neocons, it was even that the whole stick about fighting for your country. I think that for them always was just a lie too. It was never a beautiful thing to them to begin with. It was always just a lie they used to further their own agenda of bombing the Middle East.
Well, I mean, I personally know people who fought overseas because they thought they were fighting for freedom, and then they kind of got red pilled over there.
Yeah, absolutely. But hold on. I'm gonna put this drink away real quick. I've actually never been drunk on a podcast before. Now I need to like put that away from me.
Are you a little tipsy?
A little bit. It was a Crown Apple, which I don't normally drink. I
mean, I can tell because you're slurring your words a little bit. So
yeah, I don't normally drink. Let me just down this water bottle real quick.
There you go.
Okay. my point with the neocons is that anything the neocons said publicly or used to encourage actions that were conducive to what their goals were, they never really believed in. Everything neocons says publicly was a lie. And so
you're talking about like the elites, or are you talking about the average person?
The elites.
For sure, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's the exact same thing as like the COVID regime and all of that. It's like they don't. Why I don't even know why we pretend that they actually believe it. I mean, it was about like by 2021, people were like, "Oh, that person's not wearing a mask, even though they told everyone to." It's like, I know, I'm alive. This is not news anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that COVID stuff is done. I'm of the opinion that it's like not just done politically for people in people in power trying to make actions around COVID, but as in everyone is so tired of it. Any political messaging that hinges on COVID policies, or I think, how to put this, even if they're good policies in the right, people are so tired of hearing about COVID, they don't want to even hear about policies that would prevent the next COVID.
Right.
Which is the downside, because you need to see the place that are going to prevent it from happening again. But even the people who would vote on these issues they're just so done, they don't even want to hear about like preventing the next one. They're like, no, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore.
Right. Well,
so
I'm kind of happy with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Excuse me. Ugh. I started way too early. I started like right when I started the stream. I made my first drink, and I was like, should have waited till later.
So yeah, I mean, I think fascism and like socialism, they kind of, and even communism, I mean, they basically go hand in hand. It's just a little bit. I mean, we act like they're two polar opposites, but they're pretty much, it's just authoritarianism in a lot of ways.
I think the only difference between those three is they all three share the same, very similar authoritarian state, but they all three have very distinct views of what the culture would be like, and I think based on the culture at hand is how you can tell the difference between them. Like if you look at the government action between a socialist country and a fascist country, specifically Nazi Germany, you're not going to spot what the difference is. But when you look at the culture of the country they were in, that's where you can find the differences. And it's really points to the point that
so you would say like communism is everyone's like, we're gonna do this for the government, for the common man, and that type of thing. And then like maybe like fascism is just like, I don't know, what's the difference in the culture?
So I would say what's the fastest one. Excuse me. How to put this? Properly understood fascism, which is not ever really been the problem with the term fascism. I have a little tangent here before I can answer your question. The problem with the term fascism is that it really only existed once in Italy, and it only existed for a short window. And then anything that could be called right wing authoritarian got labeled fascist. So you have people that claim Vincent Peale as a fascist. You have people who claim the new guy who came over to in Hungary, the new king they have, the new monarch, or whatever his name is, the new president is a fascist. Like it's just a term now that's thrown around. That it's really hard to tell exactly what fascism is because there's no strict definition of what it is really. And so any dissection of fascism has to come with a presupposition of or predefinition of what is fascism, and all these people who are being labeled fascist are actually fascist. And so this is the issue with really dissecting or going deep on any topic, involving fascism, because it really doesn't exist, but also doesn't really exist. And so it's a
So insofar, well, do you consider the Nazi culture to be fascist? But I guess what do you know? I mean, it's probably something that I gotta read up on or something. But like, do you know like what culturally would be Nazi, and I guess what's the functional difference between say a communist society and the Nazis? Except the Nazis were, gassing the Jews and actively invading other countries.
The communists and the Nazis both had the idea of the Ubermensch, the Superman, a new communist man, the new socialist man, and then the Ubermensch being the man who is better. Excuse me. But what's the difference is how they each define what the next generation of man would be. How the socialist man versus how the Ubermensch. How they each define how men would be under each system, and what the better man would be. And you can see with the fascism and the Nazis, the Ubermens, the better man, they were trying to create a society that would be conducive to producing these Ubermens, these better men. And the things they wanted him to be, how they would describe the Ubermens would be, you could consider that right wing. And they were trying to create a more right wing man, more right wing generation. While the socialist one is obviously more of a left wing one. And so they both were trying to inspire the next generation of people. And it's the idea that the next man would be. And so that's how you can look at those. Okay, what kind of culture were they pushing? And what kind of man were they hoping to create with the next generation? And that's how you kind of tell the difference between left wing and right wing, authoritarian types like that. At least I think. I think that's I'll probably change more when I read more books.
Interesting. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. It's gonna bug me. I'm gonna look it up. It's gonna bug me, but I don't forget what his name was. I listened. Was Bird Arcus on Pete Canona's show talking about it. Let me see if I can find it.
Pete's got a great show.
Oh man, he's great. Okay, Bird.
Did you catch Thaddeus Russell's perspective on Keith Knight?
No, I did not. Was it any good?
It was great. I'm trying to see. I just threw that out there, and now I'm blanking on what it was all about. But it was it was basically how we started, or basically gassing the Jews was our fault. And World War II was our fault as well. And
I have heard him talk about World War II, and I think he has some very interesting takes on. He did a podcast with Curtis Yarvin on World War II. That was really interesting.
Okay, yeah, it's probably the same genre then as that. I'm blanking on the whole episode for some reason, but I just got over COVID, so I'm sitting here with coffee and Kleenexes. But
his name
if
was
you haven't checked that out, it's very good.
His name was Julius Evola. He was the Italian fascist philosopher who was talking about after World War II ended about why it failed and what a good fascism, what proper fascism would look like and what it is. That was his name. He said I was in bug me. No, yeah, Thaddeus Russell. He has his book. When they get history of the United States, it's probably my second or third favorite history book. Like it's really, really good. And he actually understands how culture moves and what generates culture. And I think that is a crucial understanding for anyone who's into politics, is understanding culture.
Interesting.
I highly recommend it.
I'll have to check that book out too. That book and Scott Horton's book. And I've been starting to get into like Bitcoin just because I heard whatever his face was on Lex Friedman.
Safety and a Moose.
Yes.
I just did a podcast yesterday with Hagfest from Twitter, Sammy, on Bitcoin, on the Bitcoin Center by Safety. We did a whole hour on Bitcoin. So
nice.
I
want to find someone who's just against Bitcoin and all of that, and like see if their arguments hold any water.
Yeah.
Or especially someone for like the shit coins. See if like there's anything to them.
Yeah. The way I explain on the podcast is most people view like gold as a way to store currency. You have to view Bitcoin as like you are transferring your currency, your money to another country's currency to use later when you travel. Bitcoin's like that. Bitcoin's gonna become mainstream currency, so you're trying to transfer your money to the next currency. While Sitcoins are just a stock market. You're trying to just play Sitcoin, trying to figure out how to what's gonna bump, what's gonna fall on you. People view it as investing all as the same thing. You're investing in different things here because one's like a new currency, one's an asset holding with gold, and one's a stock market. And so you have to kind of view these things as distinct and not all in the same cryptocurrency bucket.
What have you heard about Monero though? Like I've heard it's basically Bitcoin, except you can't watch the transfers or anything like that. So it's completely, it's used by the black market and stuff.
I got no problem with it. If it's going to be anything like Bitcoin and is going to succeed, it has to have one of the key components of Bitcoin's function is that it is a set number of Bitcoin. There can never be any more Bitcoin. And so
they have that, I think.
Okay, and that make it a solid, in my opinion, a solid currency. Because that's the problem with most currencies. They can always inflate or find more, or they're always going to be adjusting the amount of value of it based on how much more it is. But when you have a legit hard currency that can't get any more of it, you're going to have a much better currency.
Yep, I'm trying to work on my wife to put a lot of money into Bitcoin, and she's like, "No, it varies too much." It's like, have you seen the dollar?
Yeah, at least Bitcoin does this number. The dollar does this number. So at least it's always going up. But
who knows?
No,
so like if you were to take me from where I'm at is just like sort of a Mises. I listen to mostly Dave Smith. I listen to Clint Russell and like read Coverdale. That's basically where I'm at now. That's what I have time for. But if you were to take me from where I'm at to like maybe your level, or like what books would you have me read to get to that path?
Democracy, the God That Failed.
Okay.
Against the Left by Lou Rockwell. Technological Slavery by Kaczynski. Suicide of West by Burnham.
You can only pick 5.
Multiculturalism by Paul Gottfried. Those are the 5.
All right.
I would say those 5 would be the books to read. But I would maybe drop Kaczynski for Curtis Yarvin. But he's more of an internet blog you read instead of a book, so it's not the same thing. But yeah,
I have caught Yarvin on like some podcasts, but he just, I don't know, he's not very engaging to me. It takes, I don't know if he's like that to you, but it seems like he takes him a long time to get to anything substantive, and I just lose interest before then. Yeah,
his podcast aren't as great as his writing. His writing is much more solid. It's much more easy to read, and it's kind of follow from there. And he builds on his stuff very well. He builds from A to B to C, just keeps building until he's like, oh, I agree with this. I can't disagree with it now because you've spelled it out so clearly.
Interesting.
His open, the gentle introduction to unqualified reservations to be the first one you read of Yarva, and then after that read an open-minded progressives, which is a phenomenal book. It's great.
So, what do you think is in the cards for the future of humanity?
More demons coming out of the woodwork. No,
more demons.
I can't say, man. I
feel like there's just, and I know this is, like depending on who I listen to, I'll listen to someone and they'll bring like a good perspective of like, wow, technology, decentralization, and like all these things are kind of happening. It's like things could go really well.
Yeah.
But then you like listen to like, oh, the elites are doing this, they're developing this currency, and we got nukes in Ukraine and all this stuff, and it's like things could go really bad.
Yeah. Well, here's my take. Things are either going to all destroyed from World War III, or we're in the fourth turning. We are in the end of a civilization. There's no getting around it. Like this American, whatever we have now as a current regime is not going to last 100 years. And so it's the question, okay, what are we doing to build for the next one? What are we doing to either preserve what we have now or build for the next one, or preserve pockets of freedom? That's really all you can do. As well, he's Andrew's Popular Liberties anti-tax. I think that could actually preserve hubs of locations that are going to be safer and secure despite any collapse that happens, because it's going to be completely separate.
Remind me again of the anti-tax.
So the anti-tax would basically operate as a sovereign wealth fund, to where he would increase tax. He would go to part and say, hey, increase your taxes for a bit, so he would take this money, because every municipality has a fund that is about 18 months worth of bills, pretty much. So they can, if everyone stopped paying tax, they can at least keep the government money for 18 months. And he said, hey, increase your taxes, add more to that fund, and then invest that fund. Right now, it's just losing money to inflation. But invest it. We'll have a personal stockbrokers who will invest it and grow the fund. And so after a year, you can now basically pay all the bills off the dividends. And then you get rid of taxation. Which then creates its own, every city becomes sovereign. It's not, hey, we don't have to rely on taxation of the people or on federal funding. We are a sovereign nation that's not being funded by anything else. And that allows people that don't have to be worried about, okay, if the federal government collapses, my city is still fine and secure. And so it basically creates each city will become its own pocket of self-sufficiency. I'm probably butchering how you explain it out, but that's the bare basics, I believe.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. It does require increasing taxes, but that's our only way to really get politicians to sign on for it. But it comes to, so yeah, increase taxes for a year, but it comes out never paying taxes again. So it's kind of like, yeah, I take it,
Yeah, I mean, I guess the argument would be to just cut taxes and have people invest their own money, but I have to give the Lobert explanation there.
Yeah, all good. Well, we've gone for an hour. Go and give your plugs. People can find you at. Make sure you subscribe to this podcast. Where can people find you at, Sam?
You can find me at Black Flag Pod on Twitter. I tweet occasionally. You can also follow my podcast, Black Flag Podcast. And then I do help co-host David Brady's show, The Road to Providence, occasionally too. So on Fridays typically.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, man, thanks for coming on. Loved having you on. Sorry I got a little drunk and rumbling all over the place, but you came in 3 hours to a 12-hour live stream, so it's kind of like,
No worries. We'll have you on our podcast and we'll sober you up. So
sounds good. I'll definitely be sober for it.
yeah, sounds good. Take care, man.
See you, man.
You gonna...
There we go. I kicked you out this time. Sorry. Forgot to kick you out. Okay. Have a good night, man.
Take care.
Ooh, sorry, guys. Been a little drinking a little bit. Okay. And okay. Yeah. So a lot of great books. While I wait for people to hop in, I'm gonna do some live reading. Do a little bit of reading some shit. We're 3 hours into 12. We got 9 hours left. 10 hours, 9 hours left. Let's keep going. Max is gonna leave the stream for a bit, guys. I gotta pee. So right back. In the meantime, I'll see a screen so you can watch a video or something while I'm peeing. There you go. See if I can find it here. There we go. I'll be right back, guys.
Napoleonic continental system, the second and third Reich, and the Soviet International, ranking the world disorder to pressing phases. The regulation and the state embrace each other into silence. By the time soft engineering slithers out of its box and infamous, human security is working into crisis. Slowly, lateral to data transfer to replication, and cyber robotics will restore labs onto bacterial sex.
Cody, what up, man? Cody, can you hear me? Hello? Cody, you there?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. My internet was just acting up.
All good, man. All good.
Wow.
So how you doing, man?
I'm good. Just enjoying my Friday night. You know, just being Catholic and whatnot.
Nice.
Who was the guy in your stream?
Oh, Sam Witt from the Black Flag podcast. He's a LPMC Mises Caucus guy from Minnesota. Yeah, I actually.
Nice.
It's funny. I first time I met him, I hopped on Daniel Tree from Biblical Anarchist podcast, and he was a co-host there. I'm like, oh, cool. Who's this guy? Nice to meet you. Then I hopped on to David's show to do a podcast, and he was also there. I'm like, he keeps popping up on all the shows I'm going on. I figured it's to have him on directly. Talk to him for a bit.
Cool. Is he a Christian?
Yeah, I believe so.
Nice.
Protestant, I believe.
Yeah, we're all not perfect.
Exactly. Yeah, he's much more of a typical anarchist type, FL&P. So we have all disagreements, but he's a very friendly dude. So I know he's going to be, respectful towards and actually try to understand what I'm saying and not just be like, well, you're a fascist and move on, So I can respect that and talk to him and have no problem.
No, I mean, I don't really have a lot of problem with the people in the LPMC. Like, I supported them for a long time. I think they have good ideas. It's just going to be a shame when I come to power and I throw all of them in prison.
Same. I feel that. So, tell me about yourself. You're on. I found you on. I don't know who you were recently, but you kind of popped up on Twitter. I'm like, this guy posts some fire shit.
Well, what's kind of funny is that this is the second Cody Browning account, actually. I got up to 1,000 followers, I think, in 2020, 2021 on Liberty and Anarchist Twitter. Part of that was because of the Tower Gang. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah. Remember that?
So I was kind of involved with all those guys, and then I made my reversion back to the Catholic Church, which I just changed so many aspects and just changed so many ways of my life. It's you can't go living a lie forever, and then once you see the truth, just avoid the truth. If that makes sense.
Exactly. Okay.
So I left Twitter for a long time because I just posted so many things that were sins and just so many things I wasn't proud of. So I just nuked my old Browning account. The first one, I'm not saying I was a micro celeb, but I had 1,000 followers and I was still getting likes on my posts. I was just well, I can't feel good about this anymore, especially coming out of confession. So I just nuked the whole thing. Then for a brief time, you might remember this, I set up a separate account that was only there for a couple of months before it got banned, which was Harvest Moon 5000. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that.
I was in a space with you for a little bit.
Yeah,
we talked
I remember
about
that.
book. Yeah, we talked about books. I recommended Liberalism is a Sin from 10 Books, Catholic publisher. And I got a new phone, so I realized I could make a new Twitter account again. So I just wanted to.
Nice. Nice.
Don't really consider myself a libertarian anymore, but I want to get into libertarian circles because I figure the radicalization process did happen for me. I can turn other people onto it. It's not that I reject Austrian economics. It's not that I reject finance. Is that pretty much I don't think they enough.
Hey, your mic is cutting in and out a lot. I'm getting every other word here.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I think I was just sitting too far away from my computer.
I've been there.
My bad. So
I've done a whole podcast where I was too far away from the mic. It was really bad.
Okay. Yeah. No. If you can't hear me, please feel free to interrupt.
Sounds good.
So yeah, I basically I started this account under the old name that I used because I kind of felt a shifting in the tides within libertarian circles, obviously like Nick Ashley or Pete Quinones, guys that
Nick is great.
Oh, Nick is a stand-up human being, one of the funniest and most genuine dudes on here. I laughed so hard when he had the Burger King crowd and was talking to the Fakertarians.
He's so funny, and his tip on a Slep Gang is hilarious. Like like that whole Slep Gang crew, Ace, Jay, Dean, Nick, they're all really smart guys, and using that podcast and they're making come and fart jokes. You guys are really stupid. But then they have a serious podcast. And they're like, oh yeah, you're also all really smart. It's it's really funny. Like he wasn't to forget. Oh yeah, these are all smart people.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been on Gab or Telegram. I assume you know those sites. Do you know Gab?
Yeah, I'm not on Gab, but I know of it.
All right, so when I was off Twitter for a long time, I got onto Gab. I basically just kind of dabbled with like various subgroups of the far right, alt right, dissident right, whatever you want to call it. Basically, all these guys are like Gab is just basically like MAGA boomers and like legit Nazis. And I don't mean like the left's definition of like, oh, you're a Nazi.
Yeah.
You vote for Trump. I mean like guys who like legit have read Mein Kampf and subscribe to National Socialism.
Hilarious.
But like it just wasn't fun. Like there's no subtlety. You have to be subtle on Twitter. You have to be subtle, and you have to be creative to reach a large audience.
Yeah.
And I think like what I found with like Nick Ashley and all those guys is that, especially like within libertarianism or like liberty Twitter especially, you have all these people who are just highly autistic in the best way possible.
I love it.
I mean, I was misdiagnosed with autism as a kid, so I don't mean that as a disparaging thing. You have people who are highly autistic who read political and economic theory for fun, but are also really funny.
Yeah.
Which I think like a lot of other areas of Twitter are missing. Like you might have like 2 out of the 3 for those different planks, but you never really see all 3 together. I still think there are a lot of problems with liberty Twitter and libertarianism in general, but in terms of people that I can actually engage with and have fun with, but also have a serious debate, like it's incredible. I remember listening to the Tower Gang podcast like a year ago, and it devolved into like you said, like just the most vulgar humor. And then as soon as people bring up inflation, it's just like there's like 3% of the entire population of the US that can talk about economics the way that those guys do.
Yeah. This is honestly weird. Like I'm on Twitter quite a bit. I'm on Twitter more than I should be.
Same.
And yeah, these people like how about this? There are people who are like go to like eight different accounts because they can't control what they say, and so they're funny most of the time. But there's something way funny about the people who are like Nick, who just knows how to play the game to where he can be funny and not get his account taken down. I'm just like, yeah, I respect that more. You know, he knows how to treat and say what he wants to say without getting his account taken down. People like Weed, who are hilarious, get their account taken down and get suspended, that kind of stuff, because they just say what they want to say anyway. And there's something funny about the covert cleverness of someone who's trying not to get taken down.
Yeah, I mean, like, how many people have you just seen, like, with that little white dachshund during Pride Month, just be like, that little white dog with the eyes looking up at the camera, like, that's not natural. Like, you can't exactly ban someone for homophobia for posting that, for just posting a little picture of a dog saying that's not natural.
Yeah.
But like that's the beauty of Twitter. You have to be subtle. You have to get your digs in, or you have to like undermine your opponent's arguments in a very funny way. And no one's better at that than Nick. Yeah. No one's better at having fun, but also making a good point like Nick Ashley.
Yeah, he's. I found him on for a interview. I'm gonna have him on again eventually for an economics book. We're gonna cover him by Mango. I know he's a huge Mango fan. Oh no, Bombok, whatever his name is. He's a fan of him. So we're gonna eventually do a book club on economics because he's a really smart guy. To get a chance to actually be smart more than he is. He's hilarious. He's hilarious, but
yeah, I think that's just a testament to Austrian economics as a whole, because I can't remember who said, like, Nick's a mechanic, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way that like mechanics can't be smart, but Nick understands basic economy and basic tendencies more than most people.
Yeah,
I remember it was either Bob Murphy or maybe it was Pat Newman who said that they were at an economics conference. You had like some of the best economics professors in the entire country giving lectures, and then I think it might have been Bob Murphy. I could be wrong. It's like as soon as like Bob Murphy, the Austrian, gets up there, he gives his spiel, and there was literally like a janitor in the hallway who was like, "Buddy, everything that everyone said went over my head, but you made the most sense." It's because like if you don't have like this built-in sense of models, or you don't have like this built-in like that you need like this massive amount of data to be able to make a point.
Yeah.
Then most of life is pretty simple, including economics, including incentives, including Austrian economics.
Yeah. What is the what? Excuse me. That's why I made the website Austria-Thomism. It's because Thomism is philosophy built upon common sense and the senses in reality being trustworthy and reality being real. And Austria is built upon basic actions like humans act and what comes out as economics. And Austria is a way of explaining things to the common man. While Thomism is a philosophy for the common man. So kind of merging those, not just like, how they both influence, how they both work together economically or philosophically speaking. Just both of their approaches for speaking to the everyday person are easy to use. And so I figured Austria-Thomism, for Austrians, we can speak normally, speak plainly, and in Thomism, built upon common sense, both kind of flow together to make a solid, easy access point for people getting into Austrianism or Thomism from any angle.
Yeah, what I love about that page is that it's I think Austrian economics kind of like lends itself to being explicitly right-wing to a degree because it recognizes nature and that it recognizes human action. And what I love about it is like I saw that stream that you did with Evelyn.
Oh yeah, I forgot I did that.
Yeah, no, I think you guys were reading Hoppe or someone else.
Yeah, we were doing Hoppe's. What was that? What Must Be Done. We did Hoppe's What Must Be Done as a live reading.
Yeah, and when Evelyn and it was the Starman and the Boomer stream, you weren't on the stream, but it was a different stream where Evelyn was talking about how like liberalism didn't just begin with the Enlightenment. It didn't just begin with the Protestant Reformation. That like it was Evelyn talking about like Hans Hermann Hoppe's necessary here for like a grand view of history, or what was like grand historical narrative, like a libertarian narrative, and brought back how it's like liberalism can kind of be brought back to Thomas Aquinas to a certain degree, and I kind of a priori dealing with reality reasoning, which I think you can only really have if you have like a correct view of nature, which is, we are all subservient to an almighty, all-powerful, omnipotent God who not only is outside of space and time, but just is within you and me.
Yeah.
Which is not to say that the Catholic Church caused decline. I obviously don't believe that, because I believe that the Catholic Church is actually the basis of Western civilization. I think it was Hilaire Belloc who said, the faith is Europe and Europe is the faith.
Yeah.
But I love what you guys are doing with that channel. Similar to, I was around on Twitter when the Hoppian had just gotten started. And they went from like a very basic web page to what they have now and selling merch. And obviously having like a very refined intellectual sense to them, which is why I'm really excited for Austro-Thomism.
Yeah, eventually I want to start. I have a team that can make. I can make t-shirts here, and so I'm actually gonna work on some designs tomorrow and try to get a Mutts page set up, so we can have I have a t-shirt where it's a tank top. It's a tank top Thomism. Those simple things like that. Some hats that have like the Austro-Thomism on it, kind of thing. Some regular some hoodies, that basic stuff like that. I'll make some designs and try to set up a merch store so we can start making money for the website. Because I've been said I need to pay someone to run it because I'm terrible at web design. Not only web design and stuff, like my other website's down because I can't figure out how to fix it. So I got to actually go tomorrow, probably call Bluehost and have them actually walk me through the steps to fix it, because right now the website's just not working.
Yeah.
But a funny point about the whole when I went on was Evelyn. I did not know he was in they were in Europe. I did not know what the time zone was going to be like. So they said 8. I'm like, okay, 8 o'clock. I could go home, take a nap, sleep a little bit. I got to work at 12. No problem. Thankfully, I got to work early that day. And then I got a text like, hey, we're going live in like 20. Where you at? I'm like, in bed, about to fall asleep, but it took some ZQL. And so I had to like hop on and like down a Red Bull and try to like stay awake and get through the whole episode. I think I did a decent job, but I wanted to actually read it ahead of time, prepare notes and stuff. I had no time to prepare anything. I just went into it completely raw. I was like, well, I'm doing this now. And I was like, it turned out all right, but I think I could have done better if I had actually known the proper time we were doing it.
Well, that's just something I got to figure out. And I still liked your episode because you're a very competent guy. You're a very knowledgeable guy. You're a good speaker.
Thank you.
Aside from the list, but
yeah,
I'm just fucking with
you. Got me good when I tweeted on Twitter about the list. Like I was in an Arby's parking lot dying of laughter. I was like, I can't come back. He's got me so like you hit me hard. I couldn't come back from it. It was like I'm done. It was solid.
And I just want to preface that by saying that I would never say that to someone that I didn't love or someone that I didn't actually respect, because funny enough, what most people get wrong about like humor and about internet humor especially, you don't joke with people that you respect. You insult people that you don't like, but you always joke with people that you respect. You always make light with people that you respect. So
absolutely.
Yeah. I guess
be careful on Hoppy and Twitter. Some of those hopping guys are so artistic and quick with the block. You try to make a joke and it's like, he starts me block. I've more than once tried to like mark a Hoppy and do for something funny, and I got blocked. I'm like, well, that was just the autism and the quick block button in effect right there.
Yeah, man, it's just so weird because there's so many libertarians that I'm just like, I just want to inch you a little bit farther to the right.
Yeah.
And then I meet libertarians that are very far right, like Hoppians, and I'm just like, I just want to dial down the autism just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Just a bit.
And Hoppians are great. Honestly, if it wasn't for the Hoppians, I would be completely done with libertarianism. I wouldn't go by libertarian. I'd be like, okay, I'm NRX now. I'm over that campus. But the Hoppians are the only reason I still use the term libertarian at all. Because I can just I'm a Hoppian type libertarian. And so it's the only thing keeping me around from being a full-on neo-reactionary type.
Yeah, I get that, and they're a great school of thought. And what I especially love about Hoppianism in the internet age is that it can expand from Hoppe.
Yeah,
like he is like the seed, and they can grow forth from it. I still don't really use the libertarian label anymore. I tell my own friends, just to freak them out a little bit, that I'm a right-wing extremist.
See, I always just say I'm right-wing with my friends, and if I don't want to talk politics with someone, I was at a party and the parents started talking politics, and they're like, "Kiddo, what are your politics?" And I didn't want to engage because they were all very liberal, and I just said, "I think the Catholic Church and Amazon is one to one." And they were like, okay, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. He's a crazy person. And I was like, yeah, this is good. I don't want to talk to you either. We're done.
No, I usually open up with usually saying something alarming, but my presence has always been jovial. So if I say something alarming, they think I'm joking, and then they prod deeper, and then they kind of find out. I've actually had success with that to a degree, where people are like, I really don't agree with anything that you're saying, but I agree that they can basically agree that it makes sense, that I'm not just coming at it from a place of hate or bigotry, quote unquote, that they might say.
Yeah. That's always good to hear. It's honestly, becoming Catholic. I became Catholic last year. No. Yeah, last year. fairly last year. I've been a Catholic for about a year and 2 months or something.
Praise be to God.
It's only made me more right wing. It's only made me. I was right. I've always never been left. I've always been right wing. But I'm just like going down to Catholic, Thomas Aquinas, Saint Augustine, How Catholic but Western Civilization by Tom Woods. Just kind of properly understanding Catholicism and monarchism and all that kind of stuff, along with reading Harper and Yarvin and Land. And okay, yeah, I'm all the way on the right now. Like it, what was it? There's a political compass test. And someone's like, where are you on this compass? And I don't know where I'd be because I'm like a authoritarian locally, bottom right, like federally. And someone took a paper and like folded it in the middle and said, you're right here. They folded the two corners of me. I'm like, right there. I'm like, yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm simultaneously all the way bottom right, all the way top right.
You see, that's why that test is kind of bullshit. It's because it's a test that presumes upon a certain way of thinking, a certain paradigm.
Every social question about it is somehow it seems to think, okay, if you socially agree with it, therefore you want to make laws against it. And so it's just like, well, I could vote no, I don't think gay marriage is right. They interpret that as, oh, you want to outlaw all marriage. I'm like, okay, this isn't a competent test.
Yeah, no, I think that's something I struggled with for a long time. I still kind of love all the libertarianism I learned about. I still have I love my book. I just moved, so it's in a box, so I kind of forget. The Irrepressible Rothbard.
Oh, that's a great one. I got it right here on the shelf. It's that's a good one.
I know you do. I remember you posting it. But yeah, no, I love that one, and I love the libertarian tradition of the paleo-conservative tradition, the paleo-libertarian tradition. I just think that over the course of the lockdowns, especially, like, actually, I'll back up even further. I kind of consider myself a right-wing anarchist in the sense that no man-made authority had any sort of legitimacy to it. The only authority was natural authority. So I already had a sense that something like pride or bravery or whatever you would want in like a statesman, confidence, like those things I do think are natural among people. I think Hoppianism kind of made me realize that, like, hey, there are differences between people. There are people that are more apt than others. Yeah. Like, for the longest time, I used to believe that it's like, oh, conservatives believe in equality of opportunity, liberals believe in equality of outcome.
Yeah.
I quickly realized that wasn't true. So I consider myself a right-wing anarchist, and I think one of the reasons, other than just like living my life as like kind of a degenerate, like I still consider myself a pornography addict. Not that I'm using daily, but in the same way, like an alcoholic is an alcoholic, even they've been sober for 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. Same here.
Yeah. I'll pray for you if you pray for me, brother.
Sounds good, man.
But yeah, I kind of, so like, I had this idea that there are natural hierarchies. I just kind of figured that whatever was man-made was an unnatural hierarchy. And so other than just like me needing to change my life, in a sense, libertarianism, anarchism, like right-wing theory, like kind of brought me back to and reverted to Catholicism, because I am a cradle Catholic. Haven't lived like that for a while up until like last May. What brought me back was like, well, it's just kind of like if you go through like Aquinas, like, well, if you believe that like these things are natural, if you think that like things are not evenly distributed and there is a hierarchy, then what's at the top of the hierarchy? It's not great men. It must be God. Yeah. And oh yeah, go ahead.
See, I'll bring it up later. Go ahead and finish your sentence. I'll bring it up later.
Oh, what was that?
Go ahead and finish what you're going to say. I'll wait till you're done to bring it up. It's kind of a backtrack, but I'll wait till you're done.
Oh yeah, and so I still have books by Bombarwick, Hoppe, Rothbard. I still have I'm usually so good at book titles, but I'm kind of blanking tonight. What was the one by Hayek?
Road to Serfdom.
Road to Serfdom. I still have that. Like I still have all these books on my bookshelf. I kind of consider libertarianism at least to be a post-war ideology. And what I mean by that is I shifted away from libertarianism and I choose the identity right-wing extremist, which I do mean genuinely, because I think like the libertarian kind of ideal can only be achieved after you've won the culture war, which might be after an actual war. I mean, God only knows where we're going in this.
I'm working on a piece currently saying, is there a way to prevent the culture war from becoming a hot war? Like I don't know if there is, but that's something I'm working on now, trying to figure out is there a way that this doesn't escalate to being, an actual civil war over culture.
Have you ever heard of the movie Wag the Dog?
I have not.
It is the most red-pilling movie of all time, and it's a above average 90s comedy. And I mean this here, like, write it down. I own it. Wag the Dog. Like, if you look at the trailer itself is a red pill.
Let's watch it. You can stream. I can stream videos. Let's just Wag the Dog trailer. I gotta find some way to make this stream last 12 hours. Someone's gonna stream videos now.
Why not? And I'll message you a link on Twitter for a review that Devin Stack from Black Pill. Do you know him?
I do not. What's his name?
Just Black Pilled on YouTube. I'll message you a video of his.
Please do.
And he still has an Odyssey channel and a BitChute channel. He's like former Mormon, still believes in God. However, he is like kind of a Wignat, but not like 1488, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But just play this trailer. You're gonna love it.
There's a crisis in the White House.
What's the crisis?
And the president's top advisors have been called together.
Oh, jeez.
Sexual misconduct occurred inside the Oval Office. With the election only days away, how much will this scandal affect the outcome?
The president spent the weekend pressing the flash. He wasn't campaigning, he was dating, actually.
Now, Washington's top spin doctor.
We can distract the press for 11 days till the election. I think we got a chance.
Has an idea.
We can't afford a war.
We're going to have the appearance of a war.
But he can't pull it off without Hollywood's top producer.
Do I know you?
We have some mutual friends in Washington.
Why come to me?
We want you to produce. You want me to produce your war? Not a war. It's a pageant. We need a theme, a song, some visuals. We need, it's a pageant.
New Line Cinema presents.
How close are you to this? What do you want the kid to say?
All the spectacle.
I know we're all concerned for the president.
I know we're all concerned for the president.
I know that we are all concerned for the president.
He didn't sell the line.
All the drama.
The president's going to go to war with Albania in about 30 minutes.
Albania's hard to ride.
These are chips.
We need it for the armed position on the screen. It'll be a kitten. We'll punch it in later, right?
And all the effects of real war.
Okay, put the village behind her.
Give me some sound of screaming.
Without the casualties.
America has seldom witnessed a more poignant picture.
They use the same process with the last Schwarzenegger movie. You're the man.
Albania.
That rhymes.
I can't believe that we forgot my hero. Looks like we sent him the Christmas card and we left out the fruitcake. There you go.
Sergeant Schumann, if I may, welcome to history.
How are you?
Anybody want a beer? Because I could party.
When it's cooking, it's cooking.
From Academy Award-winning director Barry Levinson.
When this goes national, I get to put it on my resume?
Actually, no.
What could they do to me?
They come home to your house and kill you.
Academy Award winner Dustin Hoffman.
This is politics at its finest.
Academy Award winner Robert De Niro.
How would you like an ambassadorship? That's my fail? Hell, I just do it for a story to tell. No, you couldn't tell anybody. Listen, I'm just kidding. No, it's just it's a pageant. It's a pageant. That's what it is.
Wag the Dog.
When the fit hits the shan, somebody's going to have to stay after school.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching that tomorrow. That looks fun.
Yeah, yeah. So watch that. I just messaged you on Twitter, Devin Stack, from his channel Black Pilled, who had a rundown of that movie. I brought that movie up because, for one, William H. Macy, and that is a CIA agent. You saw him in the trailer. Like, Robert De Niro asked him, like, "Why do we fight a war? Why do we fight a war?" And William H. Macy's like, "To preserve a way of life." So, in terms of like, will this culture war get into a hot war? I'm not excited for it, but like, war is basically to preserve a way of life. It is for land, resources, influence. But you go into that movie, like Kayla, like it is the cathedral before the cathedral. It's basically the cathedral operatives showing you how everything is done, but they have to do it in a comedy in order to sell it to people. It's because like if you sell that kind of concept to someone as a comedy, then they can be like, "Oh yeah, that's just the government. That's just what they do. That's just the media." Without even like people are so much more agreeable if you can get them to laugh. Why do you think comedians have always been a huge part of American culture?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's give me a moment. I'm like mute my mic real quick to blow my nose.
Okay. Alive, alive, oh, alive,
Okay.
alive, oh.
I had no allergy problems this week, and then this morning I woke up with my nose clogged. And I'm like, the night of the live stream, my allergies act up. Of course.
Yeah, like, don't you live in Florida? Like, how is that possible?
I don't know. I never had allergy problems. So I went to Georgia for 2 months, and I came back, and every springtime I get allergies.
When did you start having allergy problems again?
So I went to Georgia for 2 months when I was 15. Until then, I never had any problems. Now since then I have to take a Zyrtec like every other day.
You see, I have a kind of a theory that my girlfriend, she said that she started experiencing allergies like last year and this year during the summers, like when she hadn't before. I do think that being locked down for months at a time, just like not
definitely.
going outside, wearing a mask all the time, like it hurts your immune system. That's another part of like what I hate about the left is that they have such a like mechanical view of humanity.
Yeah.
That they're like, oh, you get your shots because it's like an oil change.
Well, that's their materialism. I mean, the left are materialist, and they view the body different more than the brain is just a meat computer. We're just balls of meat going through the universe. We're space dust. You know, it's one of my favorite tweets actually, and an atheist told me, "Walls is space dust." I was like, "Well, yeah, you are dust, and the dust you shall return." He was like, "Why have to ask what to say?" But yeah, the left materialism, like, you know, it doesn't just affect their morality or any other part. It really does affect how they view like medical stuff and how like, oh, you just get the update. You know, you gotta update the machine with the new model, with the vaccine pats. You know, and it views as meat computers. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I remember watching this documentary in high school. It was part of a class. I went to a Catholic high school as part of our theology department. I can't remember what it was about. I don't even remember most of the movie. The only part I remember it is this kind of like this like this guy was like involved in like neurosurgery and philosophy. He's out on the West Coast and he wears like nothing but tie-dye shirts, but he was actually like kind of based. He made a great point about like what human life means, is that he basically said, like, imagine like if like we found a cure to like stop aging and people could live for thousands of years. He said, like, well, imagine like some kid who's lived for 10,000 years like falls off a mountain and dies. Like, that's a much bigger tragedy than it would be if the kid was like remained at 10 years old and fell off the mountain. And I think that's really why like a lot of people got freaked out over COVID. I do think the NPC meme is real, and I do think people are influenced heavily to a degree I obviously believe in elite theory, but I also believe that, like, if you have a society that just does not fear God, then the one thing that they do fear is death. You know, like if death is your greatest concern, of course you would lock down.
Yeah. It's it's purely again, it comes back to the materialism. Like it's not a matter of how good is the life, or are you accomplishing with your life, or you having a good time with your life. It's like, no, you get one life. The only purpose of life is to preserve it as long as possible, no matter how shitty it is. And that really showed itself when it came to the old folks' home, when people would die without allowed to see the grandkids. You know, they spent the last 6 months of their life alone and miserable, instead of being able to have family visit them and maybe die faster. But if you ask them, they probably would have lived to die faster with family around and die alone.
Exactly. It's so funny that the people who would consider themselves to be humanists just had such anti-human behavior for like 2 years.
Yeah.
I think that's another reason why I moved like further and further to the right. Like, you know, my my profile picture is Dale Gribble on top of Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera, the founder of Spanish Phalangism, who was one of the flanks of the broader right-wing nationalist movement of the Spanish Civil War. Like I said, I consider libertarianism to be a post-war kind of thing, when you have a social order that you want, and when you kind of have like the society, culture, religion, and demographics that you want, then you can kind of implement it. But from what I've seen, I just got so radicalized over the past 2 years. From what I've seen is that it's either our guys are in power or someone else's.
Yeah.
And like there were so many libertarians that just got so autistic about Ron DeSantis. And I was like, well, would you rather be a libertarian in New York City, or would you rather be a libertarian in Tallahassee?
It's two wings of the same bird, man. They're both evil. My problem with libertarians,
yeah.
my problem with libertarians is they have no conception of power outside of state power. Like, even if the state was gone, you're still going to have elites that are making decisions and running things. Whether they be elites of the corporations, the social elites of the people, or just the local older people who are going to take control of things. Like, even in Ace's favorite example of anarchism, which is the tribes in Norway. What's it? Norway. Iceland, the Icelandic anarchist tribes, they all reverted back to the Vietnamese elder because it had natural elites still in that society. There's no getting around the fact that even if you destroy state power, you're still going to have natural elites or elites emerge that are going to be in power controlling things. And libertarians have no answer for how to deal with those elites because they only have an ethical system of how to deal with government.
Yeah, it's Rothbard's Anatomy of the State is a great red pill, but you shouldn't stay on it.
Yeah,
you should swallow it. You should read it, but it's not the only pill that'll make you healthier.
That book should be read alongside or immediately after, or immediately follow with Hopper's Intellectuals, Elites, and the State. Like, those two books hand in hand would be a great kickstart for a red book. Because like Rothbard builds it out great about what the state is, what the state is not, the elites in the state, how the state maintains power. He spells it out, but Hopper's point about the elites and intellectuals and how they control the state and how they are really more important than the state is a valuable point that gets doesn't get brought up enough by most libertarians.
Yeah, power will always exist. It's a constant. You know, it's kind of like the quote from the beginning of the movie, The Departed. You know, Jack Nicholson goes, "When I grow up, they always told me you can either be a cop or you can be a criminal. But when you're facing down the barrel of a loaded gun, what's the difference?" Yeah, like the club. Oh yeah, he's the best. But but the thing is, like, the club will always exist.
Yeah,
and a club can be used for good. It can be used for bad. It just depends on, like, well, who do you want wielding it? And you know, Ace always brings up like, well, ancient Ireland was anarchistic. I don't want to live in ancient Ireland.
Yeah. What was it? It's at a point I lost it. Hold on. Fuck, I lost the point. It's not coming back to me either. Oh well. Yeah, no, the historical example. Oh, I remember now. The whole point about power, you can't get rid of power. This is actually why I love Popular Liberty Andrews, not Narco, archotropism. How power is zero sum, and you can never get rid of power. Like it's always going to be there. It's an economic fact of life that power is going to exist, and how he accepts that as a reality and makes all his politics based upon that fact. And I think that is why he's going to be huge and why he is winning. He's going to be winning his debates and is going to be successful because he understands power.
Yeah, if we could just tone down Andrew's autism a little bit, he would be just as big as Pete Quinones.
Yeah, I tell people, I bet people DM me like, "Your friend is Andrew. How do you handle that guy? It seems like an asshole." And I have to explain to them like, "No, he's not an asshole. He's an engineering type. Okay, my best friend's an engineer. I can deal with the arrogance and confidence that comes with an engineer who thinks he's better than everyone. Like I know how to deal with these kind of people. Andrew is not as bad as some people, but he does have that same engineer flair that a lot of engineers have, and so that turns off a lot of people, sadly. But if you can get past it, he's one of the best people ever to listen to. You know, he's walking around in peace now for Austriatomism on the political causes of schisms, and it's going to be really good.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just basically Catholicism and Orthodoxy is just politics. I mean, we can talk about filioque, we can talk about
that's his energy distinction and then divine simplicity, which I don't really think those. My problem is like those aren't that different if you view one as an analogy and not as an actual like statement of fact. But and some Orthodox, it's just an analogy, and they actually agree with us more. But in some want to say no, it's radically different, and then they characterize what divine simplicity is, and they define the essence and distinction. It's like we're saying the same thing almost. Like it's the biggest problem with Orthodox. Like so many Catholics like, talk to Orthodox. Like, see, we're not that far apart, and also like, no, we're farther apart than ever before because of these 5 reasons, and I won't engage with you on these 5 reasons. Like they just want to be far apart from Catholics. It's actually, I gotta pee again real quick. If you could just like fill the airtime for a moment while I dip out to go use the restroom, that'd be great.
Okay, so while he's going to go pee, I'm going to go over the meaning of the 14 words. Nah, just joking, dear viewer at home. Racial idolatry is a sin. It really, really is. I obviously am white. I'm kind of proud to be white. I don't even really like that term because I feel like we've all been so deracinated as European folk in the U.S. But if you really do hold like your race above God, or if your religion is informed by race, then I really don't know what to tell you other than just like submit to Rome, submit to God. It's not.
I'm in agreement with what you're saying, guys.
Did you hear that, or like?
I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love joking about like 1488 and things like that. I obviously don't believe in it. You know, it's more of a troll thing, but
absolutely.
There are like a lot of Catholics who I don't know if in real life, I think it's just mostly online. There are a lot of Catholics who are just like, it's like Catholicism is completely compatible with the doctrines of National Socialism. And it's, well, no, it's because, well, for one thing, Austria did have a Catholic dictator and the Nazis murdered him. And Austrian Catholic churches also flew like the Nazi party flag and the banners, and it still wasn't good enough for the party because it was worship of party and race and people over everything.
Yeah.
A lot of people like to say it's like, oh, it's like, well, you're Catholics, you want like a mestizo-led America or something like that. And it's like, no, not necessarily. It's like Catholicism isn't a globalist religion, but it is universal. I always like to bring up the fact that it's like if you think Catholicism is like any way synonymous with globalism, then Mexico and Poland should be exactly the same, but they're not. They have their own distinct cultures and peoples and histories. But they're united by their devotion to Christ, to their devotion to the Eucharist, and like kneeling before the cross. I really I'm not going to lie. Like, I do believe that the Great Replacement is real, and I do believe that white communities should be able to, through as much soft power, lack of force, should be able to remain the way that they want to. And I do think that Americans should be able to decide if they want to return to like pre-1965 demographics. I'm not talking about splitting up families. I'm not talking about, deporting people that were, here since they were 3 years old and like sending them back to Mexico, to a country that they weren't from. I'm not saying that at all. I do think demographics are important, but my main agreement with people will be one thing: are you a Christian? Do you submit to Christ as the King? And after that, like, okay, well, are you Catholic? Obviously, people are welcome to disagree with me. You're welcome to disagree with me. I just do believe. I just think that I remember the before I left Twitter, like the bordertarian thing was huge.
Before we move on to that point, I want to on a whole part that we just said, I want to say my absolute favorite meme to the people here about. Here it is. No, you can't do that. Mixed marriage is for traitors. No worries, it's not mixed marriage. We are both Catholic.
I did see that before.
That is my one of my favorite memes. That was a great one.
Yeah, the National Socialists are not as far right as you think. They are just right-wing progressives. That's, I guess, what you can call them. I heard someone describe Richard Spencer as a paleo progressive. Like, he's just basically a Wilsonian progressive.
Yeah.
I was talking
to a friend of mine. He's like, the white supremacists in the U.S. are all like hard right-wing losers. I'm like, they want socialism for white people and say we can't have it because black people exist. It's like you're making wasted arguments for socialism. I don't know if you can call that right wing. I guess it's weird.
No, I mean, like, you can have right wing elements, but Jared from End Democracy made a good point. It's like you can't be a right winger and be left in economics.
Yeah,
like it does not, will not, has not ever work.
Yeah. He's coming on soon, actually. He's gonna he just released the first chapter of his book he's writing, and he's doing it chapter by chapter on hoppyin.org. And he's agreed to come on every chapter for a book club on that chapter. And so I'm gonna know who he's with him coming on for. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I wrote a comment underneath it. I'm very excited because much like him, Mystery Grove, Antelope Hill, Imperium Press, we basically do need an intellectual vanguard, because absent of monarchy, the only way that you can make any real change within a democratic order, pretty much any Western order now, is to have an intellectual elite.
Yeah.
And it is to, and I basically think of it like, what is right-wing philosophy? It's basically the recognition of truth. I understand there are some like right-wingers who are not Catholic, and there are some right-wingers who are not even Christian. I don't want to get into the JQ, so to speak, but there are right-wingers that are Jewish. And I remember this one meme before I left Twitter. It was like racist group chats be looking like this, and it's like an Ottoman, a Spaniard, like a black nationalist, like a white.
What that meme is like, racists don't care about race you as long as you're racist against somebody else.
Oh yeah, no, like it was like, I hate how inclusive the racist community is. They don't care who you are as long as you're racist.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, but that is like a fundamental recognition of truth that races are different. We have different capabilities. We have different ways of thinking. We have different cultures, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that.
Yeah.
Like I like to use this analogy about the civil rights movement that imagine like there's this big pie, and you are a minority group, you want a piece of the pie, and you'll enact legislation for the pie. You will enact affirmative action for the pie. You will enact you'll have like put pressure on corporations to get a piece of the pie, and then eventually, like decade after decade, you get more and more and more of that pie, right?
Mhm.
However, the entire time this pie is pumpkin, and your people like pecan. So you can get a piece of the pie, but if it's not your own, if it's not something you made, like you'll never feel a part of it. Like I think Kofevi Anand, do you know him?
I do not.
Oh, you would love him. Kind of like an NRX guy. He had like a great spot on Alex Kashuda's. I don't know if you know her. She was on Pete's show a little while ago. I forget the name of her podcast, but she had Kofevi Anand on. His profile picture is a rooster. I don't know why. But he basically said that, like, I think Calvin Johnson should be the king of Black America. I was like, Calvin Johnson, is he like an intellectual? Is he? No, he literally meant the Lions wide receiver, Calvin Johnson. Because he said that he had like a top 3 ever Wonderlic score, and that Black America should basically like look to him to be the arbiter of their problems and disagreements and like where they should go forward. That's another thing of like why I disagree with democracy and liberalism, and what gets back to my analogy of the pie, where I don't think the biggest disservice that white America has ever done to Black America was slavery or even Jim Crow. I think the biggest disservice we've ever done to Black America and other like racial minority groups is taking away their own sense of destiny, taking away their own sense of self-preservation or sense of community by basically telling them like, well, you have to be integrated into our system.
This is actually why I hate Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and people get mad when I say I hate Martin Luther King. Like, no, I hate him because he was racist. Because he hated Black culture. It's actually one of the few things I think Scientist Russell is like still really solid on, is like he points out in his book, his book and his writings and stuff, how Martin Luther King did not like Black culture and wanted to destroy Black culture to integrate Black people into white culture, because he thought that was the only way to gain equality, was to make basically Black people into white people. And it's just like he was anti-culture and wanted this. Yeah, he's racist. I mean, he's culturally racist. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, I mean, to a sense, the boomer cons are kind of right that Democrats are the real racist, not in the way that they believe it, but in the way that if you don't have self-determination as a people, then you really aren't really a people. You still are a subservient class. I mean, like Blacks overwhelmingly, like 92 to 95%, if I'm not mistaken, depending on what poll you look at, vote Democrat. Because Democrats, that's another thing that libertarians get right, is that like within a state where you have like very high time preference and certain incentives, you need to create problems, or at least facilitate existing problems, to keep your own paycheck. And there's a
points Gottfried made in multiculturalism.
Exactly. I own that book. I haven't read it yet.
It's so good. It's so good.
I think you're a lot like me, where I have a big stack of books that I buy from like Half Price Books or Amazon, where it's like, oh, I get a deal on this, and so I'm an idiot for not buying it. So I have a big stack. But let's just say this: there's a big reason as to why Martin Luther King has a day for him, but Malcolm X does not.
Dude, Malcolm X is so awesome. Like I love reading and watching videos about Malcolm X. Like he is just incredible. Then you read Martin Luther King, and you're like, why was it, this guy was so much celebrated and pushed? And I think it really, because he works best for the agenda. You know, he worked best for the progressive agenda. So he was the one who was the go-to. But really, anyone who is in the how do I put this? I'm actually not going to say it, because if I'm too tipsy to say it without getting this video taken down, and so I'm not going to say it. I'm gonna wait for later.
Yeah, you can text it to me or like message it to me through Twitter. But if you listen to Malcolm X, even though he had like socialist leanings, you can kind of consider him to be like a right-wing figure. Um, I don't know if you ever saw Murdoch or Clossington stream on it. Do you know that program?
I'm not.
It's basically a white nationalist sitcom using soy jacks as characters, to explain
Hold on. What's that called? No, I need it down.
Murdoch, Murdoch.
Okay, see, let me put it down here. Okay, Murdoch.
They're obviously no longer on YouTube. Clossington, do you know him?
No, I do not.
Yeah, CLOSSINGTON. He's part of like that sphere with like Academic Agent, The Prudentialist, Charlemagne. That would be a great merger for you because Academic Agent just released a book called The Populist Delusion.
I got it myself right there. I've been going through it. It's really good.
Exactly. If you don't watch Academic Agent's channel or his streams or the people associated him, it's great. Murdoch is basically this white nationalist sitcom cartoon series where it's basically 3 characters and they all represented different parts of the alt-right back in the day, back in like 2016. And one of the episodes is that Murdoch like saves like this like black child from the Podestas, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And like go back to your people and teach them about National Socialism. You don't have to agree with National Socialism, but it's like basically go back to your people. And she like goes back to Malcolm X. And Malcolm X, I think, is like an inherently right-wing figure because when he was asked about socialism, like that, some reporter asked, like, "What are your opinions on socialism?" And he was like, "Do you think socialism could be good for black people?" And they say, "I suppose." And he said, "Well, if it's good for my people, then I support it." That's an inherently kind of right-wing ideal to say it's like what's good for my people, I support it, regardless of socialism, sense of government, economics. Murdoch is entertaining. Just don't get radicalized into, dropping slurs everywhere or like thinking that one group of people runs everything. Like, if you go into if you
never
go
would
into
want to get in that conversation, like they have wasn't with scenes or anything.
Yeah, exactly. But if you can go into it with an open mind and look at it critically and look at it like for their actual arguments, like their arguments aren't bad. You can morally disagree with them, but they are sound. And I do think that like Martin Luther King is held up as a hero, while Malcolm X is not. Like you can still read Malcolm X in college, and it'll be assigned. You can still have like Malcolm X Boulevard in like whatever city that you go into, but he's way more dangerous than King because he professed, "I don't want to be part of white culture," and that can be surprising at the beginning because I think a default for even like a lot of like Democrats or like moderate left, not necessarily leftists, is that like, oh, like we're all like one culture, we're all one people, and like that's just not the case. That's why Rothbard and Hoppe, I think a lot of people who are on the dissident right or on the far right, even if you're like, oh, Rothbard was just an atheist Jew or blah, 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 like, get beyond that, listen to their arguments, and you'll realize that their worldview does correspond to a sense of like ethnic or cultural nationalism. Like Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera, I'm reading a book of his collected speeches and writings from Antelope Hill. And he defined like the patria, like the nation, is like not just like ethnic, but like shared history.
Absolutely.
Like,
what's that book called?
Oh, I have it in my backpack right here. You can get it from Antelope Hill. great dissident right publishing service. They do have some guys that are a little like caught up on the JQ and things like that, which I'm not huge on. I'm not saying ignore it, but okay, it's just Anthology of Speeches and Quotes, Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera. I can probably send you a picture of it later.
Please do.
But he was a person that he was the leader of the Spanish Phalange, the Falangist movement, and was executed by the Spanish Republicans in 1936. And they were part of the forces that aligned with like the Carlists, like the monarchists, the right wingers, the nationalists, into the fighting force that took back Spain in the Spanish Civil War. And he was heavily influenced by Italian fascism, which is also another great topic we can get into. Fascism is not.
I was going to mention that. I just listened to Pete Quinones and Burdockus podcast on Julius. What was his name? Hold on. I'm going to look it up again.
Francis Mercuriaki?
No, I'm reading Imperium right now by Yaki, which has been
same here.
That's been interesting. I've been reading that book. I'm like, I think I'm gonna get in trouble for reading this.
No, I'm reading it as well. It's I'm almost done with like the part on Darwinism.
Nice. Now it was Julius Evola, the
Evola, yeah.
Evola, yeah. I just found out about him on listening to Pete Quinones and Burdockus episode on Italian fascism, and once you take one red pill and kind of like hear a little bit of the truth about the Nazi regime, you realize everything you saw about it was kind of wrong. And now I don't even want to talk about Nazism or fascism without actually looking deeper into the revisionist side of the history and the actual stuff about it, because I realized everything I knew about it was probably not a full story. I don't know enough about it now to actually like comment on it, because there's so much I didn't know. I'm kind of like, I need to really go deep apparently in understanding Nazis. Like that was like the last time being right wing was like, I think it was Thomas 77's point. After the Nuremberg trials, being right wing basically became illegal, and that was because of the Nazis, because of fascism. And so I need to better understand that time period. I guess I didn't before.
Yeah, I'll preface this by saying, like, just getting red pilled on Allied propaganda does not necessarily mean you should just swallow Axis propaganda, because it still is propaganda.
Absolutely.
But I'm basically of the opinion that, the National Socialist regime and Mustache Man and the rest, they're not just the blatantly evil. They're not the cartoon characters that you think of. I mean, like, think about it. Like, there's a whole reason why every time right-wing culture appears in America, it gets compared to the Nazis. There's a reason why Star Wars, the stormtroopers are the stormtroopers. There's a reason why, like, their paraphernalia and their uniforms look like the Nazis. There's a reason why Indiana Jones fought the Nazis. Thomas 77 on a different podcast, I think with Keith Woods and Joel Davis, he basically said, like what you said, like post Nuremberg, it was basically criminal to be right wing in Western countries. And that's why the conservative, quote unquote, conservative revolution that started with, what's his name? Goldwater, which culminated in Reagan, basically like why the right wing went from any sort of like culture to economic Americanism, or like free market economic type of right wing. They also describe how like Richard Nixon basically had the first ever white nationalist coalition, because you had people that were Irish Catholic whites in Boston agreeing with, like Scotch Irish Protestants in the South when they never had before. And that's probably why people hated Nixon, because he was just kind of against the regime. He was kind of against liberalism and the civil rights regime.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like
I've got to have you on for a book club sooner or later. This is a lot of fun. Gotta have you on for a book club sometime soon.
Oh.
You know a lot, and I'm honestly, how do I put this nicely? I'm shocked. Most people on Twitter, who are like anonymous, normally aren't like in the know and really smart, but you are in the know. And I need to do a book club with you on something soon.
Oh yeah, like whether it's Imperium by Francis Parker Yockey, we can read that together. We can comment on like different sections of it. I think when I was Harvest Moon 5000, I recommended you Liberalism is a Sin, which you can still buy for like $10 on Tan Books. I have a really cool book up here, which if you can find it on eBay, it's called Behind the Lodge Door. It's one that I haven't read yet, but it's a book by Tan Books from like the early 90s. And Behind the Lodge Door is all about the history of Freemasonic influence in America and their resistance to the Catholic Church.
That could be interesting.
Oh yeah. And yeah, I mean, going back to like what we said, like what Thomas 77 says, like really, like Michael Malice is correct. Conservatism is just progressivism driving the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
I remember kind of being like a normie conservative or like a normie libertarian, being like, "Oh yeah, like I support gay rights and like as long as it's like it's in the home and things like that." Yeah. And I obviously don't hate gay people because they are God's children, and to be quite honest, they have a much tougher cross to bear than you or I do, given same-sex attraction. But there's a big difference.
I made this point before, like the amount of sorrow that I wanted to feel towards people with homosexual attraction is higher than you should feel for people who have other crosses to bear. Given the fact that most people who have a cross to bear, that's a sin, society at least normally agrees, hey, that shouldn't be done. Like, rape, murder, lying. It's like an agree these things shouldn't be done. But specifically with like homosexual attraction, you're told from the moment you're born by most of society that that's a good thing, that's natural, and you should be gay. And so it's like it's a sin that you've been propagandized your entire life. It's like, this isn't a sin, this is just natural. I should be that way. And so they have like a way harder time carrying that cross because it's something that's so socially accepted.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you another video by Black Pill by Devin Stack. It's where he goes over a propaganda film from the 50s, because that was produced by like John Wayne. Like I'm also not opposed to propaganda. I think it's a good thing as long as you can use it for good. Absolutely. But it was basically a propaganda film from the 50s. The first propaganda film was your basic stranger danger. Like a little girl gets into a car being like, hey, like, you want to help me find me a puppy, whatever. The second one, which is way more taboo nowadays, was about the homosexual. And it said that the first one was a warning against girls to not get into the car. The second one was be wary of homosexual men that might show you pornography or show you like certain sexual things that you want to keep secret. That's not to demonize gay people, but what it is that like, well, why was this propaganda being produced? I do, and even Michael Malice mentioned it. He didn't mean it as an insult, and he kind of meant it as like, oh yeah, like when you're a young gay guy, you usually have an older man show you the ropes to a degree. It's a tough subject. It's hard.
That's what got Milo Yiannopoulos canceled.
Yeah. No, like everything about feminism, everything about race, everything about nationalism. That was the one that stirred up a lot of controversy. And even Harvey Milk's biographer, I think I had a post about this on Twitter, that Harvey Milk's own biographer, who was a gay reporter from San Francisco, said that Harvey Milk had a penchant for young waifs with drug problems. Now, if I were to tell you that a straight man had a penchant for 15 to 17-year-old girls with drug problems, you would definitely call that taking advantage of someone. So there are a lot of aspects of gay culture that I think were evident to people, and one of the reasons why I reject liberalism is that it's this idea that everything was oppressive up until the 60s or the 70s, and then we started learning how to be accepting of people. No, I think they had a good reason to be wary of homosexual men around younger men, for a good reason. That's not to say that all gay men do that.
Yeah.
Obviously not. It's not to say that that there are not gay Catholics or Catholics that have same-sex attraction. There are not devout, struggling people who honestly probably live their lives for Christ better than I can.
Yeah.
It is more so to say, like what you're getting to before, like all of society would agree being an alcoholic is a bad thing.
Yeah.
You can we can debate upon whether advertising says it's not, or whether Total Frat Move, Barstool, and all those other things say that it's not. But pretty much the LGBT agenda is the only one that says these kind of acts are okay. And like I said before, I'm a pornography addict. I'm going to be one until the day that I die. I've seen some things. I've been stimulated by things that I am not proud of. And it definitely even a friend of mine who is a normie kind of centrist liberal Democrat Catholic, he even admits that pornography will kind of increase you more towards homosexual relations, because you just need that's the thing about sin. You need more stimulus to feel something.
Yeah.
Whereas in praying the rosary, you're stable with just being silent, with just being calm, with just excluding everything away from you. That's why I don't like non-denominational Christians. They go to church to hear the music and get high on Jesus. I go to mass to get low, to clear everything out. But that's the thing about sin. I like to use I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I like to use the analogy that one of the first people to ever get electrocuted in the electric chair was this big guy that murdered his wife. He was 6'6", something like that, which back in the 1920s was, probably the turn of the century. That's a huge human being. And they shock him. He's not dead. They have to crank up the voltage by 1,000 volts each time until he's dead. And that's kind of like sin. It's basically you cranking up the own voltage on your electric chair. And that's why I don't agree with any of this LGBT stuff. I mean, there are gay men who will tell you they have to wear diapers because of years of abuse. That's disgusting. That's not supposed to happen.
Have you ever actually so I love the TOC, the Learning Channel. I am hooked on watching all the crappy reality shows about My Friend's Addiction, the Grown Diaper People, the My 600-Pound Life.
Yeah, my mom used to watch a bunch of that in the mid-2000s and 2010s.
So did my mom. That's why I started watching it with her. And it's but nowadays, honestly, I watch it with my grandpa. Dude, I'll tell you, I watched My 600-Pound Life with my grandpa the other week, and he is just how is this person not fat? I am paying for this person's food with my on welfare, and he's just yelling, "Look at that, man! Look at that woman's boobs!" It's I know that's a dude grandpa. What? He's just confused and yelling at the TV like a boomer, and it's absolutely. But the point with the Learning Channel, it's weird how they publicize. How about this? The TOC at the same time is publicizing these really weird people who diaper baby, the grown diaper types. But at the same time, it's the documentary is mocking them, because that's what the documentary does. People can enjoy it and mock with it, but it also puts it in an accepting thing. So it really you watch it yeah, these people. I'm here to laugh at these people and see how crazy they are. But then more people watch it, the more they become desensitized to become it's just a normal thing some people do. And it's weird how the TOC went from being seen that where like you would watch them mock these people, and now it's just, oh, I accept there are people out there who are 600 pounds, and that's just their lifestyle choice. And they subvert you when they normalize these behaviors.
Yeah, you're allowed to mock, feel better, but also feel sympathy all at the same time, which I think is a very dangerous combo.
Yeah.
This is. I'm not going to say like I have like a personal theology because I could always be wrong, but I do think that like obviously stereotypes are to a degree real, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that like different groups of people have like different sorts of like deadly sins, not attached to them like it was attached to them like from God, because that's obviously not what happens. But I think like culturally, certain types of sins manifest. Like I'm Irish, we obviously have a penchant for drink and fighting and rage. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
I'm predisposed to alcohol. I'm predisposed to certain things. I really do think that in terms of like you call it like the ethnogenesis of white America, I think more than anything, like our sin is pride, but in the way that we want to feel better than everyone by helping them.
Yeah.
Quote unquote helping them.
Yeah.
We want
you spot on with like the Anglo Southern America is predisposed to the pride. That is spot on. I mean, that is this you could see that effect in so many things, like the pride in the country, the pride in the heritage, the pride in the accent, the we're number one. You can really see the effects that we have Pride Month came out of America. You can really see that, and like St. Thomas Aquinas said in the Summa Theologica, he holds the Sirach as well, that pride is the base of all sins. And so it really points to how we are. American culture is predisposed to pride, and then we also become degenerate because we are now prideful in our degeneracy.
Exactly, and I think the way that American pride kind of represents itself, we're all right wingers, so we all know the 1350 meme, and we all like to post about it and make fun and things of that nature. But it actually is incredibly sad and horrific.
Yeah.
Right. We can kind of like have fun, but like anyone who's like a black narcissist, but just like 1350, we can have fun with that. But in its very basis, it is actually quite sad.
Mm-hmm.
It is very destructive, and the way how black mass shootings are underreported compared to like white mass shooters and things of that nature. I really do think the reason is because of the sin of pride. Because we were a kind of like since the progressive era, which you can almost argue started with like the abolitionist movement. This is not me condoning slavery, but like that kind of progressive attitudes towards racial minorities. We have so much pride to say like, oh, we're trying to help these people. We want to give them civil rights. We want to get them on equal access with whites. To the point where we just completely ignore their problems. We just completely ignore harsh solutions, quote unquote, harsh solutions to the way that their cultures work.
Yeah.
And I think it is like a sense of pride to say that like, oh, like if we just fix economics, then we can like fix these cultures and fix these people. That's not how it works. Like you don't help people through welfare. You don't help people by just giving them stuff. Why do you think like when after mass shootings, like people just routinely on the left, they just routinely mock thoughts and prayers, the thoughts and prayers meme? Well, that's because they don't want to have to recognize that like it might be a spiritual problem that we have to deal with, and that's much harder than just saying like, well, we need to increase welfare, we need to increase benefits, we need to ban guns. Like white America is actively hurting black and brown America by thinking that we can materially fix people rather than spiritually fix their culture, or at least making a road path to fix their culture.
Absolutely. Whew. We've gone for 4 hours. I've gone for 4 hours and 30 minutes so far. I still got like 6.5 hours to go on the stream.
Is anyone else joining in at this point?
I think Caleb's gonna join in. My friend Caleb, Austin Floor is gonna join in later. I got a few guys in Europe who are in opposite time zones gonna be hopping in later from time zone situations. Two guys who are gonna hop in like way later. Benefits of being having it's weird. I have my podcast is biggest in Belgium, and so I have like a lot of like European fans subscribers.
That is really weird.
It is weird. I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe Belgian accent sounds like my voice, and they understand me better. But so I have people also. There's gonna be gaps like no one's here. I'm playing video games. And I'm actually once you dip out, I'm gonna do a live reading of either Nick Land or Aquinas, and fill time with that. And when people hop in, when you go out and do that stuff. But I got a guy hopping in probably around 5 o'clock my time. So yeah, I got it worked out where it's gonna be too hard to keep the stream going, but. Also, I still got 3 more Red Bulls to go, so I can stay up later.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not doing anything, so this stream has kind of been the highlight of my night, to be quite honest. So,
yeah. Highlight of mine too. It's been fun. I enjoy doing live streams because like there's no prep work. You just hop in and go, okay, I'm going to talk about such and such.
Yeah. Do you own Paul Gottfried's book on fascism?
I do not, but I definitely want to get it.
Yeah, I would suggest that you do. I'm going to read it too. It's just another part of the book pile that I have, but Academic Agent talked about it. I really don't enjoy people that call themselves fascists.
Yeah.
In the modern sense, because apart from an ideology, it's really more so of a moment in time than anything else.
Absolutely. I think it was Grant on Continentales who said, every time someone brings up fascism, I'm like, oh, we're in Italy now? We're all Italian? Something? What's happening? But I asked Pete on his live stream last. I was like, what's your favorite Paul Gottfried book? He said it was fascism, even though he disagreed with him about some of the points he's made. Which makes me very curious, like, what are the points he made that Pete doesn't agree with? Like, I want to know what Pete starts the whole on fascism now, at least the book.
Exactly. What people like, there are some Twitter accounts like Fascist Union of America, or people that still like idolize Oswald and Mosley from the British Union of Fascists, or people that love Austrofascism because of Engelbert Dollfuss. It's not like liberalism, and it's not like liberal democracy, where we the American Empire, the gay, spread it everywhere. Yeah. Fascism is really defined by people group, and it really is a postmodern kind of invention, or it's a postmodern kind of political philosophy, because you can basically consider postmodern to be, after the reign of kings and empires and royalty. So what does a group of people, or people from a certain country that are pretty much still apt for monarchy but don't have one, but are also aggressively anti-communist because of all the communist revolutions and communist and socialist uprisings that happen across Europe, which never get mentioned in U.S. history classes. It's always Europe did a fascism, so we had to go stomp it out, as if it was like everyone was in bondage, like when some like guy rose to power. No, it was like a reaction against the time. So it's like, if anyone describes them like, I don't want to say I'm sympathetic to fascists or fascist literature. I think it's important to understand, because I love reading about all aspects of the far right, and kind of picking up on some of their ideas, whether it's whether it's Hoppe, whether it's Mussolini.
Yeah, I think the point the point that really interested me when I was listening about fascism was What was his name again? Julius Evola? Was that his name?
Yeah.
His point about how you have how a media was to celebrate right-wing celebrate masculinity and manhood, and then through that would push people to become like the propaganda of the media would be masculinity, and push people to become masculine. I'm like I like that idea. I think that's a like propagandizing citizens to become more masculine sounds pretty good to me. And so I think that there's several points and he brings up. I thought like, oh, okay, I can incorporate that. I can incorporate that. Obviously not whole cost. I'm not a fascist, but there's definitely a lot of ideas in the fastest right wing circles that are kind of like, okay, I could use this. I can use that. So definitely worth like reading and looking at.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably more fascistic in terms of what I think needs to be done. That most libertarians, paleoconservatives will be comfortable with. Because basically, I believe that it's either our leader in control or we're subject. However, to call yourself a fascist is to basically say that you don't really have an understanding of history. Like I said, fascism is more of a moment in time than it is a coherent ideology. In the same way that people who consider themselves Marxists today are no longer even really Marxists or even Leninists.
Yeah.
They've completely abandoned class ideology in favor of subverting what is like a culture or nationalistic or ethnic identity.
You talk to most communists and ask them whether they actually want communism. You really push them on. They say, "Really, I just want free healthcare." Like they always are just wanting free healthcare. Hope you got someone in the stream. Jacob, what up, man? You're muted.
Hey, I came here to say that I really want free healthcare and education, and that if you don't.
Okay, well, sorry, Jacob. I kicked you out for being a leftist. You're still muted.
Once a leftist, always a leftist.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What was that? You wanted free healthcare?
Yeah, I want free healthcare. By free healthcare, I mean that I want to regulate healthcare to the free market.
You know what's awesome, Jacob? I can give you all the free healthcare, meals, and education that you want. Because guess what? I'm sending you to prison.
What was there's actually this great quote from
I prefer the gulag.
There's this great quote from
Yeah,
Eric
you
von,
and all the other Solzhenitsyn stands.
This great quote from Eric von Knudler. And he asked him, "Who are the people in society who have all their meals paid for, have all the meals paid for, and have meals paid for, housing, and free clothing?" Most people would say prison, but for the longest time, prisoners. But for the longest time, the answer was priests and nuns.
Oh boy.
I mean, they're not wrong.
He's not wrong. I absolutely love Eric Wong. Thank you, 2-Bit Jason, for the happy 100s. Thank you. Happy to be 100 episodes in. It's great. I think Jacob, did I beat you to 100 episodes?
Yeah, you did. That's because you're like 23 with no kids, and so you can just literally podcast all day long. You've had days where you do like 2 or 3 podcasts a day.
Yeah, my record is 5. I've done 5 podcasts in one day. Yeah, it's been
some of us are trying to do the Lord's work and actually be good Catholics by going out and being fruitful and multiplying, Caleb.
Well, I'm a good Catholic. I'm gonna become a priest. That's my decision. I'm gonna go be a priest.
Now you're gay.
Yeah, man. If I was a priest, I would literally be Father Brown. I would be Father Brown, like the character from J.K. Chesterton's Father Brown novels. Like I have to do it for the meme now. Like I have to become a priest so I can be Father Brown just for the memes. Becoming a priest for the memes. Let's go. Oh, but
hey, Caleb.
No. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm gonna drop out for a bit. I don't know when I'll be back, but I know that you're streaming all night. So,
yep.
Hey,
I'll be here
thank
at
you.
7.
Hey, thank you so much for having me on, and we'll definitely have to get the book club up later. I already sent you a couple of links through Twitter.
Nice.
I'm sure we'll share phone numbers later. And hey, thank you so much. I'm sure I'll drop in at some other point.
Nice. Can't wait to have you back, man. Have a good night.
Hey, you as well, Caleb. God bless you. God bless you, Jacob.
You too.
Welcome, Jacob, because I'm taking everyone's guests and segments, and I'm gonna cut them into other episodes so I can take this 12-hour live stream and make like 6 episodes out of it. So go ahead and give your plugs real quick, and the people know who you are, because I'm gonna cut this into another episode later.
Okay. So I'm Jacob Daniel, or Jacob Winograd, or just Daniel, or just Biblical Anarchy, or Adam Nutter and or Caleb Brown's Gay Lover. I respond to all of those labels. But yeah, I run the Daniel 3 Biblical Anarchy podcast, which you can find everywhere. And then my website is back up, which is daniel318.com.
Nice. It's a good website. I like it. Who did you make it yourself, or did you pay someone to make it? Because I'm trying to figure out my website out currently, and I'm failing at it.
I paid somebody to make it.
Nice. If that person's looking for more work, let me know, because my website is currently fucked, and I can't figure out how to fix it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be interested. I can get you in touch with them.
That'd be great. Right now, the problem with website is, for some reason, but the edit page looks fine. When I go to edit it, it looks exactly how I want it to look. And I publish it, and none of the changes stick. And so it's just stuck with like one page, and I can't link to anything else. And you can't get to the blog or the About Us section or anything. It's just stuck on the one page. And I'm like, okay, there's no way for people to access the blog without a direct link. And so I got to figure out how to fix that.
Yeah, no, and like I know enough about doing a website that like I could figure it out, but not enough to do it quickly. And so that's why I paid somebody, was because I was like, I don't have the time to do this to where, I know what you mean, like it's kind of a pain to format everything right so it actually looks the way that you want it to look when you're done in editing, because the previews that you see when you're editing it don't always match up with what happens once you publish it.
Yeah. It's excuse me. I'm finally like sobering up and getting back to where I should be for the podcast, and so it's happy to actually be back. Because I had Sam on earlier, Sam the Black Flag podcast, and I was
oh nice,
I was gone. He's a good dude. I like talking to that guy.
He's my favorite autist.
It's actually funny because I met him on your podcast doing the Tower of Babel episode. And I do David's podcast like 6 months later of David Brady, and he's also a co-host on there. I'm like, he keeps popping up on these podcasts that I go on. And so I'm gonna have to eventually to say I gotta have him on himself, talk to the guy.
Yeah, Sam's great. Yeah, right now I plan to maybe hop back on later in the night and actually be at my computer, but right now I'm out getting food for my wife because she's not pregnant anymore, but now she's breastfeeding, and in some ways breastfeeding is like even more strenuous on a woman's body than just being pregnant, because like she's just like she's losing weight even though she's eating like 2,500 to 3,000 calories a day.
Wow. That's the dream. That is the dream right there. I might need to transition to make breast milk.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I transitioned to a woman to lose weight. Let's go. So you Mises Caucus guy, you guys just had a big victory, taking over the LP. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. And even if nothing else comes out of it, just watching the losers shriek and watching the LP Twitter account become based, it's all worth it. Even if nothing else, else could happen, but
seeing Nick
Sarwark already
get
happened.
Seeing Nick Sarwark get assaulted was worth it. All this money, all this effort, just to see him like he attacked me was totally worth it.
God, that guy is such a.
He's a fag.
I don't know. Like I've met some fags who I think are some decent people and bring some value to society. And
no, but no, see, you don't get it. Fag doesn't mean gay. Fag just means you're a fag. It's like that's what.
Oh, I know. But I think there's gay, and then there's fag, and then there's a level below fag, and I feel like Nick's even worse than just a fag.
Yes, Pantino. Jacob here is from Biblical Anarchy. He's definitely someone you should. If you're not subscribed to him, go subscribe, and if you are subscribed, unsubscribe.
You just created an infinite regress, Caleb.
Yes, I did.
Because they'll subscribe. They're like, wait, but I have to unsubscribe, and then be unsubscribed. You'd be like, oh, no,
I
must
need people
subscribe.
stuck in a paradox of subscribing and unsubscribing, where your subscribe count is constantly fluctuating. I want to go from 0 to 300 back and forth all forever.
My podcast inadvertently proves that God exists because it's the only way to end the infinite regress is to insert an unmoved mover.
Yes, too, but you're right. I think the term we're looking for is homo. Oh, we got Caleb. What up, Caleb? Damn, your beard's looking good.
Hey, we got fish.
And now
we got
it's just
fishy Caleb.
Man, hey, we got Tower Baba going now.
We need Andrew.
Not too still on his honeymoon, not responding to my DMs.
we still need to get Rob on for one episode. I don't care how much he fights. Just like one time.
Just one time. Well, if you're watching, come hop in the stream for like 5 minutes. Hop in, say the N-word, dip out. We'll be fine with it.
We need him. We just need to post the pictures he sent us of his backyard on 4chan, and those guys will have his location in 15 minutes.
This so was a camera crew like, you're on Tower Baba, say something. Ugh. Caleb, how you doing? The beard's looking incredible, looking immaculate.
Thank you. Going for that theologian look.
Someone's up an internet chat. Nice. And it's going fast. I only had you on like maybe 2 months ago for the Jung episode, and it was now it's respect.
Thanks.
You look like you pull off a good rabbi look. If you want to cosplay as a rabbi, it looks like you pull it off.
Yeah, I'm starting to get pressure from the wife to chop it off, though. So we'll see how long it stays.
You have to get at least the dwarf level.
Right.
You gotta get at least the dwarf level for at least like 4 photos, and you can cut it and be fine.
Well, I'm gonna shave my head again soon, just because it's getting hot, and then I'll get some of the Dwalin like tattoos going right on the scalp.
Looking nice. So what have you guys been up to? I haven't talked to you guys in a while. What have you guys been up to lately?
I'm on summer break now, so not a whole lot.
What do you do for summer break when you're not teaching? You like read books, work on stuff? Like what do you do?
Clean my house, play video games, read, go on trips.
Nice.
Going to Mexico in July. That'll be fun.
Ooh, nice. I've always wanted to go to Mexico because I heard like the Coronas there are cheap as hell, and I would very much like to go down and get some cheap Coronas. I had some friends who were cops, and their whole plan was like 6 of them. They were all going to retire and move to Mexico and start a bar. And I'm like, I can respect that. I can respect the hustle.
Sons of Durin. That's right.
Pantino is hopping in here. Like, he seems like a liberal who are allowed to dinners because we must live and let live. You're not wrong, Pantino. Jacob is a liberal. I think it's talking about Jacob.
Oh.
I'm just left wing enough to get canceled by the paleos, but just paleo enough to be canceled by the libertarians. So I exist in a sort of I don't know, some weird Mephistian purgatory.
Centrism is death.
I agree. Go on, man. Just read more Hopper, and I'll get Zero to unblock you eventually. Okay.
I don't even disagree with anything. I mean, there's a couple things I would nitpick, but there's really nothing from Hoppa that I would disagree with. I just don't I'm not religiously Hoppian the way that some of the Hoppians are.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the only Hoppian you really want you to follow is like Jared, because that guy is amazing. He's actually coming on. He just released the first chapter of his book he's working on Hoppian.org, and he's coming on to do a book club every chapter, and so that's going to be a lot of fun.
I feel like he would like me more now because my block list actually exists. And I think his problem with me was I used to not really block the leftists, and he would see them on my feed and stuff, but they're all blocked now. Like, I mean, all of them. There's no one left.
Have you blocked yourself yet?
You know,
Not yet, but soon. I'll figure that out.
I bet if we slipped a bunch of covers that said "Buy Hoppe" on Bibles and just left them at right-wing libertarian conventions, we could get them all switched over to Christianity in like a week.
No problem. We just gotta make sure it's the full Bible with the DOCs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think Zero's terrible on Ukraine. I think he's just he's not pro invading, adding U.S. forces to Ukraine. He's not terrible on Ukraine. He just has a different view on Ukraine, that there are he's very poignant on the fact that people that aren't deserving of what's happening, while a lot of libertarians are becoming indifferent to. Like a lot of libertarians are like, we're anti-war, so I'm indifferent to people suffering, which is stupid and asinine. And he's not like that. And because he's not like that, people assume he must be pro-war, because these autistic libertarians can't tell the difference between, these people are suffering and that's bad too. Well, that must be actually government policy to help them. Because most of you guys are too fucking autistic to understand what's actually happening. So he's not terrible on Ukraine.
Yeah, he has a personal investment in what's happening there.
Yeah. He has family. His wife's from Ukraine. He has family in Ukraine. He's
exactly and I think he understands the U.S. doesn't have an investment in what's happening there, but he does.
Exactly. He's great. He's I ratioed not ratioed, but I got Grant recently, because Grant from Continental was talking about, like, imagine even thinking for one moment about economics. And Zero had just put up a poll where he says you can't be right wing and ignore economics. And so I just quote tweeted out to Grant that, sorry, Zero by his own admission is always right. Sorry, Grant. And then of course Grant responds I don't even know what an economic is, and he put economics with a K. Grant's great. Yeah, no, I agree. I think there has been a refreshing change of pace on the Ukraine situation. Yeah, I agree. I think he's been really interested on it.
Sometimes the anti-war libertarians act like there's no such thing as either A, just war theory, or B, that there's something, there is something like a baby in the bathwater to the idea of seeing people who are, in a vulnerable spot, who are getting picked on by a bully, and then people who have that kind of heroes drive to go and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. There is nobility in that, and there's humanity in wanting to do something about that. We might all agree that the likelihood of the American military being a force for good in this situation is pretty much non-existent, but that doesn't mean that it's desirable or preferable to be an isolationist at heart. You know what I mean? And I guess that is somewhat of a criticism you can make of the anti-war libertarians, especially the ones that are closer to our, my circles and stuff, the Messesian types, is that they tend to be isolationists, which in comparison to the globalists, yeah, give me the isolationists any day. But yeah, I can understand the critique there, that they tend to be maybe sometimes a little bit too callous towards the suffering of other people who are in less fortunate circumstances.
Well, because like the progressives who can't see a problem without trying to find a political solution, libertarians can't acknowledge the problem without thinking they're also acknowledging political solutions, because their mind is so wrapped into politics is bad. Therefore, if I acknowledge the problem, I'm acknowledging politics to be a solution in some way. And it's a really weird way that they think about things. I don't understand, because I'm not that autistic.
Yeah, and the other problem with libertarians is that they view all politics as being the same, which is just not true. I mean, it's just demonstrably not true. It's the idea that your local fire station is the same as the NSA or the CIA is just retarded.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, like
it
Kansas,
just
for
doesn't
example.
make it.
I mean, DeSantis today just tried to get. He's trying to get a law enacted, or he's talking to the medical board of Florida, trying to outlaw bottom trans surgery for people under 18 for minors. Like, you can't tell me that's not an effective use of government.
Well, so I mean, I guess I can kind of steelman the opposition to that in a sense that, like, all right, so you ban bottom surgery on minors. What next? I mean, I guess the only positive thing I see coming from that is that the people who want to do that go elsewhere, which is like fine. If your only goal is to get a sort of separation of people, and you have all the people of one culture going to one region and people of another culture going to another region, I guess that sort of thing can maybe be expedient towards that. But the problem is, when you do that in a sort of more free market setting that works, when you do that in the context of we still have the federal government, that can still lead to backlash. That can still lead to more of the culture war in which you go low, then they go lower. You know what I mean? So that's my only concern is not so much that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not like triggered by the fact that people want to use the state to fight abortion or to fight back against the indoctrination or actual what's the word I'm looking for here? The actual mutilation of children. Like, I totally get that. And if a state is going to exist, the idea that it should at least do things like that, I think there's a good argument to be made there. But in a sort of consequentialist sense, I think one can be rightfully concerned about blowback when you do that.
Well,
yeah.
I think the blowback mainly originates because of I put this. Either A, leftists on power or gain power immediately afterwards. But I think with Florida and the things that's happening in Florida, even if there is a blowback, I could argue that one could be worse it, and two, it might not happen due to how the standards are setting Florida up and the standards in Florida happen. It might not go left wing anytime soon, and so it may look like it's possible if you have a local government that can switch states or purple states kind of thing. But I think because of how Florida is changing demographic wise and how its voting population is changing, I don't know if blowback is even is as likely as it is in other circumstances. Actually, real quick, if y'all can fill in airtime, I'm starving, and so I'm gonna make a pizza real quick. I'll be right back.
No worries. How serious the Dems are this time around about assault weapon bans?
Was that a question in the chat?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought they're more focused on going after 9mm right now, but I don't know. I've been trying to keep up with it the best I can. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if there's any issue that's almost unenforceable at any level, I feel like going after any guns right now is just, I mean, it's not only political suicide, but it's just like, what are you going to do? Like, you can't go confiscate people's guns. A buyback isn't going to, like, people are going to laugh at you. If anything, they're going to game the system to make money and buy more guns, because that's totally doable.
Yeah.
If they ever instituted a gun, I wish they would. Like, please institute a gun buyback. I would love to exploit that and make the government think I have no more guns, while meanwhile I actually doubled the amount of guns that I own.
I think most likely scenario, if anything actually gets passed, is like, say we have a door-to-door whatever, and they're like, hey, do you have any guns? And the officers who know the people who live in those houses are it's going to be, hey, here's one handgun and some random ammo, and both parties are going to continue knowing that the other side knows that nothing real just happened. I mean, we're looking at police departments that didn't run in to stop a school shooter with 21 people got shot in there, and you're expecting them to go door to door to every house to people with guns who don't want to give them up? I don't see that happening.
I will say, though, based on the comment in the chat, that if the government wants to go after 1911s, I wouldn't mind, because I get super triggered by the boomers who go on about the freaking 1911s. I like, okay, we get it. 1911s are like a really old gun. You've been around for a while, but
I feel like the government should go after 911s. I feel like that's a better use of their resources. Guys.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
What is up?
People on Twitter are asking me. They don't want to watch the whole live stream just to see the Bookstore Tour, and so they're asking if I'm going to cut up different segments of it to cut up different segments of the show, and I'm planning to. It's supposed to be its own segment. Bookstore's another segment. The one-on-one interviews will be its own segments. I still get hopefully 6 or 8 episodes out of this one live stream, so that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll probably be hopping off in like 5-10 minutes or so, but then I'll probably be hopping back on in like a couple hours.
You should archive all the books that are on your bookshelf. Like do like a Goodreads. You're like, hey, this is Caleb Brown's bookshelf. Like if you want to be as awesome as me, you should read these books too.
I think actually I will do a Goodreads for that. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
I feel like that would be good for you, so you can like keep track of everything that's there and be like, oh, I haven't read that yet. I read that, and you know.
But what is a book? I mean, are you a librarian, Caleb? Can you even objectively rule on what books are and what constitutes a book?
Yes, because I am Catholic, and so I have the truth of everything, and so I get to just determine what that is.
No, I think we should let the book decide, and we should provide it with book affirming care.
My iPhone identifies as a book.
My iPhone identifies as an Android 7, and it's going to spontaneously combust.
Hey, those were great phones.
That's true. Wait, what is it called? Samsung Galaxy 7. That's what it's called. Not an Android 7.
My favorite thing about those was there was a GTA 5 mod that turned those the grenades were marred the Samsungs. They were just throwing those around, and like it was hilarious.
I'm pretty sure that's what we were giving like Syrian rebels. Was just Samsung Galaxy 7s.
Rob, get out of the chat and get on the live stream.
Yes, Rob. Come on. You're part of the Tower Battle group chat. You're actually going to be part of the episodes now, okay? Get in here. At least for like 5 minutes or something. I want to know what you sound like. I don't know your voices.
Oh, there it is. 1911's won 2 world wars. Verified boomer.
Pantino. That's just great. He's been in this live since the beginning. He's been here for 5 hours almost.
He's gonna come after me and say I look like a liberal. It's like, okay, well, you look like a raging boomer. So how about we call it even?
1911's won 2 world wars the same way that guns cause school shootings.
I'm about to go back downstairs in a moment because my oven's almost preheated, so I can throw the pizza in. But so I'm actually going to do a pizza review this episode. Saying so, book club.
You freaking Catholics in your oven. You're always going on about your ovens and trying to, see how many pizzas. Is that what you're calling them now? Pizzas. How many pizzas can you fit in your oven, Caleb?
No, you see, bro. The ovens are a good thing, and really, I'm just giving the pizza a sour. I'm just telling you, hey, hop in here. It's a sour.
Well, you have to spell it out, Caleb. You're no fun.
I know. Awesome. Let's see. Almost 5 hours in, and I still have 6 hours to go. No,
7.
Yeah, 7 hours. Oh my god.
Good math.
I'm not gonna make it. I don't know how I'm gonna make this, guys.
More education system.
I was homeschooled, so my mom.
Lord of Parents.
Yeah, it's no.
How many hours did Jesus sit on the cross, Caleb?
I don't know, man.
He was standing, actually.
Stand on the cross, whatever.
Hanging. I think the correct term is hanging.
So let's consult the crucifix. Is a stand? I think he was standing.
The whole point was that they didn't have to break his legs because he wasn't standing. That's like a thing. That's part of your guys' deal with the Passion. You should know this.
Well, I actually haven't seen the Passion yet.
Our guys's? What are you talking about? It's all Christians.
You guys are the ones who like go there and walk the steps.
Have you renounced Jesus Christ's salvation?
Let's see.
Hold on. I'm not as familiar with based Hoppian. What flavor Christianity are you?
He's a Catholic.
Okay. Another Catholic. I'm a cringe Protestant, but I have a Catholic fetish.
It's getting insane soon. It's getting you're becoming fully Catholic soon, man.
I mean,
same amount of time.
It's a popular category, so.
Well, guys, still air time for a bit. I'm gonna dip out while I go put my pizza in the oven.
Nuns are popular. Caleb leaves.
Leave your cell phone on the table, Caleb.
I'm him.
We haven't talked in a while, Caleb.
I know. How you been?
Good. Busy with school. I'm in my my summer semester with my master's program, and just 2 classes in my capstone project, and then I'm done. Looking for employment now, so that's fun. Yeah, I'm trying
The good news is you'll be able to jump into a market where you'll be able to make $30 an hour, and milk will be $50 a gallon.
Well, $60 by the time I graduate.
Sounds fun.
Works. Yeah, I don't know. My goal is I want to work in education policy. It's ideally what I want to do. So yeah, because that's my master's. I'm doing an MPPA, so a master's of public policy and administration. So hopefully I would do that. So that's what I'm trying to do my capstone project on. Is ideally I would want to do like a comparative study of like education administrative costs and focus on disparity between like teacher pay and administrative pay and like budgets, and like just kind of show the trajectory compared across 50 states.
You can do that. You can do that project by going to the parking lots of schools and the parking lots of administration buildings in school districts.
Right. Or like another facet I might do is like actually analyze like what states take federal funding for schools and which states like defer any federal funding for that, and kind of compare and contrast, and maybe go into education policy as well. I don't know. It's kind of in the preliminary stage, but that's kind of what I want to do. And then when I get into the job market, it'd be like, hey, like, it's like must have like passion or like proven interest in education. So I'm like, hey, I made a capstone project.
The nice thing about education is when I was researching it for my own projects in undergrad, everything is well documented.
Yeah. Do you have, speaking of education, do you have any like syllabi or stuff or resources on education policy? Because that's kind of what I'm looking at. I printed out my own stuff, but I'm wondering, since you're a teacher now, if you had any resources that like you could direct me to.
Syllabi for what are you looking for?
Well, okay, maybe syllabi is a long stretch, but like I'm specifically looking for like education policy / administration kind of thing.
So I'm in the private, so I don't go on most of their stuff. I haven't gone to that far of the dark side yet to work for the public school system.
Okay.
I'm not in that world.
I don't by syllabi, I don't mean like the stuff you're teaching. I mean when you were an undergrad, the stuff that you were taking, like the classes, if I want to like further brush myself up on how the education system works, especially K through 12, is like anything that you as a teacher can like off the top of your head be like, hey, this is a good resource for you to brush up.
Not off the top of my head, but send me a DM.
Okay.
And I will look through past notes and try and hook you up with that.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, guys, I'm going to hop off for now. Caleb, you better not fail, man. You got to
Oh,
keep
no.
up the fight.
I'm gonna make it. Listen, 12 hours because Time on Earth does 10 hours for Halloween, and I want to have it so long with Time on Earth.
Look, when
So
you
that's
get
just
to
the goal.
around 2 o'clock, that's when your body's gonna like get over that hump, and you'll be fine.
Yep.
Fingers crossed. I still got. I got 3 more Red Bulls for the night, so I gotta make these last.
Red Bulls, you gotta drink the monsters, man.
Oh no, I am a Red Bull supremacist. Okay, monsters are like dog piss. Red Bull is bull semen, which you all know Hitler loved bull semen.
You're a faggot.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
I've got some tap water.
Just going off tap water. Let's see. If what's his name? Rob's doing a chat. He would love spring water, like El July recommends.
Oh, he was dropping scripture to back me up. I appreciate it, Rob.
What was that at? What happened there?
About Jesus not getting his legs broken, so he wasn't.
That's a good point. Putting pizza in the oven. Okay. Wow. 5 hours. Okay. So you guys reading anything interesting? Besides like stuff for like work and school shit like that. You guys reading anything like fun, political, or philosophical, or religious?
I've been reading a lot of Norse mythology. I've been that's kind of like when I am in like my fiction section, that's kind of what I'm digging into. So I'm like reading the prose Edda, and now I'm going through the poetic Edda, and it's really cool. I always liked the aesthetic of Norse mythology more than Greek or any other mythology.
Yeah, I like Norse mythology. I'm for me personally, I'm an Egyptian fan. I like the Egyptian mythology.
Oh, Egyptian?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, but I how to put this? Have you ever run across how to deal with the pagan types on the let's do outright pagan what's supposed to like Norse mythology on Twitter?
No, not on Twitter. Specifically Norse. They're called the Alsathru, which is like Alsa means God and then Thru means faith. So not on Twitter. No, I mean I've known some pagan people like in person, like specifically when I did a year in community college, I was friends with a girl who was a Wiccan, and she practiced witchcraft. And like when I was in her room, she like showed me her altar, like her little trinkets and stuff. And like she had like a bulk of like she was like a level 3 priestess. She was like actually like in it to win it kind of thing. And she was like, oh yeah, I have this goal, and I'm just like. Well, like I mean, like I was respectful because like I was sharing this like the stuff I believe in. So like if you have to be civil with people even if they believe psychobabble, but it's fine. Actually, I downloaded 2 things. One was like it was a Wiccan spell book, and the other one was like an Alsathru like Norse pagans book on their interpretation of Norse mythology. It's really interesting. You know what? I'm actually going to look through my library, and I am going to read one of the spells because it's wild. Okay, here it's called the Wicca spellbook starter kit. It has herbal spells, candle spells, and crystal spells.
Crystal checks, man. Oh, it's actually there's a Wicca shop in Bartow. You can go in there and buy all the Wicca stuff you need, and my friend wanted to go in there and buy a Christmas gift, a birthday gift for his girlfriend. And I walked in with my crucifix on my neck, like, keep me safe, Jesus.
Okay, so I'm gonna read one of them because it's wild. Okay, so it's a passionate relationship spell. When you're ready for a new lover, don't just cast a general love spell without taking some time to consider what you really want out of a relationship. Otherwise, your powerful magic may bring you more of the same types of people you've already moved on from. So take time to clearly define what it is you're looking for. You may want to prepare a list of qualities that you desire in a lover ahead of time, since you'll be writing and speaking about them during the spell. Of course, a truly healthy passionate relationship must involve self-esteem and self-appreciation in both partners. So you'll also be focusing on yourself on this spell. Spend some time affirming for yourself the positive qualities that you want to bring to a new relationship so you clearly have them in mind as you begin the work. You will need a red spell candle, cinnamon, jasmine, or rose essential oil, crystal point, a thane, or other ritual carving tool, white paper, red pencil or marker, scissors, wax paper. Okay.
This is the most commercialized
Hold
witchcraft.
So, instructions. Carve a heart shape or other symbol of love into the candle and anoint it with the oil. Now light the candle and allow the wax to begin melting. Meanwhile, cut 2 heart shapes about the size of your palms out of paper. Use the red or pencil or marker. Take one of the hearts and write the most important qualities you seek in a romantic partner. On the other heart, write a list of qualities you have to offer to another. Hold the hearts in your hands for a moment as you focus on bringing new love into your life. Now, place the heart so it overlap each other on a sheet of wax paper. Speaking out loud, take turns listing the qualities written on each heart. As you list each one, drip a few drops of wax onto the heart to seal them together. Once you have finished speaking and the hearts are sealed, say the following words: passionate hearts, passionate minds, passionate souls, we now entwine, so let it be. Place the hearts on your altar or in a special space in your home. Allow the candle to burn out on its own.
That is absurd. That's absolutely absurd. I mean,
and that's just one of them. This book is a gold mine.
That is absolutely absurd. I had a friend who has his fiance is into tarot cards. And they were doing tarot card readings one night. I didn't know, and he invited me over, and I found they were doing tarot. I walked up my car and grabbed my holy water, and I started like walking into this number, like, nope, demons get back. And he found it funny. The fiance, the girl reading the cards, did not find it funny. This is how I knew it was working. These people, these types, man.
Yeah,
that spell book come from Claire's.
Sounds about right.
Thank you, Zon.
No, it comes from came from Michael's.
The amount of this Wiccan just sounds like a religion for crafting sex. Like that's what it sounds like. It's just
it's for people who got fired from Hobby Lobby.
I like that one. I'm gonna tweet that.
So I'm gonna list off some of the titles. So Will-Powered Victory Charm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Then there is a encouragement spell for challenging times. Orange Empowerment Bath Spell. Juicy Sunshine Vitality Spell.
That's not
what?
real.
This is weird.
No.
Hold on. Confident communication spell. Okay, like what? What, Caleb? Oh, mirror magic for self-esteem.
No.
Wait, do you want me to read this one? I want to read this one.
I would like you to. I would like you to read this one.
Samuel would read these and go, "You're not even worth killing at this point."
Okay. Everyone experiences challenges in the self-esteem department from time to time. This spell is designed for anyone who wants to feel good about themselves on a regular basis. And if you struggle with self-esteem to the point that you don't like looking in the mirror, then this spell will definitely help you. Yellow's bright, harmonious energy, so self-awareness, confidence, and encouragement can help you retrain your mind away from negative, unhelpful thoughts about yourself and toward the more healing, positive, and productive thoughts instead. A large mounted mirror is ideal for working, but a smaller mirror will also work. What's up?
Hello.
LB, can you hear us?
Sweet.
Okay.
We're listening to me reading Wiccan spells because they are hilarious. A large mounted mirror is ideal for this working, but a smaller mirror will also work. It just needs to rest securely against something so that you can write on it. You will need 1 yellow Voctive or tea light, 1 work candle for atmosphere, optional, mirror, yellow expo, or other erasable marker. Instructions. Light any atmosphere candles and place the yellow candles so that you can see its reflection in the mirror. Close your eyes and spend moments breathing deeply and quieting your mind.
When you feel ready, light the yellow candle and look directly at yourself in the mirror. Use the yellow non-permanent marker. Begin to write adjectives and phrases that describe all your positive qualities. For example, you can write words such as friendly, caring, thoughtful, articulate, intelligence, etc. You can identify talents and skills that you're proud of, or even write about past accomplishments that you're still proud of. Be creative in assessing all your best characteristics. However, this is way too long. Yeah, so it's basically like write a bunch of stuff in the mirror and like say them out loud, look deeply in your eyes affectionately, and that's the spell.
Yeah, pretty sure that's what Buffalo Bill did in Silence of the Lambs.
I think all of this is like thinly veiled like psychotherapy and passing it off as magic.
Oh yeah.
Well, what was magic like evolutionarily speaking, right? It's what do all form of like animistic religions have in common? It's all about trying to harness the chaotic world to your benefit, whether that's a matter of focusing your thought like that, or like, and what's the difference between that and manifesting to a certain extent? So it's it's what gods you're praying to, by the way, is the answer. By the way, congratulations, Caleb, on 100 episodes, even though you're not on your stream.
Yeehaw commented a little bit ago, there is a based kind of astrology. It's medieval Christian astrology, where they blamed the Black Death on earthquakes releasing vapor from the earth. That is the good kind.
Did either of you guys ever read that that Jung's book about that supposedly like gets into astrology? I haven't. That's why I'm asking.
No, I've only read The Undiscovered Self, and I have Man and His Symbols sitting on my shelf to read this summer.
Gotcha. Yeah, apparently I heard Jordan Peterson say once about how he like kind of is, kind of whatchamacallit. He kind of like starts to approach the idea. I've always rationalized the common like pop astrological signs as like epigenetic phenomena. So like I think there's something to like the time of year you were born in and certain behavioral, temperaments that can manifest as a result. Also, sometimes I think, I don't know, I've noticed like certain parts of my family, they all tend to have kids around the same time of year, like cross-generationally. So
yeah.
LB, thanks for coming on, and thanks for the thank you for the congratulations on the 100 subscribers, 100 episodes.
Oh, good, you did hear that. Yeah, congratulations, sir. You beat me there.
It's interesting. Have you been
for 5 hours?
Almost every woman in my family was born in May, like for 3 generations now, including the person I married and the person my brother married. Also have May birthdays.
Interesting. Yeah. I have to make that rationalization in large part because I am still dating, and you have to deal with a casual amount with casual astrology references. As soon as they say moon, though, I'm like, oh, this isn't gonna work. And
moon is just a representation for something else.
Yeah.
My Tinder bio has my astrology sign, my Myers-Briggs test, and a few other personality like Wing 7, that kind of stuff. Because that's it's called being Machiavellian in the 21st century.
I wouldn't. Do you find that helpful?
No.
Okay.
No, but I'm also terrible at Tinder. I am just. I don't know how. I don't know how text goes.
Are you casting a
wide net?
Nothing from my wife, man. Nothing but swiping right.
Wait, what?
All I do is swipe right.
Oh, that's all you do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have calluses?
That deranks you, actually.
It does.
Which I do the same. I'm off Tinder at the moment. I had Tinder Platinum for about, I don't know why I'm sharing this. I had Tinder Platinum for like a year, which is the highest one. I'm like, well, let's see how this works. And it doesn't work. It's designed as a game. It's not meant to like people meeting on there is just as accidental as people meeting randomly at a bar. Like it has, yeah.
I signed up for Catholic Max, the dating app. It's funny. There's this girl
zero
on,
luck there too.
Yeah, there's this girl on Twitter. Her name is Margot Catholic. Sees the work. Used to follow each other, and then she went after Dave Rubin when his first surrogate mother had a miscarriage. I was like attacking him and said that kind of stuff. It's a terrible person. And I called a bunch of names. He called me names. We blocked each other. First person I matched with on the Catholic dating app was Margot.
Nice.
I almost sent him a text like, "How you doing? You want to block me now?" But I decided just to like move past it. Like, I'm not doing this.
I think the scariest dating site is Plenty of Fish.
Mm-hmm.
That is where the crevices of humanity reside.
My uncle uses it.
What part of the country are you in?
What?
What part of the country are you in?
Oh, right now Illinois, but I'm from Western New York.
Okay. Well, okay. So Illinois might be I'm always interested in like how much of this is cross-cultural versus like, because I've noticed in some parts of the country, Tinder actually does work better and you can get some quality matches.
So the area
also, I'm not 6 foot. So,
well, the area I'm from, it's like I live in the suburbs, and then you drive 15 minutes one way. There's like a major metropolitan area, and then you go the other way, and like there's a rural area. So you have like a really good mix of people, and the city is like has an actual like nice culture. Like I like the city a lot. Like where I am right now, which is Central Illinois, it's a dumpster fire.
I'm from
really
the
is.
western suburbs of Chicago, so I know very well.
Yeah.
Astrology and dating.
I'm so glad I'm married.
Same.
I mean, true story. I had once, it was in Kalamazoo. It was like a random date that I went on. And she like we had to stop the date, and she had to look up my moon sign, which is particularly difficult because I technically wasn't born in a state. So because I was born in DC. So yeah. So the nice part is they usually run out of steam really fast when I say that, because I don't really care.
Nice. Yeah, it's I've been on some bad dates. One of my favorite dates I've ever been on is I showed up to a date and the girl didn't show up at all. And so I ended up just going outside and finding a homeless guy. I'm like, "Hey, you want a sandwich?" And we had sandwiches at the gas station. It was fun. He was a good dude.
It's nice.
Well, had a bad dude as a homeless guy have with any woman.
Worst date I was on was where I debated a feminist for 4 hours.
I was gonna say why, but
because it was fun.
Yeah, fair. No, you know what? I had one of those over like during at the beginning of the lockdowns, when like everybody started using like the voice chat or whatever on Tinder. No, I think I got her number, but yeah, she she very much we had a lovely back and forth for about an hour or so, and then
I met a guy on Tinder who volunteers for Bernie Sanders' campaign, and so we were having fun. We actually was enjoying it. We had good back and forth, and then she asked me if I was pro-life. I said yeah, and she said, "Well, you're a fascist," and she blocked me. I'm like, well, that was as far as I was going to go anyway. So,
at the older I'm getting, the less and less I care about the politics of the girl. Honestly,
Yeah.
like I kind of take like Michael Malice's point where like politics should like not come up, and like I mean, okay, she could think differently if like you can talk, like that's a thing. But I don't want someone who thinks the same. Like the person I'm with right now, like she's more left leaning and she's more liberal, but like I feel like we can actually have a back and forth. We can both grow as a result of that, which is like that's the best thing, I think, because I think I would get bored with someone who just agrees with me. It's like you can't really talk constructively at that point.
You just get the 19th Amendment repealed, and then it doesn't matter.
Agreed.
Caleb.
We tend to
Caleb.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what I find? I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm self-conscious about it, especially doing this. Is just the fact that like I've made a concerted effort to not talk about this in my daily life unless people ask. It's like a vampire. So, and I've just gotten really, really disciplined about that, where I wasn't in the past, to where then like it invariably comes up, and I don't think because of stuff I do. But like it'll like it invariably comes up early on, and then I get like weird until recently, and now I just kind of lean into it, and it works at least a little bit better.
I mean, I get increasingly annoyed talking politics with people because my threshold for dealing with people's surface level understanding of things is like thinning very, very fast.
Same.
So it's something I just avoid. Like when I meet people, and like if it comes up, I mean, I'll talk about it, but I
can't deal with normies. I don't have the. Is this too much groundwork that has to be laid with a normie to actually have a good conversation? I just don't have the patience to walk them through every step.
Well, okay. So what do you define as a normie?
Blue. Anyone who's majorly blue pilled or. But another example here.
I'm just laughing at the reference to the reference to the reference. You know, it's just a recurrence. It's
lingo,
just
man.
regressive.
This is a very
Pretty
meta
much.
stream.
Yeah, it's I how to put the example. I have a friend of mine who was a normie, but he's not. I don't consider him a normie anymore because he's now convinced upon the fact that most of the people in power are pedophiles. You know, so it's an example like that. One red-pilled take on one issue makes you not a normie to me, where I can actually build from there. But if you just mainline everything, I don't see any reason to really engage seriously.
See, here's the thing. So I measure it less on politics and more of like the capacity that a person can talk about what they believe. So there's a lot of people on Twitter that like I may agree with them, but I can just tell by the way they talk and by the way they interact with posts that like their like capacity to talk about things is just very, very low, very like basement level. So I'm like, I agree with you, but like I don't feel like we can do anything constructive. Or like recently, like I've been listening to a lot of Destiny recently, and I used to be very averse to him, but like once I kind of got past the hump of just like being acclimated to the way he talks about things, like I disagree with a lot of what he says, but a lot of points that he brings up with how people use narratives and they could use a lot of half truths to like construct a reality. Like I agree with him in a lot of those.
Well, that's
things.
rhetoric.
Well, sure. Yeah. And that's kind of like I more and more like professionally, I'm more and more like being like I don't want to be involved in the politics side because I know that I would have to be involved in the rhetoric side, and I hate rhetorical strategies and things like that. I think it's very low.
Yeah, that's an indulgence of its own kind. Because I agree with you in large respect, and it's something that I struggle with because I'm pretty good at rhetoric, but it's also because it's like easy in a sense. Yeah. It's a lot easier to just stick at that level. I don't know. I think there's a measured degree of both is the key, and I like to try and show people the difference between the two. I think.
Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, 5 hours and 26 minutes in. That's
I can't believe you've been doing this for 5 hours. How have you not gotten booted?
I don't know. I'm going for 12.
I thought you were kidding about that.
No, I was. I'm dead serious about that one. It's mainly because Time on Earth has only gone for 10 hours maximum, and I want to have a longer stream than Time on Earth Halloween special. It's pure pettiness right now, just driving this.
I didn't realize I was hopping into such history.
Yeah, no, they have no idea who I am. None of them do. But it's just me just being petty about like I want to have a longer stream. But
it's very like generational. I don't know.
Yeah,
I found I've like tried to go the exact opposite way where I try not to go on and on and on, and I'm trying to. Any of you guys watch Doctor Who?
Yeah.
You know the episode. It's at the beginning of Clara, like before you actually understand Clara, and it's Clara, and she meets the lizard lady, and it's the one word answer. Like I do think there's something to that, of like especially in the written form, and I think and it's also interesting how we can use that to also communicate poetically, and I think there's an element of that in like how we talk on Twitter. We've just stopped rhyming. But at the same time, Twitter like creates this need for poetic. It creates the space to like speak poetically without rhyming, if that makes sense.
It does. The letter count really forces you like to get into ideas to make them sort of and more poignant. I think that's the right word for that. But it's that's why whenever I see someone, this is what people of the 20th century is a great point. It's stop writing Twitter threads when you can just write a Substack article. Like if you're gonna put the time to make a thread or an article, just publish it as an article or try to get it published somewhere else where you can actually have that record be kept and have someone to link it to, and it's just more value in that than a long Twitter thread people are going to ignore. Yeah,
other than like chart I mean there's exceptions of course, but like the chart explanation, or like here's a synopsis of a longer thing. I'm with you. I think I'd much rather, I think just the form of it, I just would rather sit and look at a page of text versus the broken up Twitter when somebody's trying to express a clear thought.
Yeah. haven't ate all day today, and so I'm just gonna enjoy this pizza.
Cool. All right. Dead air. Love it.
It's 12 hours long. It's gonna be dead air.
I did this week. I did dinner only, just as a little fast kind of deal, and that sucked. I don't know how people go days without eating.
You definitely train yourself. Like I'm weird because I'm normally on the road. Recently though, I've been in the office more, picking up some slack, and I've noticed like my body, I eat differently when I'm at the office versus when I'm on the road. There's something about driving all day that I can go literally hours, without a drink of water or having to go to the bathroom. Whereas when I know the bathroom is like 5 feet away. So, yeah,
I get that.
I've not been able to do the fasting thing. I think about it and then, other things happen.
I'm gonna try it
There's a song about it.
At the end of summer. I think I'm gonna do a week, no food, just water. See how it goes.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try that.
Can I say something mildly controversial in libertarian circles?
Please do.
Okay, have you guys did you guys just get the impression that like the past couple of years have just been one long Twitter edge until you get the LP just saying all the things that you wanted them to say as of today? It just seemed to be the vibe on Twitter today.
Wait, what was that? What was that again? I like lost consciousness for a second.
Like it's like, okay, so a lot of people were kind of going all super excited over LP National's Twitter today.
Sure.
Right. Uh-huh. And like there's just I just kind of was thinking of like it's kind of been like a 3-year edge of like this takeover, like edging, like you guys,
sure.
Do I have to go on? Please don't make me.
No, I'm confused.
No, he's not.
I need details.
You can DM him later about the details. I'm not. This stream's doing 5 hours. I don't want you to take it down.
I need pictures. I'm not very literate.
Graphs are incredibly helpful.
LB, I think you're spot on. I talked to a guy earlier.
Whiteboard strings.
Who was a LPMC guy, and I asked him like, "Congratulations on take over the LP. What's next?" He goes, "Well, we just got the LP putting all this base messaging out," and I'm like, "That's it." That's
okay.
What you're saying.
I'm very sorry to derail. We can go on.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was it.
Oh, that's it.
Do you agree or disagree?
Oh,
or did you think it was funny because it was, it's just kind of a joke?
I really didn't care. Honestly, a lot of those felt like they were like.
No, I'm not saying like that you have been edging for the last 3 years.
Oh, no. Oh,
I'm saying that people's reactions on Twitter has been like they've been like Twitter edging for like, oh my God, this is so like they're so close. We're so close to having the good tweets. And then today there was apparently just a bunch of the good tweets.
I mean, like, all of us know libertarian Twitter loves a good circle jerk. So like, it's par for the course.
That's a fair response, sir.
Yeah. So like it's not out of the ordinary, let's be honest.
Speaking of
I brought you some controversy, Caleb.
It's all good. I'm going through Twitter and literally there's an LP National tweet about Yemen and Pete Quinone is responding and making fun of it.
Yep.
Of course. I love Pete. He's great.
But like a lot of like libertarian Twitter, like the party, like tweets a lot of truisms. It's at a lot of points, and I kind of roll my eyes at it.
It's like that Todd Hoppigan dude who's like, I want to take a radical position. Liberty is good, and it's like, okay, dude, how are you gonna get it?
There's an audience that finds that funny. I guess I don't know.
And every person who's politically active thinks their side is promoting liberty. No one is going to say we're anti-liberty.
Yeah.
It's
well,
no,
liberty
they will
is
not
really
say
just
they're
a white
anti-liberty.
supremacist.
What?
Liberty is really just a white construct. So so technically speaking, by being against liberty, you're standing against the white patriarchy. But
that's why I'm against time zones.
You forgot cis heteronormative.
Because punctuality is that is rooted in Protestantism, colonialism, and being white, and I'm against those things.
You
What have
know,
they said?
there's like,
Whoa.
how would I say this? There's like this thing where everybody thinks that they're the only people who are late to stuff.
Yeah.
Like I grew up like, you know, where growing up my mother was like, "Oh, your dad's family is always late to things." And then like, you know, and then there's like there's Cuban time. Like my great aunt and uncle have a clock in their kitchen that says like, you know, 12 y pico, like 12 and a little bit. Like that's the time of day. And then of course you have island people time. People that are strictly Caribbean think that they're always the ones who run the most late. Then you have colored people time or black people time with an American context.
You've got
like,
Southern time is one I heard when I lived up north a lot.
I never really experienced that until I went to Paris, lived in Paris, and then found out that some stores just don't open until they want to. They'd be like, "We're going for lunch for how long? Maybe a few days. We don't know." Like, and this is like in a major metropolitan Western city. You're
That's
like,
incredible, and how I would run my store.
I respect that so much. That is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
nothing but cigarettes and wine for lunch. Let's go.
Yeah.
I think some of the devil in the detail though is like the 24-hour strict clock. It is like unnerving, you know. I don't find I fit well into a system like that. I'm somebody who's still I do like chunking is about as good as I can do as far as organizing my day. The idea of like putting a time to stuff and like I can't do it.
Well, it's an interesting conversation to be had there, right? Because like, how much of Western concepts of success is based around this kind of almost militarized idea of like the 8-hour clock, the 8-hour workday, the 5-day workday. Yeah, exactly. Puritan work ethic. I'm sure the Prussians had something to do with it as well. Versus like, you know, I think going into like this whole work from home idea is like, shouldn't you get paid on your product, on what you produce, rather than an hourly whizzle wazzle time that you're sitting there going, I don't know what I'm producing. Here's some TP reports. I guess that's what I've done today. Like, where's the value in that? You know?
Yeah, I think I think what it is in part is just that. Well, there is some work. It's whether your skills really or like your presence is the thing that's ultimately required. Like my day job is in manufacturing, so like that's stuff that even the most skilled person, it's still required. You're still required to be in physical proximity to, you know, a place, an object producing a certain amount, and that's where the hourly wage comes in. But I do agree that for a lot of other work, especially as you get more complex, it really is just like the most economical way of doing it. And, you know, even the imposition of like a work week or the 40 hours, where did that start? Right. Well, that was an idea of trying to, I don't know, make people's lives better, or at least so the labor theory of history tells us, which of course I know nobody here cares about, but it's worth, you know, it's worth starting there with the common definition, right? It's like, that's the whole idea of the imposition of the 40-hour work week. And then today you have a system where it's like, it's overly regimented kind of because of that.
If I remember correctly, I don't know what it's like now, but even before COVID, a lot of the big tech companies, I know Netflix for sure, and I think Google also, didn't have any required office hours as long as the work got done.
Yep.
And so, like, the offices were there, but if you got everything done at home, you got everything done at home. You came in for 2 hours, you came in for 2 hours. And so I think that, and the work, oh, there's a spider hanging right in front of me. Sorry, got very distracted there. A lot of I think you hit the nail on the head with the people want to, maybe not all people, but a good chunk of people want to have something they produce, and that's what they want to be paid for, not being present doing something in a place.
Well, that should come down to even just contracts, right? Like, I always think the way forward in the modern work era, especially with like things like proof of work through Bitcoin and all this other stuff, is to be able to negotiate your salary based on a contract, saying, I will do X amount of work for you, I will produce these results, and I expect to get paid X for those results. And if I'm not meeting those results, we can, you can shit can me, or we can discuss a different payment method or whatever have you. I mean, has anyone touched on the whole Elon Musk's recent tweet about Tesla saying everyone's back in the office or BTFO?
No, but that's interesting. But that's where I'm going to go back to. I can understand exactly why he's doing that. Because there are certain industries where that's still, the closer you are to like physical things, the more that I think matters to cohesiveness and then like cohesiveness across your company. Whereas like a dispersed online program, it's a completely different. It's about the type of work you do, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think there's no one size fits all solution to all these different kind of corporations as they're developing. But I mean, I just find it interesting, especially with Tesla. It seemed to be that he would be the most likely to maintain a work from home or a more of a, dare I say, progressive kind of work environment. He's like, no, fuck it, you're in the office or you're gone. Like, if you don't show up to work on Monday, then we're gonna assume you're just not coming to work.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who are very dedicated to their craft and work from home, but I also know a lot of people who slack off. I think I think that it really comes back to the type of work you do at the end of the day, and I think that's why you already see like the niching out of fractional, like if you do like a fractional CMO, right? So if you're the marketing head for like a few different companies and you manage their portfolio, or just the consulting world as a whole as well, kind of embodies that a little bit of just that niching out your talent stack. But no, you said something before about the what was it about the imposition? And I wanted to, and that was it. And I wanted to make the point of like, there's really there's also kind of a trick in like the president of a company doesn't necessarily work the same amount of hours or hours at the same amount of time as their employees do. Right. So like they might and so that's kind of the trick, is really it's just, again, that lower tier work is the one that's so much the low skill work. The lower the skill set, the more tied you are to physical proximity.
Yeah.
Because because you can't be trusted in a sense. Because like the president might just be answering questions all day, and then they still got to do emails after everybody leaves the office.
Hourly wage enforces the power hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's an interesting concept.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out of notes and topics. I went out of notes and topics for the live stream probably 3 hours ago.
I feel like we're doing pretty good.
If we swimming in the deep end there, Caleb, you got what is this, hour 5? You got 6 more hours?
Yeah, I gotta keep going.
If we want to go in a completely different direction, I have a question for y'all. Next year, I get to teach American history, and I want to experiment with a different kind of curriculum. And if you guys can point to any good resources or have any ideas for it, I'd like your input. I will. What'd you hold up there? I missed it.
History of the American Revolution by George Sidney Fisher. This is
Okay.
the book Curtis Yarvin recommends on American history.
All right. So
important question: what age group?
So the American history class, the one that would be colonial to mid 19th century would be, if I remember, 7th or 8th graders. So
maybe James Goodsman, doesn't he have a lot?
13 and 14 age range, and then 18th century to modern day would be, I believe, 9th and 10th graders. If I'm remembering right. That sounds right. But my idea, what I want to try and do, if I can figure it out this summer, is do a great man theory of history through American history. And so kind of take it by like a key biography. If you understand this person's life, you understand this chunk of history through American history. So I'm wondering for suggestions on what what people do you think define different eras of American history?
Just as an aside, this is the kind of grooming that I can get behind.
Nice.
That's what I aim for.
I'm going for Revolutionary War period. I think Alexander Hamilton had the most influence, and it's a good pick because even if you don't agree with all his stuff, he had major impacts. I think his life story itself was interesting enough, and because of the Hamilton musical, you can always use that as a way to steal kids to be actually interested in it.
Yep.
So much of my opposition to Hamilton was performative. It's just to react against the musical. Because I don't have particularly strong opinions, but it's like, what do you mean you don't like Hamilton?
I just hate him for the bank.
Yeah, see, I'm still talking I love Hamilton's political theory, and then I hate his economics, and then I am indifferent on the play. And so it's just I started Hamilton to my normal friends, he was terrible in economics, but he was good because he wanted a monarchy. And they're like, what do you mean he wanted a monarchy? He was for democracy. And I'm like, actually read
probably
about
not
Hamilton.
Thaddeus Russell.
Actually read about Hamilton.
I mean, I don't know how you'd be able to do it with that age group, but Burnham is becoming more and more relevant, especially post World War II America. The managerial revolution is. I mean, I know he's been critiqued by not getting all his predictions 100% right, which I think is a dumb criticism. But I think you can start seeing a lot of what he laid out. Starting to come to fruition, especially in sort of the managerial class and how things are being structured and doled out by everything from Davos to World Economic Forums and any kind of non-elected groups being able to make global initiatives and policy. I mean, that's a huge one, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what time period it was, but I know Rothbard has a 5-volume history on America, Conceded Liberty. I think that's pre-Revolutionary War, maybe a little bit after. Okay. I don't know about. I know that's a good one. I know I'm a huge fan of his history of money and banking in America. And it starts with 1776 to World War II, so there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Okay.
The economic side of things, but it's so much to cover with American history.
I mean,
so much.
I'm becoming more and more convinced that curriculums are set in such a way that it is impossible to teach every topic that kids are expected or supposed to learn in a given time.
They taught just enough not to question the narrative.
Exactly. You're good. Through college, high school, everything, I never took an American history class that actually made it past the Korean War. That was supposed to cover whatever up to the present day. I don't know if y'all had a similar experience with that. I think 1950 was pretty much a hard cutoff.
Yeah, for the most part, that's about what you would get through.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's accurate.
I was homeschooled, so my American history classes were just watching Liberty Kids.
I mean, you could use the woke timeline. There was the Civil War, where the Democrats freed the slaves, and then there was civil rights movement, and then today, and that's basically
Democrats freed the slaves. Democrats let black people work.
Right, and now Democrats are saving America. So
yeah. Those are the only three things that have ever happened.
I mean, essentially. I mean,
1619. Sorry, white.
No. Republicans brought the slaves over to America.
Yeah, 1619. Republicans brought the slaves. 1865. Democrats
by
set them
gunpoint.
free.
That's.
Mm-hmm. We had the real question is who built the ships? Who built the ships that brought everybody over?
The Nazis.
Of course.
Yeah. Not 1940s Nazis,
the Dutch, maybe
2020s Nazis.
You forgot the progressive era when we created democracy.
Oh, you're right. FDR FDR invented democracy.
No. Woodrow Wilson. What are you talking about?
The boast is so god awful.
No, Woodrow Wilson was John the Baptist. FDR was Jesus Christ.
That's the fair assessment.
Woodrow Wilson made the world safe for democracy.
No, I think Woodrow Wilson was
paved
Jesus
the way.
and FDR was St. Paul.
But chronologically, chronologically that does line up.
Yeah. Or maybe Woodrow Wilson was more like
so
Moses.
Who's John the Baptist?
Brought his people
John
through
the
the desert.
Abraham Lincoln.
No, I
No,
don't
that's
think.
Moses.
That's a good one.
No, Abraham, John the Baptist in this example would be who shot
Theodore Roosevelt?
Who shot Garfield? That guy. That's John the
cat?
Baptist.
The cat or the man?
Oh my! I was not ready for that.
I'm gonna have to dip out
Caleb
with
invited
that.
me on, by the way. Like this is all his.
I don't think I was technically invited. I just saw it in a
I mean,
group chat.
everyone in the Catholic group chat was invited to hop in when they wanted to.
Caleb,
Leave the Orthodox out. I see. Yeah, I get it.
I have a present that I am going to send you.
Do. Is it like a tag? Is it like a tag?
No, other Caleb, teacher Caleb.
Damn it! Also, for a good gift.
Do you guys think it's just hype, or is Topo Chico actually one of the better seltzers?
I don't like seltzers at all. So
I have no idea what that is. It sounds like sacrilege.
The only seltzer I know of is
milk. That's it.
There's out of California. There's a art collective making hard seltzers based with holy water, and they have a priest come in and bless the vats of water so they can make a. The tagline literally is "Get crunk with Jesus." It's absolutely terrible. But if you go to the website and you click over the 21, it takes you to the video and you can buy it and you can watch the priest bless the water. You click your under 21 and hyperlink you to a VeggieTales video.
This is why us Orthodox pray for you. You know that, right? Like, this is why we pray
need
for
it.
you.
We need it. These damn Jesuits, man, they're ruining things. But it's really. I was hating on the people who were doing it, and like holy water shouldn't be drank, obviously. But then I found they were hyperlinking people to VeggieTales videos, and I'm like, I'm still upset, but I'm gonna laugh at it anyway because that's absolutely hilarious. The hyperlink under 21 people on alcohol page to VeggieTales. Yeah, I love it.
Wait, people don't like VeggieTales?
People don't like Phil.
That's a good point. The guy who made VeggieTales became very woke and is like very, progressive person type.
Yeah.
And new VeggieTales sucks ass, but old VeggieTales, I mean, that shit was.
Yeah.
What's your favorite VeggieTales short?
So I'm gonna go with a song for the story.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Boys in the Sink, but I don't have a belly button.
So mine is a tie probably between the Rumor Weed with Larry Boy or Rack Shack and Benny.
Rack Shack and Benny is fantastic.
Oh wait, no. I got it, Jericho.
Oh no,
Jericho's really good too.
That had my favorite line. It's like 3 square meals a day, all you could eat, and it was like we were in slavery. Just that line. I love it. They were the Lord of the Rings parody was great. They had a lot of really honestly. I've been posting a shit ton of VeggieTales memes on the timeline recently, and a lot of I made them all Catholic, of course. I'm making Catholic VeggieTales memes, and a lot of plots were commenting things like, "This isn't VeggieTales won't Catholic, they were Protestant. Stop making them Catholic."
I'm feeling my age because I don't think the VeggieTales had anything like that when I watched them.
Well, what was it?
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Oh, I Google VeggieTales. Why did VeggieTales remove God? Because we killed him. Haven't you read Nietzsche?
I mean, I watched one of their Easter specials, and it's like an hour and a half long, and they don't mention Jesus once.
What?
It's a spoof on A Christmas Carol, but it's Easter, and like he gets visited by the 3 ghosts, and he inherited the company from his mom who passed away or something, and it's like, well, why was your mom nice to all those people? Because she had the hope of Easter. And that's as close as it gets to saying anything about God and the whole thing.
Man,
Did
the
you
older
watch
ones used to be so much more
Did
file.
you watch the Jonah VeggieTales movie?
That was a fun one. I like that one.
I found Jesus when that choir showed up.
The other one was great. I like VeggieTales. They actually never covered any like New Testament story. Like I would expect that.
Caleb Salmon, what's your email?
I Oh boy, I'm gonna say this out loud.
No. You can DM me. DM it
Perfect.
to me.
Or you can go to the private chat section. Private chat section is posted here where only people in the chat can see it. So you don't have to
Yeah.
stream.
I
It's
promise this
super
quote-
secure. I promise.
I promise to only sell it to very, very nice Russians.
I got no problem with Russians.
Every once in a while, I like get weird
You
Russian
should.
emails on my Substack. I'm like, I feel like this is just a bot farm.
Every Russian I've met has been swell.
Yeah.
You have not met many Russians then.
I only met ones who left Russia.
That's fair.
Well,
There is something I worked at a store that had a large contingent of Eastern European client base, and it just it's crazy the different social norms even amongst Americanized people towards the service industry, but it's very like standoffish. They'll just pretend it was a small store. I was the only person working. And there'd be a group of them, and they would just ignore me until they were ready to buy, and that was not uncommon.
yeah, it's very, very, very transactional.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how Russians deal with their relationships. It's like they have a very hard exterior when it comes to strangers, and then once you get to know them, they have a very like tender, soft interior.
Yeah,
So, like that's kind of the essence of the Russian ethos.
As a Ukrainian Canadian, I didn't have an emotion until I was like 26. Like I was only allowed to like be.
I don't know.
Angry.
I'm a Ukrainian too, and like my father is very emotional, so I kind of got that.
Not outside the house. Not outside the house though. Like,
oh yeah.
It's like if you get emotional outside, you can get angry. You can get angry. Like my family was like, you can get angry to a degree. But like you got to keep that bottled in. Like you got to
like everyone when they meet me, they kind of like my girlfriend now. She like when we first met, she like gauged me as like the stoic type because that's how I usually am, just in public and especially when I meet people for the first time. But like I talk to you for more than like 30 minutes, and I just like let loose, you know. Caleb, man, you're cheating. You say a 12-hour live stream and you're away from your chair half the time.
Listen, it's like a filibuster in the Senate. You know, yeah. He can. What's the actual phraseology? You grant time to the other person without yielding, and then somebody else just he's going to be reading Green Eggs and Ham in no time. That's
oh yeah,
gotta happen.
He's just going to start reading every book on that shelf.
I mean, you could do it.
He's already got. He's halfway there, right? You're coming about 6 hours. So 6 more hours. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of content.
I mean, yeah. So really, y'all don't know about Topo Chico hard seltzer?
Never heard of it.
Okay. Do you know Topo Chico?
I never heard of it.
Oh, it's like mineral water, but now they have like a hard seltzer.
Oh. Well,
anyway, it's good flavor. It's like the new one this summer.
Huh. What's so special about Topo Chico? If you need to quench your thirst fast, Topo Chico is the sparkling water that will do this. This mineral water is all natural, and that subtle saline mineral quality is what sets it apart from other sparkling waters.
Actually, good copy.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's from Mexico, maybe.
This is specifically about this is like recommending Topo Chico as a cooking seltzer.
Huh.
Like, as a cooking sparkling water.
You can cook with sparkling water? This is news to me.
Apparently, some recipes call for it. Probably
you can cook with anything.
Yeah, I suppose.
I've fried water before.
With Topo
it's
Chico.
hard.
So, are you guys familiar with Boris Kochno? Kochno?
No, never heard.
He's a Ukrainian ballet guy.
No.
Oh, okay. It's my buddies. Friends with Picasso. It's one of my buddies, like great uncles.
Cool.
One of my closest friends is Ukrainian. I wanted to jump in on the Ukrainian part of the conversation, but he just texted me back. I was like, "Give me a cool family member." But yeah, he was friends with Picasso. If you catch my drift.
Got to capitalize on the victim culture.
Mm-hmm.
You're pulling out that Ukrainian cred with the two Ukrainians. You're like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
well,
so
I figured it was like a 50-50 shot. You know.
No.
So like I'm
Matt
correct.
is saying cooking with sparkling water is a Latino thing.
Okay, so this is
Cuban.
not cooking with sparkling water. This is for cocktails. My bad.
Okay, that makes.
Yeah, I was gonna say cooking with sparkling water would be like. Do you want to add more static to your pasta? Like I don't know.
No. You make a broth with sparkling water. Actually, you know what? I want to try that. That actually sounds fun. Make a chicken broth with.
I've got a
sparkling
soda
water.
stream.
I'm gonna make a soup based out of.
Wouldn't the carbonation
Yes.
just go away if you're boiling it?
When you heat it up, the carbon like disappears. I've
Does it?
Yeah.
Huh.
I've got
I can
I have
imagine-
a soda stream, so like I've like had like a sparkling water that's like half fizzy, and I've just like used that to make soup or something.
Like there's tons of
Well, I
cocktails
know, like,
you can do with sparkling water. But
Dr. Pepper thickens, so I was wondering.
Well, that's the sugar, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, that's the
23
diabetes-
flavors and they're also
diabetes rising to the surface.
They're all delicious. I forgot. Dr. Pepper's the third thing I drink behind water and milk.
Dr. Pepper is the agnostic drink, according to South Park, because it's a mix between
The cola? Is
Coke
it a cream
and
soda?
was some other drink.
Cream
forget.
soda.
Root beer.
Root beer.
Root beer,
It
that's
is a
right.
mix between Coke and root beer.
That's
See, I
my
always thought
favorite
it
of
was-
the South Park. That's a great one.
I always thought it was like failed cherry cola.
No,
Nah.
that's Mr. Pitt.
You know, Dr. Pepper never had any actual fruit flavors in it because if it did, they would say made with real fruit on it.
Yeah, but they have 23 flavors, so
And none of them are fruit.
one of those. Oh, okay.
It's like the Americanized version. What's that Italian drink that's like all herbs? It's shit. It's right there. I want to say it's like Bruno, but it's not called. It's not called Bruno. I'll think of it.
Brunelli?
Brunelli? No. Peroni
Bellini.
is a beer. Bellini, no, that's a cocktail.
Oh,
There's,
I know the one you're talking about. It usually comes in grapefruit.
No. This is like an Italian herb
Oh, never mind.
based.
Oh wait, there's a liqueur here. Amato Lucano, Ramazzotti, Amaro.
So those are all alcohols. This is a non-alcoholic. I want to say not Fernet. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. I'll figure this out.
We got David Brady in the chat. He says, first of all, he says, "Sup nerds." Then he says, "I'm here to bully post-libertarians." There's Andrew and Peter acting like dorks on Twitter.
Read my essay.
That's a good point, David. Read that and then read Monarchy and War by the Dead.
Well, read my essay or like listen to me talk about it for 5 minutes, please.
I wouldn't mind post-libertarians if they were not so abrasive about it.
Yeah, but that's like anything that comes
That's the
anything
brand.
that's contrary is abrasive. Also, Twitter rewards abrasiveness. So
That is true.
Very true.
if
That's
you
why I'm
listen-
surprised I have 4,100 followers, because I'm usually just a neutral tempered person. Like, yeah.
Brio.
Brio.
Brio,
Never heard of
bitches.
Oh.
I shall look for it, I guess.
Next time I'm in Italy.
Yeah, the
Well,
whole,
you can get in North America. I used to drink in Montreal all the time. I'm from Montreal, but they had all-
Montreal's beautiful. I feel like if you go to Canada, go to Montreal because everything is just America light.
I don't disagree with you.
Like
I like Ontario.
like
though.
if you go to Quebec and Montreal specifically, it actually feels like a different country.
It does. No, 100%.
Like
compared
if
to
like
driving
when
through
you're
Ontario.
walking through, like you can see like the places where it like looks like Paris, like those little like front ways where like there's like it's like brick on the floor, and then like people have like their motorcades, and then you have truck backed in getting supplies. Like it feels like Paris. It's cool.
It's sort of a mashup between Paris and New York in a lot of ways, because like New York and Montreal have a very similar sort of geographical history of being a port town, being sort of centers of culture for a very long time. Being a melting pot of Europeans.
The replica Notre Dame there is really nice. That's where my family stayed when we went on vacation there. We stayed in Old Montreal, and so we were right next to the Notre Dame. was really
They
pretty.
do a really cool light show every winter right around Christmas time. Where you can go in and they kind of light up. I think they're doing it all year round now. I'm not exactly sure, but they just kind of light up the entire interior with sort of like holographic, like a light show. It's pretty beautiful.
What is that park that you can climb up that's in Montreal? I forgot what it's called.
Mount Royal.
Yeah. My parents and I went up that. It's really nice. It's really nice. Looking at the skyline from there is really cool.
With a big, that's with a big giant cross. That's why I always laughed. I don't know if you guys were following Canadian politics at all or Montreal politics. Not that I blame you for not doing that, but they were trying to pass this bill a few years ago where they're trying to remove religious symbols from public spaces. They're trying to be ultra secular, so really banning burqas and religious symbols of all kinds.
Yeah,
and
and like
okay,
you couldn't even wear like a cross, right?
Right, but it's like you have a giant freaking cross on the freaking hill. Like you can see it from anywhere you want, from anywhere downtown. We do anything about that? Like,
so I'm really curious. So, like in my comparative politics class, my project that I did was I did like a historiography of Canadian nationalism, which I find really cool because it defines itself as like, what is America doing? Let's do the opposite because we don't want to be a client state of America on the continent. So I'm curious, like specifically with Quebecois and Quebecois nationalists, it used to be very vehemently like Catholic, distinguishing itself from the Protestantism of the English. Like, when did that shift happen to ultra secularism?
so you can maybe make the debate that it still hasn't happened in some aspects.
Sure.
Because so the big thing with Quebecois politics is like, so there's a term called pur lain, all right, which is literally pure blood.
Yeah.
Right. Pure line.
Yeah.
So when you go into ultra Quebec nationalism, the pure line stuff is what we would like almost consider like they're how would we describe it? Ultra liberal nationalists. So it's like they break all these when it was my first introduction to like leftist hypocrisy, where they're like, what hypocrisy? That's what it is, right? Like they're massively socialist but massively nationalist at the exact same time. And they don't have a performative contradiction in their head about that. So when you get into Pure Lain politics, quite a few of them are still very heavily Roman Catholic. Outside of that, however, the more, I guess, acceptable form of nationalism, like you can think of, let's say the ultra nationalist Pure Lain movement is more like that would be behind the FLQ, which is like the Quebec IRA at the time. In the 1970s. So you can think of the more acceptable form of it in the Parti Québécois and Bloc Québécois as being the hyper secularists, which is they basically just want to be like France. So they do what France does. So if France all of a sudden goes ultra secularist, they go out ultra secularist.
Okay.
They mirror a lot of what France is doing because they want to really kind of be like New France, like
yeah, and like that's how a lot of British Canada define themselves, is like they identified their fealty to the crown as like maintaining their sovereignty and preventing America from subsuming them. So like that's interesting.
I'll give you two examples, right? Which and this I think one example, but two sides of one example, which is really I think really interesting. So the provincial saying in Quebec, the provincial I forget what the exact term for it is je me souviens, right? Which means literally I will remember, or I will remember, I will not forget, right?
Yeah.
You can it's dual usage.
Sure.
So if you ask let's say normalized Quebecois nationalist what that means, they're talking about the Night of 1,000 Knives is when Quebec. I'll do a really fast Canadian history thing. So when Pierre Elliott Trudeau was getting the Constitution ready, when he was making Canada a separate country, they played some funny stuff with Quebec because Quebec didn't want to sign. They ended up ratifying it while the leader was asleep. The leader of Quebec was asleep. This whole thing. So that's they're referencing that event, right? The Night of 1,000 Knives is what they're referencing. If you ask a Pure Lain person, the ultra nationalist, what that means, they dated back to the Plains of Abraham, right, where France lost the war to Britain and then had basically where Quebec gets sacrificed to the British colonies. So it's two different outlooks on a similar subject, but it's just the Pure Lain take it way are way more based about it.
Yeah, and like to extrapolate what you said about like the oh my god, what's the word? What is the word? The cognitive dissidence that Quebecois nationalists have. Kind of that's the same thing, like in the national scope of Canadian politics, where they preach multiculturalism and acceptance, and at the same time, like accept the fact that Quebec wants to remain Quebecois, which I feel like that dynamic really interests me too.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing when you see immigration laws being fashioned in Quebec, because Quebec has a sort of a special status in Canada. They can kind of do what they want to a degree.
Right.
They have a non-withstanding clause, which allows them to interpret the Charter and the Canadian Rights and Freedoms Act kind of any way they want to.
Mm-hmm.
So you see those immigration acts, like for example, they opened the doors a lot to the Vietnamese community back in the 1970s and 80s because they were French colonies, so they have French language and French culture, right?
Sure.
They did the same thing with Haitians, to their chagrin, a few years later. And who else was the big ones? A lot of African communities, like the French ex-French colonies, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've allowed in with much larger numbers than any other ethnic group because because one of the prerequisites to being in Quebec is just you have to speak French.
Right.
It's very difficult if you're a new immigrant. Actually, if you're a new immigrant, you have to send your kids to French school, and we're not talking like bilingual school, like it's all French. Like
they clamped down on that. That was like the late 90s, early 2000s, right? When they started imposing those language laws and stuff.
Cody's back.
You could go back to the late 70s, early 80s, actually, for a lot of that. Bill 101 was the big one, and Bill 101 was early 80s.
Yeah, I remember. I remember reading about that. Yeah,
I grew up during that era.
Mm-hmm.
But for our family, it was when I was growing up, because I'm 45. I was born in 77.
Sure.
So growing up there, we were considered allophones, which is a bit different kind of thing. And I'm old enough to remember when the English school board was the Protestant school board, and the French school board was the Catholic school board. And so it was a very big, it was a very big religious divide there as well. And that had different connotations for everything as well. So,
okay, I just thought of this question. It's really interesting to me. Regarding Quebec balkanization, who do you think stands more in the way? The Canadian national government, who wants Quebec to remain a ward of the state, or Quebec, who wants to maintain its special status in Canada while accepting all of the benefits of being a ward of the federal government?
So Jean Chrétien, former prime minister, he was Pierre Elliott Trudeau's Justin's dad.
Sure.
He was his right-hand man. He was prime minister for quite a long time during most of the 90s, essentially, into the 2000s. He did a very smart thing. And he's also from Quebec, from this small town called Chicoutimi. And he did a smart thing where he realized that Quebec is one of the most corrupt places on earth. Like there's like Russia, Ukraine, Quebec. Like it's pretty freaking corrupt, man. And he understood that basically a lot of them would sell out, would rather get an uninterrupted money train from the federal government rather than even talk about separation anymore. So what he did is he did this whole provincial, it's sort of a cross-provincial payment program, which basically shares certain tax revenues across provinces, especially if the province is underperforming or has a lower estimated GDP than other provinces, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is what, if you say this to Albertans, their brain explodes, because every time there's an oil rush and they're making a lot of money, that's when Albertans will talk about succeeding. That's when they're like, fuck it, we're out of here. Fuck Quebec, fuck everyone else. We're out of here. We're making all the money, right? So Chrétien was really smart on that. He tied that in, and so succession talks have basically ended. The other big problem is because every time they do this, every time there's a referendum, they chase out half the businesses. I was growing up in Montreal. We moved to Toronto when I was 13. After that referendum in the 90s, because my mom worked for Air Canada, and they moved pretty much all their businesses over to Ontario, to Toronto,
right?
Because they didn't know what was going to happen, right? The Quebec nationalist anything is basically anathema to business. Like they can't seem to produce their own thing. There was a long talk with them trying to be the Silicon Valley of the North, and that was working until they enforced everyone having to speak French, and like, you know, Ubisoft and a whole bunch of game companies and all that stuff. And it's like, well, you're not going to attract international business if everyone has to speak French. Like, it's just not going to work. So. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. That's kind of contrary to what I was thinking. I thought that I thought it would be more like an American situation where if an American state wanted to balkanize, that would be the federal government that actually tries to prevent that. Rather, it seems like in the Canada example, it's the Quebecois elites that want this preferential status in Canada to be maintained.
I think it's both ways, right? I think.
You think it's both ways?
Because they came really close. Like they came really, really, really close in the 90s during the second referendum to getting the referendum vote being yes. Now there's a lot of rumors that they were signing up people 15 times and signing up dead people and whatever have you, right?
That's just politics.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. And they lost by a slim margin, but they still lost. And that was the last formal referendum. And they've called up the specter of it every so often. But I don't think I think it's sort of a law of diminishing returns on that.
Sure.
The Canadian government in both referendums did step in and did do their counter narrative, like almost like Brexit.
Sure.
So I wouldn't say that the Canadian government is in any way passive about it.
Sure.
They don't want to see that happen. And I think, what was it? About maybe 6 years ago, there was sort of rumblings about maybe doing another referendum, and a lot of propaganda came out, and I think logical propaganda was simply saying, "Okay, guys, how do you think this is going to work? Like, first of all, if you're no longer part of Canada, all the treaties you sign with First Nations go out the window. So a lot of First Nations are going to start claiming northern land, and all that Hydro-Quebec, all the hydropower stuff is going to fall back to the natives, and they're going to want their cut.
Sure.
And, you know, then we have to talk about ports, which aren't owned by you. They're owned by America as much as they own by Canada. Like, it went down the list saying, like, what you're going to be reduced to is some micro state around Quebec City with like a third of the St. Lawrence Seaway. Maybe, you know, you can negotiate a border with New Brunswick. Like, you're fucked, right?
Right.
And I think that's done a lot to discourage that kind of talk. That, and also, I think a lot of Quebec politicians are just, you know, they're just taking the money and running, really. So
specifically the First Nations clause of the human rights fascinates me because it's like a codified example of collective group rights trumping an individual property right.
Well, I mean, you could actually ask then what is who owns the property, right? Like in Canada is much more difficult than America because we still actually have First Nations. We actually have natives who aren't just running casinos. The Cree, for example, in northern Quebec and Ontario, did a really interesting thing a few years back where they just basically stopped negotiating. Like their idea was, look, we're going to create a culture and take our land or take what land we have and basically enter into new negotiations with the Canadian government saying, like, you have to meet us on our terms. We're not going to just take money and play by your schedule. We're going to start dictating terms to you, and you're going to, and if you want to do business with us, well, it's during hunting season. Guess what? You can't come back in 2 months. And that's been an incredibly powerful negotiation tool for them, and they've prospered. Like no one talks about the Cree, which I think is really interesting. And if you want to talk about like successful First Nations kind of groups, like I think they're the biggest in the world, and they've just done it by simply saying like, no, we're not gonna. We don't care about your success rates. Like
an insistence on nonconformity, like the Amish.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, that at least that's what stood out to me with what you were saying versus the First Nations or Indigenous or Native tribes, well, what have you, that get to show up and be the people who admonish you, before a political event or who grant clemency to a sports team or something like that, right?
Yeah, this is like so and so's land that we're standing on. Like that's so cringe. Like you see like a some politicians say like, "Oh, we're on this land," and then they start their speech. Sorry for interrupting.
No.
I have a radical proposal where we should gather all native peoples and like carve out, I don't know, like a piece of Nebraska and be like, the tribe who is standing last in open combat gets this piece of land and you have full sovereignty. And then we're done. No more you stole our land. Like, okay, we're giving you a fair shake here. Just like Hunger Games it to the death. And then you have this piece of land, do whatever you want.
We do that,
Maybe
but
we
with
should just
the
copy Andrew
entire
Jackson.
American country, and it's everyone.
What?
We do that, but it's the entire 50 states, and it's everyone.
So
Florida
you
is
guys
winning
just
this
made
hands
purge
down.
reality.
Or what you do actually is just ban the word use of chief, because it might be insensitive, and that's the same thing. It's the same.
No,
thing.
actually, banning the
it works
use of
out.
chief is actually more insensitive because it's cultural erasure.
Also,
This ain't
chief
it,
is
chief.
just chief is such a great term to be like, "Hey, what's up, chief?" Like, say you're one of your friends. It's also a great derogatory term. Like,
My
"Oh,
job
yeah,
description
whatever,
is party
chief."
chief. Like that's my official title at my company. I'm a party chief, and so I have fun with that a lot.
You can't ban Chief, because then we have to rewrite all the Halo games.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be
Halo
better for the modern
nationalism.
stuff.
They already did that in the series. Boom.
Hey, Jason.
Series? I don't know what you're talking about.
Doesn't exist.
There's
Oh,
a
is that what
TV.
you
There's
guys-
a Halo TV series where the creators explicitly said that they did not use the video games as creative reference.
Yep.
People,
Yeah.
we should burn people. at
That
the stake.
sounds like
That kind of
every
nonsense.
TV show they make off of any other property.
Like Lord of the Rings.
Like Obi-Wan Kenobi currently.
Like Star
Like
Trek.
The Witcher.
Like Star
Can
Trek.
I?
yeah.
Here's
Like
here's
Doctor
a,
Who.
here's a good jump in for the Slavs in this stream. Is like I was really
Ew.
pissed off with The Witcher in terms of like there's not like they went out of their way to introduce different racial characteristics for certain characters. I'm like, can we have like one hero Polish person? Can we have like one good guy Slav? Because growing up, if we talk about ethnic representation in media, like we had Colossus. That's it, man. Like there's no. Everyone else is a gangster wearing
think
a
he's
fucking
gay now.
Nike shell shoot. He's gay now.
I think it made Colossus gay recently.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I think it
Hard
was,
times create
not a
hard
power
Slavs. Hard Slavs create hard times. That's the cycle.
There is
I
no
mean, you
joy
got-
in Eastern European lives.
I think every
I
X-Men
mean-
is gay at this point. I can't think of a single X-Men who's still like straight. I'm really thinking. I think Cyclops is even bisexual, and I think all of them have become.
I'm
Yeah.
so lost. What?
No, a bunch of them are.
Too.
You're missing it. They're just X-Men now.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. I'm actually
Yeah,
gonna freak that real quick.
I really do hate Marvel and the Marvel universe, and I think it's a scorn upon cinema. But technically speaking, if you want to talk about the Polish question, John Paul II did have his own comic book produced by Marvel. So
They did.
You got
I'm
that.
looking for it. I'm
he
trying to get
is
it
your
online.
Polish superhero. He did
Hey man,
help
he
break
was
down communism.
he was the last good pope. I mean, honestly, like the last two succeeding John Paul, not so good. Not so good.
Benedict or Cardinal Ratzinger.
Benedict has some fire
was
books.
it-
I mean, his Pope Benedict has some really good books. But that's
His
that's
book
really
on the
it.
liturgy, Caleb's right. His book on the liturgy is amazing. He, I've heard some people say that he might be a doctor of the church one day. I don't know if I would go that far, but no,
I wouldn't be
Benedict,
shocked. There's not a lot of good ones for the
Benedict
States.
as a theologian, or at least like when he was Cardinal Ratzinger, as a theologian, is outstanding. As Pope, I mean, like you can't really get past the meme that makes him look like Palpatine. You know, God bless
Or-
Pope Emeritus Benedict, but like he does kind of look like Palpatine, and he did kind of have to deal with most of the sex abuse scandal, which is not fun. But
Well, because I mean, he was kind of central to it as well. Like he did help cover up and move people around. Like
I
I
will
don't
say-
I don't want to. I understand that,
Yeah.
that there's a lot of good. As you know, a lot of
Well-
Caleb's audience is Roman Catholic, so I don't want to do the Orthodox shit on anything.
I will just
Um,
say after that, they followed the science at the time. Was the leading psychologist at the time said that pedophilia was a crime of opportunity, and that if you moved them away from the opportunity of children, they wouldn't be committing the crime. And so they followed the leading advice of the people at the time what they should do. So they moved them on because of that. It was no hiding side of it. It was the same. It's what the science says to do. We're going to trust the doctors on this one and move it. Then the science changed, and the evidence came out, and then it kind of all compiled into a shitstorm. But
yeah, they kind of treat it as like a condition that like could be fixed, and I mean this completely seriously, that we should have never allowed gay men to become priests within the Catholic Church. That is nothing against gay men. It's more so that's like, if you look at like some of the highest, if you look at like some of like the places where like abuse was most widely well known, it was Boston, it was Ireland. And what happens when you have a closeted gay man that's Irish that has a penchant for drink? He's going to do things that he was never thought he was going to do. That's obviously not the entirety of all the priests that were scandalous, but I think anywhere you look at the statistics, it was between like 78 to like 81% of all the victims were post-pubescent boys. It's like not children, but like usually like altar boys between like, between like probably like 12 to 16, maybe 17. That's who most of the victims were. And I have a lot of love for my Catholic brothers and sisters that deal with same-sex attraction. I have a lot of love for Catholic brothers and sisters that have gender dysphoria, but it is an obvious condition within the church that within our modern society under liberalism, we can't really address, because we're kind of stuck in between like, well, we do want to be accepting and we do want people that identify as gay to be Catholics, because like I fear for their souls. I fear for my soul, and the Catholics that I do know that deal with same-sex attraction, that like they have a heavier cross to bear than I do. However, we kind of just did away with like the unwritten rule, or it was actually pretty explicit that multiple popes and cardinals said like we should not allow gay men to be priests, and we became way more accepting to that, not knowing the ramifications.
Well, and then wasn't there also kind of an encouragement of it, and I think there's probably also a correlation to just spitballing, in that I've examined it, and in my personal life this has come up that this happened and when I was in school, and so it's kind of like fresh, very very fresh for me, to somebody that I knew. And and I think another part of it too is just whatever happened for those, like, to where you had like an oversampling of perhaps gay men who like were using it as to run away, like Maria in The Sound of Music, using it to run away from their life as opposed to like actually getting into it for the right reasons. I don't know.
Yes, that went more to personally, I do think that homosexuality to a degree is somewhat of a choice. There's obviously no gene to describe it, because like there would be no possibility for a gene for someone to be, not reproducing. And I do think that it was like, like if you're going to do this, like you might as well become a priest, because like you have to be celibate anyway. I think that was kind of swept underneath the rug, but I also think that like as like the sexual revolution and its consequences became more and more accepted throughout the West.
That was the part I didn't talk about. Yeah.
So is there something to, I just thought of this and spitballing, is there something to an argument where one benefit of a priest being celibate just on a generic level is that he serves as a role model for other men in the church as they struggle with being celibate and being sexually pure. So is there something to the argument of like, if there's someone in the congregation who's dealing with homosexuality and there's a priest who is homosexual and a celibate, that he can uniquely serve as an example and as a form of counsel to that person who is struggling with that.
Yeah, I think I would say it's a little post hoc.
Why would you say it's post hoc?
Just from the standpoint of like it's some pretty well, I mean, at least in my understanding, it's, it had far more to do with like the political structure of like the Middle Ages that led, there's not like priests weren't celibate from the beginning of the church, right?
Right. I'm not saying that this is the rationale. I'm saying like this is a possible benefit that someone could put forward as like, this is how it is, and like, how to phrase it better. Like this is a possible benefit, not that it's the intent, but just like this is a consequence.
Yeah, that I agree with. Yeah,
I think that gives
I would disagree to an extent, to where if you're in any Catholic parish, that if you are like a devout, chaste Catholic man, that you would, the majority, like the vast majority of your parish is going to be heterosexual couples and heterosexual men. So you would want someone that could counsel you through like just like the normal desires of the flesh, whether it's premarital sex or pornography and things like that. Because like I've known priests that were addicted to pornography, that were alcoholics, or I mean, like you're still an alcoholic. Like I'm technically, we consider myself a pornography addict because, like that addiction does not go away. Like an alcoholic can be sober for 10 years. It doesn't mean he can take a drink, right? I would argue in the opposite, where someone who experienced same-sex attraction within the church could be a great spiritual advisor to men within his parish, or could have a conference within a diocese to men that experience same-sex attraction. A priest I would not be comfortable with. Does that kind of make sense?
No, I get that. But
I think there's a point. So I would just maybe offer the other position, another position, which would say like, I think for the person who really becomes a priest, your sexual attraction doesn't hold you back the way it doesn't if you're straight.
So my thought is that for a priest, like his homosexuality, like if he is not acting upon it, he is not in mortal sin, and I don't think a man's homosexuality bars him from being able to administer the sacraments, which is the main role of the priest.
No, obviously, because that's the heresy of Jansenism,
which is what
that was like an unclean priest could not, like a priest that was a sinner could not validly administer the sacraments. That was the belief. Like a priest that is still like a sinful person can still like take the role of Jesus and like offer communion to people.
Well, there's a difference. Well, of course, but there's a difference between a venial sin and a mortal sin. I mean, like if a priest is not in good standing, like if he committed a normal sin.
I gotta head out, guys. Been good talking with you.
Peace out.
Good seeing you,
Caleb. I love your timeline, man.
Yeah. Good luck on the next 5.5 hours.
I'm gonna make it.
You'll do it.
I'm just going to throw an idea in before I go for a smoke, because I through that conversation, all I'm thinking about is ideals have their own hierarchies as well, right? There's hierarchies to ideals, and if you want to say that, it's the same thing with a monarch, right? A monarch, the strength, a monarch's power or strength ebbs and flows from people's trust and belief in the, I don't know, let's say the purity of their vision, right? Like you have to have faith almost in the trustworthiness or the sanctity of the monarch. And so I think the same thing goes to the priest. Well, the priest is not, let's say, the head of the church. He's certainly a representative of the church. Sure. So any degeneracy within the priest points to degeneracy within the church itself. Like that, it's the hierarchy has to speak not only just to positionality but to the ideal itself. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I think maybe let's say, I think to the church hierarchy, and I'm probably talking out of my ass, but like I think they would equate, like they would hold a man who is naturally inclined to be promiscuous heterosexually, and a homosexually inclined man like on equal standing of like restricting your desire to act out on your sin.
Yeah,
Maybe.
No, what I was getting at more was for the example, like what the heresy of Jansenism was that like, let's just say, for example, like a priest was like secretly an alcoholic, and drunkenness is a mortal sin, as Caleb knows, because it's willingly taking away your ability to reason. Or if like a priest was like fornicating on the side, the fact that he is a drunkard or a fornicator does not take away his standing as being an ordained priest that fills the role of Jesus and administers the sacraments. What I'm saying more so is like I'm not saying it's impossible for a homosexual man to be a priest. It's more so that like if you get into the priesthood because you're homosexual, because it's like, okay, like, you know, it's kind of like this isn't the army. This isn't like I'm going to join the army because like they can give me stability to help me turn my life around because I have like
it's Maria joining the
regimentation and
convent in Sound of Music.
Yeah, I still have to watch that movie.
Oh, okay, that's why I haven't gotten the reference because it's.
I kind of know the reference because I know about the movie, but I don't know it.
Well, so basically, she joins the convent, and it's very early on, and there's a whole song about how do you solve a problem like Maria, because you know she climbs the trees, she sweeps her knees, her dress has got a tear. She always waits to chapel. She's always late to chapel. And damn, if I had I should have pulled up the words. It would have been way funnier if I just started singing the whole thing. But you know, no. I've even heard her singing in the Abbey. I'd like to say a word on her behalf, sister.
Beautiful pipes there, LB. Beautiful pipes.
That's my mom's favorite movie, and I've yet to see it.
It's a beautiful play, guys. It's a great story. Escaping Nazis. It's got a lot of stuff in it. Anyway, the point is,
I've only seen the play version of the play that was in the Pacifier with Vin Diesel.
When the kid has like the Nazi armband.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's a great scene.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, because they did do that. Suffice it to say, like she's in the convent, and she leaves the convent, or they encourage her to take this babysitting job because they know she's not really there to be a nun. She's there to escape something in her past, and that's not why you're supposed to enter religious life.
Exactly. Like I've often fantasized about religious life where, man, like it'd be a lot easier if I was a priest. I could just go be a priest for like a small diocese in like Wisconsin or Kansas. But that's escapism. Basically, like if you're a homosexual man that joins the priesthood, because you do have like a true calling from God to administer to his flock. That's beautiful. But I do think that especially like within like the post-sexual revolution and like kind of like the post like this terror of liberalism that we're dealing with, that you think that you can do it just so that you are not that like, oh, like this can fix me. Like I don't mean this to sound extreme, but like Jeffrey Dahmer, the serial killer from Milwaukee, he joined the army. He was in the army and he was stationed in Germany. He was a medic. Oddly, that kind of makes sense because if you are someone with like these disordered passions and like this really just like shit life, the army can actually help you. The priesthood, if you're a gay man, is not meant to help you. You are meant to contribute to the church hierarchy. You are meant to contribute to be a servant of God. And I think what we kind of got wrong was like saying like, oh, well, if you're just gay, like just join the priesthood and then like you'll never.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely stupid.
Let me offer a friendly amendment on that real quick. Because it's less that the army can help you and more that the army can make use of you, because Jeffrey Dahmer still became a serial killer, right? So
yes, but and yeah, like we can get into like the classic like libertarian anarchist statements about the military and things of that nature.
So,
but more so, it's like if you are kind of like on a bad path, the army can actually give you structure. But the point of the priesthood is not to give you structure. You're supposed to be added to the structure.
Right,
What
but even
I
in the, but even in the sorry to cut you out, but even in the but even in your example, you're talking about the pathological predator versus the person who needs structure. And so I think even the person in this case, gay or otherwise, who is looking for something, you know, vis-a-vis becoming a priest is different than the predator who realizes that by becoming a priest they can gain access to their prey, to their victims.
You know what? That was probably a bad example on my part. Now that I think about it, so we should just probably scrap that. But he was like Dahmer was like a lonesome alcoholic that just kind of turned to the army because he drank himself out of college. If that kind of makes sense. So like he was looking for like a sense of structure. He was looking for like a sense of belonging beyond like his picadillos and things like that. Is that going to make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. He drank himself out of Ohio State. He lasted one semester and could not say.
Okay, so
I'm not saying that all priests, all gay priests are Jeffrey Dahmer, like men that like want to
for sure.
like their affliction join the priesthood. It's more so to say that like if you join the priesthood because you want structure, you're doing it for the wrong reason.
Agreed.
So
Just as an aside, sorry, just to interrupt for 2 seconds. Just as that moment when you walk away from a conversation about church hierarchies and structures and join into conversation about Jeffrey Dahmer. Like I was like, like
I'm very sorry. I have an extensive knowledge of serial killers, and I talk about it much.
Okay. Can
I?
Yes.
No, I love it, Cody.
Hey, stop it. You're trying to speak for a while now.
Not a criticism. It's not a criticism. Sorry, Base. Go ahead.
Okay. You know what, Patrick? That's my name. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I didn't share my name. My name is Patrick. Okay.
Actually, Patrick, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. We got that out of the way. Anyway, if we're honest,
so cute.
If we're honest, I wonder how many priests joined the priesthood because they didn't make it in any other facet of life.
Oh, I mean, I don't doubt that because I think that there were a lot of men that joined the priesthood thinking that there could be reforms to like allow marriage, to like take away that tradition. Because obviously there are like rites within the Catholic Church that allow you to be married. Not allowed you to be married after you become a priest, but married like.
Well, if you're an Anglican and you convert, you can stay married.
Wait, hold on. You mean for the priesthood? I'm sorry.
If you're an Anglican and you're already a priest and you convert to Catholicism, you can maintain a marriage. I believe
the thing before that.
No.
The comment before that.
I support married clergy.
There's I think there's like sects of like priests in, I believe, Lebanon. I could be mistaken. That are allowed to be married as priests because like that tradition is way more European than it is for like other sects. It's kind of like how like some Eastern Orthodox are allowed to be like married.
Would this be the Coptics?
Priests. I believe.
Yeah, the Coptic Catholics, and like in my church, we have a West Roman Catholic and a Eastern Catholic, and the Eastern Catholic, he is Coptic. Or Greek, I forgot. I think it's Greek actually. He is married. He has a family.
Coptic, I mean, the cannot be beaten.
I also know that priests, if they leave the priesthood, they can rescind their vows, be a Catholic in good standing, and then marry.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay, so quick question for the group then. This is actually an interesting thing I was thinking about recently. There's a bunch of people in Africa who are converted to Catholicism. And a bunch of them already have like multiple wives because how things are done down there. And the church does not condone polygamy for obvious reasons. But there are several people now who are becoming Catholic who already have like 5 wives. what should the church's position be? Because these people are technically, by the church's standard, living in sin with 5 wives. But the church would just say, hey, now it's the church in the catch 22 is like, hey, this is a sin, but now I can't tell you to divorce these people because also divorce is a sin. And so, what should the Catholic Church do in this situation? Because I can't think of a solid answer that goes against that flows with the principles.
Well, it's not a Catholic marriage, is it?
No, it's not a Catholic marriage. So
right. So it's not a sacrament recognized by the church.
Yeah. So technically, they're just fornicating.
Right.
Yeah. So they tell the one guy to stop and then stop taking care of these 5 women and families he's established, or like
where is this happening in Africa?
Things. Yeah, I mean, look at the map.
And I'd have to think this is this like I would have to think this it's more the Islamic influence is where the polygamy comes in.
I believe it is.
Because I don't think if you I'm speaking in broad generalities and I wouldn't consider myself a subject matter expert, but I don't think like most, at least like West African, tribes, I've never really heard of any that openly practice polygamy.
I've only heard about it on a podcast I was listening to, so I haven't looked deep into the story myself.
Yeah, or it's like specifically the more like the people who live a more traditional, or I guess not traditional, but a more traditional lifestyle. You know what I mean? That live a more hunter-gatherer existence, because you don't really see polygamy in hunter-gatherer societies, do you? That's an interesting thought. I don't think I've ever thought about that before.
Polygamy is deeply rooted in African culture. It's not clarifying what part of Africa is the article so far. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, that's kind of, I don't know. So
Yeah,
that's what I do is I take things apart like that because it's like a weird. I have to think it has more to do with the Islam, the Islamic influence.
That honestly kind of reminds me of I saw a portion of a debate between Richard Spencer and E. Michael Jones. I'm sure you're familiar with
Jesus.
I'm not familiar with the latter.
He loves you. Jesus
he loves me.
Yeah, Jesus loves you.
Oh.
Jason said, "Oh, Jesus," and I just want to remind you, he loves you.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I said, "Oh, Jesus." Yeah. Thank.
I'm sorry. That's a joke.
Good.
That's a joke that I do.
Too fast.
I did a Garfield thing earlier, man. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, I do that as a joke with my coworkers, where if they go, Jesus Christ, I go, well, hey, no, he loves you.
Was it E. Michael Brown? Is it
E. Michael Jones is
Jones is just freaking awful. Like
radical traditionalist Catholic and pretty much virulent anti-Semite at this point, but he does have like good books on Catholic culture. Like he made a Richard Spencer, who's basically like a race idolater or like race essentialist. They were in debate, and E. Michael Jones said like the reason that Africa is not like Europe is because Europe had Catholicism as the basis of its culture. And Richard Spencer just like went off the rails. I'm like, oh, what are you talking about? Like he believes in like biological essentialism, which I don't. But I really do think that like the most people that we're seeing converting to Catholicism are in Africa and in Asia. And so like whatever like polygamous kind of traditions or societies that they had before, I think are kind of in the same way that like the Germanic tribes that used to like kill their own children that they thought were weak and did human sacrifice, much like the Mayans or like other like South American peoples. Like Catholicism is kind of like the civilizational force, like a Hilaire Belloc, who's a great Catholic writer, who even if you're Orthodox, I would recommend him to you. He had the quote that I mentioned to Cable earlier that Europe is the faith and the faith is Europe. And it's not a racial essentialist view. That's more so to say that like there's no Europe without Catholicism. And I do think that like the civilizational morality, that civilizational force coming to Africa in terms of like multiple marriages or like being married to multiple women at one time, like can essentially be flattened with Catholicism. Because I remember Patrick, you mentioned earlier that like, well, those aren't sacramental. That's not the sacrament of marriage that the church would recognize.
Right.
So it would probably flatten out like those immoral parts of culture, you know, in the same way that whether it was there was a African saint and martyr who we remembered today, who was a convert from Catholicism. who was killed for it and was killed because he would not perform homosexual acts upon his elder, the king at the time, in the same way that when St. Patrick, going to Ireland, evangelized the Irish people out of their backwards kind of worship of nature, their paganism. So I really do believe that, like, the basis of our culture, of Europe, of Western kind, was Christianity. And I think that, there's no one beyond the Holy Spirit. And I really do believe that, like, within time, I think Africa and Asia are going to end up teaching apostate Europeans and European atheists a real lesson in, like, what Christianity means as it spreads throughout those cultures. And it'd be kind of like, I don't want this to sound like quote unquote racist, the way that like a lib might use it, but like Christianity really is a civilizing force within a community, within a culture.
Okay, so here's a question for you. Why do you think that is, specifically to Christianity? Because one of the things that I've become exposed to with Girard is understanding, and this is what actually brought me into the Orthodox space quite a bit as well a few years ago, after being an atheist for a long time and then getting a calling from God. Is that Orthodoxy deals with sacrifice in a way that I don't think even the Roman Catholics could truly delve into, like ritualization of sacrifice and the personalization of sacrifice is, I think, the cornerstone of civilization. Like to understand and to ritualize effectively personal and civilizational sacrifice throughout the ages is actually what builds civilization. Give me a second, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't. I'll hold my point until Jason comes back, if that's cool with you guys.
Well, so to answer, by the way, if there's an article, Caleb, send it to me because I'm interested to see what that, like, what the claim is as far as that. Also, Islam spread across Africa, so to the extent that a practice is Islamic or African, I guess is a matter for debate. I would have to think. First off, I'm curious why somebody would do that in the Christian context, and I'd have to get. I would assume there's some sort of a political angle for it, just because it doesn't make sense if if I have 4 wives, I have enough money to support 4 wives, right? Yeah. So like I'm of a reasonable enough means and status, so then other than genuine conversion, in which case I would still marry one and like support the others, as kind of a sense of duty. But, so I wonder if there's just like another reason for the mass conversion aspect of it. And was it clear that it was Catholicism, or was it perhaps a different sect?
From what I was reading while you were talking, it seemed like it was Roman Catholicism being popular in Africa, and then a lot of people converting from their previous religion or no religion and already having a pre-existing multiple family structure. And so it's kind of it's interesting because I don't, the church really be wrong until the guy to stop supporting these people or to divorce all of them.
Yeah, I'd have to think you granted dispensation, and then just the cultural reinforcement would be within a couple generations that would be stamped out, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting question. Like, it really, I think it was the first time I heard about it. That's actually pretty interesting. I don't know how the church is gonna. It's actually why it might be a council soon. People are becoming a bigger and bigger problem, so there might be a church council soon to actually decide on things like that kind of issue.
There was a council recently in South America that was talking about extending priesthood to like married men. Did you catch this? This was like there was like a synod held, and I was following it because I'm like, huh? Yeah, and it was cloaked in a lot of like first like indigenous peoples. That was the pitch. Was basically remote indigenous tribes don't have access to priests, and because of their historical tradition of monogamy, right, and like marriage, like they should be granted. It should be considered that they're granted special dispensation, which is kind of like, why not? Why don't we just view that in general? It's
LB, you are right. I think it kind of goes back to my point about like certain rites within Catholicism, not sex, but rites within Catholicism that are still in communion with Rome. That Coptic Catholics can still be married and join the priesthood. The Roman rite of celibacy is widely practiced, and it definitely arose from a culture and tradition that was probably. I got into an argument with this about a buddy of mine who knows a lot of Lebanese Catholics, to where they've always had priests that were married because that's just all they've ever known. And I got into a debate with him, and it's it's because I think the definition of property and lineage probably differs between Middle Eastern cultures and European cultures to an extent. Jason, going back to your point about sacrifice, I actually do agree with you to an extent that Eastern Orthodoxy does have a sense of spirituality built on sacrifice and kind of lowering yourself before the cross, before the crucifix, before the crucifixion. I myself, I actually just bought a Chakti to accompany my rosary. I love it. It's got a pretty metal skull on it to remind me of my own mortality. My background on my phone is the Jesus Prayer. I do love it, and I do love a lot of the aesthetics and traditions of Eastern Orthodoxy. And when you say that, I think you are right, that when you have a culture built upon sacrifice, which I think definitely is seen within the West, whether it's the Protestant work ethic, or whether it's that sacrificing of self. I don't think it's more so a symptom of Roman Catholicism that we don't have that sense of sacrifice anymore. I think it's more so the decadence of the West as the culture, if that makes sense. Because I know a lot of liberal, or I shouldn't say liberal. I know a lot of more open parishes where it's we're all free and accepting. Wherever the more so reverent parish that I goes to really does stress more so the sacrament of confession, praying the rosary, really thinking upon the crucifixion of Jesus. I do think that Western decadence has kind of lent its way to hey, we're all Christians and God loves you. Well, that is true, but you still have to submit yourself at the foot of the cross. And you are right. I do think that is kind of lost, and I want to bring it back. When I pray the rosary, I only pray the sorrowful mysteries that reflects upon Jesus's passion. That's the only mysteries that I pray of the rosary, to humble myself before God.
It's the way you can metasize the idea of sacrifice itself as well, right? Is that it's not just a matter of, we can take Jesus' sacrifice as the pinnacle, the ideal sacrifice, that which we're trying to live up to, right? In every which way possible. There's also just sacrifices of attention, like going to mass, doing a prayer, doing your fasts. All these things are exercises, rituals in sacrifice. It's controlled sacrifice. That's really what got me into, when I started practicing Orthodoxy again, understanding or getting my head around weekly fasts, right? Which are pretty easy. I mean, basically just be a vegetarian, it's almost like be a mini vegan for 2 days a week, essentially, and then longer for certain Lents and certain holidays. And what is that? I understand the formal reason for it, but the actual, the more power behind it is that you are practicing a form of purposeful sacrifice that you have control over. You could end it at any time. It's not being forced upon you. Yes. At the same time, you're accepting it, and you're ritualizing it to create a certain reality in which you live in. I've written a while ago, and I'm still trying to understand my own writing about this, which is the ritual and the reality are one. Whereas the rituals inform realities, and realities inform the rituals, and this becomes a never-ending circle. And it's what we choose to ritualize, and in this case, let's say sacrifice for that which we give power to. And the more we sacrifice, the more it's baked into the Bible in terms of when the first story outside of creation is, Cain and Abel, which is, comes right down to sacrifice. What makes Abel's sacrifice more noble than Cain's? may not be what he was sacrificing, but the intent and the let's say the intent behind it, right, is what God is selecting for, what is most worthy. So I think when you're talking about civilizational aspects to it, if you start to water down that ritual, if you look at Orthodox Lent versus Roman Catholic Lent, they're two different things, right?
Yes.
Like they're based around the same concept, but they're two different things. The Orthodox, of course, take it to, let's say, I wouldn't even say extreme because it's not that crazy, but I mean,
But
it's
fundamental.
It's there to remind you something.
There's flavors within Roman Catholicism. And
sure, I'm talking about let's say vanilla Roman Catholicism.
Well, it's not so much vanilla as what's the bare minimum.
Right.
Like what's the thing for the most amount? Like what's the thing for everybody going to do? Which I'm just and to the point is it was stricter pre-Vatican II pre-Vatican II, right? There was more of that sacrifice, more of that ritualization. I mean, I think we are creatures of ritual. I mean, you're also touching on stuff that's studied in like the moral psychology, like Jonathan Haidt's work kind of talks precisely about a lot of those layers as well. Like what's the actual formal structure of making something sacred and like holy. So
okay,
yeah,
if I can chime in, I'm kind of digesting everything you say. So
go ahead, Patrick.
To the Lent thing is that I think whatever people are able to do that, because Lent it's supposed to be tuning your heart to God in preparation for Jesus's passion and for Easter and his resurrection and conquering death. So I think there's not too much harm per se in liberalizing what is expected of people during Lent in order to make that tuning of the heart more accessible. But at the same time, I also understand that people treat Lent then as just a throwaway season, like, the colloquialism, like, what are you giving up for Lent? It's like much more impactful than that. So like for me personally, like, since I view fasting as a opportunity where you are abdicating your flesh, like your needs of the flesh, and you're tuning yourself as a constant reminder that your hunger is a constant reminder of you trying to tune yourself to Jesus. I did a full meat fast for the 40 days, even leaving out feast days.
Let's go.
Because I understand, like, for some people, like, they can do the fast and then they kind of take a break on Sunday. And like, I understand their thing is like that they're celebrating the Sunday, but for me, I feel like the totality of Lent is the proper way to do it, because these cheat days kind of, I don't know, for me it doesn't sit well. But also I think in the culture, I think people have pushed away the notion of sacrifice and more primarily the notion of suffering as something that can be prevented and something that can be ultimately eliminated. So I think people's tolerance for voluntary suffering or suffering at all in life has gone steadily down and down. And like, that's why Lent liberalized, like, to give Catholics the bare minimum suffering. I had thoughts earlier and they like flew away, but also to Cody, your thing about praying only the sorrowful mysteries, I understand where you're coming from, but to me, not taking advantage of also the joyful mysteries and the gloriful mysteries and the luminous mysteries leaves out a huge chunk of Jesus's life and Jesus's ministry, especially with things like the institution of the Eucharist or Jesus' nativity, but it also leaves out the fact that Mary is a central figure of the church, and leaving out the mysteries that focus on Mary. I think you're kind of limiting the depth of your practice. That's just in my opinion.
Oh no, that's a perfectly good criticism of my prayer life, and
it's not a criticism; it's just a critique.
Yeah, critique. I think.
Let me just use the same word in a different form.
No, because critique just means that I'm taking something and kind of.
Yeah, I had the same thought you did. Okay. So.
Oh yeah, no, I know you're coming at it with a position of love. I still pray 3 Hail Marys in the morning. At least I try to, as much as possible. And I still wear a miraculous medal, and I put it on every day, saying like, "Oh Mary, can see without sin, pray for us who have recourse to thee."
Yeah.
And but like within the rosary itself, like you're praying, 10 Hail Marys per decade,
Right.
and I just love Mary so much.
There was a moment, Patrick, when you were talking. It was like very heartfelt and like all that. And I just look over and I see Caleb drinking what I'm assuming is an energy drink, and then just ripping the vape and like leaning back and letting it.
Quality. So yeah. So
I mean,
wait, is that an energy drink?
LB, what you don't see right?
Nah, no
LB,
Red
what
Bull,
you
man.
don't-
Go Alani New.
LB, what you don't see right now is I got a fat dip in right now, but I want to remain anonymous.
So
Hey,
my-
I am
my real
legitimately
name.
a regular Lucy user.
So my prayer life as it is
Okay.
right now, I pray a rosary daily, and I say it in Latin too. All my prayers I say in Latin, or at least I try
Nice.
to learn every prayer in Latin. So that, and then 3 o'clock I pray the Divine Chaplet. Do you pray that Divine Chaplet of Mercy?
I pray that every once in a while when I have the time.
I love the Divine Mercy Chaplet. I really do, because when I pray it, I love to imagine the people within my life, the people that I've led to sin and sinned with, and to just I remember them all within the Divine Mercy Chaplet.
And then sorry.
No, go ahead.
There are also there are 2 other prayers that I like a lot. There's I say the Jesus prayer. I have a chotki as well. I have a rope, a prayer rope, and then I have what the hell is it called? Oh my gosh, bracelet. Jesus, it's a chotki bracelet with 33 knots that I have, and I take it with me. And I pray the Jesus prayer whenever I'm going anywhere, like in transit. I will say it in my head. And I also pray this other thing. I got it from when I was praying the Divine Office. It was one of the lines that I liked a lot. It's in manos tuas domine commenda spiritum meum, which is Lord, into your hands I commend my spirit. So that's like another like short prayer that I say to myself that kind of emphasizes my fealty to God.
And that's beautiful, brother.
Interviewing Viva Fry.
Yeah, he keeps grabbing good guests. It's impressive. David's really smart.
More interviews.
Yeah, David is really smart, but he's also 17.
I want him to talk to me, and he won't. Yes, he doesn't reply to me.
Yeah, like David's really smart, but he's 17, and he's
sorry
very
for the
much
complete change of subject.
He's very much on the Scott Horton like bandwagon, and
he's a kid.
Yeah, he's a kid,
and I hate saying that, because as I turned 30 this year, which isn't old, but I remember how people treated me when I was 17. So yeah, I know what it's like to be, I'm sure everybody.
Why I keep trying to get him to read philosophy, and he won't read any philosophy. He's done reading all his economic stuff. He's putting economics before he goes into philosophy, and I really think that's yeah, I really think.
Is he still in the chat?
No, I don't think so. But I really think that is a mistake. I think he really should be reading philosophy before economics, but he's chosen Mises and that kind of stuff over philosophy.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with Mises, but the idea I've read them at the same time, so it's not that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, and that's kind of like my journey, because I was basically like, I loved Reason TV and John Stossel when I was in high school, and I think like when I talked about this with Caleb earlier on the stream, of how libertarianism and anarchism kind of like led me back to God in a sense, because I realized that like for different cultures, for different people, I couldn't really like convince them upon my ideology, because everyone thinks their ideology is correct, which in a sense makes it subjective. Even if it is factually right, it's still in a sense subjective. And for a while, I considered myself a right-wing anarchist, which was basically like any man-made institution especially through democracy, I did not consider to be legitimate. I considered like natural ability to be legitimate because I consider like confidence, character, bravery, just all those aspects you want of people. I think like a Hobbyism kind of towards like that natural differences between people, and that it isn't distributive equally, and that there will always be a natural hierarchy. And I was like, well, if there's a natural hierarchy, then what's the end result? Like, well, who's on top? Well, eventually it has to be God.
Yeah.
What's the name of the guy you were talking about before? The 17-year-old?
David Brady.
Oh yeah, I have
literally
him
only know him
blocked
from
because
Twitter.
yeah, I have him blocked because I think he was kind of annoying. Nothing against his character, but
all right, I've got a fun question.
Yes.
Well, not a fun question, but I'm kind of curious what you guys find the answer is. What the answer would be. What is the defining line between somebody who's degenerate and somebody who engages in debauchery?
Ooh.
I was thinking about this earlier because I'm on that line.
That is, I would say it's a question of scale. I would say, I guess. I mean, you have degenerate behaviors, but when it becomes your lifestyle, then it becomes
no. Debauchery and degeneracy. That's what that's the line we're searching out here.
I would say intent.
Yeah, that's a good one.
How about this? Even coming back to the Catholic Church, I've engaged in debaucherous actions, which I've gone to confession for and asked God to forgive me. Right? So everyone has sinful inclinations. Everyone has like sinful inclinations and debaucherous behavior that we're not proud of. Degeneracy, it means degenerating. It is a downward spiral. So if you are a degenerate, it would mean that you are completely a slave to your sin. You will defend it. You will defend your sin. You will defend people from criticizing you all the time. I mean, like Pride Month that we're engaged in right now is a perfect example of which, where we're supposed to defend a kind of degeneracy that we know like leads people to bad conclusions. It's bad for their health. It's bad for their soul.
It's in the name.
Exactly. Yeah,
So
it is pride. Like you're proud to be a sodomite.
Right.
Like engaging regularly in sodomy and thinking that it's normal and defending it and being proud of it and saying that anyone that disagrees with you is a bigot. That is when degeneracy kind of flows. It's that downward spiral to where you're a slave to sin. Debauchery, I think, is more so like a series of action based that can lead to it. Is that going to make sense?
Yeah, I think debauchery is just an indulgence and like the continuous committal of sexual actions or proclivities, whereas degeneracy is a fundamental rotting of the core.
I think it also could go down to effect, right? Like a debaucherous kind of, if you're being debaucherous in your own life, you're probably only affecting your life. Maybe let's say one other person who's very close to you, that kind of thing. If you're into degeneracy, you're actually affecting both yourself, your family unit, maybe even society as a whole, which is a much bigger. If we're talking about this on the King Pilled Discord, which shout out to Matt Erickson and those guys.
Love that guy.
Yeah, join the Discord. The Discord's amazing. If you like conversations like this, we have this on the Discord all
yeah, exactly. It's a separate tag called Theology Bukake, I believe.
Yeah. I came up with that name, by the way.
Did you? I wondered.
I'm taking credit for that one because
I like it.
Because
I've joined some of those group chats.
I love watching that. I love watching Andrew and Coop and what's his name? Josiah, is that his name?
Yeah, Josiah.
I love reading them because I don't understand any of it, but I love reading it.
I gave up the name for Theology Bukaki like months ago after an epic like Andrew Cooper rant, and I was like, "Fuck, man, this is fucking scattershot." Like, yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I was 32 years an atheist, an anti-theist, and so and only been basically a convert into Eastern Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy for the last 2 years. So I'm relaying my brain and soul from a place of criticism to a place of acceptance and love of God and religion. So a lot of these things either shoot way above my level of understanding, or I look at it and go, I don't see the point in it. Like I don't even I joke to the Roman Catholics because whatever, it's fun, but I mean I have nothing against anyone's faith, really. It's how you align yourself and how you live in this world. If the results, if atheists could actually live a godly life without believing in God, so be it. But I think we're past that now. How did this go from debauchery? I don't know. Yeah, something like that. So something debauchery. Stop jacking off, LP. Fuck, Jesus.
It's less. Oh, it's more the bottle service, but.
Oh man,
Stop putting your dicks in bottles, LP. Jesus Christ.
Oh man, I cannot wait when I'm ruler of America. I'm gonna throw so many pornographers in prison. It's gonna be great. And do you want to know how you can do it? It's because they'll take credit for it. There's producers, directors, actors with names and names.
There's credits. There's a bunch of people on the credits.
There's award shows.
That is true.
You could basically just drop a bomb on Las Vegas and call it a day. Like, there you go.
I'm down.
I did have Josiah on my show, by the way. So if you've seen him in the King Pill group chat and you wanted to hear him in audio form, I had him kind of walk.
I like
me through
Josiah. He's a little too
epistemology.
esoteric for my taste sometimes, but
yeah,
I do
we
like
walked
talking
through
to
his
him.
epistemology. So
okay, I'm
also
definitely.
he's also been on my show on the Fathers and Kings thing, and I'm trying to get him on for next week for Jordan Peterson, Friend or Fed, which would be interesting.
Well, I know what side he's on.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a good one.
Jordan Peterson is neither. He's a stepping stone into farther right ideology.
Well, we'll see.
I think he said that's the purpose he serves, but I don't think that's the biggest purpose he serves.
There's a different.
I think, and not to spoil next week's show when we actually record it, but so Caleb and I and Carlos from Los Libertinos did one on Curtis Yarvin, Friend or Fed, and the concept really of the Fed line is it's not so much someone working for the Fed. It's someone who's doing the bidding of the Fed, even through their own work, right? To basically create a status quo consensus through their work. And I think with Jordan Peterson, the interesting question, looking at his timeline, is that there's pre Jordan Peterson going into a coma in Russia and post Jordan Peterson going into a coma in Russia.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And looking at those two things, I don't know where you draw the line on that, because I think he's far less dissident and far more status quo now. Look, he just came out and basically endorsed Pierre Poilievre, who's running for the position of conservative leader in Canada, right? There's a conservative leadership race. Pierre is one of the front runners, and Jordan had him on the show and is basically directing people towards that. So it's like your messaging is. And I get it. The liberal frame is a very powerful frame, but he's certainly not making people more dissident and more right wing and more free of a liberal framework. I think he's feeding people into it.
I think he's explicitly said that he's not interested in that. Vis-a-vis his comments on the alt-right and his rise. I think it's more of a testament to how. Well, the analogy I've used is he lives in a very large, very well decorated, ornate birdcage.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was making a lot of money, and when people are making a lot of money, we see this replicated with movie stars and singers and actors all the time, right? You see so somebody has a lot of talent that people can cash in on, and so the people around them make sure that the gravy train keeps on running, and you see that precisely.
I think that was going on long before that. Here's a guy who came to prominence partly after Bill C-16 of taking aim at the university, and especially wokeism going through the university. It's like, hey, mate, this was my early criticism, even when I was very much in the Jordan Peterson camp. I was simply saying, okay, but where have you been? Like, so you've been in the university system for 20 odd years at that point, and you're just sounding alarm bells now? Like, where were you when this was starting to take form? Like, this didn't just show up in mid 1990. Like, this has been going on for quite a bit of time. and you didn't pay attention to it, and it didn't affect you until it did. And now, and look, I mean, canary in the coal mine. Everyone's has their thing to has their axe to grind when their axe needs grinding. That's fine. That's fair. But I mean, I also can't really give him as much credit as he wants to as being someone who benefited off that system until he got into a point where he didn't need the system anymore.
So I think several things. So on that specifically, I think it's less to do with the university setting and more that he finally spoke up because it was a government ordinance that was trying to impose that speech. I think it's less about university culture.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't make that distinct. There was the Bill C-16 situation, which he basically became prominent in the media.
Yeah.
And then after that is when he started speaking out against the universities in general for general wokeism, crazy leftism happening in the universities. And that I would point out as it was going on long before Bill C-16 or.
Oh, I think because he finally had a platform for it. Because before he was an academic that was trying to work within the system and trying to maintain his post, and now post that he probably, I think there's a lot of Machiavellianism in it too, where like he saw an opportunity to rise his name to prominence. It's like, all right, I've been in this environment for years. I'm against it, but I didn't really have a platform / I want to maintain my position. Now there's this avenue that I can go towards,
Look, I 100% agree with you, and I would actually would have respected him more if he had come out and said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, I didn't have a voice until I had a clear alternate revenue stream, and now that I do, I can really fully comment on this thing that's happening in the universities,
right?
Which I had to go along with in order to pay my bills, right? He didn't do that though. He got the revenue stream, the alternate revenue stream. He started selling books. He became an intellectual superstar in some ways, and then turned on the universities and on university professors. Like, why are you being silent? It's like, mate, why were you silent? Like, you just got vocal like 6 months ago. Like, it's just for me, it was just like, and it's maybe it's a minor criticism, but I think it's fundamental to if I think what I want to do with the Friend or Fed series in general is not so much take down people or do a bitch list about certain people. It's about examining how cults or personalities sometimes form. And a lot of times people don't question. Once you agree with one thing, you tend to agree with everything. And you don't end up going, hang on a second. When did this person veer into Fedland? Right. And am I just supporting and by repeating what this person says, by parroting their words, am I just creating a new status quo that is going to be as effectively bad as the old status quo, given enough time? This is not a.
So I think with Jordan Peterson, I think it's a lot more difficult to gauge that with him because of his health. I really think a lot of his moderation has to do with his health. And I think that the stress of the 2.5 years that he was dealing with being so prominent, I think that really got to him. And I think that, he left his university post and he can focus on just building his own brand. I think it's difficult to gauge how much of his temperance is health related and how much of it is he wants to be an establishment name now.
Fair enough.
Jason, if I could use from my own experience, I came pretty much politically online in 2014 because of Sargon of Akkad, if you guys remember him.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of like very rational, breaking down arguments, pointing out flaws, and that led me to Jordan Peterson. You've heard me before. I went from like Jordan Peterson to now I want to throw pornographers in prison. So I don't. This is kind of like a very tough thing for dissidents. There's a stream with the Prudentialist and one other person on a very small YouTube channel, but I got to catch the replay of the stream where they compared Jordan Peterson's 12 Steps for Life versus Bronjade's Pervert's Bronjade's Mindset. And basically what it came down to was like, if you're this deracinated Western male, you read 12 Steps for Life when you're young, and then when you get older, you read Bronze Age Pervert. not an endorsement of either's ideals, but more so it's like I had, for my own example, I had to go from Jordan Peterson. I had to get from Milton Friedman to Mises to Hoppe to reading, Jose Antonio Primo de Vera, and to reading Francis Parker Yockey and Evola and things like that. So Jordan Peterson, fatter friend, as a man, you can make that great argument. What his ideas stand for and what they can lead to, it's kind of like Ben Shapiro was a great red pill for me during the first iteration of Black Lives Matter in 2014. Great red pill. But if you stick on that, then he's a gatekeeper. We can still agree on like 90% of things, 95% of things. However, Ben Shapiro does serve the regime in that if you get stuck on him, he prevents you from being more radical. If you get stuck on Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson, then that keeps you from being more radical. So in a sense, you are right in that you don't want to be stuck on these people. But in the same way, there's no portal from just like NormieCon to reading Julius Evola. You have to take steps to get into that place. Does that kind of make sense?
Look, totally, I totally agree with you. Like, look, I was a normalized liberal for many, many years for the majority of my life, until I would say, it started kind of with Jordan Peterson. I would actually say that my love of Christopher Hitchens led to my love of Evola now, right? Because he was one of the first people out there that I became aware of that was really confronting and shaking up. I mean, I can even go back to the 90s with Manufacturing Consent. Like, a lot of those books and stuff that were very seminal in my idea of simply saying, like, look, this is not everything that's being told to you isn't always accurate or right, and we should be able to question things and sometimes have to upturn the table occasionally, right? So to say that I never want to say that even if we decide that in the panel that Jordan Peterson's more fed than friendly, say, and which I don't think. I mean, I think the round table is really there to kind of examine the question entirely, not to come down on a consensus. But I agree with you. I think these things can be steps along the way. Very few people start with Evola and move backwards. Usually you start with someone else more friendly and move forwards. That being said, I still think a lot of people tend to get stuck on one way of thinking, like with, let's say, Ben Shapiro, and saying that he's radical enough for them to feel like they're being naysayers to the regime, but yet familiar enough to not step outside of the regime, to not sacrifice anything, right? You don't sacrifice any comfort or ideas or personal sovereign or personal ideas of, let's say, intellectual comfort by accepting Jordan Peterson as he is now, Ben Shapiro, and a few others. There's, you're not going to be ostracized from saying those names anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, as they become more and more integrated into society, there was a time when if you said you're a pro Jordan Peterson fan, a lot of people wouldn't invite you over for dinner. Now it's sort of like, well, you have different opinions on this, that, and the other thing, and most people wouldn't give a shit. Like, there's been a definite change in that, and I think it's a good time to examine those things as certain ideas start to change. And as I think as the right wing is, I think the zeitgeist is changing for better or for worse.
Right.
And I think it's time to examine some of those ideas.
That's a major part of it, is just what happened in that year that he was gone, so to speak. But really just 2020. It really is just which is the point that I've made in my writing and my podcast for basically the entire time that I've had it, because that's why I started writing and doing a podcast again. Is because the year 2020 happened and everything went crazy, and you had to change you have to adapt or die. So I mean, I don't know, JBP is worth a lot for a lot of people, and I think there's I don't know, I think sometimes it's very easy, especially with technology being what it is, that to think that the desire to keep pushing the boundaries, and like Cody used the term like radicalizing, like to keep radicalizing. like to think that that's a natural progression for people because it's something that you have a tendency towards, probably because, you know, like, and, you know, anybody I think that does like podcasting and reads a lot of books has this trait as well, which is like, you know, kind of like you go into explorer mode, as Brett Weinstein would put it. But you go into like an explorer mode and you're willing to push the boundaries and reset your calibration for what, if you will, the known world is. So, you know, and I think as it relates, and that's what I kind of spend a lot of time thinking on and working on with my friends who are not necessarily political, you know, but who I want to listen to my show, because I try to do more of a news show to draw in an audience like that. And so as a creator, I try to think a lot about how to market myself to somebody like that. And what a lot of the guys say is like, yeah, I listen to Ben Shapiro because it's on every day. And I know he hates the libs, and, you know, and he's going to give me, you know, and facts don't care about your feelings. And really embracing that is, you know, it's part of the reason why I wrote the post-libertarian moment. It's part of the reason why, like, I, you know, not even my perspective has changed, is that like, well, no, my perspective is changed and evolved because, again, going back to that point though of adapt or die, you know, it's and I think that's one lens in which you can use to look at the shift in Jordan, in the perception and status of Jordan Peterson. I also, and I'll just hit the point again, because, you know, he's helped me out a lot, you know, taught me a lot, and was somebody that I paid a lot of close attention to. But I'd be lying if I said, you know, I paid super close attention to what he's doing now. Every once in a while, I'll catch an interview. And so the point is, you know, sometimes people have their moments, right? And with the wave of technology and with this technological advancement of podcasting and streaming and so on and so forth, it kind of makes sense that people would have effects similar to, you know, another area of my life of like music and singers, you know? So where I think he's still very good, he's going to remain influential for sure. I think he, well, you know, it's for whether it's for his health or just because, you know, he did a lot, you know, kind of like Thomas Sowell. I want Thomas Sowell to have the best retirement ever, because, you know, the life he's lived as just an American and as an academic and as a role model and as somebody that I look up to is, you know, I don't want him to be writing today. His time has come.
Yeah, he has one of my favorite like academic quotes when someone asks me like, are you peer reviewed by your peer reviews? I've never asked for peer approval because I don't care what my peers think. We have actually, we actually got a question here from Pantino. Thoughts on Julius Evola? I only found out who Evola was like yesterday.
Read Plato before you read Evola.
Okay, I have the complete walk to Plato that I'm going through.
Honestly,
currently.
you know, I just, you know, I don't know. That'd be my thing, and that's me being 1:30 in the morning and just being a little free shooting, because it's like I'm sure he has interesting things, people who I, you know, but like if you haven't read like Plato or even Nietzsche, or, you know, and those are just some of my more favorite people, but if you haven't read stuff like that, like, don't worry about whether you're going to go and read Evola next. That's just my sense.
I would say read Carlyle before Evola.
Yeah.
In some ways,
I have read. I mean,
well, I mean, in some ways, Carlyle's language is more difficult to get into, but he's far more direct in his presentation. Like Evola is like, it's dense. It's one of those things you have to, like, you read a few chapters and then you have to go away and re-examine your life. Like it's a bit of a commitment. Whereas Carlyle is just like, he's powerful and he's poignant, but he's also from that 19th century. He's from that time removed where you can differentiate yourself enough, I think, from Carlyle to a certain extent. Like he's still talking about, you know, the heroicism of the British Empire and you know, he's very evocative, but unless you can get into that spirit of things, I think his ideas are more easily digestible in some ways than Evola.
Yes, and I think a big point, like relating back to Peterson, is Peterson, friend or fed. That's a great discussion. However, like what happens with people that get into like Evola or Peterson, or dare I say even Mustache Man, if you know who I'm talking about, is
Stalin.
Yeah, sure, whatever. It's more so that don't get wrapped up in Peterson the man. Don't get wrapped up in like a cult of Evola. It's more so that their ideas are way more important than the person. It's why you should never get stuck on Peterson or Ben Shapiro. And I would highly recommend that anyone that's right wing or dissident, start with like Plato, Carlyle, Aristotle, Evola, and then get up to Evola so that you have like a good basis for what you're reading, especially Carlyle, because he's kind of like the socialist and fascist kind of split within postmodernism.
To build on that, Cody. Sorry, just to jump in for a sec before I lose the thought. It's like I think if you look at Evola, Carlyle, and so that they're almost originators of ideas. Like they originate ideas, and I'm sure they have, and of course they have their influences, but those ideas are their own. Like they are in reaction to their time, but they're very much their own ideas and their own thoughts, which kind of has a different encapsulation. I think Peterson kind of did a little of that. But Shapiro, for example, none of those ideas are his own. Like he's reformatting very standard small c conservative standard ideas. Like it's the same thing I always thought about Milo Yiannopoulos when people were really upset about him. Like I get it, he's a bit of a troll, but other than that, all his substantive ideas that he's presenting are pretty standard conservative ideas. I don't know why people are losing your mind over that. Like that's the same thing neocons were saying in the 1980s. Like it's not that big of a if you're going to freak out about Milo, like listen to Reagan for fuck's sake. Like how fragile are you?
Ben Shapiro is basically Bill Buckley but more annoying.
Right. Yeah.
You should tweet that, or I'm going to tweet it.
You go ahead and tweet it, Caleb. I don't give a shit. For anyone, there always has to be a starting off point, and I also do think that like some of our ideas can also be de-radicalizing in a way. For example, I was in a Telegram chat, like this Catholic Telegram chat, where we literally cheered on a guy taking down his sun and red flag. Like the black sun, that's like a white supremacist symbol for like him to commit himself to Christ. Because I think the danger is like, I think it's a meme on the internet, like some kids like a Stalinist the next day and a Nazi the next, because they have no basis. And you are right. You do need the basis of Carlyle. You do need the basis of Plato. You do need the basis of these great figures to get into Evola, because even Evola had a whole book and multiple essays critiquing fascism itself, because he's not himself a fascist. He's a traditionalist. He's a perennialist. He believes in something that's eternal, even though he was raised Catholic, but not. I think he described himself as a pagan Catholic. So.
Only thing I know about Evola is he considered Aristotle a fascist, and that made me interested because he's a Aristotle. And I was like, okay, I want to know what this guy has to say about that specifically. And I saw a book he had called "The Metaphysics of War" and "The Metaphysics of Politics," and that kind of intrigued me a little bit.
And I don't know. There's also something to be said that it's if you go into explorer mode, it's about what you can bring back to the tribe ultimately. If you will. So like, even if as you move farther and farther into books, it's like what can you actually bring back to people, like a broader group of people. I don't know. That's what I think about too. But I have a different approach, which is fair.
No, and to give Peterson his due, I think "Clean Your Room" was such a concisely beautiful message that it was stunningly how beautiful that was. Like in terms of his depth, its honesty, its truthfulness, and its applicability. Like and how you could metasize that or microsize that in any way you wanted to, right? Like I think that if any of any of his contributions, "Clean Your Room" as an ideology, as a starting point for especially young men is powerful. Like it's crazy powerful. I always return to that. Like it's how elegantly wonderful that is. like I've been reading a lot of René Girard, and one of the things I love about Girard's mimetic theory is how simple but yet deep and profound and mindfuckery it is. Because once you see it everywhere, right? Once you see mimetic theory presented in one fashion, you see it everywhere. You see the projection of desires and modeling of desires and how that influences society and on and on and on. And if anyone wants me to get into a Girard rant, I will. But again, when you get to the actual theory, it's very simple, and it's easy to understand, but it's profound in its usage. So, Jordan Peterson, just to end that whole thing I started with, Jordan Peterson, friend or Fed. Either way it comes down, I still think he's deserved his place in intellectual history now. Like, he started off a movement of people going out like a rock concert to go watch an intellectual talk on stage for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, Peterson is not our guy, quote unquote, but you are right. Like, cleaning your room in today's day and age is almost like not a radical act, but it is like a sustaining act. It is your base, because he does make a good point that, like, if you are disordered, you cannot bring order to a disordered world. I mean, that also translates into the metaphysics of sin and why I kind of went beyond libertarianism, because, like, like, you can be free to, like, do heroin or, like, hire hookers and, have as much money you want, but there's no freedom in a society that's filled with sin. There's no freedom in it's the debauchery versus degenerate thing. There's no freedom within a degenerate society where everyone is disordered. There's no freedom within disorder, because within disorder, you'll turn to anyone that will give you power. It's it's like the Caesarism of like Spangler or Yaki. And so Jordan Peterson, I just love hearing his stories about how many young men he's helped, because we really are the generation of young men that get left behind. I'm Irish Catholic and German. I listen to the Pogues, an Irish Celtic punk band, but I have no sense of place or culture.
Love the Pogues.
Oh yeah, I love Sally McLennan. I love Body of an American. I play it at the bar all the time, but I really don't have any sense of culture other than the Catholic Church, and I really don't have any. I think a lot of young men are just so like. Of course, Jordan Peterson got big. We were a generation of latchkey kids. We were the generation of, fathers always going on business trips, mothers working in dumb office jobs, sending emails and doing PowerPoints, being raised by babysitters, at least from my own experience, but it did happen for a lot of young men. And so just for him to give them that, you have the power to change your own life. And just simply making your bed can actually give you more confidence, can actually get you better be able to talk to women, to be able to start real relationships. For how overquoted Fight Club is, and for how much people don't really understand it, because if you have a Fight Club poster in your college dorm room, you obviously don't understand the message of the movie. But I mean, we are kind of the generation that people forgot. We have no great war. We have no sense of purpose. But if you can find that purpose in organizing your life, Jordan Peterson is great. And from Jordan Peterson, you can start getting into more right-wing ways of life and ideas of order and community and people and nation and tribe. So I really like him. I really think that he's done a lot of good, but if you stick on him, you'll just be stagnant and people will rule over you. The big difference is once you kind of figure out yourself, and when you figure out who rules over you, it's either our guys are in charge or someone else is. And that's where you have to take the next step into more political, radical action.
Nice. It is 1:42 where I am. Caleb, sir, congratulations on 100. This was a lot. This was fun. on
Thank
a
you.
lot longer than I thought. Gentlemen, let's make sure if I'm not following you back, let me know. People in the chat, go to beenawake.com, subscribe with your email address. You're going to like the content I put out. I promise you.
You absolutely will. It's great content.
Yeah. It makes you think. News, philosophy, and mindset. You're not going to get anything else like it. Better sense making can only be found at beenawake.com. And yeah. Alrighty. I'm out of here.
Good dog,
Thanks,
man.
LB.
Ciao.
And then there were
And then
four.
there was 4.
All right, now that it's a whites only podcast, we can get down to business.
Jesus Christ! Thank God. eh?
Love it. Patrick, you're still muted. We missed that.
Oh, I said sloths are not white.
Oh. Ugh.
But we pass as so.
It's close enough tonight.
Honorary.
Ugh. It's been 7 hours and 43 minutes since I've started this live stream. Thank God. I'm going to sleep all day tomorrow. It's going to be great.
You're looking pastier
man.
than usual here, Cabe.
Yeah, I've been I don't know, man. It's been I got burnt and I started to peel, and so now I'm just kind of like having to, but it's so topics we can talk about before y'all dip out because I need to stay awake. I really don't have any notes. I went on notes for this podcast like 2 hours ago. Oh. Let's see if there's anything happening on Twitter right now we comment on.
Well, I mean, great replacement isn't the discourse. How about this? This is kind of an interesting topic. I do believe that, I think I talked about it with Caleb earlier. In our chat, I do believe that the great replacement is real. And I do think that it's deliberate to a sense. However, I have to identify as white because I don't really have anything else. Like, I don't have like an Irish community. I don't have a German community or anything like that. I really, really kind of hate the identity of just being white, especially in the US, because it feels like it's just such a deracinated term. Like me and some Polish guy, or like me and like some like English guy, like, oh, well, now we're all white because we're in the US. And I don't know.
Well,
It's the only identity that I have that's visible, but at the same time, it's also like the most like deracinated. Like, it sucks. It's because it's like, obviously, like I don't want bad things to happen to white people, but it's also not necessarily my tribe. Does that kind of make sense?
Well, I think you already answered you have an answer to your dilemma in some ways with something you just previously said, which is Christianity trumps race and nationality, right? So Christian identity is actually the meta identity to which all human beings can fall under. So for me, like I've never been a race realist of any kind, because for me it doesn't matter about if 100 years from now white people are replaced by beige people because everyone's interracially mixed and so on and so forth. That to me doesn't matter so much. It's what are those people doing? How are they living? Are they living let's say a morally correct life? Are they preserving human decency and flourishing human culture into the future, or aren't they? And it doesn't matter if they're all white or all black or beige or whatever have you. If they're not doing that, then we're not dealing with humanity anymore. To me, human decency is the foundation which humanity itself rests upon, and everything else is sort of is almost sort of moot, is almost moot. Like all cultures need to have that foundation. If they don't have it, then we're not dealing with humanity anymore. But then it's just demonic bullshit, and we can mourn for it, or hopefully my descendants will mourn for it. But
yeah, no, Jason, like you are right, and you are making sense. But I almost bring up like different countries and nations within Catholicism. Like at one point, Poland, Italy, and Mexico were all very devout Catholic nations, and in certain respects, large portions still are. Maybe they've kind of lost that in some respects.
Poland is one of the most Catholic countries in the world. Have you ever been to
Mexico.
Poland?
I have not. I really want to go there during Christmas time.
Go to Poland. If you want to see like Roman Catholic, there's a heavy amount of Eastern Orthodox there as well, obviously, but like it's a heavily Roman Catholic. Poland, above all the other Eastern European countries, or Slavic country, let's say Slavic countries, was the most influenced by Latin Europe.
Yes,
their alphabet is Latin based. Their language, although it's still it still has a Slavic root, is heavily Latin based. Like Roman Catholicism is massive in Poland, and it's one of the reasons why when the EU started letting in Slavic nations like Hungary and Poland, I was like, this is not going to end well. Like,
we're kind of seeing it now.
Yeah, these are two different realities, like completely different realities.
My priest is from Poland. He's pretty awesome. Talk to that guy. He's very very great. You know, I love having a. The only problem is like he has a Polish that has an accent and he talks with a bit of a lisp, and so I never really understand what he's saying. Like if I don't like stay with him and pitch into every single word of the homily, if I miss like one sentence, I lost it and I can't get back in what he's saying. Which is sad because he says a lot of great stuff. It's just very hard to follow it the whole time.
No, and
like,
of course,
it's interesting if you ever go to Poland. The difference between, let's say, Warsaw, which is much more metropolitan, and let's say I would say would probably be more susceptible to wokeism, blah blah blah, Westernism, let's say, versus Krakow, which is another big city but is fully entrenched in Roman Catholicism and in much more of a traditional framework. If you meet a person from Warsaw and a person from Krakow, you can tell the difference. Like it's very distinct. And the same thing goes for Ukraine as well.
Oh yeah, and I've followed at least observantly like Polish far right groups and like traditional Polish Catholics and things of that nature. What I'm more so saying is that like let's just like Poland and Mexico at the height of their Catholicism were still both very Catholic nations, but they were still very distinct groups of people. Like I don't describe race as someone's character. That's not what I'm saying. It's more so that like just because Poland and Mexico can be both very Catholic and both Catholic nations are very reverent, that doesn't mean that I want Mexico to be more like Poland and Poland to be more like Mexico in terms of its peoples. And I just think that the more that you, Sweden is seeing it now, the more that you bring in a foreign culture and a foreign peoples, the more your places, the host countries, is going to look more like the countries from which people came from. Germany is not German because of borders, because of the place. Germany is Germany because of Germans. Mexico is Mexico because of Mexicans. Poland is Polish because of the Poles. It's still distinct groups of people and nations and tribes, which I do think is beautiful, and I do think that these cultures deserve respect. It's more so that especially in the U.S., white is really the only identity that you have. And so I don't really consider myself a white nationalist, but I also don't want whites to be a minority in the country that was 85-90% white up until 1965. It's a people is what determines a place in a country. The nation determines the country. It's not so much that these people don't just come here because they love the Constitution. The Constitution that we know it as was meant for a specific group of people and settlers and people that they allowed in. It is exclusive. If I'm kind of making sense to you guys.
So for me, I've thought about this, and I think America, talking about keeping a majority white country, I think has a much weaker argument because America is a civic country, whereas France, Germany, other countries, I think they have more of a history and more of an argument for maintaining their culture. I think America, no. Like let's say Japan, because I lived in Japan for a year and I spoke with Japanese people about like what's the main concern that you have within the country. And like there are like colloquial things that people think of, like suicide and other things like that. But for them, the number one thing was that they understand that with their population decline, they will have to start accepting more immigrants, and they understand that their homogeneity is at risk. And what they identify as something special about Japan was that it was a land for Japanese people, and their culture and their traditions is all intrinsically tied to being Japanese is at risk. So for peoples like that, and for peoples even in Africa, like if there was a thing where in Africa, like there are less and less blacks and more people of other races, like I would be all the same for them maintaining their majority, as I'm sure any of us would be. But I think for, especially like for Canada or for America's civic countries, I honestly don't care, and I think it's a much weaker argument.
I think also it's I got into a Twitter thing with a guy, a Russian guy, a little while ago. Not really got into it. It was more of a free-form discussion, and especially about Russian borders in Ukraine. And I always don't like historical claims for certain things, because it's like, okay, well, where are you drawing a line?
Yes.
Because the line you draw eventually becomes subjective. There's no objective historical line, because if you, especially Ukraine, like it's like, well, then okay, then Poland has as much claim over the western parts of Ukraine as Russia has over the east, right? I mean, the Poland and Lithuanian Empire ruled over eastern Ukraine for almost as long as Russians had the eastern parts of it. So, where do we say what historical point do we make the distinction? I think the same thing with racial stuff. You bring up Mexicans, so I mean Mexicans aren't just Mexicans; they came from the Spaniards, right? And like from the Spanish conquest of that land. And then if you go back to the Spaniards, it's like, well, okay, but are we talking about 100% Spaniards, pure land Spaniards? Are we talking about Moorish invasion into Spain? How does that reconfigure it? I think what's interesting about the time period we're living in the modern era is that we're living in a transitional period, which we haven't seen or lived through. People haven't lived through really in some cases a few hundred to in some other cases 1,000 years. And because we're going through it now, it seems fresh and new, but in actuality, this is just kind of what happens to human populations over time. They amalgamate, they change, they either take in other cultures and adopt them to their own, or they reject them, or they get eradicated, or there's a limited set of possibilities of how this plays out. Ultimately, though, humanity itself exists and keeps on going, which is the only thing I really care about. The cultural or I guess racial mix-up of whatever that humanity is at some point in far history matters less to me than the principles of humanity itself. Does that make sense?
No. It obviously makes sense, and I'm not naive. Like I know that like unified France and unified Germany was like that's
the
not
same thing, right? Like half the Germans were French and half the French were Germans.
Yeah, that's not always been the historical precedent. However, at least within the U.S., what you can consider to be white, as in like Northern and Western Europeans, were the great majority of people up until Hart-Celler of 1965, because the 1924 Immigration Act limited prioritized immigration from European countries, which we also sent a lot of people back from. If you were like a undesirable, had a criminal record, you didn't have people that could vouch for you. If you didn't have any discernible skills, you could bring to the country. And they were bringing in people to the U.S. from a specific parts of Europe and specific backgrounds, to where it's way less cohesive. For example, like pre Hart-Celler 1965, we didn't have that kind of Asian, African, and South American immigration that we do see now. Like it's just visible. It's just a fact. Like we can see like the percentages of populations of people. And I do think that it's easier to integrate people from specific places from which you know they're coming from and from which you prioritize, rather than, people that are brought in that frankly don't look like you, don't share your culture, don't have the similar values, don't have the kind of everyday practices that we're kind of used to within the US. And obviously, I mean, like, US whites have been very diverse. Massachusetts Puritans are not the same as Scotch Irish Presbyterians. Irish Catholics are not the same as Italian Catholics even. But you can see it within the U.S. today, and you can see it especially within Britain, that even like in multicultural places, they all still self-segregate. Like, they can all still go to like the same places during the day, but they all go back to their own communities. And the cultural and racial divide, like, it is serious. It is recognizable, and especially within the U.S., like, people vote within their own group interest. So I don't really see it as a benefit of diversity if you know that people are going to vote and act within their own group interests, rather than with the opposite. Rather than like the ideals of like the Constitution or the founding fathers and things like that.
I would say that's a foundational problem with democracy itself, not with culture. The idea that the unparceling or the decentralization of power, the false decentralization of power, to give people this sense of ownership and powership in a political regime that actually is going to ignore them and deny them that power constantly is the issue. And that's why you have animosity growing.
Right, and I think when we're talking about desirable groups and what is a part of culture, these groups are flexible and they change. I mean, like, you brought up hard seller, and then like definition of who is allowed in the country expands, and then before that it was Northern and Western Europeans, but like you go all the way back, American was Anglo-Saxon, and those were the desirable people. And like John Jay, he said that if it were up to him, they would not import any Catholics, and I'm sure that was a common sentiment. I mean, like, they didn't consider Mediterranean people as white, like, or Germanic people as white. So like these
even
groups,
Irish,
right? I mean, like these groups,
especially
expand.
Slavs,
these groups like fluctuate back and forth. So this is where
8 hours.
8 hours. Congratulations.
8 hours in.
So this is where I think this finding a concrete definition of like what is a desirable cultural group and what makeup defines that cultural group that's where it should be.
Yeah, no, you definitely are making sense. And pretty much up until recently, there were like regional and cultural differences between Americans, whether it's the Pacific Northwest, the American South, or even within major metropolitan cities themselves.
Yeah.
It's more so that like, how much of this can you say is, just happening? Like, is this just like a natural happenstance, or is it deliberate, or is it being facilitated by people that don't necessarily share the native interest? Well, you can even say that with countries like Germany and England.
I'm of the personal mindset that as soon as you let people from Switzerland into the country, you're fucked. Like there's a slippery slope right there. This is fucking Swiss, man. Every single time, like every time things are going just nicely, someone from Switzerland shows up with a fucking fondue pots and fucks up the entire society. I'm pinpointing degeneracy on the fucking Swiss.
I don't know anything about the Swiss except that I don't like them
and they're watching.
Yeah, I mean, I've even talked to like people that consider themselves to be like quote unquote founding stock Americans. People that were like waspy, Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and like I've admitted to them, it's like, yeah, I'm Irish Catholic, and like, yeah, I've admitted to them, like, yeah, I'm Irish Catholic. I'm not necessarily the ideal of what people wanted to bring into the country. Like, Gangs of New York is probably more historical than people like to give it credit for. It's more so that like, if you bring in mass amount of people that are so foreign to what you're used to and are so would be so hard to integrate, just given the amount of people that come in, to where, like, are people that come into Germany automatically Germans? Like, are people that come into Mexico from America, like, are they just automatically Americans, or are they going to live and act more like it's Mexico? You know, I live in a major city, and Mexican Independence Day rolls around, and it's a week-long celebration of people honking their cars, waving Mexican flags, and honking their horns into the good night. You know, like
if a country has is culturally, I know when I was just thinking this the other day, and let me just try to put it into words, because it's a half-formed concept. But I was always thinking about America and Russia, right? If America is as dominant and as militarily secure as it projects, then Russia and Russian activities shouldn't threaten it whatsoever. Like,
yes,
these things should not be concerns, right? So my formalism brain kicks in, where it's like, okay, if you're presenting this as a problem, if you're saying we can extend this to democracy, right? Democracy is the thing that's always under threat, always about to collapse, but yet the best system under earth, right? It's like you can't have these two things operating at the same time. Either it's weak and almost it's almost going to get destroyed, or it's the most resilient, brilliant, most wonderful thing that as soon as people get exposed to it, they're all going to jump on board, right? The same thing with the dominant culture. Like, I think the things you're pointing out are true, but wouldn't be a problem if the culture itself, let's say the American culture, was healthy and vibrant and producing its own culture and producing its own works of art and proving itself to be the best way forward for people. That yes, you could be Mexican and be American and celebrate Mexican Day, but yet acknowledge that the American system you're living in is by far 110, like not even just marginally better or potentially better, but clearly better. And I think that's been eroded. Like the American moral currency has been eroded so poorly in the last 20 years that people can honestly look at it and go, well, what do you have that's better? Honestly, like, your roads are falling apart, your infrastructure is falling apart, your system is becoming more and more openly corrupt every day. We have problems with the police. We have problems over here. We have problems mounting everywhere. Like, what is the clear difference between Mexico and America, other than you probably have still more potential to do better in America than you do in Mexico currently. But given that trajectory, that may not be true for the next 20, 30 years. And I would say the same thing about Canada and Australia and anywhere in the West. You know, like the promise of a new future, the promise of a better overall culture is eroded to the point where it's like, well, why give up anything? Why sacrifice anything? Because you're not giving anything. You're not getting anything in return.
Yeah, and I think you are right. I just think that those problems are exacerbated, like when you bring in people from foreign lands and cultures that assimilate fast, or like just choose not to. Like, you're just exacerbating the problem. I was talking to this with Caleb earlier. I don't know if you know Kofeve Anon. He's an account on Twitter. I would highly recommend you follow him. But he was on Alex Kashuda's show on her podcast, and he basically said it's like we should make Calvin Johnson the king of Black America. And I was like, oh, was he like a professor? Is he like a businessman? Like, no, he literally made Calvin Johnson the former Detroit Lions wide receiver, because he has a Black wife, a lot of children, a lot of money, influence, and power, and he also had like a top 3 Wonderlic score test, like basically the intelligence test that you get into the NFL. So I think like the problem is like, yeah, democracy, I think, just facilitates all these problems, especially when you bring in groups of people that are so different that they're only going to vote for their own self-interest. So they really don't have any self-determination. Like, different if America had like different legal systems, different forms of government in which, you know, the Asian community could go to their leader, Black community go to their leader, you know, something at least similar to that, where communities had self-determination rather than vying for high tie preference democratic power and voting power and block power that we see with minority groups.
Yeah, I mean,
am I making sense, or do I sound like David Duke?
No, you are. You are. I think. Well, you can be both. It's fine. But no. But so my contention is this, right? It's like what are we building towards? I actually think in some ways, and as an open Russian critic for a long time, I actually think the Russian model, separate of, let's say, Putin or any individual, is kind of the way to go. Is kind of the way. Maybe the path forward into a much more ethical, or let's say principled society, where you can have a multicultural society. It's just everyone knows what the rules are. The problem we have in the West is that no one really knows what the rules are anymore. In Russia, it's very, very clear. You can basically say anything you want, except about the government. Like you can ask Pussy Riot exactly how that goes, right? Like, and now the Russian Orthodox Church, because Putin has connected those two things. But before that, it's like you can say whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, just don't fuck with this, right? Don't embarrass us, don't speak out against us. Other than that, you're totally free. As far as I understand, the situation in China is very similar. Like you can do whatever you want, just don't fuck around here. Like these are the rules. Everyone understands the rules. Just don't do that, and you're fine. And I think that's kind of what, in a weird way, where the liberty circles, liberty-minded people kind of have to move towards, is you're always going to have an authority. The question is, like, my ideal situation would be where the average person never has to think or talk about politics ever again, because the average person is not equipped for it. And I'll include myself in that. I'll gladly sacrifice my ability to speak about politics. You know, I'm very much Landian in that idea, like no voice, full exit. Like I just want to be able to.
I don't believe I should be able to vote. Like,
no,
I'm
exactly.
a non-landowning, unmarried male. I don't believe I should. So yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
So, for me, that's not a cultural thing of where you're coming from. Be it Muslim. Like, most of the most kindest, civic-minded individuals I have ever met in my life were all Lebanese. Like coming from Montreal, there's a big Lebanese community. Everyone I met who was Lebanese was like just like the most based, decent human being I could possibly think of, right? And I know maybe my sample size is too small or that, but like that's what I got. That's what I got the sense of. Even if I disagree with them on politics or whatever have you, like I think they're in the right spot culturally for the West, right? So for me, it's not about culture or where you're from or your skin color or any of those things. And I'm not trying to be liberal, whatever. It's like, what are you building towards? If we're all building towards the same thing, it's what I said before about, I don't care if you're an atheist who acts in a godly manner, if you're acting in a godly manner, right? Like you believing in God is what I would love you to do. And I think what's necessary now, because we've gotten to a tipping point where we can't have this conversation otherwise. But in a perfect world, it wouldn't matter what you believe in or which God you believe in if we're all building to the same thing. Unfortunately, we're in this position where it's like, well, we can't broker these conversations because obviously the left just takes things way too far. With the abortion debate, just to segue into something else briefly, it's like I would love to have the abortion debate to be something reasonable where it is confined to rape, incest, and the health of the mother. But obviously that's not the conversation we're having anymore. So we can't have that conversation, until we return to some sort of moral normality. We can't have these moral discussions. We have to start to assert some sort of dominance and some sort of authoritarian maneuvers, and very, very obviously, because you can't have two cultures operating in competition of each other. You have to have one culture that's a dominant culture, and then sure, hey man, if you want to eat tacos on Taco Tuesdays, is fine with me. Like, whatever, fuck it, I don't care. But
no. I mean, like, you are correct, and I don't doubt your experience with Lebanese people. I also know a lot of Lebanese people that are very, like, some of the most like family oriented, welcoming, and like culturally rich people. It just comes down to, if you're in a multicultural society and like when things get bad and the chips are down and we see that things are are actually not getting better and getting worse, and we don't have a structure that is going towards one destiny, but rather vying for power, like at what point are Lebanese people just going to side with Lebanese people rather than with you? Does that make
Sure,
sense?
but again, that's the incentive structure that we have to change. The problem I would say, and this is to meet you halfway in your statement, is like my thing would be the situation is not with Lebanese people. The situation is with the dominant hierarchy of culture. So maybe this is not something we can salvage at the moment. Maybe not. I don't know. Right? I don't have an answer for that. My life mission, let's say, or part of my life mission, other than raising my daughter and correctly and all that stuff, is to allow human decency to flourish wherever it can, to promote it and to actively engage it, and try to make it a dominant force. Because I think from decency we can grow humanity, and from humanity then we can start rebuilding. We can start to cleanse the hierarchy. It's something we talked about with Matt. I talked about with Matt recently. It's like all you can really concentrate on, and this goes back to Jordan Peterson a little bit, is concentrate on your level of the hierarchy. Don't worry about what the Pope's doing. Worry about what you're doing and what people around you are doing. And if you start to acting in a correct manner and obeying the hierarchy, the ideal form of the hierarchy, the ideal form of the culture, if you're promoting it and doing what you can to model it, you will create a desire for it, and others will start to model it as well, and that will trickle up. That will start to permeate the entire hierarchy.
This is kind of the thought I had about how to re-Christianize people and how to bring them back to religion. Is like people get intimidated because they can't think of an overarching strategy of how to like blanket everyone over with Christianity. And like I had this experience where I went to a religious retreat, and I was dealing with this too, because I was really disturbed with how people were walking away from religion, and people are scoffing at religion. And I met with someone who was contemplating about going to the church, and I had a conversation with them. And then I saw them at the retreat, and when we were doing affirmations, he said that little exchange that he had with me where I was talking about the faith, that was what pushed him to go on that retreat and to like inquire about going to the church. And that's where I realized, like, just those little interactions with people, that is how I can bring people to the church. Because let's say he joins the church and he lives a religious life, he will most likely meet someone, and she will be religious. They will have a family, and then they will have kids, and they will raise them in a religious household, and that's how it branches out.
Exactly. It ties into something that I've been trying to write. I've been trying to write for years now, but it's especially with a toddler, trying to get into a flow state is really impossible. Like, you've seen me trying to do a stream, but one of the things I've been writing about or trying to get my head around is legacy, and the idea of how to present, let's say, a principled way forward, not just for the average person, but for the elites, is to sell legacy, which I think is in a sense immortality, that you live on in the hearts and minds of other people, and they will reproduce your works and reproduce what you model onto other people in themselves and into society going forward. It's and without even using your name. Like sometimes people can point to someone who definitely influenced them to live their life in a different way, and sometimes people can't, right? But either way, you're influencing people all the time. And the question is, do you want to be a positive influence? Do you want to be someone who helps shape the next 10 generations to come in a positive manner? Or do you want to be the warning sign? Do you want to be the don't do that? Like, what's the term I'm looking for here? The anti-legacy, I guess. Do you want to be Hillary Clinton, basically? Do you want to be one of those people who's like just don't be Hillary Clinton, man? Like, it's I think it's powerful. I think it's powerful to remind people that you have these incredible amounts of power that is not given to you by the state, is not dictated even by the church, is within your own power, within your own lifetime to produce. And that's something to strive for, especially especially in terms of like, a lot of people aren't going to be famous, but who gives a shit about fame? Like,
Yeah.
you can affect people's lives for 10 generations in your own family, like that, past the point where no one knows your name, but you're still affecting them.
No, and you guys, what both of you said is beautiful, and that is the constant striving. And I both agree with you. I just don't necessarily agree with the frame. Like, I think both of the things that you're talking about are much easier in a monocultural, or at least a more homogenous situation, than a multicultural situation. Like, Irish and Portuguese Catholic missionaries didn't go to the Far East. They didn't go to the New World. They didn't go to South America to make places more Portuguese and more Irish. They went there to go make them Catholic. So, like, when I was talking about earlier with like how Mexico and Poland can both be very Catholic countries, they're both united in Christ, but still distinct from each other. They're both sharing the same faith, praying the same liturgy, both worshiping the same God, yet they are distinct. And so when we talk about like, we want, obviously, yes, be a good example, be a good father, lead people to God, lead people to the faith. I'm not denying that. It's more so that when you have competing interests among people groups, things are just going to get harder and harder and harder. And it's just going to lead to more strife, especially when you have like different groups of people neighboring each other, having to share the same place. And when they're coming in like numbers that were pretty much unprecedented in decades past. It's not so much that, like, obviously, like, I would love America to be a Catholic nation, and I'm going to try my best to do that and to bring as many people to the faith. But at the same time, if people live and act a certain way in the way they did from their country of origin, it's just going to be really hard to have that same kind of day-to-day rapport. Like, for example, like there were Somali Muslims in Minneapolis that just got their permission to be able to do like their call to prayer at like 5 a.m. And I called that out. It's because like one of the guys in the video says like, we didn't feel like we had our full rights until we were able to do this. Well, if you felt like you didn't have your full rights until you were able to do this, like you didn't feel like you were an American until you can impose your native culture upon the people that live there, settled there, and basically created the place from which you wanted to go to, then there's clearly a clash of culture and ethnicity and races. I'm not saying that like I'm better than some other country. It's just more so that like social cohesion does not really last. Like Robert Putnam's book, Bowling Alone, like a sociological book that deals upon atomization. Like you can look at like multicultural, multiracial, multi-ethnic neighborhoods. They just don't have the cohesion and community kind of forward-thinking, destiny kind of thinking, because everyone just defaults back to their own group. The socialists, I think it was the Second International before World War II saw this, where it's like, oh, we're all workers of a world united, but as soon as the chips were down, they all went and fought for their own countries. They all went and fought for their own peoples and tribes. So, yes, I do want to evangelize to people. Yes, I do want to bring people close to the faith. But I'm not in the sense, I don't want to make China more like the U.S. I don't want to make, Portuguese missionaries don't want to make Japan more like Portugal. They want to make them Catholic. You can still have Japanese culture, Japanese people, Japanese pride, and a sense of shared ancestry and history. You're just now within the communion of Christ. That's what's better. I think distinct groups of people within like their distinct places is not necessarily a bad thing, and wanting to preserve, the kind of people that pretty much made a country possible, like America or Canada, You know, it's like there's a reason why those people created that place, and there's a reason why others didn't. I don't know if I can necessarily describe it.
So
But
I think there's a key difference between pluralism and multiculturalism. Because I think in my mind, multiculturalism entails that you have multiple cultures that live within an area that are isolated from one another and have no cohesion mechanism. Whereas pluralism, you have multiple cultures living within the same domain, but they have a overarching high culture or some sort of other cohesion mechanism. So like you brought up with Minneapolis, like I watched that video too, and I would have the same skepticism as you have with that call to prayer if I did not also see that there were other community leaders and Christian groups that were trying to form some sort of common solidarity with the fact that they were sharing a religious experience, or like that was a commonality they had, so that you have a city that is pluralist in its cultures, but they had a something overarching that united them as a people so they can live together in harmony. So I think honestly that talking about this in an American or a Canadian context, I think is futile. If you're talking about multiculturalism and talking about peoples having their cultures and it should be homogenous, I think that's beyond the conversation. I think the focus should be that countries that want to remain homogenous, they have all the rights to talk about that, and they have all the rights to advocate for that. Us as an American context or in a Canadian context, I think it's much more productive to talk about what can we do to foster a pluralist society where we have all of these cultures and we have all of these practices that are within one country, within one area. What can bring us together as an overarching thing, whether it's like if it's Islam, if it's Muslim and Christian people that share in the fact that they both share in religious experience, like is that a thing? Or cultures, you know, like the Latino community is a good example of this, where like you have people from all of these different countries, but they share the experience that they're Central American, you know, that they share that amongst themselves. So I think that is a more productive conversation, thinking about developing a high culture that can foster pluralism rather than talking about the dangers of multiculturalism and you know, people remaining within themselves. If that's not a good way to end it, but I think you understand what I mean.
I think there's also a discussion. Sorry, let me just jump in for a sec, Cody. I think there's also a discussion to be had between cohesion and consensus, and I think sometimes those two things can seem to be conjoined or separate, but I think they rest upon each other. The fact that our consensus making mechanisms between the media and institutions have been certainly under attack or questioned, and for good reason. Our consensus mechanisms are much more weakened than they were, let's say, 50 or 100 years ago. So because we can't reach a consensus to move forward as a culture, unified or separate, we also then begin to lose cohesion. So then, because we can't even get consensus within government, our cohesionary state begins to fall apart, and that loose power that's brought apart by, like, let's say, late stage democracy becomes more and more apparent, where too many people who shouldn't have power suddenly have power, and they have the power to say, like, it comes down to, you know, believe all women. You're giving them this massive amount of power for no good reason other than to have short-term gains, because you're trying to create consensus within groups that doesn't last, because there's no cohesion amongst that group, you know, and then you get an Amber Heard, which blows that whole thing apart, and you lose that whole consensus making mechanism, which was Me Too, right? Like Me Too was a consensus. Was a way forward in terms of policy and a viewpoint shared by many, but not all, that has now fallen apart because there's no glue there. There's no cultural glue there. So I agree with you, Cody, quite a bit that yes, bringing in different ethnic or, let's say, religious backgrounds into and trying to homogenize them into one culture is difficult enough. But that's what the West is not doing is they're not homogenizing anymore. What they're saying to people is, we want you to be separate and have your gripes and have your issues, so we can politicize and weaponize those issues to attack whoever we want to at any given time, right? So we can say that our political adversaries are not paying enough attention to Muslim issues, or to gay and lesbian issues, or to whatever issue is the issue du jour, right? Again, this is the short-term games, the short-time preference for power versus the long-term idea, which is like you need cohesiveness and consensus to move forward. And when we lack those mechanisms, the entire civilization just falls apart. And it doesn't matter who's making it up. I think if we were all white Irish Catholics, but yet had no mechanism for consensus, we'd all be doing our own thing. We'd all still be falling into our own separate forms of degeneracy all over the place.
Can I say something? Sorry, really, really quickly to Caleb. If you're not talking, can you mute your mic, because it's your mic is picking up all these micro noses, like your chair shifting and everything else. Okay.
No problem.
For all the people back home, thank you, Patrick. No, I mean, like, we can criticize democracy and we can criticize like the mechanisms of power all we want. And Patrick, going back to your point of pluralism, like, pluralism does sound very good, and I really do wish it were like that. But when you're kind of sitting in a position where you've only known one way of life, and then you have pluralism and you can kind of accept like the differences between people, pluralism is great up until the dominant culture takes over. Or pluralism is great up until the places that you knew are pretty much no longer recognizable, and people don't live the same way that they had been, or that the people that come in have a different way of living and a different way of life compared to what you've known for a long time. And, maybe it's natural, or maybe it's deliberate on the part of governments and NGOs, things like that. Like, I could talk for another hour on that, but I'm going to go to bed very soon. Caleb, thank you so much for the stream. But, I mean, all these things sound good up until you find yourself overwhelmed by different groups of people, or when you find yourself that, I mean, I really do think that, like, pluralism sounds great as long as you're still within the majority and you can tolerate the people around you. But if the people around you have a different way of living, a different way of culture, and they begin to outnumber you, then that begins to be a problem. And social cohesion, I just believe, is a lot easier when you have like your kind of people around you. I mean, like, we've already tried that in the U.S. Like, I think integration has ultimately failed. I think busing has ultimately failed. And I think the civil rights movement has continued to fail. And we can obviously get into a discussion about like forcing people into places where they're not used to, or displacing people, or subsidized housing, or busing, or
it's failed formally. It's failed formally in a formal way, because what's been presented, the argument that was presented, what the results that were presented, it's failed to live up to. However, I don't think it was a failure structurally. I mean, the whole idea of getting more people to vote is just, again, to create more and more the idea of consensus. I think originally that was the whole point, and unfortunately, because we also are being run by the most corrupt, shitty Denny's day managers in the history of fucking leadership, we're reduced to this pinochle game of, like, who said something naughty and bad over here. Like, it's embarrassing. It's sometimes embarrassing to be a human being living in the West, because you're looking at this like, really, this is what we're spending time on. This is how we're going to go out, like farting into the wind of history. But that's how it seems to be. And I'm very, very hopeful. I'm perpetually white pilled on the future, partly because I'm a parent, so I have to be, at least partially. being a black pill parent just makes you a bad parent. But also because I look at this as a project of humanity and not of white Western people. Like I give little to fucks to give about Western civilization. If Western civilization is going to fail on its merits and on its premise, then let it fail, and let's start a new thing. Let's build another thing on its ashes. Fuck it, fine. And again, I don't necessarily want it to break because I don't want to live in a broken world. But at the same time, if we can't live in a society of lies perpetually, it's going to catch up to us. We're, I think, being forced to pay a butcher's bill, which we inherited. Again, by being ruled by the worst fucking crooks, of the last 1,000 years.
I think I'm gonna head to bed soon, and I guess I'll just kind of end on this, Jason. I think you and I both agree on the same lies. I think we all agree on the same lies. I just I think that there are other parts that are lies that I might believe are lies, but you guys don't. In a respectful way, it's like I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm not going to try to make you I'm going to go red pill all of you guys. I think we all agree on the same lies, and I think we all agree on the same enemies pretty much. I just I guess I'm just a little bit more particular about what I see and what I've experienced and where I see things going forward. But I just want to say, Caleb, thank you for having this. Jason, I don't think I've ever got to talk to you. Patrick, I think I've interacted with you a little bit. I can't wait to see all of you guys on Twitter. See you guys bright and early for that.
You won't be seeing me till Sunday. You won't be seeing me till Sunday.
Yeah, that's a given. I'll see you guys all for that little dopamine rush from likes and retweets. God bless all of you. I really enjoyed this conversation. I think it was stimulating for everyone involved. And yeah, guys, love you. God love you, and have a beautiful night.
You too,
God bless, Cody.
I'm on my last Red Bull, and
there was 3.
I'm on the last Red Bull. I'm on 8 hours and 30 minutes into this 12 hours.
Here's the thing, Caleb. I could outlast you because for me, this is 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, my willpower.
I'm in Australia, mate. So you could take a nap, and I'll just take over.
I'm gonna stay awake. I can do this.
I'll put a baseball hat on. I'll put some books. I'll get a wallpaper of books behind me. It'll be the same thing.
So a little green screen up, Yeah. So honestly, let's see. I'm currently toying around with the idea of renaming the podcast. Again. I know, but my views keep changing, my ideas keep changing, and the podcast itself kind of changes on the ideas it's based on. So, first it was Catholic Libertarian Book Club, then it became Faith, Liberty, and Praxis. I'm not so keen on the word liberty being in the title because I think liberty is such a blanket term. Exactly, yeah. That turned into faith, culture, and praxis. I think culture is much more important, but I don't know.
Why don't you just call it the Caleb Brown Show?
Because that's what's the word? Pretentious, I feel like.
No, it's honest.
Yeah, I guess.
It's
if I was to name people, I put this I don't know, when Pete Quinones, we didn't consider Pete Quinones, so it made sense because he was an established name. But I feel like when you don't have an established name, it's trying to create one. I don't know. It's a weird thing I have. I might probably just out of laziness change it out eventually. But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of.
Dude, your name is established. You have big name guests on. The fact that you don't have let's say thousands and thousands of subscribers or whatever, I don't know what your view count is. You've got to have 100 episodes. You're putting out the work. What the fuck, dude? Look, and Caleb, I'm gonna give you a compliment, and I mean this sincerely. I think I said this to you on Twitter one time. It's I like your style. Also, I like what you do for me is you reinforce a lot of times what the reason why I do a podcast and stuff with my friend Mark is that we're not doing this to get rich or to. I mean, if we can make a career out of it, we'll do that. But it's about the honesty. It's about putting your voice out and making people feel that they're not alone. And I think that underscores what you're doing. And again, I'll just be being gracious by putting my name in there. What I think what the Morning After podcast is doing, what Los Libertinos is doing, what Matt Erickson is doing, like a lot of those people in that level of space, where there's Jordan Peterson, there's Joe Rogan, and then there's Dave Smith, and then there's a few other people, and then there's us, right? But even if we don't ever scale to that level, you're still doing something really important, man. Like just what we're doing here today is really important, not just for the people on the cast, which I always feel enriched by all these conversations, and I'm very humbled always to be invited on. But I think anyone watching this gets something, even just an idea that hey, you don't have to think the same way as everyone else all the time.
Yeah.
You can have an alternative thought occasionally. That's very valuable. Yeah. So fuck it, call the Caleb Brown Show, because I mean, if you're going to keep changing your shit around. What's the one constant? You. So just make it a constant.
Yeah, but what if he gets married and takes her name?
Well, then he's a cuck, and we don't want to talk about him anymore. He's thrown out of the circle, anyways.
That's fair. I would accept that. I would accept that part of space. That's fair.
What if he becomes Kayla?
Call your podcast he him. There you go.
First of all, my name would be Alice. I've established that already. It'd be Alice.
You look like an Alice. It's those thick thighs, man.
Jesus. Yeah, I think I actually would turn to the Caleb Brown show. I mentioned it. I think that's I haven't a follow. I've turned to subscribe, but that's good enough. I can go by Caleb Brown show. I think it's it won't be.
Well, I mean, call it what you want. It's your show. Call it whatever you want, whatever the hell you want. I would just say that if your objection to call it the Caleb Brown Show is you think it's too pretentious or too like you don't have enough following to do that, I just call bullshit on that. That's all. But I mean, call it what you want. Like I call my thing 2-Bit Podcast because it's plithy, but it's also what I called the podcast years and years ago when I my first run at this shit. But do what you want to do. Yeah. But I think the Caleb Brown Show is an apropos name.
Let me just. Oh, yeah. Okay, 8 hours and 40 minutes. Let's see here. I'm gonna do. Let's see here. I'm thinking of content we can do for this. Let's see if there's anything interesting on YouTube we can stream. Anybody watched Inside stand-up special from Bo Burnham? Anybody else watch that
again?
The Bo Burnham's comedy special Inside. No. Well, it's pretty good. I highly recommend it. It's he got signed on by Netflix to do a comedy special, and then COVID happened. He was all locked in his home because he's in LA, and so he decided to, over the course of a year, lock himself into his guest house, and then record, produce, edit, and write an entire comedy special. And he has it cuts between him doing a song, to him doing a bit, to him doing a joke, to him having an existential crisis about turning 30 and being stuck in a room alone. And he has these weird he's making lunch, and it's very meta about COVID, about the humor, and he kind of goes crazy a little bit in the middle of it because he's stuck inside and he kind of snaps. But it was a really interesting comedy special, and also kind of touched on the mental health of someone who was stuck inside all year. So it's
Did you how did you are you guys Patrick? Are you married at all or
no?
So you guys are both single during COVID. How was that for both of you?
There was no difference in me. It was the same. The only difference was there was a month with my gym shut down, and so I had to go walk outside, which wasn't terrible. There's a lake near my house where it has a mile track around the lake. It has pull-up bars and dips and all this equipment around the lake. And so I just went to the lake, and the second time I go, I'd stop and do a couple sets on each machine and do some push-ups in the grass. So it was a fun workout, but I missed the gym for a month.
I mean, COVID was what ended my contract in Japan because I was teaching English there, and then I was thinking of signing up for another year, but then it was the travel ban from Europe, and I was like, I gotta get out of here because this is Eastern Asia, COVID already. There's a lot of countries that are locking down, and I don't want to be trapped in this country. So I left, and then after that, I didn't work for a while. I was just staying at home. And then I got a job in Gurnee, Illinois, as a manager for a catering company. I worked there for 5 months, and then I lost my job due to COVID because we worked in supplying food to schools, and that was really weird. Where like one kid got COVID, and they had to just like close the daycare center or the kindergarten for like 2 weeks. Like very difficult. So I lost my job there. And then I decided to go to my master's program where I'm doing a MPPA, and I'll be done this summer.
It would be weird. It would be a really weird turn of events if incels turn out to be non-psychologically abused by COVID, where everyone else is. Like, imagine if the incel group comes out of COVID just like, whatever happened, I don't know, was fine. It was just another Wednesday. Everyone else is like schizo and fucked up, and like the incel community is like, it's fine, whatever.
Well, also introverted people too. I mean, I'm an introvert, and you know.
I wasn't an introvert before COVID, but then all my friends, like all my Iowa friends are very neoliberal, like blue pill people, and they didn't want to like talk to me at all during COVID, and so it's just kind of like, well, I guess I'm forced into the introvert thing for like a year, which wasn't great, but I kind of got into reading, which was nice, so it wasn't terrible.
I mean, it forced me to move continents, so.
Progress. I mean, that's nice.
I'm fairly extreme though, so you know, it's like why move neighborhoods when you can move continents?
Yeah,
I'm
thinking about moving myself in
Australia.
Come January. If I get my draft certificate, I might either move up north somewhere where I can actually afford to live, because Florida's fucking expensive.
Is it now? Yeah.
Yeah. I saw an article recently. I didn't read the full article, but it said per the what's the word I'm looking for here? Per average pay, it has the highest rents. Like the gap between the average pay and the rents are like the highest gap in the country.
Huh. That's interesting. I would assume that about Miami, but I wouldn't think that about. I don't know. Are you like in Tampa or?
No, I'm in a central Polk County, about an hour from Tampa.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, that surprises me because I would think that
even the studios here are like $1,000 a month. Like the apartment, the nearest apartment to me is like 1,100. It's like 1,100 a month, but it has rotors, and everyone knows it has rotors, and it's still that expensive.
Yeah, so it's like a shit ass apartment, like.
Yeah, so it's if I want to afford to move, I either have to wait 3 years so I get more money, or move up north and get more experience, get more skills, and then eventually move back down.
But what's north for you? Like North Carolina or is
Illinois?
Illinois.
Yeah, I got family up there, and so it'd be a nice place. I've been a couple of times. I like it. We're moving specifically to Peoria. I think I say Peoria, Illinois, because there's a cathedral there, Sacred Heart of Mary, I think it's called. It's where Fulton Scene was a kid at, and he was an altar boy there, and so that's it's a very beautiful church, and I would love to be able to go somewhere that beautiful on the regular. So.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get used to snow though up there, don't you?
Yeah, I don't do well with I don't mind the cold. I just don't like the snow because like for me, like my biggest autism thing is like if I get anything wet, I have to I want things closed immediately. That's like my autism right there. And like snow, if I walk through snow, I'm just wet, and I hate it. I can't cope, and so I have to change clothes again. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, but I mean, American snow is different than Canadian snow because I mean, I'm sure there'd be like a few days where you actually have to shovel,
Mm-hmm.
but like I would assume that even Illinois snow would be like basically a dusting, kind of slushy, kind of wet.
Oh well, I'm from Western New York.
So. But Illinois is still more south.
Oh yeah, New York, yeah. Central Illinois, like I was very underwhelmed with the winter compared to what I'm used. I'm used to like 100, like a normal winter is like 100 inches or more.
Yeah, and I'm from Montreal, where it's like you just get pummeled. Like, it's like it's funny when I moved to Australia, where I'm at now. We're in winter right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And or going into winter, and people will talk about it. It's shitty, it's cold. And granted, the houses here are built to kind of vent heat, so they're much more built for summer than not, because it gets up to 40 degrees or 45 degrees Celsius down here. So fair enough. But so it does get damp and chilly. But when people brought about how the shitty the weather is, I'm like, I feel like we have a different definition of shitty weather, because it's not minus 40 and you can see their eyes get like really wide. I'm like, yeah. Minus 30, minus 40, it happened quite often. And you don't have snow. Like, what's the worst that happens? It gets kind of rainy. There's some leaves. I can fuck with leaves. Like it's not that bad. So yeah, with Americans, I was always like, depending where you are, once you get in that middle part of the country, even when it snows, like I know it snows in northern Texas, but it's like, does it though? Does it really? I mean, I guess you get some. It's it's cute, but
some frosted flakes.
Yeah,
that's basically what it is.
Yeah, you made a snowman once. That's fine. Caleb, hang in there. I'm going for a smoke. I'll be right back, boys.
No problem. Yeah. Let's see. Lately, I've been trying to read more, not just NRX types, but more just straight philosophers. I've been trying to read Nick Land lately, trying to suffer
That sounds
through.
like a trip.
It is. He's really interesting, but so much of his stuff is built upon Deleuze and Kant, and I can't like Kant, and I have a hard time reading Deleuze, and so I feel like I'm not getting the full picture. But every once in a while, you have a sentence or a paragraph that I actually get, and I'm like, this is incredible and spot on. If the rest of the book is like that, I hear he's amazing, but I can't tell if what he's saying is like that or not, because he has whole paragraphs that are just binary. I live on my phone and like take a screenshot, have a go to a binary translate to have it like translate for me. It's very eccentric, but he has his moments that I'm kind of just like that. No, he's right there. He's correct. I just need to read the rest of this.
Yeah, I feel like if I start reading that kind of stuff again, it'll take me a while because I'm used to, for like the past year or so, I've not year, how to like several months, I've been reading more like academic stuff and journal articles and things like that, and it's just entirely different animals. So I feel like if I go back to that realm, I'll just be like, all right, I need to get acclimated to this.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen my stuff on Twitter, right? About my stuff.
I think so.
Yeah. So like, I'll show you my stuff from last semester.
Please do.
Yeah. So this. Oh, come on, headphones. So this stack right here.
Whoa.
That's what I read.
That's a lot.
Those are that's all articles. So the top class is urban politics and policy. Then it's a comparative policy class, and then I took a religion and politics special seminar, which was really cool.
Nice.
So
I would love to. Go ahead.
No.
Okay, I was gonna say I would love to go to a school that actually has like interesting stuff. Like I only went to a local community college for 2 semesters before I had some irrecoverable problems with the the class and the dean and the people there. But I'm hoping to. There's a Catholic college that apparently like an hour from me, maybe 2 hours, Ave Maria University. And so I'm thinking if I get once I get my A, I can try to go there and actually have like like Catholic teachers and Catholic classes and like philosophy classes and stuff that's interesting. Like the closest to a philosophy class in this place was a humanities class, and the professor, I have a friend of mine took the class and he's a atheist type, and I brought up Aquinas to my friend, and my friend was like, "Oh, Aquinas, yeah, I heard about my humanities class. The teacher proved all 5 of his arguments wrong on the first day." And I was just like, "What were the arguments?" And the guy couldn't even respond. Couldn't say what. How do I put this? He explained what he thought the arguments were, but he actually didn't know what any of the arguments were. And so it's kind of like, this guy just came up and bullshit about 5 arguments that he didn't understand, and said, this is right or wrong. And it's like, okay, if that is the closest to a philosophy class in this college, I don't have any interest in taking that.
So, like, what would you want to do in college? Like, what degree?
Well, I don't know, because it doesn't really people really matter. I just have to get a 4-year degree so I can get my surveying license. So I can basically take over the company my dad's working at now. He's taking over at the end of the year, and then when he retires, I get to go from him. And Florida laws only require you have a a 4-year degree in any subject or any major, anything you want. It can be in critical race studies, or it could be in economics, and or business management. You can get the certificate. So I could really study whatever I wanted to, and get, as long as I have a bachelor. So I'm really trying to figure out what would be most fun to learn, what would be most helpful for the podcast, would be most useful for, the rest of my life and doing this kind of stuff. And
I mean, like, also take some business classes or two, man.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely be something I would want to take. And my dad got a degree in business education because he used to teach college classes on surveying. So he wants to go back and doing that again, so he could have some more side money. And so it's, I could do a very easy route to get a easy degree to get, like a business, something simple, and then try to get through it. Or I could do something more in depth and fun, and really add that knowledge to the podcast and my writing and the website I'm growing and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of what, if you ever have anything you write and you want to publish, if you ever want to publish an Austriatomism, the Catholic website I run, you're welcome to send me an article and I'll publish it.
Yeah, if I have time, because I have my last 2 classes that I'm doing for summer semester, and I'm writing my capstone. And my capstone is something I'm going to be really focusing on. Like, that's going to be like a, I don't know, 80-page project, something like that. So, got to deep dive in that. Oh, my back. Shoot.
Yeah.
I've been my thing I've been doing, I've been studying, and then I've been playing a lot of V-Rising. That's been my grind. I bought it 2 days ago, and I've already put in about 20. Let me see. let me go to my Steam library, and I'll see how many hours I put into it.
Nice.
I probably put in. Oh, come on, computer. Don't be stupid. I closed it. That's why. Yeah, 22 hours.
Nice.
In 2 days.
Respect.
Yeah.
That was me when I first got Elden Ring. Like, I could not put it down. Yeah, like the Ave Maria University, they offer a major in it. It's called Catholic Studies. It's just like a focus on theology, history, and philosophy of from a Catholicism. I'm like, that could be really interesting and fun. But they also have like majors in like physical fitness or history or Latin and stuff like that. So I don't know. There'd definitely be something to look into more. But
so Patino is asking, have I gone to Mises universities, and is that compatible with my field of study? So I did the virtual Mises University before. I did that last year, and its compatibility, it's a general knowledge of Austrian economics is generally a useful thing to have, especially like I'm more like public policy inclined, and that's the field I want to work in. So I mean, like, public expenditures in economics is always going to be an important tool to know about when you're talking about like cost benefit analyses and things like that, and long-term economic projections. So yeah, it's compatible.
That's good. I have I'm looking forward to this next one, the live stream store and stuff. I'm looking forward to watching those and seeing the lectures because they're always interesting. My pen's out of ink. I got to put a new cartridge in. You got one of these nice, reusable pens because I'm working on getting my drafting certificate so I can be in the office for surveying, and they recommend I get a drafting pen for manual maps. Come on, the one there. Yeah, they recommend I get the pen, and all the classes are online. I'm like, what why? And all the maps are like digital with computers now. And I'm like, I spent $20 on this pen, and I'm probably never gonna.
Yeah, I've been thinking of, because I'll finish my master's in the summer, and I've been thinking like I can do 3 more classes and they'll online, and I can be GIS certified. That's something I'm considering.
Nice.
I don't know. That's like, I want to go more like public policy, and GIS is kind of like not really in that realm at all.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Jason, how was the smoke?
Oh, fantastic. As
Nice.
always. I do that is my part of my debauchery is basically alcohol and cigarettes. Is the two things that, no matter how far I transition towards God, I just can't They're sticklers, man.
I mean, I moved to vapes so I can do it indoors, but I love a good like if it's cold outside, I'm going and buying a pack immediately. Like it's just it's a go-to when it's cold. But
Cigarettes are not really my thing. But my parents went to Greece, and my father was able to purchase a 5-pack of Monte Cristo cigarillos, and he gave me a pack, so I'm enjoying those. I'm really happy.
Yeah, I tell you, man, like European, like I had a friend in Italy, and he brought back an Italian cigar, and I was like, this shit is amazing. Like I'm not a huge cigar guy, but you give me the right kind of cigar, and it's just like the best.
Yeah, they're a little cost prohibitive out in Australia. I mean, even tobacco out here is heavily taxed, so it's really expensive. But cigars here, like we're talking about on the King Pill Discord, and one of the regulars there smoked cigars, and he mentioned a brand, and I just checked out of curiosity what they would cost. A case of 30 here in Australia would cost like $2,500. And they're like, I'm like, well, that's cost prohibitive. Like it's a pretty expensive.
What
hobby.
was the? Do you remember the brand? What kind of cigarettes they were?
Asylum. I want to say Asylum something. Asylum 13s or Asylum 15s or something. Asylum some number. I think they're Dominican, not Cuban, if I remember correctly, from Nicaragua. But yeah, out in Australia, they're $2,500 for a pack of 30. It's like, well, no, not doing that.
Yeah,
I'm not joining you on that one, man.
I'm an American Spirits man. Like American Spirit Turquoise. That's my go-to.
My favorite American brand, especially when I was living in Paris, you get them for decent price, was Lucky Strikes. Lucky Strikes are a bitch because they're toasted.
Ooh, that sounds nice. Yeah, started smoking when I was 19 because of my gave me a cigarette. I didn't know how to inhale, so I just puffed on it, and I enjoyed the hand to mouse action and watching the fire go down. So I smoked for about 6 months before I ever learned how to actually inhale a cigarette. So it's 6 months of smoking. I'm just like, I like the puff of it and the fire of it and that kind of stuff. And someone's like, "Are you inhaling?" I'm like, "How?" And they had to explain me how to inhale properly. And it was once I actually hit it, so the first time I was like, "Oh yeah, this is better. This is so much better." I think people are addicted to this now.
Yeah, this is the drug portion of the operation. Yeah.
That's that part. But
I started smoking when I was like 15. I'm pretty sure. I'm 45 now, so I've been smoking longer than I was a non-smoker. Although I guess you can't really count pre-15. You know, like you can't count zero.
You see a baby with a cigarette, just like vibing.
Yeah. Fuck it. Some base 5-year-old here.
Yeah. Now, what was it? I think Illinois, I believe. I was looking at states that have like legalized marijuana. I think Illinois has recreational, but Indiana does not. And so that's one nice thing about Illinois, because down here it's just like you don't need Delta 8 or you have to buy someone's urine. And I'm just like, I'm not. Delta 8 sucks, and I'm not buying someone's urine. So I'm resigned to not have to partake of the leaf. That is great.
Yeah, Florida's such a weird state. As someone who's not from there, as a casual observer, because it's like you have some of the loosest laws and social norms on the planet, and then some of the most strictest. So it's like what? Like,
yeah, like almost everyone in Florida gets high and smokes weed. Floridians love their marijuana, but it's only here. Like, and we have the strictest medical like requirements in the country. You have to either have a cancer, Parkinson's,
glaucoma,
sleep apnea,
probably.
or like one of the major stuff, and you have to prove that you've tried other things that haven't worked. So it's like really a hassle to get. You have to go to doctor to prescribe you other things like Ambien. And if Ambien doesn't work, then you can smoke marijuana. And it's like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, it might be preventing you from becoming California. So
yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind if he would just go forward and make it recreational, because then I wouldn't have to worry about like everyone's already smoking it. So many people have like work situations like suck. Like even like I kind of like a Mosaic, and Mosaic's like Delta 8 is legal, but it has THC, and we test for THC. So even if you do a legal drug, and it has THC, and we're still gonna fire you. And so it's like even if it's legal, I'm still on the hook for it, which is just bullshit.
Yeah, the weird one is CBD. CBD is the weird one, right? Because that seems to be the most. This seems the most innocuous one of all the THC derivatives, and I get it that you have to get it from a marijuana plant or from. Excuse me, it's a cannabis derivative, but like I've done the drops and smoked it and some of that, like pure CBD, no THC involved, and it does not get you high.
No,
like
it doesn't.
there's no high involved. It just kind of mellows you out.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know in Australia they've just started to legalize it for medical reason. You can get a THC CBD kind of mixture tincture thing, which I might look into. I'm not interested in THC at all. Pot never worked for me. It always makes me like paranoid and sick. But CBD is fantastic, and I don't understand really the shuffling of the feet on that one. Like it seems to be it would be an easy sell even to grandma. Like it's just a thing. It's a herbal remedy. Like calm down. It's just like aspirin essentially at that point.
A lot of people out here still believe it's a gateway drug and still use that kind of argument, and it's kind of like. Definitely,
CNN is a gateway drug for fuck's sake.
It's like my grandpa on one side is like very, very anti-weed. It has all these other propaganda about it. My grandpa on the other side sowed weed, and so he's very much just like he grew and sowed marijuana in the '60s. Like just a great dude. It's funny. He actually called me. He called me up recently. He was like, "Caleb, can you get me some Delta 8 or something, some weed?" And so I had to go over there some Delta 8, and he took it, and then he called me the next day, and he's like. It's a lot stronger than it used to be. I couldn't move, and he just started like going off about how much stronger weed is nowadays. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty potent compared to what it used to be. I like it because it's very how do I put this I'll start like deconstructing things. Like if I have seen an argument, I'll start deconstructing both sides of the argument, and I'll just keep deconstructing until it gets to like the base axioms. But then by the time I get to the base, I forget what the top of the debate was about. It's like, okay, I figured out it's about this topic here. What was the original point? And I just like wasted like 20 minutes going through these steps of thinking. And so I normally keep a notebook next to me saying write down the topic so I can come back to it.
Yeah, I was always envious. I had a lot of roommates who would smoke weed and they'd get really productive. I was always envious of that because I was like, I wish that was my experience. But that was never my experience. My experience was always like I would get like spaced out and then paranoid and then sick in that order constantly. The only one that I could kind of fuck with was hash. But even then I was like I could drink beer and have the same effect essentially. Like I can and also beer doesn't last for 8 hours. I can always just stop drinking.
Like, yeah, so that's one of the things. It's one thing I don't like about marijuana is like you really once it gets going, there's no way to really like stop it. So I have to plot out in advance. Okay, this is my window when I'm going to be doing this, which is why I'm a fan of bongs. I have all my friends they do coughs, but they just have like a some cough here and it has like the weed wax, and they can just constantly hit it wherever they want and constantly high because it's so easy. I like the bong because you can kind of have a whistle. It's like, okay, I'm going to sit down, light this thing, prepare for it, and allot this time for it. It's not instantaneous; it requires prep work, and so I kind of like the whistle aspect of it. Yeah. Oh, question about Orthodox churches, Jason. You guys stand the entire time, is that correct? Or am I seeing something else?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm maybe not the best person to ask because I had some experience with the Russian Orthodox Church as a kid, and then for a long time I wasn't involved in that, and only became more involved with it recently. And I'm not attending mass because there's no Orthodox Church down where I'm at. This is sort of like all Anglican and Reformed, some sort of Reformed Christian, blah 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 thing down here. So I haven't really attended a lot of Orthodox masses since I was a kid. In the Russian tradition, yeah, definitely you stand. From what I understand, it can differ depending on if you're. I think Greek Orthodoxy can be a bit different. Some churches have modernized a bit more than others. So I think it depends on what denomination you're at.
Okay. Do y'all use incense? Because I know some Catholic churches where I'm at, they don't use incense, but some are constantly just having incense go around.
Again, I think it really depends. You know, I think especially with more of the Slavic Orthodox churches, like you can get ones that are more established, full-on churches, like near cathedrals and more of established areas. To, I mean, what Matt's going to, which is literally the back end of a storefront that's in a strip mall, right? Like the Ukrainians classically kept their religion alive after the annexation and after the Soviet Union by putting it into catacombs. So they held religious services and put all their religious symbols into like caves in cliff fronts and stuff like that. So probably where they weren't burning incense. So I think that's much more of a Latin mass kind of thing. The praxis of Eastern Orthodoxy Church really is experience. So why you would stand rather than sit, again, it's a bit about suffering and sacrifice. It's to be part of the experience and to be an active part of the experience. Rather than just a passive sitter, standing up, saying some psalms, putting somebody in a plate, and again, I'm not criticizing. I think that's that's the big difference, right? The Orthodoxy places a lot more importance on being an active participant rather than just a casual observer.
Well, Catholic Mass do have the whole point of Mass is a sacrifice. It is something you're supposed to sacrifice and go do and give it up to the Lord. And the sitting, kneeling, the songs, and the reciting Baptist things are less of than what you're describing, but it's still a element that is involved in it. But I went to the best Mass I ever went to was in Chicago. I went to St. John of Catansis in Chicago when they had a beautiful, it's gigantic old cathedral. They had the Gregorian chants from like monks in the top singing. They had incense all over the place. They did it in Latin. You received the Eucharist on the tongue. It was just a great, wonderful experience. And I remember leaving from there, go back to my church. I love my church. I love my priest. I love my priest. I love everyone there. But it's a very small, can't hold more than 150 people. Southern, building pretty much. There's stained glass windows and some great, beautiful artwork. But it doesn't compare at all. And so, while I enjoy going there, if I could find a place that was more traditional, and gigantic, it'd be great.
I guess you can make the comparison in music to like going to see an indie band, that's amazing in a small venue, versus going to see like some major band in a stadium, right? There's something to be said about both experiences. Ultimately, it's about the faithful. It's what you're bringing to it, what you take away from it. I don't think the venue. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about the big giant cathedral experience, and I think there's a lot to be said about the more intimate, smaller size thing.
My only complaint with mine is that all of our choir people suck. There's no nice way of putting it. We don't have any good singers, and it's every once in a while we have like one person who like visits who can sing, and they're not in the choir. They're just in the congregation singing and trying to like latch on to their voice, because everybody else no one sings in the same key. Like one's higher, one's low. It's all over the place, and it's kind of like they're doing the best. So I don't fault them, but it's something that kind of like when you see this beautiful mass that's been performed and someone starts singing off key, it kind of like takes you out of the experience. But I guess to add some stuff when that's back.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna cut in. I have to bounce. I need sleep because I have work to do tomorrow.
No worries, Patrick.
See you, man.
All right. Pleasure. Have a good night, gentlemen.
You want to give your plugs so people find you at?
Sure. @based_Hoppian on
Sounds
Twitter. Good. All right. Take care.
See you, man. And then there was
two. I'll stick with you until my baby wakes up again, because then I'll be pressing my patience on my wife at that point.
Sounds good. We got Cooper in the chat. What's good, fellas?
Hey, Cooper.
I think.
Look,
Cool.
Cooper should jump in, man, if you can.
Cooper, you're welcome to join if you want. I'll DM you the link. You also just subscribe to the channel, so that's cool.
Yeah.
But
because I mean, if you want to talk about orthodoxy, Cooper's the guy to talk to. Like I'm very much of a neophyte in many ways. Like I haven't even really started my full the word I'm looking for is
catechesis.
Yeah, catechesis. I haven't even started my full catechumenism yet. catechism. I don't know, whatever.
I am
Steve
too
Cooper, you need
tired
to jump
to.
in here. Correct my heathen ways.
I love asking questions, but I am far too tired to have really good questions.
No. Here's the thing, right? And I think this is a good question, which kind of goes along with what you're talking about or asking. Is that I always bring up the sacrifice, but there's also the key of suffering, which I think, in my experience, or from what I understand of it, the Eastern Orthodoxy puts a limelight on suffering, or puts suffering in perspective in a way that I don't think I've experienced in any other Christian denomination. And again, my experience is very limited.
There was a strong emphasis on the suffering aspect pre-Vatican II, but then when Vatican II several changes came, and it kind of watered down some of the great aspects that came with the Latin Mass, and kind of the no episode, in my opinion, is a watered down Latin Mass.
Because I think suffering is very, very key to understanding sacrifice. Like, when I turned my back on God and religion back when I was 12, it was because my grandfather died of prostate cancer, and I couldn't reconcile what I'd been told, that God is all loving and a benevolent force, and then to try to quantify that with the way my grandfather died, and my unanswered prayers and so that. So there's a lot of anger and resentment. That was what led me away from the church, and what brought me back to it was trying to reconcile initially that anger, which I had no place for, and then when I started making those connections, like, oh, well, this is part and parcel. Anyways, that's my own personal thing, but part of that was starting to understand what suffering is in connection to God's love, and that God's love incorporates suffering. That suffering is part of God's love, and that's when we start talking about love itself. We often talk about mortal love, which tends to be the alleviation of suffering. But in actuality, I think to work towards a more divine interpretation of life, we have to embrace and put suffering into context, and only then can we actually have meaning in our life. Like, I think that's where liberalism tends to fail so spectacularly. Is that when you take like spokespeople like Sam Harris, who's explicitly said that he thinks that the objective is to alleviate or eliminate suffering in the world. It's like, no, like
when you can't, and you have to incorporate the suffering into. It reminds me of more the Schopenhauer. He was a pessimist. He believed suffering was a unique part of human experience, and you had to accept it and incorporate it into your life. And so it reminds me somewhat of Schopenhauer. Of course, he was an atheist that has some other terrible points, but that point about pessimism and the acceptance of suffering, I think, is true when he reached that from a rational endpoint, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, because without that understanding and acceptance, we're talking earlier about civilization. I think those things are touchstones and foundational touch points of civilization. Like, if we don't have sacrifice, understanding of suffering and suffering within context, and a sacrifice not just for our own self, but towards a greater, let's say, a greater ideal of civilization, whatever that civilization is, then we can't have it. You then are undeserving of it. Like, and to then demand that we have all these wonderful things is like, well, yeah, but what are you doing for it? Like, who the fuck are you? Like, what have you done to deserve any of this? And you can say that in the negative, but certainly in the positive as well. Like, it's especially libertarians. A lot of times it's demanding liberty without offering anything. Like, you're not offering anyone anything other than saying, well, that's my right. Okay.
Yeah. No, the idea of rights is ridiculous, honestly. Like, more you look into like the idea of inalienable rights or human rights, to kind of say like it's I think it was Graham Constantinopoulus, a great Catholic guy. He said the idea of a right means you have an obligation to something, and your life itself was a gift from God. You don't have a right to God's gifts. The claim that is you have power over God, you have a right to the gifts of God, which is the right to life or a right to anything. And so it's seems
yeah,
right.
I mean, right? God doesn't give you rights; He gives you duties.
Mhm.
He gives you obligations. He says, fulfill these commandments, adhere to the commandments of the ark, and obey these truths, and you will be successful, and you will be able to pass on your genes and live generations. Don't do those things and get fucked. Like fuck around and find out. Like it's pretty clear constantly. And again, God will revisit it in some ways because we will level up a little bit, and God will be like, okay, well now you guys can handle a bit more. We can now we can talk to you in a different way. But ultimately, you got like you still got to just you have to obey and align yourself to the hierarchy without question. And the more you do that, the more mercies he will give you. Like it's weird, because I'm not too far removed from the atheist side of it. So to hear myself say these things now, 2-3 years out of it, it still kind of shocks me a little bit. But at the same time, it's so self-evidently true. Once you clear yourself of that sort of liberal pollution in your head of saying that no, things should be these ways, it's like, what do you mean they should be this way? Okay, they should be anyway. Any way, which way you want to, but the reality is they are this way, and you can align yourself with that and accept that reality, or live your little fantasy life, and then. And God, and God bless you, but who knows where you end up? This
is the problem with like the liberals have been liberalism and the left have been so successful in creating an inundating culture with their ideas that everyone innately suffers from the liberal syndrome that Burnham describes. Even if they move past liberalism, they still have a key. There's always some part of somebody that's still stuck in a liberal frame or liberal syndrome, because basically, that you have to really watch out for it.
Because it's so pervasive, right? Because it gets down to your soul saying, one of the concepts that Father Turbo talks about in the Royal Path, and
what's his name?
Father Turbo. Have you ever watched Cyprian's show, The Royal Path?
I have not, but his name, Father Turbo, makes me interested.
No, you should. He's amazing, and he talks a lot about. He talks very eloquently about the concept of vainglory. Which is not an purely Orthodox concept, but I again, it's one of the things that I've only heard Orthodox priests really talk about. I don't hear a lot of it from Roman Catholic priests, but vainglory is kind of self-explanatory, right? It's that idea of I-ness, the ego, like I should deserve these things. One of the more profound things he said was about it was that depression is even vainglory. Because depression rests on this idea like this should not be happening to me. How dare this thing happen to me? And again, it's the ego and the arrogance of that statement to think that any of this has anything to do with you at all.
What was it called again? I want to write it down so I remember it. Vainglory.
Vainglory, yeah.
I think the term. I've heard kind of talk about this issue and this problem, but I never heard a good term for what it's called.
Yeah, it's kind of like a sin. It's essentially a sin. It is a sin.
Yeah.
But I think it's also conceptual, right? Because it's not just vanity or glory or pride. Things that are more easily definable as a sin that we're more familiar with. It's more of its own category, and it's very pernicious. Because it's that little voice inside your head that says that you're important. Yeah. You're very important, and you deserve certain things. And if you don't get those things, then there's something wrong in the universe. And it's like, well, first of all, who the fuck are you? And again, it's like, okay, if you think you deserve these things, what are you doing to be deserving of them? Like, what in your life are you putting forward that would visit those mercies and graces upon you?
Yeah.
Anything? Or are you just being a selfish prick? Like,
yeah.
And when you start exploring those ideas to its depth, then you get into the concepts like, what if God is denying you of certain things, not because he
is vindictive or something, but
I mean, of course not, right? But it's more like because he knows that if he gave you this, you would just be prideful. Like your direction is pride. So he's actually saving you in a weird way of falling into pride by denying you those things until you can wrestle and put your pride into a righteous place. And that again, vainglory is sort of that underlying poison, that you have to wrestle with. So it's an interesting concept. You should look into it.
Absolutely. It reminds me of the this talk of pride. It reminds me of this saying, "Find here." I tweeted that recently. Let me see if I can find it. God, I tweet too much.
Yeah, I know. So I've been leaning on bookmarks quite a bit, but the only problem with that is like now my bookmarks are getting silly. Something.
Here it is. I put up a tweet saying, "What are your thoughts on Pride Month?" in quotation marks, and I answered with a quote from Aquinas saying, "I answered, I have stated in Sirach 10:15, pride is the beginning of all sin, because thereby man clings to his own judgment and strays from the divine commandments. Consequently, that which destroys sin must make man give up his own judgment. Now he that persists in his own judgment is called metaphorically rigid and hard." And it's I think the first line about it, like the root of our sin is pride. I think that is a true statement. I mean, the first sin was built upon a lie of equality when Satan told Eve to eat the fruit, and he did it because he was arrogant enough and prideful to believe, "Oh, this makes me like God. I want to be like God." And it was the basis of sin is pride built upon the lie of equality. What's his thing interesting?
Yeah, I mean, and again, abeyance to the hierarchy kind of obliterates or showcases pride. Because how can you be prideful when you know your true place upon the hierarchy?
Mhm.
As long as you always have God ahead of you, then you always know that you're never going to be on the top of the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Which again maybe is great idea, wrong species, but I do think that there's a great deal of merit to that, of always placing something above you.
Yeah.
And to talk secular, if there's any secular people listening to this at any point, it's like, put anything you want, like put any ideal that you want ahead of you is a good place to start. I think that for a long time I put my grandfather, who was my surrogate father, as the pinnacle, right? And as the deleterious effects of that is that you begin to become idolatry. You create idolatry of someone, so they stop being who they are and become an icon, and that's dangerous, right? Like it's dangerous to put a mortal person into that position. It's better to have it as a deity, someone that you have no chance of ever approaching on a spiritual or moralistic level. But hey, you can try. You can align yourself as best you can, and never try to supersede them. That's, I think, the trick. And when you put a person in there, like, eventually what's going to happen is either you're going to hold yourself back from ever superseding them, or you will supersede them, and then that creates its own kind of mental fuckery. Because you hopefully will always. I want my daughter to be better than me. Like I hope she is. Like, and not because I'm shitting on myself, but I want her to be a better human being. I want her to. I want to supply her with enough information and experiences gleaned from my own life that not that she doesn't have to go through certain things, but that she can catapult on those things much better than I had to be kind of a lost in the wilderness for a little bit.
Absolutely.
So
makes sense. If you could fill time for them, I have to use the restroom. So if you can just fill time for a moment, it'd be great.
Go for it. Let's use it. Is Cooper still in chat? Let's find out. Doom, doom, doom. Let's pull this up and put on mute. We got 3 people watching. Who's watching? Send out in chat. So while Kale was away, we're at the almost 9.5 hours out of his 12-hour stream. God bless him. He's got 2.5 hours left to go. I'll try to get to the finish line if I can with him. But chances are, once my maybe wakes up, we're gonna have to peace out and probably do dinner at some point, because it's now 4:30 p.m. over in Australia. Thank you for anyone who's been keep watching this. It's a long ass stream, but we are celebrating Caleb's 100th episode, and Caleb is a good man who's deserving of a celebration. So we can do what we can, even though he's got a Kermit the Frog doll, which I don't know. I don't know why would I obsess about that.
Don't you be talking shit about Kermit. He's the best.
I think because there's a lag on your end. It's like you just like jumped in all of a sudden. Like, Jesus Christ.
There's a PO, just boom.
Boom.
Yeah. No, I have Kermit and Socrates, 2 biggest influences. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, it's like Jesus, Socrates, comment. Right on.
It ain't easy being green.
Yeah, no, I love the Muppets, and I saw an episode. My mom was watching a kid, and the kid was watching Muppet Babies, a new Muppet TV show.
Muppet
And
Babies was a good show. Muppet Babies was a quality show.
the old one
it gets
was
enough deserved, man.
Yeah, the old one was
Well,
incredible.
is there a new one?
Yeah,
There's
fully
a new one?
CGI.
Oh, no.
They move around. It's
Oh,
Gonzo dresses as a woman and did it for the non-binary. I'm not making this up.
What?
Gonzo went to a tea party in a dress and was a host Cinderella knockoff, and he came out as non-binary. And I was furious. I was ready to like storm on Disney myself. I was ready to like, go do some Krasinski-ite stuff, and I lost it. I started screaming at the
my
TV.
recommendation for anyone with a young child or who just likes kids television is an Australian production called Bluey. It's a family of 4 dogs, a mom and a dad and a baby sister, and they're two sisters. One's slightly older than the other one. I think one's like supposed to be in the show 6, and the other one's 4, or something like that. It's good. It's actually so hyper heteronormative that I'm suspicious that it's going to get nerfed soon. But it's good. It's a good show. Political messaging, yeah, maybe like a little bit, but it's so mild. In this day and age, it's basically zero.
Yeah.
And it's one of those shows that I actually enjoy watching with my child because they do some artistic choices in the show. They had this one about rain, which was like it was like no dialogue. It just like it was all visuals and music. It's really good. Check it out, Bluey. The only possible drawback is that there was an American kid who watched it and then started speaking in an Australian accent, specifically a Queensland accent, which is its own like kind of fucked up.
That's hilarious. Yeah, and there's no good. There's really, I feel bad for like kids. If I have kids, they're not gonna have any like good TV. You know, like there's no good.
Reruns, man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to get them watching them old VHS copies of Bible Man and Stories of the Bible by Hanna-Barbera.
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Go watch. There's still like things like Journey to the Center of the Earth and all the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons and all that stuff. It's still out there.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to put them. I know there's this kid Emmett my mom used to watch, and I got him into superheroes, and he wanted to watch like the new superhero cartoons, and I got him watching the original Super Friends. And he got hooked. He binge watched all. We watched that and watched all the Super Friends cartoons, and he still watches like the older cartoons because I got him into that kind of stuff. And it's
my favorite was the original Spider-Man cartoon. Like Spider-Man. That whole series is amazing. They also had a Marvel hour. They had Rocket Robin Hood, same animators, Spider-Man, and then they had a Marvel hour which had like Hulk, Iron Man. I want to say Thor, or I think it was it was the Avengers lineup, essentially. But they were I don't think they were together. They all had like separate shows, like 15-minute episodes, whatever that. And those were fantastic.
Those cartoons are pretty solid. Great.
Yeah, because I mean they were about entertaining kids. Remember that was an objective.
Simple times.
Be entertaining. Yeah, just be entertaining and just don't. Who gives a shit?
Exactly.
I think that's amazing to me. It's like my wife was watching the new Halo series just because she likes watching trash TV on her days off. She just like doesn't want to think about things, and I appreciate that. And I tried watching it, and I couldn't get through it because it was so fucking bad. And I'm not. I was never a Halo fan. I'm not that attached to the video game or anything like that. But what I looked at it is like you guys. I think there's a lot of people who are making these shows that are really based for 13-year-olds and some of that, who don't like the material, who think it's beneath them, and who want to do something high-minded and artistic, but they lack the talent. And also, even if they had the talent, it's Halo, dude. Like the premise is some guy in a robo shooting up aliens. That's the premise. Like, ain't no high-minded shit that's necessary. Make it fun. Like, just go make it fun, and everyone would love it. And you'd have a hit series. But you want to be political and poignant and all that other stuff. It's like, okay, then no.
Yeah.
Because I just want to watch guy in robo suit shoot up aliens in the face.
Yeah.
Do we have that? No. Oh, okay. Click.
Yeah. No, it is this like I tried watching the new Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show, and I couldn't. I finished the second episode. I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching that anymore. I'm done.
Yeah,
It's just like
I stopped.
they keep taking these great characters that were like Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, or Batman and Superman. They keep just like butchering these characters because they want to make their own characters, but they can't. They just have to like attack other people's characters, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean that aside though too. Like I really like the Mandalorian season 1 because it was always what I hoped they would do with Star Wars, which is like tell stories away from Skywalker. So I love that, and then of course they brought Skywalker in for season 2. And it was like what they've done now is Star Wars used to be special. Like I grew up, I'm old enough to remember going to see Return of the Jedi in theaters when theaters had a second balcony. I sat in the second balcony with my Aunt Judy. I played pinball for the first time in the lobby. It was magical. Like it was the first movie where I remember going like just jaw dropping. This isn't a Disney movie. This is amazing, right? I Return still has a special part in my heart, even though I know it's probably the most flawed of the original trilogy. And then I watched all the other 2 movies, and I was like, "Oh yeah, Star Wars is amazing." And then the prequels came out, and I'll share this story. So I stood in line to see Attack of the Clones for like 6 hours. My friend Aaron, and we were 20 at that time, I think, and geeking about Star Wars still. So we were standing in line, and we're at the front of the line now. We're about to get our tickets, and before we go in to watch the movie, someone offers us a joint, and I stupidly smoked some because I was like, "Oh yeah, it's good, yeah, fun, whatever." And then I went to see the movie, and I came out. I was like, "It must have been the joint, right? Like, it must have been the pot fucking with me because that was awful." And I gave it a week or 2, and I went back and watched it stone cold sober. I was like, "Nope, that's just bad. That's just a bad movie."
Yeah.
And it was that at that moment, and I never got into the whole Lucas destroyed my childhood thing. It was more like, oh, these movies aren't made for me anymore. They're made for somebody else, some other generation or whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine. And I didn't get shitty about the sequels. I watched it. They were bad, but whatever. I liked episode 7. I thought it was fun. Even though with like the cringiness of like the Death Planet and that stuff. And then the next 2 movies were awful, and I was like, oh, I don't care. And then the TV series, the same thing. I'm like, I don't care anymore. Like I just stopped watching because it's like I realized that Obi-Wan Kenobi is made for other people than me, and that's fine. They can have it. They can have Ben. I like my Star Wars, and I'll watch my Star Wars all the time. I've watched episodes 3, 4, 6, 3, 4, 5. Is it? Yeah. No, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. Like, I don't know, 100 times each, easy.
Yeah.
I'll watch them 100 times more. I'm happy with those. I don't need anything else. That and the animated series, the Clone Wars animated series is very good.
I loved it. Well, it's actually what I was. It looks like what's his name, Dave Filoni, the guy who made the Clone Wars TV show, is now being more in charge of what's going forward in Star Wars. And so I'm hoping his influence actually kind of sticks to it, actually makes things like the Clone Wars were solid. But I don't know if he has how power he has to actually do anything besides has his name to things.
I mean, whatever, man. Who knows? Who cares? Like, I'm really at that point now, where I've got so many other concerns other than popular media. I mean, I miss the days when that used to be a bee in my bonnet. Like those were fun, easy days, like 6-7 years ago. Now I look at it, I'm like, who gives a shit? Like, okay, like honestly, with woke Hollywood, it's like, you know what? There are literally, I mean, what, 1 billion hours of film out there that happened way before this time. That if you want to watch movies and that's what you want to watch, there's like a shit ton of movies in reserve to go watch that are untouched by these politics by a good. But go watch everything from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. There you go.
I just watched Top Gun for the first time. It was solid.
There you go.
I loved it. Yeah, I've been on a Quentin Tarantino kick watching all of his movies.
See,
he makes some solid stuff.
You can spend the next like 30 years of your life watching stuff from the 1950s to 1980s, and treat it as if, or 90s even, let's say, and watch a whole bunch of stuff. Like there's shit tons of movies out there and TV shows and whatever. So, the only thing I worry about is if wokeism gets to that point where they start to eliminate the ability to get access to anything else but what they're producing. That's the only thing I would go, okay, well, we got that would be a shitty outturn.
I wouldn't be shocked. People put Disney to remove Dumbo from their lineup because they have the crow characters and
whatever. Again, okay, who gives it? Dumbo's a dumb movie. I hate that movie. I never liked the original. Fuck him. He's a retarded elephant. Fuck him. I don't care.
I was never a big Dumbo guy. It's like for me, this was going like Tarzan and Planet Treasure. That was the shit.
Yeah, I mean, what social lessons you learn from Dumbo? Don't be fucking retarded. I don't know. Like, you're different, and that's different is good because you can fly. No, you can't. You're an elephant. You can't fly. You can't fly.
Yeah,
that's retarded. Shut up. Stop. What are you?
I'm gonna clip that.
Yeah, what are you, fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? No, you're not. You're a fucking elephant. Shut up. Stop.
I'm gonna clip the entire Dumbo saying into like a whole separate episode. Jason whips Dumbo a new one.
He starts breaking into a song. Shut up. Stop it. Stop being ridiculous.
Yeah,
fucking moron.
Dumbo was dumb.
Go eat a peanut.
No, Disney's just gone downhill.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, they're kind of always been the same thing. They've always been the same thing. It's just. Look, here's the bitter white pill of all this stuff, right? Is if the trad cons took over tomorrow and the dominant cultural zeitgeist became trad-con, Disney would become trad-con overnight. Like literally, you'd blink, you go to sleep one night, and you wake up, and Disney would be promoting traditional values and telling people to go back and have 6 kids and barefoot and pregnant in their kitchen. Like tomorrow, they don't care. They don't care about you or your family. They care about promoting whatever is they're told to promote. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's a bitter white pill, but it's a white pill nonetheless, because what you realize is that I think we outsize our enemy. We create this, we give our enemy, quote unquote, power by presuming that our enemy has the same interests as us. And they don't. Most of these media corporations have no ideas of their own and are very, very willing to just do whatever makes them, money or influence, or the fact that Disney gets to be the most viewed. Like, they're going for views now more than anything.
Yeah.
I don't think they need money. They're just like, oh, our streaming service beat your streaming service. Haha.
There's literally a South Park episode going to start now. South Park new special. South Park new special is called The Streaming Wars. And it's all about how streaming services are competing for views. It's those South Park guys, man, they want some next level shit. They are great, like making comedy like months before something becomes mainstream. Like it's pretty impressive.
If you get removed enough from principles enough, that this is what you get, which in a weird way isn't the worst possible outcome. Only because if you were fighting against an true ideological enemy, I think we'd have a much more dangerous situation. The fact that the majority of the elites, I think, don't either know that this stuff is bullshit and are just wearing it like a meat suit for their own purposes and will abandon it at the slightest propagation, or they believe in it kinda, but they're not married to it. Like, what? It's the new thing is this? Cool, we'll do the new thing.
Yeah.
It's whatever gets them the most consensus in the moment. And I think the difficulty for our side is because we're trying to promote timelessness, and tap into that, and it's a very hard sell. And I don't think we're going to get a majority consensus on that, but I think we can still move society in a way that is beneficial for us and them. Ultimately, it just may not be really in our lifetime. It might be more of a 3-4 generations down the line until that really takes on. But
I've accepted that point. We talked about it before, like maybe the second part of the Suicide West two-part we did. We talked about how the ideas we're doing now aren't for us really, or our generation, or maybe even the next generation. It's like generations down the line. I've kind of accepted that point. Like, hey, I'm not going to see my goal succeeded in my lifetime unless miracles happen. I'm content just to be a part of the wave and do what I can to contribute to the next generations. Everybody else.
Yeah, I think that's part of the whole, like, adhere to the hierarchy at your level. You know, accept. You know, one of the biggest things I struggle with spiritually, and I do in a daily prayer, is acceptance. It's one of the things I find blocks me a lot of times from both the divine experience and moving forward in my life, is acceptance of where I'm at and where, you know, who I am and what the situation is, because we oftentimes want it to be something that it isn't. You know, I wish there's this. It should be that. Like you catch yourself in those moments, even if you're becoming aware of them. You're still caught in those things, and I think that's integral to the liberal frame. You know, the should be's. Justin Trudeau said that recently about his handgun freeze, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but it was more or less something like along the lines of, apart from game shooting or hunting or sport shooting, no Canadian should need a handgun. And Mark and I talked about this in the last show. It's like that should is very telling, because it's like, yeah, okay, fine. In an ideal world, yes, I agree with you. No one should need a handgun to defend themselves. But in the world we live in, well, you can't say that nobody needs that under any circumstance whatsoever. Like, the police aren't so perfect that you call them and just like they just show up on your doorstep 30 seconds later. Like, it's that, you know, even a major metropolitan city, that's not going to happen. Yeah. So, you know, if you're living in a domestic abuse situation, if you're living in a bad neighborhood, if you're, you know, you can name off all the reasons why a moral, ethical human being might choose to have a means to defend themselves in their own home. You know, it's not a should or would or could or, you know, would be. It's a literal is. You know, the aughts can shut the fuck up. So I think that's such a big part of the of acceptance is the acceptance of the is and rejection, or let's say putting the ought where it should be, which is like, yeah, you know, yeah, we can daydream about oughts.
Yeah, but yeah, man, you've ordered a cigarette a while ago. If you didn't take a smoke break, just go ahead and.
Cool, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. I was looking for the right beat. Like, I'm like,
I noticed it recently. I was like, oh, he needs a smoke break. Let's go. Yeah, Jason's a great guy. I absolutely love talking to him. Really, really fun. Really smart dude. Really, worth listening to. Everyone's go subscribe to his podcast, the 2-Bit Podcast. There's not going to be any there's not going to be a like show notes or a description. I'm not like plugging everyone who appeared in the stream in the description section. You have to, like, if you want to follow them, look for them yourself. I'm not doing my work for this podcast is 12 hours. You look if I do anything else this show after that, because I'm it's a 12-hour stream. After this, I'm done. I'm not touching this one again. I might clip out like the one interview I did and then the book club. That's it. Like, I'm not. Maybe Sunday if I have the energy, I'll deal with it. But I'm not dealing with it anytime soon. 3 people still in there. How many of you fell asleep with this? How many put this on your computer and fell asleep? Lucky bastards. I want to fall asleep. I got 2 hours and 15 more minutes to go, and I can go to bed. It's gonna be great. Why did I decide to do a 12-hour stream? Whose idea was this? Oh my god. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything fun on Twitter happening. Well, everybody listening, go subscribe to Austriatomism. I'm going to get the website fixed sooner or later. I'm going to have to hire a dude who works at WordPress to come and fix that shit, because it's getting ridiculous. Can't get it to work. We got a lot of great stuff coming out. We got a lot of good podcasts planned. We got a lot of good articles planned. We got some shit in the works, y'all. I'm telling you, this next year, this next 100 episodes of the podcast are going to be insane. Like, if you said the last 100 episodes were good, you ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, well, it's only gonna get better. It's only gonna get bigger. It's only gonna grow. Yeah, oh yeah, Biosock. once Jason dips out to take care of his kid and I'm all alone again, I will happily stream a video game. But for right now, I'm trying to have guests on, so I can't be streaming video games, Pantino. And what do you do? Like, what are you doing when you can watch this consistently? Like, you've been on the stream for like 9 hours since the beginning. You just like chill out in a room and listen to my voice for 9 hours. I mean, are you doing other things at the same time? Like, what are you on a road trip? What you're here? You've been here almost 10 hours, dude. What are you doing? Go, get some sleep or go to work or something. I mean, I'm happy to have you, but
Who's this?
Yeah, I'm talking to Pantino because Pantino over here has been in stream since it started.
Pantino.
And so I'm just telling him, like, I don't know what he's doing, listening to my voice for 10 hours. But he said, go to work or go to sleep or something.
This is an odd marketing tool for your own podcast, man. You're the one who decided to do 12 fucking hours, man.
I know. I didn't think anybody would listen for that long.
Don't trash talk to people who are supporting the channel. Like,
Pantino's great.
And share.
I've been really enjoying.
Smash that like button and share.
I've really been enjoying Pantino's comments, but being here for almost 10 hours, I'm just like, how are you? I want to know what he's doing. Like, is he working? Is he driving on a road trip? What is he doing?
He's listening to your dulcet tones, my friend. You're almost there, though. You're almost at the 10-hour mark.
And that was the last Red Bull.
Like, you're well past the halfway mark. Courage to you.
What do you got to do? 2 hours and 12 more minutes, and then I can go to bed.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be nice. Like, if it works out correctly, it should be a sundown to sun up stream. I saw it right when the sun was going down, and so that'd be a fun thing to have, a sundown to sun up stream.
So, I mean, this is an apropos question for you because it's your 100th episode. So this is like might be a divergent mark now that you're thinking about rebranding and rechanging the show name and all that stuff. What's your pathway going forward? What do you see for the next 100 episodes?
Let's see. I got a few guests I'm working on. Gonna be doing a lot. I'm gonna try to do more live readings. I've really been enjoying doing a live readings. Be able to go deeper into things and really educate the I'm gonna just like give my ideas. I'm going to give the ideas of the author and then commentate over them. So I want to give clear. I'm also going to be doing more longer streams. I want to start doing instead of an hour, tight hour on one book. Because sometimes an hour doesn't have to cover a whole book. So trying to maybe do 2-hour streams and maybe longer episodes where we can do deeper dives into the topics. And let's see. Oh, and a lot more radical books. I want to eventually cover Yaki. I want to cover Evola. I want to cover Land. I want to eventually do things like George Sidney Fisher and Carlyle. I want to get more into it. I've covered libertarianism for the last year and a half. I want to cover more into the.
Those are dense, man. Like Land, I'm a big fan of Land. But he's a hard one, man.
I never know when I read Land. I never know if what I'm getting out of the book is what I'm thinking of based on what he's saying and what he's actually saying. Like I read his book and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. But I never know if that's me guessing on what he's saying and if that's actually what he's saying. He's very.
I don't know if that's a bad way of reading a book necessarily.
Yeah,
but I mean, Land is very. I'm talking his nonfiction. I haven't read his fiction. I've always been meaning to get into his sci-fi. My time now is so freaking limited. Like I have 2 Jouard books that are one just showed up in the bookstore in town. I have to go pick up, which is the one I'm really excited about. Which I'll probably end up doing some live readings for as well. Awesome. Because I think everyone should know Jouard. Like he's one of those guys that once you get introduced to his ideas. I don't use revolutionary very often in terms of people's like effect on not just my consciousness, but I think his importance to let's say cultural intellectual discussion. Like I think his impact should be huge, and if it isn't already, yeah. Land is one of those ones where he's just very, very dense, and I don't know if it's. I always wonder if it's maybe just a failure in his writing style, because Yarvin is much more. Yarvin covers a lot of the same ground in some ways. They're similar but divergent. But Yarvin, I think because Yarvin concentrated on doing blog posts, he got that more plithy reporting style. Like it's much easier, even when he's delivering really dense, impactful stuff. It doesn't hit you until after you finish reading. You know, it's like sometimes it'll hit you as you're reading, but you kind of like you can read the whole thing and then go away and think about it.
Yeah.
Whereas in Land, I find I get through a paragraph or two and then I have to like sit down and think. Like,
yeah, same.
Okay,
Same.
what the fuck is going on here? Carlisle is very similar, right? Because we were in discussion when you started getting into Carlisle, and I downloaded a whole bunch of his audiobooks because I wanted to read the Latter-day Papers and stuff like that. And you know, it's interesting because I know you do a lot of books and tapes as well, and it's amazing how the whoever's doing the reading really affects your ability to interface with the work. Because I found the narrator of Latter-day Papers is painful, but yet the guy who reads on Heroes, it's Heroism, is amazing, right? And they're two very, very different books too. But
I've had that issue with was it Ed Faze's book Philosophy of the Mind. It's an Australian book. Put it in Australia. It was inspired by an Australian company, and they had this Australian woman reading it, and instead of Aristotelian, she says Aristotelian, and every time she says it, I'm just kind of like, it's not. I have to like move past it, and it breaks up the listening. Like, this is really good, and Aristotelian, you broke the flow, and I have to get back into it, but.
Your mind rejects something, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's like it's people who don't take pauses. I found the Latter-day, because you were listening to Latter-day, I think we were listening to the same audio file, right? The Latter-day Papers.
Yeah.
And the guy who's reading that is like he gets into this sort of monotone, which is effective for reading. I've done some voiceover stuff, and like I know why and what they're doing, but at the same time, when you get a script, what you're supposed to do is if even if you follow the punctuation of the script, but you mark in some places to take a breath or to stop or to concentrate on, or, put a pause on a word, even if it's not in the type script, because obviously this thing wasn't written to be read. It was written to be read to be read out loud. Sorry, it was written to be read. So they're two different modalities of communication. And someone who just reads a book the way it's written can sometimes be fucking painful, especially from like a 19th century perspective, where you're already struggling with the language and the interface and the ideas, and you have to kind of get yourself into a 19th century frame and all that stuff. And then the guy's voice is just kind of hot diarrhea. You're like, fuck. Like,
yeah, it's
sorry if the guy who ever read the Latter-day Papers, if you ever watches this, I'm not shitting on you, dude. It's just like, you've got bad direction. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now there's I would like to eventually want to cover like a lot more dissonant voices. I really want to see Academic Agents. What he does with Skeptical Waves is incredible. So I want to start like putting out in advance. Hey, this is the book I'm going to cover in 2 months from now. Go ahead and read it. Keep questions ready, and then we'll do a deep dive, and then have audience interaction, and maybe like put up a PDF, like a PDF. That's like, okay, here's the book PDF. Here's an audio copy. Here's like ideas to think about before you go into it. Here's like context for the book itself, and then put that to the audience, and then they can read that as a preparation for the kind of interactive affair where the audience really does interact with the book instead of listening to it while they're going to work or something.
Yeah, when you get ready to do Evola, let me know, because I'm sort of on the cursory edges of him. I've read stuff by him, but I haven't really read Evola. Like I haven't like sat down and read like cover to cover any of his publications. So I would like to do that. Like same with Du Juvenel. It's the same guy as where I had the PDF. I've read excerpts. I've leafed through it essentially, and I've read. I think Academic Agents has done stuff on him as well, and so I've watched and absorbed things about him, but I haven't really sat down and read a book from cover to cover. So I'd be totally down for that.
Absolutely, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, it's right now the big thing I'm really excited about coming next is Jared from At End Democracy, the guy who started the Hopian.org website. Hopian.com. He is writing a book all about Hopianism and what it means to be right wing and all this like really good political stuff. And he is releasing chapter by chapter on the website. And he's agreed to come on for a book club of every chapter. And so we're going to go through his entire book as it releases. So that'd be a lot of fun because he's really smart dude. His tweets are great. His articles are great. His podcast is great. But his writing, I've read a little bit of it. It's really good. So I can't wait to see him go deeper into topics.
Yeah, and I think Hoppe is one of those guys that I think deserves more airplay, especially as the zeitgeist moves from sort of like normie conservative to more, I'm very curious to see how Yarvin's ideas start to infiltrate the mainstream and how those things start to, and I think we're in a interesting perspective to really see them, go, oh, there it is, right? Like once a cathedral hits a mainstream, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
We covered that on the Yarvin Friend of Fred thing, and
a lot of fun.
I think that was great. And honestly, the only reason I haven't invited you on the Jordan Peterson one was I want to try to get different people on every time as much as possible to kind of
understandable.
Give people a bit of a platform, even though like my subscriber list is fucking whatever, but it's not about the numbers. It's about the conversation. But we'll get you on. I mean, my hope for that series is to do a full series of going through Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro and all, and just let's get through all of them. Like anyone who's slightly dissident or currently considered dissident. Like I would love to do a Tucker Carlson one because I think he's an interesting person to think about. He doesn't, it's easy to cast him into one mold or the other, but he's kind of in between.
I think he's way more red pill than he's allowed to be on Fox News. Like I've listened to some of the other stuff, but it's like he's in the know on a lot of these ideas, but he does a very good. I think he's exactly what I want in a mainstream right wing person. He is subverting right wing with more right. He is subverting conservative ink with actual right wing ideas, which I think is what makes him so much interesting. Someone
brought up an interesting point. I don't know who was it. Someone on Twitter or somewhere. I can't remember where. But someone brought up an interesting point that what CNN does, and what they were successful for doing for a long time, was creating a narrative and making people believe in that narrative. And what Fox News does in general, but specifically what Tucker Carlson does, is confirm the narrative. So it's like you come to Tucker with certain ideas, and he's validating those ideas and telling you that you're not crazy. That's what's happening. Right? Here's the examples of this happening. And I think for right wingers, especially, I mean, that's kind of what our podcasts are all about, in a way, is confirming to people that you're not alone. You're not crazy. Or if you are, well, fuck it. We're all crazy then. Like, welcome to the club. Right. Yeah. And I think that's valuable because again, I always find it laughable. I remember very early on with the first iteration of my podcast, when I was still very much on Facebook, and I had a much more of a, this is like early days of wokeism, where I was first really hitting the edges of it and going, what the fuck's going on? Because I had people who I knew for many years all of a sudden getting into fights with me over stuff. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like their reasoning went like way off. And sorry, I was talking about that topic, and it was there that shit. When I was talking about this, sorry, the beers and fatigue are catching up to me. I talked about that to talk about. What was I talking about?
Wokeism on Facebook and friends who lost all their reasoning and laws that went out the window.
Yeah, wokeism on Facebook. So I first encountered wokeism on Facebook. Oh yeah, this is what it said. So my first iteration of the podcast, and again, I was talking about video games and pop culture, and occasionally diving into politics a little bit, and getting more and more. And I would get these responses from people who it sounded like to me like they thought I was Joe Rogan, like you got to be very careful what you say because you might be. Who the fuck am I affecting, dude? Like I think at the time, my original iteration of the 2-Bit podcast, I think you can still find evidence of that out there somewhere. Is like I had like 60 or 80 subscribers. Like I was like a little bit further along than I am now with a new one. Like I'm like, who do you think I am? like I'm not changing anything here, guys.
That's something a lot of people miss. Like I have covered COVID. I have covered like topics that would mostly like if Pete covered a topic, he gets taken down. If I cover a topic, I'm fine because no one knows who I am. And so a lot of people like I think a lot of it's one is like overly cautious where they don't want to send out because they don't want to get the chance taken down. But the flip side, it's an inflated sense of self-worth that, oh, if I say that I'll get taken down, like, they don't know who you are, dude. They don't care about you. You're not a sweat. You're not underweight at all. You could say almost anything you want and be fine as long as the algorithm itself doesn't catch you.
Yeah, like we got a community strike during COVID, and as far as I could figure out, it was because we were talking about masks and how masks were not effective or something like that. I'm sorry, I don't want to say anything to get this stream fucked up with, but I mean, and we got a community strike, and the video got blacklisted or something like that. I was like, really? Like, we have a congruent of like anywhere between 25 to 35 congruent watchers on any of the episodes. Like that Yarvin Friend or Fed thing is by far the most popular thing I put out so far, and I think it's like 230 views so far.
Nice.
But even then, nice. But even then, we're talking like 230 views. Yeah. Like, we're not changing anything. No, this is not. I mean, this is not Dave Smith spreading the message levels of anything, man. Like, it's like we're not changing anything. And in fact, all we're talking to is people who already agree with us anyway. So, your children are going to be spared. Like, all I'm saying, folks, is like they're fine. Like, it's going to be okay. So I find it interesting, right? Because again, on one end, you can think of there are overnight successes where people go from 0 people to 1 million people in very short order, but those are the rarities. The majority of it is like is our level of influence, which is little to nothing, but that speaks to us doing it for another reason, which I don't think people understand.
Yeah,
it's like, well, if you're not doing it for influence and money and power and this, why are you doing it? It's like, well, yeah. Isn't that a good question? Like, isn't that a power that we have that you don't get? You can't reach us on this level. You can't take it because it's not. You don't understand it. Like they don't get it.
Yeah. If you ever decide to cover Brett and Eric Weinstein on the Friend of Fed podcast, let me know. And then I think LB Munez, who was on here earlier, he also reads them a lot, and so I think one of us would be a great topic for, because I have a lot of thoughts on Eric and Brett Weinstein.
I'm going to put it up to a vote, I think, every time. That's how Jordan Peterson got voted in for this one. I was actually hoping to do Elon Musk, but because I think he's a bit more poignant. But I think Jordan, there's stuff to be said about it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, I think I definitely want to do both the Weinstein brothers together. Weinstein, whatever.
Weinstein. I think.
Weinstein, whatever. Fucking who gives a shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
bring it up a lot. Whenever someone says Weinstein, like it's Stein, it's Weinstein. I think it's mainly because the Roy that the people were saying Harvey Weinstein is their third brother or something.
I like Brett, right? I like Brett.
Brett's not as bad as Eric, but you see, Brett and his wife did a podcast with Bishop Robert Barron.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because Robert Barron kept trying to like slip in the applicability of mass argument for God, and they kept like siding with him and setting him down and moving on, and it was kind of hilarious to watch. He's just trying to like push them, like, well, this point, yeah, doesn't like we don't want to touch that. And it was kind of funny to watch them react to that.
Christian apologetics is cringe, anyways. Like, who gives a shit? Like, honestly, stop. Right? Like, stop. Look. I want to sit these people down and just explain this. Like, Noah's boat, the story about Noah is not about the fucking boat and not about the animals. Yeah. Okay? It's not about that. It's not about that at all. So stop. Stop trying to prove or disprove it. Who gives a shit about the qubits? And don't try to bring physics into religion.
Oh, I hate that. I can't stand the like the biblical apologists. You have to argue for literalism instead of like the metaphorical or symbolic. I hate those types. Like Ken Ham. God, if I was alone with Ken Ham, I'd probably fuck him up. Like I hate that guy.
Because honestly, does it matter if the Earth is 6,000 years old or 6 billion years old? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. You can, and this is the great thing about listening to Jonathan Pajot, is that the symbology of everything is what matters. It's what you get from it which matters. Yeah. It's, again, Noah's story is not about the boat, man. Like, yeah, Jonah didn't get swallowed up by a fucking whale, literally. Yeah. Like, don't what are you going to do? Run the experiment? Oh, how many years can you survive in the belly of a whale?
That's
Shut
ridiculous.
up. Stop.
Yeah.
Like, you're embarrassing us. Like, you make me want to go back to atheism at that point. It's easier to be atheist and deal with that crap. Yeah, and again, I mean, I think Brett and his wife are cute. You know, they're wrong about pretty much everything, but they're cute. Eric is just
Eric's I can't stand Eric. Like every time an issue comes up, he's like, "This is why I have to leave the planet." I'm like, "What? I asked you what you wanted for lunch. Like, we have to leave the planet." I'm like, "No one wants to leave the fucking planet, Eric. Shut the fuck up." I can't take him. But like Brett, my problem with Brett is he still. I was listening to him on a podcast, and he was like, "This piss of and it was he said, the left wants equality of outcome, but we really need equality of opportunity." And I'm like, that is the same thing a step removed. Like, only way to have equal outcome is to make sure everybody in the previous generation had the same. Only way to have equal opportunity is to make sure everybody in the previous generation had equal outcome. Like, you're just flipping the problem on its head. It's retarded.
It's like someone who's arguing for free speech, but it still admits that hate speech exists. It's like, yeah, okay, no. Sorry, no.
It's ridiculous.
I swear to God, the next person I hear say "marketplace of ideas" seriously, unironically, gets a punch in the mouth. Like, it's just like
100% agree.
I can't deal with you anymore.
A guy on Twitter, what's his name? Paleo friend on Twitter. He's he's locked out, so no one can follow him. But he put up a he does these good morning, good night tweets every day. And today's good night was a GN. If you believe in the marketplace of ideas, you're an idiot. Yeah, good night. And that was the last week of the day, and I'm like, correct. Marketplace of ideas is really stupid, and it's
so cringe. And again, I'm sure I've used the term in the past. So I'm speaking ill of my old self as much as I'm casting criticism about anyone. But stop. Anyone doing it, just stop and listen to what you're saying. First of all, what the fuck do you mean by a marketplace of ideas? Like, where is this marketplace? Where does it exist? Can you visit it? Can you set up a storefront? Is there a place to rent a store? No. Oh, okay. So, and what ideas are you talking about? How are good ideas supposed to trump bad ideas? Historically, how has that ever played out? Ever? Yeah. Like, name me an instance, really, when good ideas have beat bad ideas because they were known to be good ideas at the time.
Yeah.
Or they were just like, you had two competing ideas. One seemed to get a bit more evidence or a bit more credence, or people put more faith in it, and that became the good idea. And its competition became the bad idea. Whether it was right or wrong or balanced by any facts or who knows, or whistle walls or whatever, doesn't matter. Right? It's like all of history is based around the idea, like the narrative that we all repeat, it becomes the narrative. So the Civil War was neither civil nor war. Discuss. Like, okay, like it's all bullshit, but it's the bullshit that you can repeat and that you're told in school, and it's in a textbook and taught by a lovely lady in the front of the class. So you believe
not so lovely anymore, but
yeah. Well, she's purple haired and trying to tell you to change genders, but like whatever. It's the same syllabus.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's that's I'm gonna have to talk to Caleb again. He's on here earlier, Caleb Salmon. He lives there, like excuse me, like 20 minutes from me. I want to be able to some student talk about his idea of like how to. He's in front of making a syllabus for American history class. I want to talk to him about what he's going to go with, and the idea of doing his great man history approach for like middle schoolers sounds like a really great idea, and I want to talk to him about it because I love the ideologies of education and how to properly change and fix education, and so this is an opportunity to kind of like work with someone on that idea, and so I'm going to definitely contact him again and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean it's fixing education. Yeah, it's such a weird concept because I mean, to fix education, you'd actually have to have a majority of people understand there's a problem in it, and and it's a weird thing because I work my I not to dox myself too much, but like we're all involved in a daycare out here, and it's interesting because it's sort of semi-alternative, but I mean, I wouldn't call it. It's neither woke nor unwoke. It just is. It's letting kids experience nature on their own terms and kind of deal with themselves, and there's a lot of strength to that. But I would see how that program would be rejected from a lot of trad cons almost out of hand, because I would think that's a little too outside of some sort of constrictive norm. Like that's the whole problem with the right now, or the deep right or the new right, or whatever term you want to use.
Distant right or something.
Yeah, is that there is no consensus among the group.
Yeah.
So when presenting a solution from that side, for example, it tends to be subjective rather than objective. And that's why it falls apart, because it's subjectively reactionary, without a vision for a complete restructuring that is accepting of even saying that there are things within the liberal model that we might want to keep that aren't completely broken or that are beneficial. But we'd have to isolate those and understand them and reinvestigate them, and that might take a generation to do, right? And that seems to be, because we have such a short time preference society, it seems almost impossible. Like the biggest problem in education right now, sorry, I'll let you just finish this point, is that it takes generations to see the effects of both positive and negative. And by the time you see the effects of it, well, you've already sacrificed a generation of kids under that program. So if it's negative, oops. Common Core, oops. Like
that's why I'm a huge fan of like books that people should really read, like Rothbard, Education for Composer, right? Not for the positive claims of the book, because of the history he provides on education. I think is like invaluable to understanding how education works in modern day, and Knox Sea of Education in America. Those books are like really, really good, especially on laying out the history of how America, how liberal education operates. Like Rothbard traces back the idea of public schools to Martin Luther and John Calvin, because they were upset that the Catholic Church ran all the school systems pretty much, and they pressured kings into starting public alternative schools where they would be in charge of education. And so their whole model was, we have to educate the youth to be not Catholic. And so it was in its head as a propaganda against Catholicism, which is really interesting, specifically in the West.
Sure, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of good things that come out of, let's say, alternative schools, like, and using sort of alternative methods to get back to almost a natural form of education, which tends to be the trend. Like it's a weird deconstruction back into a natural form. So just seeing the positive effects of that on my kid in the system we're in, I wouldn't want to throw that out. And you'd kind of have to come and spend time in that environment to understand why it's beneficial. Like, it's a nature's playground, essentially. It's a kids go out and play in nature, and they get to interact with all different age groups. There's very little delineation between, let's say, 1-year-olds to 4-year-olds. I mean, they have their own spaces a little bit, but there's also common areas. So there's zones of proximal development being engaged, and all this good stuff. That, if you believe any kind of basis of child psychology over the last 100 years, then it's doing good work, right?
Yeah.
So unless all that stuff is garbage, and then okay, well, fine, then we're starting at zero and building up from there.
Yeah,
which I don't think is envious, right? I don't think it's good. It's good policy.
Yeah, education is what mostly, I would say, education is one of the things that most greatly affects the next generation. How education is done, and if you have bad education, you've invested up a whole generation. If you have good education, you preserve the generation. And education is the leading factor, I would say, in a society's ability to continue itself. I would say education overall, from parents to schools, so everything is a leading factor in next generation. If you mess it up, you ruin a generation. If you do it right, you continue your culture on for generation.
Yeah, I think especially with education, it's like it's the child's second education outside of the family unit of an authority that they can't really negotiate with. They have no power with. So in the current paradigm, which I think, so this goes beyond the actual education. I think a lot of people get hung up on the syllabus and not on the structure. And the structure itself, I think, is diseased, because what you're basically doing, it's in that argument of saying, well, we're socializing children. It's like, well, no, you're not, because outside of, unless you stay in academia, and I understand how teachers might think that this is a social norm, but there's nothing like the campus culture, really. I know some I think Google or Twitter or Facebook might have tried to recreate it, but for the majority of people, once you graduate from high school or college, that's the last time you ever have to be in that kind of environment ever again. Like my job as a groundskeeper has nothing to do, and I spent 25 years in the restaurant and bar industry. That ain't nothing like a high school or college. Like there's nothing preparing you from that experience. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, other than like you have to talk to people and negotiate and be able to and not get in fights.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is that it? Like is that the extent of it? I guess we could do that in other venues, right? Like that's not school's not the only way to teach that.
Yeah.
So the whole like this is a socializing thing is bullshit. And then when you think about it, okay, so you're putting a child into a situation where they have to obey an authority figure, where they have no leverage and no power to deal with that authority figure at all. I mean, at least traditionally. So that they're at the complete mercy of the authority of the school authorities.
Yeah.
And that's
it's exactly one of the points I think libertarians are best on is calling out the school system and how it works. That's like one of the few things like libertarians still are very solid on is the school stuff. I don't think the solutions are always solid, but they're top tier when it comes to calling out the school stuff and how it's set up and how to operate and the effect it has on children, at least in public schooling.
Well, because probably a lot of libertarians did fine in school. Would be my knee-jerk assumption. They might get picked on. They might have been the nerds. They might have been, that's a social thing though. Mm-hmm. But the actual system of school, they probably did quite well at because they're probably bright kids who could read at a higher level and liked and were highly autistic and could fill out those, just couldn't wait for tests to show how bright they were. So they probably did fine in the school system. So they probably don't think of that as a problem. Whereas authoritarianism starts at home and then continues in every other part of the environment. It's always been my sort of counterbalance to say to the homeschooling. A lot of people say, well, you got to take your kids out, homeschool them, yada yada yada. And I look, I think if you have opportunities to and options, exercise those options.
Yeah.
At the same time, I think there's also power to put your kid through a normal school system, say, quote unquote, so that they can interact and understand what that is and what the society around them is going to try to pressure them with.
Yeah.
And all you can do at home is give them a different lived reality that counterbalances what they're being fed in school.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, okay, the school might be telling you this, but your average everyday life isn't confirming that. So you're free to reject it as you will.
Yeah, I was homeschooled, and it was I was glad I was homeschooled. I went to a private school, and there was never went to public school, I went to a private school, and there was all these problems there. So I was very lucky to be homeschooled, and because I was the homeschool groups I was a part of, we had field trips, co-ops. I was a Boy Scout who was a part of the homeschool group. The church group was also part of the homeschool group. So it was like church, Boy Scouts, every activity, same kind of group of people. So it had the elements of like the societal norms were there, but also the elements of the independence of case inside, which I thought was really important and helpful for me. So there's ways that the only time it's homeschool, it's so varied that you can have really good homeschool and you have really bad homeschool, and I think it's too varied to be an overall solution.
Yeah, and again, if people aren't building a life ahead of the child's being born, like you have that window between 0 and 4 where your kid doesn't really have to, like, you have daycare or maybe pre-kindy, but you're not really worried about the school system. But I mean, you're also raising a kid and working, and like if you want to like reform your life to make homeschooling a possibility, it's a huge commitment. It's a big thing that I don't think a lot of people are well set up for, or have the family resources, or have
most people should be parents. You would think most people should be teachers. Exactly. It's this,
I shouldn't be a teacher. Like I'm probably better than most, but but also worse than most. And again, I want my child to have as much experience other than me as possible. As long as I'm projecting a decency at home, then I hope that she's free to reject any indecency she experiences in life, because you can't protect her forever.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Whew, 10 hours and 20 minutes. Almost there.
Look at you go. I think I can probably get you to almost 11 hours, and I should peace out and do the whole father thing. So
sounds good, man. Sounds good. I got another guy who's gonna hop in around then actually, so that'd be perfect. Yeah, it's I gotta pee again.
Oh, he's off. I'm just keeping an eye on my daughter as she has just woken up and is being very cute. So toddlers walk in a very specific fashion. It's very determined. There's no daintiness to it. Everything is like full on, and my daughter's sort of a exemplary toddler in that regard. She likes to clump. So if you hear an elephant in the background, that's just my 2-year-old. So I can't see any comments. Oh, maybe I can. Wait, can I? Aha! There we go. Gold guy still going. Yes, sir. We're trying to get Caleb to the 12-hour mark. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, and share. Let's get Caleb even more subscribers.
I'm back.
And just jump right in, man.
I've been nothing but drink water and Red Bull and whiskey since 7 last night, and so I'm just like,
yeah, boy.
It's like it wasn't racehorse over here. Yeah,
How you feeling? How you feeling, champ? You feeling you're gonna make it to the end?
I'm gonna make it to the end. I'm gonna even if I gotta do this number, stay awake. I'm making it to the end. Yeah. I'm an hour and a half left. I ain't tapping out.
Yeah. Do you drink coffee or?
No, just Red Bull. If I need energy drink, somebody just Red Bull.
Really?
Not a big coffee guy. Too bitter.
Too bitter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, I only drink water, Red Bull, and whiskey, and occasionally gin.
Yeah, I heard you posting on Twitter that you got into gin. Gin's a weird one. I love it. Yeah. You got to get away from the beef eaters though, and get into the more like stylized. The Japanese stuff is fantastic.
I haven't had it yet.
You pay for the premium, but
I've been enjoying Aviation Zen. That's the new Canadian one by Wyatt. Was owned by
yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good Zen. I like to make martinis, make it with my Sprite, my Coke. Zen just goes good with everything. You can pour it down with any drink and just make it taste better.
Don't put Sprite in your gin, man.
Yeah.
Although you're from Florida, so I should be impressed you're not using Mountain Dew. I should be.
Someone did that. Someone actually posted a picture of Aviation Gin in the Mountain Dew bottle and tagged Ryan Woods. I call it the Green Lantern. And he commented like, "How dare you?" Like he was mad. But like calling it the Green Lantern, I mean, come on, that's pretty funny.
That's double solid. Insult too. It's like why are you making me why you make me relive this stuff, man? I'm trying to give you a good product, and all of a sudden you're making me relive the worst movie possible. Right?
Yeah, it was such a bad movie. I'm a huge Green Lantern fan. I have the on the shelf down there. I have the first appearance of Kyle Rayner on the Green Lantern. Oh, yeah. And I'm a huge Lantern fan. In that movie, I watched it and I was just like, why? Why? It was so bad. He wasn't even in Justice League. I mean, it was so bad. It didn't even want to incorporate a Green Lantern character into the DC movies yet. It's so bad. He's a great character, and they're just not using him because the movie sucks so much.
Yeah, I mean, that was during the dark days of DC. I think DC's still in the dark. I think the whole superhero thing is done now.
Yeah,
really.
Which is tough. Like, it's over before DC even got a chance to really like do anything good.
They had a chance.
2 good movies, and it was like
they had their chance.
Yeah,
I know it.
So shitty.
I was so pissed off with Superman, Man of Steel, and I'm not even a big Superman fan. I was more of a Superman movie fan than a comic book fan. But when Pa Kent died of that tornado thing rather than a heart attack, I was like, well, this is just bullshit.
Yeah,
like you just rob the character of like a foundational moment of what Superman is, which is like with all your powers, you couldn't save your father from a heart attack.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, it's like, no, you could have totally saved him.
Yeah, no, it was ridiculous.
He was right there. Like you could just, and the whole thing is like, oh, people would have seen you. It's a tornado. No one would have seen you. Like it would have been a gust of air. Like, yeah.
It was
the lamest fucking thing.
I'm a huge fan of Zack Snyder. I like most of his movies, but there was some scenes in Man of Steel that kind of had turned me off a little bit. I was like, come on, you're better than Zack. But
yeah,
and then, looking at behind the scenes, there's so much of DC. Like Warner Bros. Was just fucking over Zack Snyder and his own, like what he wanted to do. I could never tell if he wanted to do it or if WB wanted to do it. You know.
See, I don't know about that because I watched what was the second one? It was
Batman v Superman.
Yeah, I mean, was that official? Anyways, I watched that one in the theaters, and then I watched it again with a friend of mine, and we watched the director's cut, and it made it a bit better, like a little bit better, a bit more clear. But I was like, this is still stupid and shit. Like, it's still bad. And then the third movie was fucking awful.
Yeah, well, that was.
And then I watched the Zack Snyder cut. I was like, this is not that much better. Like, I get it. They didn't have the whole CGI and da 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 da.
Yeah.
But from like on a formal like structure level, like script level, like this is still bad. Who cares? What's happening?
There's actually a really good Superman show out currently on HBO Max, or maybe it's Netflix, called Superman and Lois. And it's actually when I've seen some of the most solid Superman content we've had in a long time. Like it has Parker died of a heart attack, which is really good. They actually showcase like the original suit. They do a lot of like stuff that's really actually I think faithful to the character. I've been watching them. Like this is it airs on the CW, but it's so much better than the CW show. It's kind of like shocking that it's on the CW at all.
To be honest with you, the only Superman stuff I ever got into was what's it called? The one where he's dying of like super cancer.
All-Star Superman.
Yeah, I love that series. That was great. Just really well done. Visit all his like alternate things and brought and embrace the silliness of some things, and I thought was really well done.
It was like peak Silver Age Superman, and like today, it was really fun.
It was a cool premise too, right? And I liked the original comic book run of Batman versus Superman, like Dark Knight Rises, and there's room to do Superman in interesting ways.
Yeah.
But ultimately, he's like Captain America. You have to lean into the whole, he is what he is. Like, you can't have dark emo Superman. It doesn't work. He's got to be a symbol of hope and justice and old timey, It's the Moses story, for fuck's sake. Like,
there's a great Superman comic called Superman Grounded. And what it is, he decides he gets too busy flying over the city, and he decides to do a walkabout where he literally walks from one part of the country across the entire country, not flying, just going like doing like local stuff. Gets a cat out of a tree, hopes an old guy across the street, stops a kid being abused by his dad. Like it's like very grounded, very simple stuff, and it's a really good like story by him. Like reminding himself he's actually here for the everyday man, not just for the universal stuff. And it's a really good story, but it's one of the last. It was actually, in my opinion, the last good Superman story that was told. They've all been shit recently.
Yeah, because again, it's kind of baked into the character. Unfortunately, is that and this is always the problem with Superman is he's sort of the he's invulnerable God guy. So you're like, oh, okay, so what are you gonna do? Take his powers away? Do some kryptonite? Like, introduce a guy who can punch through his invulnerability, like on an action level, especially on a movie level. There's only so much you can do. Narratively, I think there's lots of things you can do Superman with. In movies, he's kind of a one note character, and that's okay because I love the Richard Donner stuff where they're just like, yeah, there he is, like cheesy guy wearing underwear, like spins around the earth, turns it back in time, like that's what I want. Something silly, stupid, entertaining. Like I don't see why that's a problem.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's and Marvel's just gone downhill. I mean, it's over for them. They're done. So it's I'm hoping the next big genre is either pirate stuff or Western stuff. Honestly, I think there's a good room for Westerns to come back, but I can't see making them. I can't see it like it's like people.
Didn't Alec Baldwin just kind of set that whole thing back by a good decade?
Yeah.
Shooting him in the fucking face.
Yeah, no, it sucks. So, like, I think a good Western, like, still about a masculine character doing heroic things and a Western theme would be great, and people would love. But people nowadays would latch onto that kind of thing. But there's no way Hollywood would make it, and so we're gonna have to like find westerns made by Europeans or Japanese people. I know South Korea has a lot of good movies coming out recently. Like they're kind of the hub of like good movie making nowadays.
Korea is sort of the new sorry, I'm thinking of the place, Hong Kong in the 80s, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, before reunification, came out with a slew of really good stuff, like Chow Yun-fat movies, and the Infernal Affairs, which the first one is based on, is what The Departed basically based that whole movie on. So Departed is based on the first movie of Infernal Affairs. Infernal Affairs is three is a trilogy. Go check it out. It's some of the best movies out there, like especially crime drama, police crime, psychological drama. It gets into historical notes in the second one. It's brilliant. It's really good. So yeah, I think South Korea has kind of become the new Hong Kong, the modern Hong Kong cinema. That being said, again, a lot of those things are culturally distanced from us. So while I hope they do interesting, cool things, because I love interesting new cinema, things in South Korea are also really fucked up. Like they have tons of censorship. They have tons of things that they can and cannot do that may not be culturally relevant to us in the West. Like, there's lots of that stuff. So it's going to have to come from the West. I just don't. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think I said with Star Wars stuff, it's like I'm at a point now where I'm okay with it just being for new people,
Yeah.
And I can go back and watch Unforgiven, and I can go back and watch, old Star Wars movies or old stuff and be happy with that. Like the old Battlestar Galactica, I can watch that again.
I started watching Stargate from the 90s.
Yeah,
I'm obsessed. I can't stop watching it. It's really good.
Once you get through that, have you ever watched what's the name? It's not Stargate. It is it's not Stargate. Shoot. It's the Jim Henson one.
Dark Crystal Labyrinth.
No. It's Star. Yeah. Here, talk about yourself.
Yeah, Jim Henson's great. I'm a fan. I think I own all the Muppet films on DVD, which I'm glad I still do, because like I don't want to support Disney Plus, and I can still watch the good Muppet movies. There's some like Muppets Take Manhattan is like a comfort film like that. Like I saw that in Cedars, my movie theater over the summer. They do these $5 movie nights where you can go to the movie for $5, and they do all these like kids movies and shit. Used to be free, but now they do $5, and they played all the Muppet films one summer, and I would just go to every week and watch a new Muppet movie when I was like 12, and I was like watching the older Wizard of Muppets, and I was like, this is the shit. Like Kermit, Fonzie, Gonzo, just great stuff. And now, of course, Disney's made Gonzo's trans because, whatever, fuck it, I guess. Why not? I mean,
Farscape. Farscape is the one you need to watch.
Farscape. Okay, I have heard of that. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard good things.
It's good. It's no, that didn't make it to a movie. Farscape is fantastic. I mean, Firefly is good too.
I love Firefly. Firefly was great.
Yeah, but if you like Firefly, and you like Stargate, you're gonna love Farscape. It's really good. I'll just say that. Yeah, it was one of those where it got picked up by Sci-Fi Channel, and they actually made some really good like mini movies out of. A lot of the actors in Farscape make it into the final few seasons of Stargate, of the original TV series. Because what's his face, MacGyver guy gets replaced by the lead actor in Farscape. They bring over one of his co-lead, and a few other actors make it over there. So yeah, it's a good one. But get through. Yeah, get through Stargate. Stargate's a good one, man. I remember watching all that
seasons. Stuff. It's a lot.
You know what's
It's,
disappointing when
good.
you remember when you remember liking a show back in the day and then you rewatch it. What was it? Sliders. When my wife was pregnant, we went through a lot of it was COVID too, so we just went through a lot of TV shows, and we tried to rewatch Sliders together. And I remember liking it in the '90s. I remember it being cheesy, but it was all right. And then trying to rewatch it was like, oh man, this is bad. And then you check out the history on it, and you find out, oh, there's all these fucking problems in the production, especially in the last few seasons. Like, it shows like it's really horrible. Yeah.
And I'm a huge fan of sci-fi. Like, and it's like I tried watching like Picard and New Star Trek and stuff like that, and it's terrible. But thankfully, Seth MacFarlane, the guy who made Family Guy, made The Orville, which is like the only good sci-fi still on TV. Like I love The Orville.
It's very Next Generation. It's very Star Trek Next Generation always.
Yeah.
We watched up to I think season 2 or 3. I don't know whatever those robot guys they had the war with the robot guys, and I haven't watched anything new since then.
It got canceled sadly, and then Hulu picked it up, and season 3, first episode premiered yesterday. And so
really?
It's got a whole new budget, whole new set. It's pretty good. I came back. Okay, it's been a gap. They got a new producer. Let's see if it's any good. It's just as good. Like Seth MacFarlane, people hate on him because they hate Family Guy, but like when he left Family Guy, it's when it went downhill. Like whenever he was attached to it, it was still a funny show. And so like he's a talented person, and he has an Emmy. I mean, I don't know about Seth MacFarlane has like several like jazz swing albums that has won Emmys for his music. Like he's a really like writing, stand up, singing, triple sweat. He can do a lot. He's ridiculously talented.
Yeah, for an atheist, he's not so bad.
Yeah. At least he's a funny atheist.
What are you gonna ask for? Yeah, I like the Orville. What was the other one? I like Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That was a good one. The last season for me kind of went like too far into the like George Floyd, Black Lives Matter got brought up a lot, but I think
I didn't see that last season. I haven't. Yeah. We saw it before. I guess the last season before COVID hit. And then I was curious to see. I didn't pick it up because I was like, I know that the Fox got bought by Disney, so I'm like, oh, who knows if they get picked up? And I guess Hulu picked them up as well. And I was curious. I was like, okay, it'd be interesting to see what Disney does with this show, especially because during that hiatus it was over the George Floyd thing. I'm like, I'll be interested to see if they bring it back, and if they do bring it back, if it's still like anything but an apology tour for police services in America. I don't know. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's a weird position to be in, right? Because none of these guys are cops. Like, they're not, and the show was never like pro cop in a way. Like, it wasn't an anti cop either. It was just sort of like that's just the premise of the show, right? Like Barney Miller. Like, I don't know if you're old enough to remember that show, but there was a slew of cop sitcom-y shows in the late sort of throughout the 70s and maybe early 80s. Barney Miller being one of the most prominent ones, right? It's sort of like Taxi, but with cops. You know, and it was just what it was. Like, you know, it wasn't really a
Law and Order or something.
Yeah, it wasn't a commentary on anything. It was a sitcom in a police office. Yeah, you know, in a police whatever called
precinct. So, yeah, no, that last season really just became like, because we have to know how do I put it.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, it was kind of sad too, because like it was pretty solid, really funny show. But it just kind of like went downhill. Right now there's really no good. I can't think of any comedy on TV that I would like when I actually start to watch nowadays. You know, besides the old.
I don't watch any of it. I don't watch any of it, and honestly, I don't miss any of it. Like my wife, again, my wife. I don't think she'll be upset if I say this about her because she knows this. She watches like pure shit TV, like on purpose, and she knows it. Like it's not like she's not defending it. It's like she knows it's crap, but it's like the newest crap on whatever. Because she
watch TOC. I love watching My 600 Pound Life.
We all have our thing, man. Like you know,
dude, there's a show.
My wife can't understand how I watch podcasts all the time. But I've moved so into other than playing video games, right? Where I beat Elden Ring a little while ago, like about a week and a half ago. So
nice.
That was a thing.
I haven't touched it in about 2 months. Like I got really into it, and I
it's
was like
good.
I couldn't stop. Okay, I'm gonna delete it, take a break, and now I'm scared to re-download it.
Here's the trick, right?
Mm.
Get into the Volcano Manor and get the Blasphemous Blade. You get the Blasphemous Blade from beating the final boss in the Volcano Manor, which isn't that even that hard.
Mm.
Because by that time you should have a pretty well stocked up summons. And once you get the Blasphemous Blade, so this is what this thing does.
Mhm.
It sends out a torrent of flame in front of you if you do special activity, action, which also heals you from it saps 8 enemies HP and heals you, right? And doesn't cost that much FP. So you can just like literally just spam that. It's a pretty wide area effect as well in front of you.
Mhm.
So all of a sudden bosses, what was it? The big one was Melania. Everyone's freaking out about, it's the hardest one. I saw one guy took like 20 hours to beat him. I beat her in like the second go.
Nice.
No, I mean almost not nice. It was almost like a little bit like, that's underwhelming. It was like I kind of hit the easy mode on Dark Souls. Like this sword makes everything really easy.
Yeah.
So with that and summons, it's fine. So
But my problem was like I built my character first go around all around the Sword of Night and Flame, and then remember they patched it and they nerfed it. So my entire build was around one weapon. I got nerfed, and now I'm like, well, it's still functional, but now I have to like modify the build mid game, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna take probably 1 more month of the break and then download it back and start again. Start fresh, new build.
I mean, do a guide and find out how you can, because you can find there's a place where you can respec. And like I said, go write it down. Blasphemous Blade. If you want easy mode, Blasphemous Blade makes everything easy. Getting to it is a little bit of a bitch, but once you get it, it's like, almost why am I playing? So I don't know if it's an endorsement. It's like it depends on. So my thing was like I only have like an hour or two to play at any given time, so it was more like I just want to finish this fucking thing, and in order to do that, I don't want it to be easy. I still want a challenge, but I also don't want to be stuck on a boss for 12 hours. So
yeah, I feel you.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what was I gonna say? No, there's a show on TLC. Okay, it's called Too Fat to Transition, and it's about trans people who need to lose weight before they can get trans surgery. It's
you
so
have to be able to see your dick before we cut it off, sir.
It's so absurd. I'm watching. I'm like, this is pure garbage TV. But like, I'm gonna keep watching it. I need a break. Everyone's like, I just need a break of like pure trash. It's like, forget about things, and it's fun to watch that.
I'm always curious about those things. I know I ask quite often, especially when you see people quoting articles from the woke whatever. It's like who are these for? Like the new one, right? Where do you see with the Amber Heard decision? Someone wrote an article saying like Amber Heard's decision sends a message to Black women across America, and I think my response is like, yeah, don't shit in a white man's bed. Like what are you talking about? Who's this article for? Like, first of all, no one believes in Amber Heard anything, and second of all, like what? What do you who? What?
I don't know, man. I see some of these articles, and I'm like, who reads this shit? Like, no one. I'm convinced 98% of articles are written by bots. Like, I think that's what the case is.
Outrage marketing is a thing, but I guess I think it's just signaling to an in-group. Like, too fat to transition. What?
Yeah.
Like, am I supposed to? If I'm not laughing at this, am I supposed to feel pity? Like, what am I supposed to feel here?
Dude,
like, who's this for?
There was an episode of My 600 Pound Life where they reserve a room under the pretense that the room has a king size bed for the guy. Turns out they don't. They have 2 twin size beds put together. And in the middle of the night, the beds separate, and he falls in between the 2 beds, and he's stuck on the ground. And so he's laying there with his arms up and his legs up in the bed, but his body's on the ground. You have to call the ambulance and get him out. And you can see the EMT guy walk into the door, look at him, look back at the door, and do this number. Like, they have to come on a stretcher and go at an angle and stretch him out. It's the funniest thing I've seen. It's absolutely hilarious.
All right, brother. I almost got to the 11-hour mark, but I should go.
Oh, good man.
Take after this one.
What's going on? We're gonna give you plugs real quick. Where can find you at?
Yeah, come out to the 2-Bit Podcast. You can find me on Twitter at 2-Bit Podcast. On YouTube. We're on Odyssey. We're on BitChute. We're on Spotify. We're on Anchor FM, more or less. I think that's pretty much it. We do a weekly show every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my co-host Mark. Occasionally I'll do other shows. I'm looking to do an interview show with another guy pretty soon, just as a one-off. We're looking to do more Friends or Feds episodes. We did a Yarvin Fred or Fed with Caleb and Carlos from Los Libertinos podcast. You guys can check that out on the YouTube channel. There should be another one with Jordan Peterson coming up. That's pretty much it, man. We're out here. We're doing the Lord's work. The Lord spoke to me about 2 years ago and told me to bear witness and testify. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to do. So, thank you for coming. Thank you for having me on, sir.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure as
Thanks for sticking
always.
around so long.
Hey,
very
no,
helpful.
I want to get you as close to the finish line as I can, my friend.
Thank you.
Good luck, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. See you, man. Great dude. Absolutely love that guy. He's super fun to talk to. Everyone definitely go subscribe to his show. It's really good. I enjoy it. Okay. And now we got this invite to somebody else. Hopefully we get this guy in here to cover the last of the podcast. And then it would be great because we only got an hour and 13 minutes. Okay, yeah, it's an hour and 13 minutes. I can do this. I can stay awake for it. I'm normally up by this time to go to work. And so yeah, this ends up coming up soon. I might honestly get dressed and go to Taco Bell, get breakfast and come back. I might just switch it soon to my phone and no, Taco Bell isn't open to 7. So when this stream ends, I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to Taco Bell and I'm gonna go home and go to bed because I need some food. Let's see here. Come on, gold guy, get in here. I sent you the link. Hop in, man. Help me carry this to the finish line because I am struggling to stay awake. Let's do some while we wait for us to do a live reading. Let's read some Nick Land or something. Let's see if I can read some Nick Land to y'all. Cyber Gothic. Let's see here. The future wants to steal your soul and vaporize it into nanotext. 1/0 light/dark pneumomancer /wintermute cyber gothic vampirically consummates and strips the Marxian critique of political economy, scrambling it with the following thesis. Anthropomorphic surplus value is not analytically extractable from transhuman machineries. Market desire and science fiction are all part of the infrastructure. Virtual capital extinction is impediment to production. The short term is already hacked by the long term. The medium term is weaved on schizophrenia. The long term is canceled. Cyber Gothic slams hyper-heated critique into the ultra-modern Vizencing. Techno-commercialized Renton laser fed on a multimedia fallout from the imploded futurosity. Video packing brains with receptive psycho killer experiments and non-consensual wetware alternatization. Yep, that's Nick Land. Gold guys, thank God you're here. I'm trying to read Nick Land and it's not going well.
Oh boy. I've just woken up, so
I can barely hear you, man. Your mic working or something? I can barely hear you.
can you still not hear me?
I can barely hear you. You're like very faint.
I don't know technology.
Or just talk louder or close to the mic or something. I want to make sure the audience can hear your sweet voice.
Stop hitting on me, I'm shy.
No. I'm gonna hit on you for the next hour and 10 minutes to stay awake. So what have you been up to, man? How you been doing?
Not bad. Another week at work. Funny enough, when I have to get up, I get up at 10 for work, and I always think, oh, no, I don't want to do this again. And then, oh, I have to get up at 10 to be ready to the Untitled 100 episode live stream. No problem.
It's good to know. I help with that. Good to know. Yeah, man, it's been I think you are the most reoccurring guest on the show. I believe it's either you or no, I think it's just you. I can't think of anybody else. Maybe Jason, the guy who designed. I've had him on for a couple of 3-part live stream a couple of times on Suicide of the West. I think you and Jason might be tied for like most appearances on my show.
I will fucking beat him. I'm the internet with my autism.
Yeah, good to know. Good to know. Anyway, yeah, I'm out of Red Bulls and I'm struggling to maintain energy. I've ate a whole pizza. I've drank a quarter bottle of whiskey, 5 Red Bulls, 6 water bottles, and a vape, and 2 Cokes with the whiskey. I've been really bad. I didn't eat anything the entire day, so I can leave calories in room for, all the seed oils I've been consuming. While I try to do a 12-hour live stream.
Energy doesn't come from food; it comes exclusively from prayer.
That's right. Honestly, I'm lucky to have had guests almost the entire time. Like there wasn't a window where I had no guests for the whole stream, which is like fortunate because if I didn't have guests, I was gonna actually pray the rosary with the audience. That was my fallback. Okay, guys, no one's here for a while. Let's pray the rosary together.
I mean, if you want to.
Nah, I got a guest. Let's do that maybe later when we want to have energy. Pray to God to finish this live stream. But let's see here, an hour and 8 minutes. We can do that, right?
Wants to know how much of a Chad Caleb is the second I start looking into Catholicism, he sent me this fucking rosary. Thank you.
No problem, man. I'm glad you're using it. Glad you're getting good use out of it. You're probably praying the rosary more than I am. I haven't prayed it in 4 days. I'm slipping up.
I think since I got it, I've missed a total of 4 days.
Yeah, it's been I used to get up in the morning and do it, or do it before bed. But lately with work, I've been needing to get I get up at 10. I live 10 minutes from my office, and so I wake up just 5 minutes, and I show up 5 minutes late. That's how I maintain getting to work, and then I go home and I immediately stay awake to 12 o'clock and sleep again. It's not a good schedule, dude. Yeah. I've been talking for 12 hours. My throat is starting to hurt. So what are your plans for today? What do you got going on, man?
I've got to give the dog a bath.
Nice.
Then I'm probably going to walk the dog at some point. I'm going to spend a lot of time talking in a baby voice to the dog.
Nice.
I'm going to cuddle the dog.
There's your dog. Nice. Respect it.
Oh, yeah. When I give her a bath, at the end, I have to dry her out. Now, since she's a basset hound, she has a lot of folds, and they absorb water. I literally have to wring out her skin. It's hilarious.
It's really funny. You been reading any more of the 5 proofs in preparation for the next roundtable?
I need to catch up a bit because I've got the Bible to read, I've got Faith and Reason, and I've got the next 2 proofs. So I'm hoping to get ahead on the weekend. Oh yeah, I've also got church today.
Nice.
So I'm hoping I tell myself I'm going to read more every weekend and then don't do it.
Same, dude. Same. The most reading I've done this week was probably reading that page and a half from Land, which I would be a lying if I said I knew what the fuck he was saying. I mean, did you catch any of that when you hopped in?
Yeah, I heard of it.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
I've already forgotten it.
Yeah, it's Let me see a page from this book real quick. This is
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if this is cool artwork for the back or if this is an actual idea he's trying to get across.
Maybe it's geared towards schizophrenics.
He's a fan of Deleuze, who wrote about schizophrenia a lot. And so I think it may be someone once described him. I mean, look at this. This is called Xenocode. He has a whole code language here. All right, do I decode this and translate something? Is it an interactive book? What do I do with this information?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Why did I buy this? I spent $40 on this book or something like that. I don't know what the fuck any of it says. But I'm trying. I want to, because he seems like a really smart dude.
Maybe it takes a certain amount of LSD to get it.
I mean, that's basically what happened to him. He was a hardcore, like, communist leftist professor in New York, in LA, who got really, really high and yelled at his students a whole bunch, and he dropped a bunch of, like, acid, LSD, and became a fascist, techno-capitalist, accelerationist dude. Like, he was a hard-wing, like, people describe him as a post-communist. I'm like, I don't... What the fuck is a post-communist? I mean, Jesus. It's... Yeah. But apparently people tell me I'm jumping too far ahead. I have to read Kant, Deleuze, Mark Fisher, and then read Land. And I'm jumping too far ahead to understand Land, but I'm not reading Kant. I'm not doing it. I'm not reading Kant. You can fuck off with that shit. I'm not. No. I refuse. Critique of pure reason is ass, and I refuse to elaborate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no argument against that. It doesn't have to use pure reason. Critique of pure reason is gay. That's the argument.
Yeah, like, I think Kant's ethical stuff, like his like what Hopper uses in it, is is good. I think it has its merits. You can only derive an ethic if it applies to everybody. It has to have an equal ethic, but even then, I don't know if I think I'm probably just characterizing that wrong, because that sounds like equality, and I'm against that in all forms. So I don't know. It's. You're gonna love this. I got a hat. Pete Canonis has a hat from Top Lobster that says Trump Kaczynski 2024.
Yeah.
I got my Trump book, Corporate America. My Kaczynski book over here. I'm gonna put the hat in the middle of it. And so my background would be a Trump Kaczynski split with the hat in the middle.
Brilliant.
It's gonna. The gold is the. What was that?
I wonder how that administration would actually work.
It wouldn't. And it'd be beautiful. Trump would be like, okay, what, Vice President, what do you want to do? I want to be in charge of the federal mail system. Honestly, I'm gonna treat that. Let's put Kaczynski in charge of the federal mail system. Make him one. Give him the one for Vice President and be in charge of the mail.
Is my mic still quiet?
No, it's getting better, but now there's a lot of buzzing noise over it.
And my laptop isn't exactly very good, so I don't know. Might just be that.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, oh, there we go. It's gone.
Oh, sorry, one second.
No problem.
Yeah, I figured out it was actually because the charger was in.
Oh, good. But oh, here we go. 10 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds something. We're gonna have hit 11 hours. Let's go. I mean, I'm never doing this again. Never again will I do a 12-hour stream. This is bullshit. Now, if someone does a 13-hour stream, I will have to do a 14-hour stream. Like, I will not be beat, but I don't want anybody to beat me on this one, because I don't want to have to do it again. And definitely be at midnight. I'll do an all-day thing instead. Like, I'm doing this midnight shit again. It's I haven't put an all-nighter in years. It's been hassle.
Yeah, it's just not as pulling an all-nighter is great when you're like a teenager, but after that, it's just not worth it.
No, it's not. I'm 23 years old. I feel old. It's like, oh man.
The point where you start to become old is when you take advantage of a day off to go to bed early.
I go to. Like most my normal time I sleep is like 9 to 10, but the goal is always 7 o'clock. Now, if I can be in bed by 7, that's the dream.
Yeah.
But after that, so I can get up early and go to the gym before work, which I haven't done in a while because heat exhausted. But
I keep saying high intensity training might be the solution.
11 hours. I gotta tweet the update.
I wonder if anyone started an N tower in the chat.
I put the N word in binary on the chat.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm gonna start. Next time I see someone doing a Nick Land stream, I'm just gonna spam the N word in binary. I think it'd be fun. There's the end. There we go. Make the AI read its own code. That'd be hilarious. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll through Twitter and see if there's anything interesting happening on the internet right now. Friend, the Contra and Tila's guys tried to stream tonight during my live stream. The audacity of these punks. And thank God the Lord saw fit to bless my soul by muting the entire podcast where no one could hear them. That was the Lord looking out.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the evidence you need. Clearly, God wants people to watch your podcast instead.
Hashtag Jesus loves me more. Let's go. Yeah, people are fucking stupid. Like, I put up a tweet about how the NRX is the only political group working on new ideas and new solutions. And everyone's like, all they do is talk about older stuff and like, but the old ideas being brought forth to new with new light and new analysis on the old ideas and a new strategy built upon old ideas. Okay, it's just fucking. You got all these people are fucking retarded. They're like, but their ideas of like monarchy and that's old. I'm like, okay, shut the fuck up. Anarchism old too, man. Fucking 500 BC, the Taoists in China were anarchists. Okay, you're not new. Shut the fuck up.
Plus, monarchy just has better aesthetics. Come on,
It absolutely does. I mean, what philosophy has a better? What political ideology has cooler aesthetics? The answer: Nicholas accelerationism. The vapor waves of cyberpunk is pretty cool, but that's about it. 57 more minutes, dude. So how's Church? How's Mass going? You enjoying going?
Yeah, it's pretty relevant every time. The last time was about the Reformation and how gay that was.
Yeah, nice.
I wonder what the first one during Pride Month will be.
Give me a moment. I heard somebody was up, and I was like, "What are you doing up? It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Go back to bed." But it's yeah. No, Pride months. It's we have a whole month dedicated to the base of our sin. Like Pride is the base of our sin. We have a whole month celebrating it. I mean, if this isn't proof that the demons are running the country, I have to tell you, you're fucking blind. You're blinder than Tobit. Yeah, but you used to see. I gotta finally do a Bookstore Tour earlier in the stream around the 1 hour mark, and that was a lot of fun. I was really happy to start the book collection. So when people text me like, "Are you gonna clip that? Because I don't want to have to watch the 12-hour streamers to see the Bookstore Tour." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll fucking clip it." I don't want to. Honestly, when I'm done with the stream, I want to just leave it be and never touch it again. But I have to like go through and clip it all and edit all of it and like get the right clips out I want to have for like just I could probably make 6 episodes out of this 12-hour live stream with the amount of like content that was in here. I might do it if I have like have the time and I don't have an episode that week, or just clip an old episode from here and post that one. But hey, Kelsey, yeah, thank you. Happy to have 100 episodes, and I'm even happy that I've almost made it through this 12-hour stream. I believe this would be the longest stream in the podcasting Liberty community. I could be mistaken on that, but the longest I've seen was Time on Earth's 10-hour Halloween special, and I've eclipsed him with a longer stream. So hopefully that means I'm better than them. I'm not better than them. I'm not better, but
that's all it takes. Just supplant your fellow podcasters, and you are the best.
Yes,
by numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb will soon be at the end of this. Caleb will be right at the top of the Liberty Community podcast.
But the most autistic 12-hour stream ever.
And you get to yell down from the mountain, "I am better than you."
Oh, I do that anyway. I'm working on it. What was I gonna say? I'm hoping we get people like hopping in who are like watching the last night and go, "You're still up?" I love the idea of people like going to bed like, "Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep," opening the phone like, "He's still fucking live." I love the idea of people just having that experience.
I dropped in at the beginning before I went to sleep.
Nice. Nice. Man, I've been streaming for longer than I normally sleep. I don't normally only sleep like 8 hours, 7 hours a night. I'm streaming longer than I would normally sleep.
I mean, sleep is gay anyway.
Exactly. You're sleeping with a man. If you're sleeping alone, you sleep with a man. It's pretty fucking gay.
Yeah, that sounds kind of sus.
Uh-huh. Okay. I'm gonna scroll through Twitter again. Maybe I can find a cool post or an article or someone's.
Or just something that makes you lose faith in humanity.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know if you saw or not, but I quote tweeted Ace earlier.
Oh no.
Yeah, but he Ryan, Blue Collar Ryan, tweeted about how most libertarians just want to be libertines who want to smoke pot and be hookers. And Ace said, "Good for them." And I quote tweeted him and I said, "Yeah, pot's not the issue, but sex work is morally wrong and leads to a society in which actual liberty wouldn't last more than a generation. I hold to the view of St. Thomas Aquinas that legally pushing it would cause more harm than good, but it's an action that's going to be celebrated." And then this person with some pronouns in bio, literally called purveyor of vice and sin and decadence, a good person, said, "First, under what conditions is morally wrong? Because the Bible, ? Not valid." And I quote tweeted him and said, "I don't need the Bible to tell you being a whore is wrong."
Yeah.
And then they said, "So what is it? Why is it wrong? Please tell me." I quote him again because the Quran said so.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Just fuck off. I'm not. If I have to explain why, hold up. What the fuck? If I have to, that's the what distance is that? That's a nice looking Bible. What who printed it out? Was it Saint Ignatius or was that Bishop Aaron?
See, Revised Standard Version, Second Catholic Edition.
Who was the
Ignatius
publisher?
Press.
Ignatius Press. They do. Ignatius Press is amazing. Scott Howard's books on Ignatius Press, they are phenomenal. I mean, if you read the Bible, I highly recommend you pick up. Here we are. Hold on. Yeah. Scott Hahn has study guides, Bible study guides. Go, what's it? You can pick these up and then you can read along with the Bible, and he has a commentary and some really, just phenomenal stuff. He's an expert on covenant theology and covenants and God's covenants to people throughout the entire Bible and with us. And he is just like, he reads the Bible with a typology, like finding Mary, finds Jesus, the old to the new, and with the covenant theology. It's like insane. He'll draw these connections. It's like, whoa, that means he'll just do that number the whole time. It's like it's a trip. You're reading it, you're like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Like, it's just so intricate and it's insane. So yeah, I highly recommend it. They're like $2, like $5 a copy. That's cheap. And so you can pick these up and then use them along with the Bible. They are absolutely incredible. I love them.
That's yet another one on the list for me to read. There's so many things I need to read.
Dude, these aren't even like half the books I want to own and read. I have to stop buying books until I move out, because I really only have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more spaces of stuff to fill up. So, that'll probably take me a year, but once those fill up, I don't know what I'm gonna. I have any more space. So I gotta either get a bigger room. I gotta move out and get a bigger place.
Goals.
Yeah, goals. 50 more minutes. I can do this. Okay. I don't have any topics, man. What do you want to talk about?
The age-old philosophical question: are traps gay?
Oh, okay. I have a hot take on this. Okay, I have a hot take. Okay, femboys and traps. Let's get into this. It's fucking gay. No, I'm kidding. It is gay, but like it's weird because there is a angle in which it is not necessarily gay, as in you are attracted to something that is drawn in a way, if it's especially if it's an anime or hentai thing, it is drawn in a way that is to present female attributes.
Right.
And so even if it's drawn, you can't see the dick, you are attracted to something that is drawn to present female. It doesn't matter because it's drawing, so it doesn't really exist. So it doesn't really have a hard sex into it. It only has the perception of things. And because it is drawn to present female, and the drawing then is displaying female characteristics. Therefore, if you do not see the dick, it's not gay.
I don't know. That sounds kind of fruity, bro.
It is very fruity, but it came after like an hour and a half debate I had with my friends at like 12 o'clock in the morning one time.
Oh,
boy. We just kept going. We just kept going. And I was like, it's not gay. Because, like, look, let me explain this. Okay? This is what he saw about for a while. I was forced into doing it. Okay? I had like a couple of guys I was hanging out with when I was like 19 something, and we spent an hour and a half arguing about it. And one guy's like, it's gay. One guy's like, it's not gay. I'm like, it's only gay if you see the dick. Otherwise, it's just a girl dressed femininely, you know? And if it's, so you don't know if it's a dick, so you just think it's a woman. But if you see the dick and you know it's a dick, then you know it's gay. But the dick, no gay. You know? That's how that works.
These are the deep philosophical conversations we need to be having.
Exactly, man. Public education, the state. Okay, no, none of that. All traps gay? No, if you don't see a dick. I mean, it was very gay, Kelsey. One of the guys in the group is now trans, and so I think he was trying to like get some legitimacy out for his friends or something. But yeah, it was a long. There's one that was like sleepover conversation. It was like you're super late. Everything is funny to you. You know, where like the simplest things make you die of laughter because you're so sleep deprived. It was that, and it was that attached to that energy attached to, like Azo question of traps are gay. And so it was a fun night, but it was a weird conversation.
Mm-hmm. I'm now trying to think of some of the weird conversations I have had.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank.
Yeah. But yeah, so let's see. Catholic wise, you have any questions? Are you reading anything interesting Catholic wise, or you have any like cool revelations you've heard? And while you think on that, I have to pee again.
Right, that kind of leaves me carrying the stream. Yeah, I'm getting stage fright. Bible. Read it. Be enlightened.
Yes, people, read the Bible and be enlightened. I'm going to have to cut that into a little clip and just post it on the Twitter. Put some edit the red eyes into your face. Add some synthwave music. It's like, read the Bible, be enlightened. And start playing the epic music kind of thing, you know. Yeah. So I drink like a bunch of waters and Red Bulls and whiskey tonight, and so I'm just like peeing like a Western racehorse. You know, I'm just like every few minutes I'm gonna hop up and take a piss again.
Yeah, you're probably, with the amount of caffeine you had, you are probably going to be significantly dehydrated despite all that.
I'm definitely gonna be dehydrated. But I'm hoping with the amount of water I've had, I'll help offset it.
Water absorbs better when it's attached to vitamins like fruit juice and milk.
Yeah, I hate milk.
I love milk.
I can't drink it. I gag. I start throwing up. It's weird. I know. It's weird. I don't know why either.
You don't drink milk? That's kind of gay, bro.
It is kind of gay. I only drink milk when my vegan sister's around because I have to drink beef milk. Dude, I was on the phone with her. She was on the phone with my mom, and I was talking to her too, and she was so into what she was eating. She had blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, all in whipped cream, like a bowl. It was a spoon, like a dessert. I'm like, it looks pretty good. What is that in the middle? Like, it's whipped cream. I'm like, it's vegan whipped cream. What's it made out of? Well, it's not made with beef milk. It's made with oat milk, and it's more natural that way. And I was like, it's not fucking milk. It's oat juices that have been like processed into. It's still whipped cream. It's still processed whipped cream. It's not organic. I just stood up. I just stood up and yelled, "Words have meaning," and I walked away. That's why I get most of my debates with people who like don't stick to hard definitions. I just scream at them, "Words mean things," and then I went away. I can't interact with these people who don't, think words can really fucking want to mean. Like, words have meanings, okay?
Reminds me of a conversation I had, which ended in a funny way because I don't even remember what it was about. I said something with a slightly unusual word. Double vaping Caleb said something with a slightly unusual word, and someone didn't recognize and said, "That's not. You just made up that word. That's a made-up word." And so I looked at him and said, "All words are made up." and for about five solid seconds, he looked shell-shocked at this revelation.
You're not wrong, but they're made up with specific meanings.
Yes.
I don't mind it. Like, I'm a fan of post-sexualists that like everyone defines words so differently that you can never really reach a conducive agreement on what a word means because of all the preconceived notions and the presuppositions into the word. Like, I'm a fan. I understand that argument, but like, I can't have a conversation with someone who is going to not stick to a firm definition of a word, at least for that conversation, and then say the definition when they get pushed into a corner.
Yeah.
Like, I can't. No, I'm not playing linguistic games. That's why I respect Ace. He sticks to definitions of words and agrees with the words. It doesn't ever play like linguistic. It's always ideological and philosophical and never, pragmatic or linguistic. And I can respect that because I can properly engage with that. It's at least fun,
No one ever said vaccines stop transmission. That's what vaccines are supposed to do. Words have meanings.
Exactly. I'm gonna put on a t-shirt. I'm making I'm making stuff for the osteotomism website. We got hoodies, like I say osteotomism, hats, like I say osteotomism. I might make a t-shirt that says "Words have meaning" or "Words mean things!" exclamation point. And you can love this. I got a tank top I'm making called it's a tank top, and it's gonna say "Tank Top Tomism."
I will have to buy that.
Absolutely, it's gonna be once I get the designs worked out and the fonts, I'll figure it out because that makes it actually looks presentable and looks good. The website doesn't have a specific color scheme, and so I don't know what color to make things besides white on black or black on white. Which is kind of like bland. We don't have a set color scheme for the podcast and the show and stuff like that. So I don't know what to go with yet. Because like, there's no set color for Austrianism, and there's no set color for Thomism. These aren't like political ideologies that have like flags and colors. These are philosophies that have, don't care about that kind of thing. There's no Thomism flag. So I don't know what to.
Then use all the colors. Have a rainbow flag. Oh wait, that's not right.
Hey man, with every year the trans flag keeps pushing that rainbow flag out of place. Soon we're gonna be able to reclaim it. God's covenant months. Let's go. Hour and 20. Okay. 40 minutes left. I can vamp for 40 minutes and fill time for 40 minutes. Can you?
Yeah. I'm wide awake.
Let's go.
Could do a Bible live reading.
Let's do that. Let's read the Bible. I'll grab my Bible. You grab your Bible. What do you want to read?
So I was advised to start with the Gospels. I'm still on the Gospel, slowly working my way through. We could do Gospels, or we could just go from the beginning.
No, you pick. You pick. Where do you want to go? Well, actually, no. Let's go with Sirach. Because Sirach is one of the deuterocanonical books Protestants don't have, and I think there's a lot of good stuff in Sirach. Let's start with Sirach 10.
Do you know whereabouts that would be?
In my Bible, it's page 1080. It's about, I would say, in the middle.
I found Sirach.
Okay, CWAC 10.
Is that the one that starts? A wise magistrate will educate his people.
Let's see. What translation are you using? The NRSV or something? Or what is it?
Let's find out. So, translated from the original tongues, being the versions set forth AD 1611, Old and New Testaments revised AD 1881 to 1885, and AD 1901, Apocrypha revised AD 1894. Compared to the most ancient authorities and revised AD 1946, 1952, and 1965. Apocrypha revised AD 1957 and 1966. The original Catholic edition of the RSV translation was.
So what for me, it starts with a work is praised for the skill of the artisan. It's labeled concerning rulers.
Right.
Sorry, Pantino. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have time for the Bioshock stream, but I will do a separate stream Sunday playing that because I know people requested it and I don't want them down. So I will be doing a specific Bioshock stream Sunday. I'll make sure I put it on Twitter in the comment section, and I'll make sure to tag you in it.
Thanks.
Okay.
You can read from yours if you want, because I don't want to use up a bunch of time trying to find who has what.
Sounds good. Sounds good. CWAC 10 concerning rulers. A work is praised for the skill of the artisan, so a people's leader is proved wise by his words. The loud of mouths are feared in their society, and the one who is reckless in speech is hated. A wise magistrate educates his people, and the rule of an intelligent person is well ordered. As the people's judge is, so are his officials. As the ruler of the city, so are all his inhabitants. An undisciplined king ruins his people, but a city becomes fit to live in through the understanding of its rulers. The government of the earth is in the hands of the Lord, and over it he will raise up the right leader for the time. Human success is in the hand of the Lord, and it is he who confers honor upon the lawgiver. Sovereignty passes from nation to nation on account of injustice and insolence in wealth. How can dust and ashes be proud? Even in life, human body decays. A long illness baffles the physician. The king of today will die tomorrow. For when one is dead, he inherits maggots and vermin and worms. The beginning of human pride is to forsake the Lord. The heart has withdrawn from its maker. For the beginning of pride is sin, and the one who clings to it pours out abominations. Therefore, the Lord brings upon the unheard of calamites and destroys them completely. The Lord overthrows the throne of rulers and enthrones the lowly in their place. The Lord plucks up the roots of the nations and plants the humble in their place. The Lord lays waste the lands of the nations and destroys them to the foundations of the earth. He moves some of them and destroys them, and erases the memory of them from the earth. Pride was not created by human beings, or violence, anger, or those born of women. Now, there's a lot of good stuff in there. I mean, stuff on the kings and a good king, and like there was some political theory in there I could actually use. And I think the point about pride being the basis for sin is just spot on. I mean, that is a fact. Any thoughts?
Pride being the basis for sin, is that based on someone thinking they know better than God, essentially what's good for them?
Pretty much.
Thanks, Adam and Eve. Well done, guys.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. The first sin was built upon the lie of egalitarianism. You eat this fruit, you will be like God. And Eve is prideful of the saying that she would want that, that she could do that, and that she would like that. And so the first sin was built upon pride. First sin was born out of pride upon the lie of egalitarianism. What is the LGBTQ Pride Month all about? Pride and egalitarianism. I mean, you can't get any more like straight up. This is like the basis of all evils come from these two things that are celebrated for the entire month of June.
I mean, what that really tells me is that we need to eliminate the women.
I mean, at least the right to vote. Sorry, Kelsey. No, we repealed the 19th Amendment. Sorry, Kelsey.
No, women are a threat to humanity and they cannot be tolerated.
Do you ever listen to that? Every once in a while, I love to go on a kick when I watch old Pentecostal televangelist people. And there was this preacher guy who was like screaming at the audience, and he looked like he was on coke. He's literally running around the stage, going, "Whoa!" He's screaming and doing that number. And at one point, it goes, "It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve." And then he kept going, and I was like, "Preach it, amen, hallelujah." There was this absolutely. I mean, I love it. It's sometimes videos are really fun. Sometimes they're spot on, sometimes they're crazy, but sometimes they say something like, "Yeah, that's spot on." But I mean, CIRAC 10, wow. I haven't read all of CIRAC. One of my problems, I really want to sit down and go through all of the deuterocanonical books that are not in the Protestant Bible. Because I read the whole Bible cover to cover when I was a Protestant. But now it's like 7 more books I need to read, and I haven't sat down to actually go through all 7 books. But just reading that chapter of CIRAC, I mean, spot on. I mean, I honestly, I might do a separate podcast I might do a live reading of CIRAC podcast, honestly. Because there's some stuff in here that I think, specifically this chapter, is just ridiculously good. I mean, the wise magistrate educates his people. I mean, here's a work is praised for the skill of the artisan, so a people's leader is proved wise by his words. The loud mouths are feared in the city, but the one who is reckless in speech is hated. A wise magistrate educates his people, and the rule of an intelligent person is well ordered. I mean, that's you would want to. It's talking about the qualities of a king. We're talking about concerning rulers, the quality of kings. It's
and why democracy is gay.
Exactly. I mean, it's and a lot of Protestants point to this part and later in the Bible when the devil offers up all of the kingdoms of the world to God on top of the mountain during the 40-day fast, and he was tempted 3 times. They offer. See, the devil offered all the kingdoms of the world. It means the devil owns all the kingdoms, meaning that the kingdoms are inherently sinful and owned by God, owned by the devil, which is why we have to be Christian anarchists. But here it says in CIRAC, the government of the earth is in the hands of the Lord, and over it he will raise up the right leader to the right time. I mean, this one verse, and it's the books they don't have, contradicts their entire political philosophy. And there's, God, that was awesome. Thank you, God, because I'm definitely, maybe even, I might actually stay. I mean, I'm not tired because I've been doing this for 12 hours. I'm awake. So I might actually stay up and read CIRAC for a bit because that was really good. If you're ready to go, you ready to go to the next part?
Go ahead.
Okay. Persons deserving of honor. Whose offspring are worthy of honor? Human offspring. Whose offspring are worthy of worship? Those who fear the Lord. Whose offerings are unworthy of honor? Human offspring. Whose offerings are unworthy of honor? Those who break the commandments. Among family members, their leader is worthy of honor. But those who fear the Lord are worthy of honor in his eyes. The rich and the eminent and the poor. Their glory is the fear of the Lord. It is not right to despise one who is intelligent but poor. I want to point out all the libertarians who are considered intelligent but were arguing against the just make more money. Stop being poor. I mean, sorry, God just called you out, straight up. You just got called out by the Bible hundreds of years ago. So he was that. Stop being poor. Wow, I'm definitely doing a live reading of this one. I'm actually do a solo stream on this because it is wow. And it is not proper to honor one who is sinful.
Oh boy.
The prince and the judge and the ruler are honored, but none of them is greater than the one who fears the Lord. Free citizens will serve a wise servant, and the intelligent person will not complain. Oh my God, dude. This book is indicting libertarianism, it feels like. This is... I'm covering this entire book. Do not make a display of your wisdom when you do your work, and do not boast of when you are in need. Better is the worker who has goods in plenty than the boaster who lacks bread. My child, honor yourself with humility and give yourself to the esteem you deserve. Who will acquit those who condemn themselves, and who will honor those who dishonor themselves? The poor are honorable for their knowledge, while the wits are honored for their wealth. One who is honored in poverty, how much more in wealth? And one dishonored in wealth, how much more in poverty? 11. The deceptiveness of appearance. The wisdom of humble lifts their head high and seeks them among the great. Do not praise individuals for their good looks, or loathe anyone because of appearance alone. The bee is small among flying creatures, but what it produces is the best of sweet things. Do not boast about wearing fine clothes, and do not exalt yourself when you are honored, for the works of the Lord are wonderful, and his works are concealed from humankind. Many kings have had to sit on the ground, but one who was never sought of has worn a crown. Many rulers have been utterly disgraced, and the honored have been handed over to others. I'm actually going to jump ahead because over here this one says Care and Susan Friends. I think that would be an interesting one. And anything you want to add on the last few things you read? Anything you want to add on the last few stuff we read? Anything you want to add? Or
No, I'm just listening, taking it in.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead a bit. Care and Susan One's Friends. This is so far, this is chapter 11. Do not invite everyone into your home, for many are tricks of the crafty. Like a decoy partridge in a cage, so is the mind of the proud. And like spies, they observe your weakness, for they lie in wait, turning good into evil, and to worthy actions they attach blame. From a spark many coals are kindled, and sinner lies in wait to shed blood. Beware the scoundrels, for they devise evil, and they may ruin your reputation forever. Receive strangers into your home, and they will stir up trouble for you, and they will make you a stranger to your own family. I think I can make an immigration point about this. Like, this isn't just talking about your home. You can apply this to your culture. You can apply this to your country. You can apply this to a lot of things.
It applies very basically on an individual level, just to be careful who you associate with, because they might affect you. They might, if they're assholes, they might try to manipulate you and make you feel guilty about your beliefs and use them against you. And it can be applied as wide as a country.
Mm-hmm.
So don't let Italians in.
No, the Italians are God's chosen people, man.
Lies. Blasphemy.
Let's see here. Oh, this one is freedom of choice. Okay. Do not say it was the Lord doing that I fell away, for he does not do what he hates. Do not say it was he who led me astray, for he leads no one, for he has no need of the sinful. The Lord hates all abominations. Such things are not loved by those who fear him. It was he who created humankind in the beginning, and he left them in power of their own free choice. If you choose, you can keep the commandments, and to act faithfully in a matter of your own choice. He has placed before you fire and water. Stretch out your hand and receive your choice. Before each person are life and death, and whatever one chooses will be given. For great is the wisdom of the Lord. He is mighty in power and sees everything. His eyes are on those who fear him, and he knows every human action. He has not commanded anyone to be wicked, and he has not given anyone permission to sin. That's a biblical case for free will. I don't know, one of the Calvinists moved it.
I like how it puts it quite plainly that the choice is just between good and evil.
Yeah.
I mean, Ayn Rand would agree.
Absolutely.
Now,
do you think she ever actually read the Bible? Do you think Ayn Rand ever actually read the Bible?
If she did, I don't think she'd admit to it.
I think you're right. I think your hands would burn if you try to touch one.
The interesting thing that makes me think of is conscious choice like that. You know, fire and water. It looks like a simple choice, but it is a simple choice on the face of it. Applied to the real world, evil or sin is usually cloaked, deceitful, where people are convinced to revert their morality. And this is yet another thing that Ayn Rand would agree on, of the reversions and inversions that are encouraged in postmodern and secular morality, where we're pushed into doublethink, basically slowly brainwashed into thinking that what is evil is actually good. Like, theft is bad, right? No, it's actually redistribution. Rioting is destroying private property is bad. No, that's just protesting systemic oppression.
Here's one. The happiness of seeking wisdom. Happy is a person who meditates on wisdom and reasons intelligently, who reflects in his heart on her ways and ponders her secrets, pursuing like a hunter and lying in wait on her path, who peers through her windows and listens at her door, who camps near her house and fastens his tent peg to her walls, who pitches his tent near her and so occupies an excellent lodging place, who places his children under her shelter and lodges under her burrows, who is sheltered by her from heat and dwells in the midst of her glory. I think it's actually a really great point, because philosophy is the love of wisdom, has described. And the greatest philosopher ever lived was Mary, the Mother of God, because Jesus is the truth and is wisdom, and no one loves Jesus more than his own mother, and so she had a direct connection to truth itself. And so Peter Creek part of the argument that Mary was the greatest philosopher, and describing wisdom as a woman, and going through it like a poetry of a love of wisdom and the benefits that come from it to a poem type way is absolutely beautiful.
I don't know, man. That's kind of gay. Women can't be philosophers.
Well, most of them can't be, but according to Peter Creek, the greatest one was Mary. It's actually a really good book. I highly recommend it. It's like Mary and Ayn Rand, the greatest philosophers who ever lived.
Philosophy as the love of truth is the whole reason I'm looking into religion in the first place. The reason part has to ultimately lead to faith, not the other way around for me. I can't start off with faith.
Yeah, I couldn't either. Here's a true and false wisdom. The whole of wisdom is fear of the Lord, and in the wisdom there is fulfillment of the law. The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom, nor is there prudence in the counsel of sinners. There is cleverness that is detestable, and there is a fool who merely lacks wisdom. Better are the God-fearing who lack understanding than the highly intelligent who transgress the law. There is cleverness that is exact but unjust, and there are people who abuse favors to gain a verdict. There is the villain bow down in the morning, but inwardly is full of deceit. He hides his face and pretends not to hear, but when no one notices, he will take advantage of you. Even if lack of strength keeps him from sinning, he would nevertheless do evil when he finds opportunity. A person is known by his appearances, and a sensible person is known when he first met face to face. A person's attire and hearty laughter, and the way he walks, show what he is. Dude, I have had this argument with my family for like years now, that I say a person's attire and that way they dress can show you who they are, because people want to present something, so they present how they want to be seen. And they said, no, this clothes need to be comfortable. Like when you present it, you want to be comfortable. You are always presenting, and out clothing are how you present yourself. So you always take into account, at least subconsciously, how you want to present yourself. And they always say that's wrong. Well, here, person's attire, how to have, so the way he walks and so what he is.
Yeah, I don't want to give anyone clues as to my inner workings, so that's why I just go around naked all the time.
Dude, you gotta read Theology of the Body. You would love it. You would love it. I'll send you a video on Christopher West. You're gonna get obsessed. Like that dude's pretty good.
Another one for the list.
Yeah, the lists are long at this point.
I think it depends on the situation. Obviously, the way someone dresses can get across how they want to be seen.
Mm.
Someone in a sharp suit versus. So actually, funny enough, this reminds me of hipsters who try to look like they put no effort into their clothing at all, like they don't care, when in fact they spend hours in front of the mirror trying to get it just right. That's a rather ironic one.
Yeah. Let's see. There's a lot of great stuff here. This one's labeled concerning sexual sins. Let's try it. Let's do it. We got 19 minutes left. Two kinds of individuals multiply sins, and the third incurs wrath. Hard passion that blazes like a fire will not be quenched until it burns itself out. One who commits fornication with his near of kin will never cease until the fire burns him up. To a fornicator, all bread is sweet. He will never weary until he dies. One who sins against his marriage bed says to himself, "Who can see me? Darkness surrounds me, and the walls hide me, and no one sees me. Why should I worry? The Most High will remember sins." His fears confine to human eyes, and he does not realize that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, and they look upon every aspect of human behavior and see into hidden corners. Before the universe was created, it was known to him, and so is its silence. So it is since his completion. The man will be punished in the streets of the city, and where he least suspects it, he will be seized. So it is this woman who leaves her husband and presents him with an heir of another man. For first of all, she has disobeyed the law of the Most High. Second, she has committed an offense against her husband. And third, through her fornication, she has committed adultery, and brought forth servant by another man. She herself will be brought before the assembly, and her punishment will extend to her children. Her children will not take root, and her brothers will not bear fruit. She will leave behind an accursed memory, and her disgrace will never be blotted out. Those who survive her will recognize that nothing is better than the fear of the Lord, and nothing sweeter than to heed the commandments of the Lord. Phew, that got pretty fiery.
What was the last part about the heirs?
Her children will not take root, and the branches will not bear fruit. She will leave behind an accursed memory, and her disgrace will never be blotted out. Those who survive her will recognize that nothing is better than the fear of the Lord, and nothing sweeter than the heed of the commandment of the Lord.
What exactly is that about?
If I had to guess, and I'm not a scholar, nor am I expert at reading the Bible, I would say it has to do with specifically in that time, if you were a daughter or a son of a woman who was promiscuous, and there was no sure answer on who your father was, you were kind of cast out and out of luck. And yeah, that was just how it was in the times. And so to leave behind a cursed memory, the kids won't like her. But if Christian be blotted out, they will always have to bear the weight of being a bastard. And they would understand that through her mistake, that nothing is better than the fear of the Lord. Nothing's freer than the heat of his commandments. They will learn from her mistake by the effects that the culture around them has perpetrated upon the kids by the mother's actions. If I had to guess, I could be wrong on that, but that's my interpretation of that.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It seems unfair that they would have to suffer.
It is unfair. And it's not. I don't think it's how do I put this? I don't think it is something that would be condoned or it's something that I don't think God would say exactly ignore these bastards. You know, God obviously wouldn't be saying that, but that was how people acted at the time because there was the inability to raise more than your own. You know, and so it is it's kind of the reality of the situation as well. If you're a single mother with two kids, you don't know who the father is. It's kind of the reality of the situation. Well, sucks ass, but
Ireland was particularly bad for that. The Catholic Church in Ireland specifically would take away children from single mothers, which isn't right. A lot of people bring up objections to Catholicism and religion in general through atrocities committed specifically by certain churches.
Yeah.
Not quite, but it's a bit of a facile argument because it doesn't take into account free will, basically.
Yeah.
And it tries to generalize the sins of certain people involved with religion to that whole religion.
I'm going to skip this next part because it's called, the next 2 chapters are called The Evil of Wicked Women, The Joy of a Good Wife, The Worst of Evils, A Wicked Wife. I'm not going to read that live right now because, at least not on this stream. I don't want to get the stream affected because I'm almost at the 12-hour mark and I would be so pissed if I got the stream like taken down or anything. So I'm going to skip on. On Indian borrowing, home hospitality, the evil tongue, etiquette at a banquet, the temperance in drinking wine. Ooh, definitely gonna want to check that out. The treatment of slaves. Yeah, I'm not touching that one either. I'm not gonna do that one. I will point out that slaves in biblical language was not actual slaves. It was like if you had a debt to someone, you would work off the debt. You know, and you were basically a worker who was working off money owed. And they would feed you and house you and stuff. And so it wasn't like it was actual slavery. It was a work situation. The term we used was slave, and it kind of just has some negative connotations nowadays for obvious reasons.
Hashtag voluntary slave contract.
Jesus. What up, Nolan? You were here earlier, and I'm still up. And you just woke up. Lucky. I want to go to sleep and wake up. Oh, what? Yes, 13 minutes. I can do this. Yeah, Seawack, that was impressive. There's a lot there I was not expecting to really get, But I haven't read the Bible since I was like I've read it, but haven't actually studied and read it hardcore since I was probably late middle school. So it's been a while since and I was an idiot back then. I'm sure now I'm actually
we're Protestants, so
exactly. I'm sure I've read it now. I'm gonna come out with different eyes. I know typology more. I know how to look for Mary and Jesus. I know how to spot covenant communities. There's things I've learned how to better read the Bible, and now I need to actually apply that skills to go back and actually study the Bible. I think I'm gonna start doing it. Actually, I might do. You know what I might do? I've thought about doing it before, a Bible study where every Sunday I read a couple of chapters of the Bible. Do a live stream every Sunday where I do a Bible live reading. I might do that actually. I might do it Sunday where I get up in the morning, before church, I get all dressed for church, and then I sit down and I do a live Bible reading. Starting with Jason and moving on. And then from there I can just work through the entire Bible. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I have to get more Scott Hahn study guide to make sure I'm, saying things are not stupid. But yeah. No, just go ahead.
I was an atheist for a long time, but thank God I wasn't a Protestant because that's
It is. Sorry, Protestant listeners. Return to Rome. You guys peaked. You created VeggieTales. You're done. Okay, you made VeggieTales. You made Bible Man. You're done. You're not gonna get any better than that. You've peaked. You've shown you can make things that are good. Come back to Rome and bring VeggieTales with you. Dude, people were getting like upset with my Catholic vegetarian memes. People quote tweeted me and trying to debate me on a meme. And this is a terrible argument. Well, it's a meme, sir. It's a meme. Let me say this. It's after the whole.
It's like when you make a joke and your parents try to turn it into a lecture.
Oh my god, I hate when that happens. Happens often enough. That's no better by now.
Yeah.
Come on, let me get the top of my feed here.
And then your parents say, "No, it's not a lecture. We're just trying to tell you. I made a joke.
Yeah.
Can we leave it at that?"
Let me say the screen real quick. So that night, after I was done arguing with everybody about stuff, where's the tab? I made this meme. I edited a crucifix and a Mary icon into the photo. I said, "Cope plus C's, I'm going to bed." Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not engaging with this. Cope and C's, go to bed. Yeah,
imagine
it's
veggies instead of furries. Oh no.
Yeah, it's Dude, Veritas is amazing. Like I rewatched the episode recently, and I was like, "This holds up. This is pretty funny." Like there's some banger songs, dude.
Not as good as Bible Man. I mean, that is the peak of television.
Bible Man was like 60s Batman and Christianity rolled in one, and I love it.
Top superhero in there.
I
don't know why they bother with Batman movies when they have fucking Bible Man.
Absolutely. I have a Bible Man action figure with a cape and lightsaber. If I could find it in my storage, I'm going to put it on the shelf right next to Larry Boy. And I would then display my superhero nerdom for my Christianity stuff. Bible Man memes are hilarious. Like there's one, the Cypher. He was the black sidekick pretty much. And the meme said Cypher's more powerful than Bible Man. Know why? He can say the N-word.
That's pretty good logic, actually.
Yeah, there was an episode of when Bible Man was ended, and they came back for like a new season type deal where they had new costume designs and new time period and stuff. And it opened those Bible Man on on a prayer retreat. There was this cipher, and there were these people who were like Nazis stealing Bibles to burn, and so he breaks into the warehouse and beats them up and says one-liners, and I was like 12 years old, like, what is this? What is happening? I was like, what is it? It's so cool. We watched it recently, and God, is the CGI bad? Like, it's not even CGI. It's just like literally a glow in the dark foam stick on the end of a like a disc. It's like, honestly, I'm gonna sew it. I'm gonna sew it off here real quick.
There's so many things that you thought were so cool as a kid that you revisit when you're even a few years older, and they look so bad. Like I remember when I was obsessed with Power Rangers.
Power Rangers. I was never allowed to do Power Rangers. Okay, we'll use this one. Let me just stream the screen. It's not gonna wrap up the stream, guys. We're gonna watch Bible Man clips to use the stream.
7 minutes.
Let's do it.
Son,
can you hear that?
We're grabbing burgers for dinner if you're interested.
Can you hear it?
I'm vegan, sir. You had bacon.
So, Bible boy, are you ready to rumble?
The pleasure's all mine.
You know, Cypher, I don't really know you well. That is because you think Bible Man is swell.
I love the Lord, and Bible Man does too. And at this moment, we don't need you.
Well, I love to cause a problem, cause it's fun.
And beating you is half the battle won.
Oh, you don't scare me, cause Wacky is back in town. With all this goodness you think these Christians need, well, I think it's boring, like pulling up weeds.
If you had 1 ounce of God's love inside, you'd see that evil has no place to hide.
My shenanigans are causing such a stir.
You really are getting on my nerves.